Nice gap up for the S&P 500. Looks like it wants to continue rallying after a very strong session across the market for some names in particular. Take a look at the Nasdaq here as well, because that, of course, was the SPY. Nasdaq gapping up too. Nasdaq actually gapping up in an even more significant way because despite some tech weakness, which we'll talk about in a bit, we also have a lot of tech strength. It is worth, once again, you're looking at USO. USO also gapping up here. So you've got a gap up in the USO and the market. We know we've had some comments here from Hamas. We have the Board of Peace trying to make some kind of deal here with Israel and Lebanon. So if we get any more details on that, I will keep you guys posted, of course. But keep an eye here on USO and the markets. Everything gapping up today. Though one notable name isn't. We'll get to that in a second. You've got the tale of two stories once again when it comes to earnings for Make 7 names. You've got Amazon to the upside here, trading higher. Then you have Apple. Apple to the downside. There were some negative elements of this report. Revenue guidance for the next quarter was viewed as a little bit disappointing. We also had certain elements of their revenue that missed, including services revenue, which we know was very carefully watched here by Apple investors. Tons of other earnings in focus today. We had a whole bunch of biotech news as well. Beyond Moderna earnings, you've got NVO, and you also have Replimune. So a couple different ways to play biotech. One to the downside, one very much to the upside. It's a Friday, but it's going to be a very exciting one as well with University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment at 10 a.m. and President Trump speaking at 11. Good morning, Sharif. What a day.
Good morning, Adira. Yes, it is. There's a lot of double-digit movers already here. Good morning, guys. So Apple down -7 2/3. Amazon, the exact opposite here, already breaking through 10%, 11.6. And then you have SK Hynix and the chips, all very strong this morning. It was very hard to find anything negative on my semiconductor microchip watch list, which is quite extensive. Reddit, oh my days, down 13%. This would already start SSR here. Coinbase down 5 2/3. MSTR kind of flat. I mean, if it didn't really feel like it really reacted to the earnings, but the one that stands out to me the most, RBLX, losing over 20% of its value just in one morning here, guys. We're already down below $40. And you have some other earnings names, you know, single digits. You've got Live Entertainment, Rivian, First Solar, CVX. They're all green to start the morning here. A little bit of red in terms of one of the earnings plays this morning, XOM. They reported earnings 1 1/4 down. Then you have Cameo Corp, shut it to Canada, CCJ. Uranium getting a lot more important as we look for clean energy sources. They're knocking on the door of $100 Adara, up almost 6%.
Yeah, certainly a lot of earnings to discuss, and expect a lot of earnings discussion both in our rundown and leading up to the rundown. So if you don't hear the name that you're interested in, stay tuned. There's going to be a lot of really big deal earnings, including the Meg 7s, that will likely be covered during that rundown to make sure we cover as much as we can into that opening bell. I have to talk about the FOMC now. I know this decision was, of course, on Wednesday, but now we're getting some comments coming from Kashkari and Hammock, two of the feds that dissented from the no rate change decision in favor of a 25 basis point hike. You've got Hammock saying that she's not confident that inflation will ease absent action from the Fed. So she's saying she doesn't think it's going to happen on its own and the Fed needs to take action. You also had Kashkari saying that his dissent was strictly because he preferred to raise the rate, which of course is actually what we knew. But he also said that, quote, a series of supply shocks have been responsible in part for inflation. So we've got not just two feds talking right now, but two feds that actually have been very clear that they're a little bit more hawkish right now. So if I get any more details, I'll keep you posted, but keep an eye on these comments here, guys. With all of that, lots of excitement, lots of earnings, economic data, Fed talk. What else could you ask for? We've got Joe and we have Neil covering it. So good morning to both of you. How are you guys doing today?
Fantastic.
Look, it's a great day to look at your account, man.
Yeah, it's not bad. Yeah, I mean, from a recovery standpoint, you know what? I'm starting to like Mr. Wars's gym. I don't know.
You like the cut of his jib?
Yeah, I really do, man, because he's looking to decouple from the market. He's not necessarily going to be so data dependent. He's going to follow the trends. And I believe he started off his meeting with like, hey, we only got a couple more of these scheduled. After that, we don't really know what's going to happen. So you may not see any more of that Q&A coming.
But I like the notion of the press conference. I do like when the Fed is communicating well. But what I think is what actually I like about him, go a little bit nerd here, he's a monetarist. And I think that's one of the things that can be sort of overlooked. I feel like a lot of people seem to gloss over the fact that, you know, they can tighten other ways. They don't have to raise interest rates. There's other tools out there. And if he leans on those tools first, like the flexibility to say it's not all about interest rates. That gets the headline, but you can trim the balance sheet. But keep in mind, so here's the thing. Amazon's up a bunch today and looking fantastic. Obviously, we already saw Microsoft yesterday. You look at all the chip names going crazy. Everyone's like, you're making enough. Cloud growth is good enough to justify some of the spending. That's what the market's trying to tell you with this bounce here. But let's also try to remember, if the Fed does contract the money supply, implicitly, that is, now obviously this will take some time to roll back. This is nothing about today or anything, but that's the kind of thing that can pump the brakes in a big time way. Like you contract the money supply, let the balance sheet roll over, and do that for an extended period of time, even if you don't have aggressive rate hikes, which we're still going to get some hikes this year according to what we're seeing. That can be a bit of a red flag to maybe stall the rally. That said, there's plenty to look at today that's to like.
Yeah, I mean, stalling of rallies. We had Apple to the downside. I mean, hey, I still like the name regardless of what's going on. Obviously, we know there's some supply issues. Then you also have the increase in memory. But iPhone's still growing at a substantial rate. So, I mean, I think this is a good opportunity to slowly start grabbing some, especially. It's already been outperforming the Nasdaq. It was at an all-time high the other day, and now you're having a little bit of a pullback. We've seen this before, and we've seen this narrative, so I don't think it's anything to shy away from at this point, in my opinion.
Oh, I would tend to agree. What people are shying away from is Roblox.
Yeah, well, I mean, rightfully
Roblox,
so.
Reddit today, there's no buyers right now.
No, there's not. There's none. But I think there's so much more intriguing in the market than getting involved
better choice.
with, like, and also I think we have to take into consideration is, think about it, we have GTA 6 coming out. Listen, I haven't played video games in years, but looking at the details within this game is pretty crazy.
So you're saying you're going to be playing?
No, I'm not going to, right? Because I'd rather play the ultimate video game, but no, it looks pretty cool, and I do believe it's going to sway a lot of gamers into that kind of into the GTA ecosystem.
Yeah, I think with these guys, and you'll see in the report when we go over it, like you can't really have any declines anywhere. People are gonna if you're anything that's trending down, if you're already looking weak and comparatively speaking, you've just been a bad investment for a year, you're probably not going to have something like the decline in bookings on your guidance. Like that's sort of the thing. Like you could point to a few things in the report here for Roblox that were bad. What's actually interesting for Reddit being down 14% is there wasn't really much negativity in that report. It was beat here, beat there. It was actually very strong for Reddit, but then it's this overhang over data and the deal we have with Google, and that's, I guess, a bigger concern than everyone's expecting. All that said, Reddit is at a look, there's only a few bounce levels when you look at the stock, and it had been upward trending, so it's at one of them right now. So it should open up down more than 10%. Obviously, it's 13% right now. Very unlikely that it doesn't open under 10%. But it could be an SSR bounce, like almost right here, like the 150 level, 51, 52. I just want to look for that initial like false break and then try to go. But we've probably gone way too long without running down some of what happened yesterday. If you missed yesterday, I'm not sure what you were doing. Bloom Energy was probably at the forefront. But if you look down the line, IREM would make a lot of sense as well in terms of the biggest runners. It gapped up another 5% here today. Instead of just looking at SK Hynix and Micron and SanDisk, I'll just throw up DRAM so you can see that's gapped up another 4% after a crazy run. And what's amazing about the rally on this yesterday was you were already, this is the pre-market. Like DRAM moved almost 10% in the pre-market.
Damn.
And then rallied another 10% in the open market. That's the thing that I'm not used to seeing. Like it was just program relief rally buying all day yesterday. And a lot of times when you see that, don't at me. It's Friday.
Oh.
A test of the gap here makes a little bit of sense to me on DRAM. What it does from there, I mean, I think you can expect some buyers to come in, but a test of that gap makes some sense. Just how euphoric it was unprecedented in terms of the rally.
I mean, like if we're gonna talk DRAM here, the top name's gonna be SK Hynix and Samsung. So here it is. Sharif, I know you and we've been talking about this. quite a bit here. Oh, okay. Yeah, everyone's liquidated. Oh, okay. Let's bounce. Oh, let's bounce here another 20%. Show that man. I mean, listen, it's so tough, and I've been going on about this for quite some time. Is that when you have such an over-leveraged index and a group of individuals who are playing these 2, 3, 4 times leveraged ETFs that consist of, or even within the cost pair, just consist of 2 names, and then all of a sudden you drop 45%. Those are not worth anything, especially if you're over 2 times, and then it has to reverse split in order to remain correlated and even stay within the market. And then next thing you know, your shares have been, I can't even say diluted, it's the opposite, right? They're removing liquidity. So when you had 100 shares and it splits twice, now you only have 50 at double the amount of price. It's absolutely disastrous. And that's what's happened here in the South Korean index. And you know what? For me personally, I hate seeing these types of things, especially people getting liquidated on the lows, and then the next day you bounce 20%. It's unfortunate, but you got to be really cautious, and I'm going to continuously talk about this as long as these memory names are in play. Is guys, you got to be really careful when you're playing these leverage systems because they can bite you. They can bite you. All right, so yeah, we're gonna send it back over to the desk, see what they got going on there, and yeah, a lot to talk about. Some big names here today.
Busy day.
Yeah.
And we're going to talk about some Tesla and some SpaceX here because we had a report which then Elon Musk had some comments on. Before we get to that, though, I do actually want to get into Microsoft, and that certainly didn't bite you yesterday. This actually had its best, I was seeing best day on record, and apparently it gained nearly $450 billion in market cap in one day. So that would actually top the prior highest market cap in one day move from NVIDIA on April 9th, 2025. Now, if that day sounds familiar, that's the day that we had that massive move up in the market after President Trump announced the tariff pause. So nice look here for MSFT, topping that NVIDIA record on its own individual catalyst. So good look there. But let's go back to that other Meg 7 name here, TSLA, Tesla and SpaceX. According to a report, there could be, as these companies potentially prepare to combine, some China business reorganizations, though Elon Musk has already acknowledged this report.
Yeah, the Journal coming out suggesting that Tesla could be looking at doing a big merger here, and then they'd have to divest their China business. Let's talk a little bit about this China business because it's not small. They made half the cars that Tesla produced last year, but ironically enough, they only accounted for 20% of sales. So that should tell you something right there. Elon coming out, telling you based on X, calling it fake news, quote, that is a quote. He stated that separating the Chinese business has, quote, never, ever come up in a discussion ever. So those were his words. Strategic AI overlap. Of course, there is a lot of overlap between these two companies. You have Tesla with its physical AI and autonomous driving, and then you have XAI and their data centers. Both have ambitions of expanding, so it would make logical sense for them to tie the knot, especially with Terrafab going to cost an arm and a leg. It would be nice, of course, to have synergies there. So it does make sense. What he was denying, he's not denying the merger. He's denying the divestiture of the China business. Now, Tesla is in a very, very special position here, Adara, because most people who go over to China have to have a Chinese partner to operate there. Tesla doesn't. That's one of the very few American companies that gets that privilege, right? So divesting the Chinese business there may not be strategic for him. Moreover, he'd have to get regulatory hurdles taken care of. He'd have to get the Chinese regulator to give the nod. The American regulator would have to give the nod. In addition, the Wall Street Journal goes on to say, Adara, that the merger likely would take place in mid-27 or early 28, about 12 to 18 months post-IPO, with potential deal closing in mid to late 29.
Yeah, and I mean, we actually have SpaceX, of course, reporting earnings next week. So I wonder if this is something he addresses on the earnings call. Because we know Elon Musk and his earnings calls can move the market. So keep an eye on that. In the meantime, he called this story, quote, absurdly fake news, in addition to the other comments Sharif just mentioned that he made. So how do you guys feel about this Tesla and SpaceX look today, regardless of the story here?
Well, I just turned to Joe and I said, look, let's be real. If this is going to happen, it's going to happen before there's a change in administration. Like, it's like, well, if Republicans in power, you're going to want to get this, if it's going to happen, get it done. So while it may be fugazi, the divesting out of China, fair enough, the rumors, the innuendo, all signs seem to lead to that this is happening. So let's be real for a second. If you're a Tesla shareholder, if you're a SpaceX shareholder, you've got to consider what this is going to mean for you. Currently, right, it's SpaceX. Like the way it would work in this merger is that SpaceX would be buying Tesla. Okay, and we already know SpaceX valuation concerns, not enough business, blah, 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 blah. Some of the stuff that, there was an article that I read a couple of days ago. Actually, it's probably on Monday, so it wasn't a couple of days ago. It was probably Monday morning, where they were discussing what the terms might look like for that merger, and SpaceX giving what premium they would give to Tesla. And I thought of that, and I was like, man, why would anyone want to own SpaceX here? It's like they're gonna like 480 of value was speculated to Tesla shareholders. I'm like, really? Okay. I mean, that's great for Tesla shareholders, who would then probably get a bunch of SpaceX stock and then maybe even want to dump that for those that don't want to be in. And I just can't see this as any path to good for SpaceX for the stock price. Like, I just feel like we're getting next week, we get the earnings. You look at what's been happening this week. It's simply, last week too, it's made a bottom, but what has it done with it? Like, remember all the charts that we're showing with all the exuberance? You're supposed to be able to tell me that SpaceX and XAI is a part of this. Elon's got the best stack, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so where was their rally yesterday? Didn't happen. They closed on the low. One of the things, when we have a day like yesterday, you want to ask yourself, like, what is something that possibly should be participating in this rally and is abjectly not? And if it isn't, that's telling you something. And we definitely heard something with SpaceX. The only mistake was only shorting it in the morning and not really just continuing with it later. Not going to make that mistake today. Going to look short and then look short again in the middle of the day unless it's breaking out above 119. So I think it's a sell. Tesla I'm staying away from. But going into the lockup, going into earnings for SpaceX, it's still bearish in my opinion. Nothing's really changed that. So until we get some numbers for them, see the lockup expire, then we can make a secondary judgment. But I do believe this. I believe this merger is going to happen. The hurdles are going to be probably gigantic when it comes to regulation, which is all the more reason they'll try to push it through before the president's term is out.
Yeah, we do know that Elon's a little optimistic with his timelines as well too, right? So you don't know really what's going to happen with that. I mean, in regards to what we have going on, I mean, it's tough. It's definitely a mixed bag. Now, I believe truly that robo-taxi is going to be the thing of the future. But if the companies do merge, you have to take into consideration it's just like the capital expenditure amongst both of these companies is going to be insane. And right now, that's not a street favorite. They're not loving that as some of these hyperscalers continue to deplete their free cash flows. If these guys are together, it's going to be an absolute juggernaut of spending money, but obviously with the intentions of having some form of return on investment. Now, listen, I think that Optimus Gen 1, I've been saying this for the past while, isn't going to be what we're expecting it. I think it's more or less the robo-taxi who's going to be carrying the weight on its shoulders, which I'm completely fine with. But down the road, if these two companies are merged, I mean, you have everything that is involved with SpaceX. We know Starlink, but it's really XAI that is going to be the nearer-term driver within this company. And I believe it's going to be robo-taxi that takes Tesla to the next. So combine those two. Who knows, man? Anything can happen. I mean, it might be an investor's dream or a nightmare at the same time.
Well, I think in the longer term, if we get to talk about like 2035, if we may.
I know, but
if you ask me, like, what do I think? Like, what's the company that could be the one that rules them all? And like right now we have a battle between like who's the most valuable company. Like I feel like during the course of the year, I don't know, like we might have. It's like a basketball game in the NCAA tournament. Like someone takes the lead, someone jumps past. It's video one day, it's Apple the next day, and then it's Google and so forth. But if there was ever a situation where in 10, 15 years from now, one company was just unquestionably the largest, and it just never, and there is no battle.
Yeah.
In my opinion, if one company had the best ability to be that dominant, It would be if Elon executes.
Tesla.
I'm not saying he's going to, but if he does execute, and you get the one app, and they basically fulfill every single goal that he's saying, which is maybe not as realistic, then yeah, I think they could do that.
I mean,
but it could be some serious pain in the next year. Some serious pain.
I think for the next couple. I think for the next couple of years. I think this SpaceX, where you're really going to start to see the numbers grow, isn't for a while, right? Like Starlink customer base is growing, yes, but you want to know, I think, coming the report is how much money is XAI bleeding and everything else. Everything else
Starlink
is so,
can't cover all that.
Yeah, exactly. Everything else is so minuscule. I mean, like if you talk about like the asteroid mining and stuff like that, the total addressable market, I get it, but it's just not there yet, and it's still cost heavy too. So. Yeah.
Only in science fiction. But you know what? I feel like we should have already mentioned this one because I know Sharif will be excited. Sharif, I know we talked a lot about big cap. However, when was the last time you saw like the number one small cap? I'm guessing it was the number one small cap runner if I went out there. CYCU yesterday. Have a look at this double top. So right here it was just at 4:30, right as we were getting the Apple earnings in the aftermarket show. Actually, Tisha, thank you for the super chat last night about CYCU. I don't remember if we got to that. My bad if we didn't. Blame me. $3 and then a $3 tap right here in the pre-market. That's about as clear as it gets. Double top at exactly, not 301, not 299. That's got to be on your radar, Sharif.
There's no question about it, Neil, but right now I'm fixated by FCUV because it just ripped up there. This is a trade de novo, guys. This just broke out from $2 from which we closed yesterday. It's ripping up here about 130%. $5 resistance. It's just starting and getting warmed up, so be careful for an immediate retracement. Look for continuation, look for multi-time frame confirmation. It's already dropped from 5 into 4, but there's others as well. So we're looking at FCUV. REPL was breaking out yesterday in the aftermarket as well, continuing this morning. MGRX, a good mover as well yesterday, right at 4 o'clock. It really caught a bid, though, around 5:30. Resistance at $1, tried to make its way up into 80 moments ago, but it did fail. So there's already 3 triple-digit gappers right now on my watch list and one knocking on the door here, AXTX. We're going to keep an eye here, Adara, during the midday.
Yeah, going to keep an eye on some comments here as well that are coming through. Hassett making some comments, most of these not really market related, but I will let you know that he said that the U.S. will, quote, continue measures to keep oil prices down if needed. There's also this headline here on NVIDIA. Apparently, I'm seeing these reports that Moonshot's Kimi was built on 20,000 NVIDIA chip clusters via Alibaba. So if I get any more details here, I'll keep you guys posted, of course. Let's talk, though, about Rivian, because Rivian driving a little bit higher here on this earnings report. They did beat on revenue, losses per share kind of in line with estimates as far as I was seeing. So not a bad look here for Rivian.
Yeah, a lot of spending as they're going to be doing for a little while. Let's talk about this. So $1.66 billion in revenue, good look. That's up 27% year over year. They narrowed their net loss. They raised their full year delivery guidance. I think they're guiding 65,000 to 70,000 cars. Now, not bad, especially with the R2 coming out. But a lot of support, as there has been for Rivian for a while, from Volkswagen. Remember, they got that tie-up. It's a software deal, not a hardware deal. So they achieved, Rivian that is, consolidated gross profit of $179 million. That's up 11%, but it was almost carried entirely by the software and services segment. Again, that is part of the deal they have with Volkswagen. $308 million came in from Volkswagen. Recall, it's a $2 billion deal. It wasn't going to be all given at once. So that markedly changed the actual accounting here. Without that, we wouldn't be so hunky-dory. $100 million is being spent here in the R2 ramp-up, so there is some cost friction. Automotive gross losses were weighed down by that $100 million that I mentioned. They're using it to scale and tool their new plant, Illinois, in Normal. I guess the city is called Normal there. Regulatory credits as well. A lot of these EV companies, that's what they do. They take these, which are almost 100% profit, to kind of buffer their near-term credit crunch. So automotive top-line revenue, $1.14 billion. $108 million of that was regulatory credits that they were able to sell at almost 100% profit. And Adara, this was really interesting to me here. They cut CapEx guidance, $250 million. This is a company that's building an entire gigafactory in Georgia. How are they able to cut by $250 million? Well, they said, look, we got spending efficiencies here on equipment, and we have a revised timing on the Georgia construction, which may be done. If Randy was here, I think he'd tap dancing on his desk sooner rather than later, guys. I love the look right here.
Yeah, good look there for construction for Rivian. I want to mention as well, we're getting some comments from the CEO of Exxon. We know earnings calls are happening. I want to do some housekeeping too. In 5 minutes from now, not a massive number, but a number that we will be going over. Some employment cost data coming out at 8:30 a.m., 9:45 a.m., Chicago PMI. Then at 10 a.m., the most closely watched number of the day, I would say, the University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment. So we'll see you in 5 minutes for that employment data. Back to you.
First of all, like if the vision of Randy tap dancing on the desk is just like
I can vision that.
I feel like we all want to see Randy
He's going
do
to
the
check.
happy
He's going to
dance,
check
man.
for breakfast right now.
Oh, well, hopefully we have. I want the breakfast sandwich today.
Oh.
That's what I've been hoping for this week. Egg, cheese, on English muffin, because that'll be a little bit more exciting than the 3% that Rivian is up right now. It's been pretty rough for the EV space. It has not been the best ride. So the good news for Rivian is very clearly it's in a nice upward slope, but it's boring. I think if you're looking at this from any kind of a trade, like the opportunities are when it gives you like these. See that consolidation in here around March, right, where it shows you all the 15 buying, and then it was 15 to 18. Now you're getting a little bit of that off the 200 period moving average and the $16 level. So for now, I guess it's like try to buy 16s if it pulls in there. I don't know. It's only 3% up, so I would suppose if we get a sell day, you could challenge some of that support. But that's the only place I'd be interested in trading Rivian. Probably stay away from it. I almost always like now that Lucid's been in play and moving a lot, I just feel like this is one to watch. Look, they didn't report earnings or anything, but after that bankruptcy rumor day, Lucid's just been a solid mover all the time. Like it gave you short, yes, it gave you short 8 to 750, and then like a trend reversal 750 back to 8. Like that's just a couple of 5% moves that are pretty clean, and it's done, and it did that like multiple times during the week. So I just feel like that's got to be in play. You can already see it's got some resistance. If topping tail candles failing that top gives you a short entry, and then the 750 kind of gives you a reversal spot. So again, I'm going to be paying for Lucid locate, so I'm always ready for it when it can go. But Rivian, it's a boring chart, but at least it's not cascading down. Because when you consider the fact that they're not making money and rates could be going higher, hey, good look that they're going to be spending less on cap. That's a pretty big surprise. I mean, I was shocked when I read that. What, CapEx is going down for Rivian?
CapEx down.
Good for them.
Narrowing losses.
Stocks up 2%.
Shreve, you talked about that this morning, right? How narrowed their loss from a prior year of 1.1 billion to so I think that's huge. Consolidated revenue up 27%, 14% increase in deliveries. Like, hey man. Randy was upset this morning that he didn't buy this dip, but I mean, with some of these numbers, as long as they continue on this trajectory, there could be some more opportunities to get involved with this name. Now, need I zoom out? Because I don't believe it gets any prettier at that point, but hey, if this company can start to gain some ground and gain some market share, which I could jump all over the place, but which I found interesting is that, we'll talk about it when we do go over Apple, but hey man, if you're going to get something around these lows, then by all means, 12 months, that's a little bit of a stretch, but you haven't moved very far in the bigger picture of things, so that could give you a good opportunity to see if you want to dabble in some of these manufacturers. But personally, for me, it's just not some. There's just so much more going on other than me messing around with some of these car manufacturers. Right, because it's like margins, it's hot. Like you have these waves of when people are buying vehicles and new technology, and every year you have to come out with a new product. And then we even seen that within Elon. It's just like, okay, what are you going to release, right, from a new product?
What have you done for me lately?
Comes out with the Cybertruck, and then I mean, it was pretty close to a big flop. You do see them around, but it just didn't gain as much ground.
Exactly. We got 20 seconds. We're going to get some numbers at 8:30. Let's see if that can move the markets here, Adair.
Yeah, I'm not sure if these will be the market-moving numbers of our dreams, but I want to go over them here just so you guys are aware. At 8:30 a.m., you're getting employment costs, benefits, wages, and the cost index here coming through. Employment costs, I think in general, probably the most important here. That would be wages. That's 0.8% is the forecast, 0.9% is the prior print. Just waiting for this number to populate. So we got employment cost index 0.9%, slight higher than the 0.8% expected. Wages coming in at 0.9% as well versus 0.8% expected. And then you get employment cost benefits coming in at 1% versus 1.2% expected. So benefits lower than expected, cost index and wages actually a little bit higher than expected here. Not much of a market mover, but keep an eye on those numbers. And again, we're going to get more closely watched numbers later this morning at 9:45 a.m. Chicago PMI at 10 a.m. University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment. While we're here, I want to talk about Novo Nordisk because this story came pretty late, I guess, in the morning into the watch list prep, but it's down quite significantly. Seeing a lot of people talking about it on social media. This ziltivekimab not going too well here for NVO, at least this first phase 3 trial.
Yeah, it's a mouthful, man. Ziltivekimab. What? Come on, give us a break over here. Let's go. Phase 3 of their Zeus trial for the experimental drug. They failed to reduce major adverse cardio events compared to the placebo. It wasn't an entire failure. So although it successfully hit its target by inhibiting the IL-6 pathway, it didn't actually translate into actual cardiovascular risk reduction. So there was some good and some bad. You'll see why in a second because they're going to continue trials on this. So there's going to be an immediate financial impact. The market's already pricing in a non-cash impairment charge in Q3 of their earnings report of 26, but it says it's not going to impact their 2026 adjusted profit guidance. So possibly some issues with the next report, we'll see. But the pipeline here continues for this ziltivekimab or whatever. There are 2 more trials continuing here, one on heart failure, the other one on a post-acute heart attack patients. Results for those are expected in the second half of 2027. Wall Street very disappointed at Adara, potentially erasing $3 billion in sales and limiting the company's ability to kind of move away from these GLP-1 drugs, which they've really gotten to know for, right? Looking to kind of diversify a little bit into the cardiovascular game. This was a bit of a setback.
You mentioned that next report. That's going to be coming out on Wednesday morning, and they're reporting the same day and around the same time as Eli Lilly, their competitor in the aforementioned GLP-1 space. How are you guys feeling about Novo here?
Bleh.
Yeah, I mean.
So here's the thing. Like we actually
Hello.
I don't know where it is, but I used to have a button that had like this really good a graphic for puke, right? Like I can hit this, right? Like I hit that one for you. I could hit the flush if we wanted to. Look, Novo, it's like start, stop, start, stop, start, stop. I don't want to do the whole cliche best of breed, whatever. I think everyone around here, literally everybody on the show loves Eli Lilly, so it is what it is. And probably nobody on this show, I guarantee you nobody on this show in their personal holdings has Novo, and probably everybody has Eli Lilly. And that's probably true for a lot of people. All of that being said, there is something happening. Oh, it's back up again. Sorry, like the site where we display our super chats and messages wasn't working, and now it's back running, so I'm happy. No, all that being said, look at what's just from a technical standpoint. You've got the 50 and 200 lined up pretty much exactly for a golden cross on what has been an upward trend in Novo. And where if we hold exactly here, you guys can see this candle is going to turn into a bit of a bottom wick. Obviously, that would actually have to happen. And it's about that 46.5 to 47 is the area that has to hold. So, I mean, if I see this in the morning, hold on to that level, yeah, like kind of a relief rally could be in play for Novo there, just from a pure technical standpoint. It's at a pretty good level. Just to go back to one thing, because we had to go talk about the numbers, which obviously didn't really move the markets all that much. But when we're talking about the EVs and Rivian and Lucid, one of the things I wanted to point out is, as much as we talk about how bad the EV space has been, remember that Ford and GM have been doing incredibly well, and partly because they've gotten, they've had less focus on the EVs and going back and sort of focusing on ICE where the money's getting made. Like the F-150, it's a GM chart because this is the one that's pulling back into prior highs and doing fantastically, much better than Rivian, obviously. But it's like the F-150, like that sucker is selling like hotcakes. They don't have to do incentives on that bad boy. So both these names, while Ford's not as good as GM, that's why I showed GM, both of them have pretty good upward trends. that are worth watching. It's not just about everyone like Rivian and Tesla. There's other ways to play automotive that have been much, much better. A theme this year, to me, has been buy the dips on stocks that are trending to the upside as opposed to trying to find bottoms. And you're obviously doing much better if you do that, but that should go without saying, obviously. One last one, because before we go back up to the desk, we got a go back to Joe, because we're going to get into some options here. We did have a super chat that did not just display. I hit the button. I heard the sound, but it's not there. So Nick W., thank you for the super chat. There it is. Oh, now it's showing. Okay, that was just a little bit slow. What do you think about ILMN on the weekly? Ooh, I like weekly charts. I like weekly and monthly. Seems like it has room to 215. Sorry, I just had Caterpillar up. Someone was asking me about Caterpillar in the chat. I had the weekly up, and I was kind of giving them an answer in the chat just then. So we'll go into ILMN. You think it's got room to 255? See, this is why, Nick, this is why we think alike. It is so much, you want rounded bottom, made the low. Maybe you could call it a reverse head and shoulders. I don't know. I don't have that kind of a brain. But regain the major moving averages on the higher time frame. Like, to me, when you get this breakout, right? See this wall? There's your rounded bottom. There's your wall. There's your breakout week. There's your consolidation. That's your long. Right there. And then you can just give it back underneath one of the major moving averages. Which one? 50 or the 200, whichever one you prefer. Maybe it's even in front of that support level. And then you've got room to run. And then you're looking for this gap fill here. I mean, you're saying 55, but I mean, I would look. Anytime and this is a Brian Shannon thing, so I'm not going to take any credit for this. Anytime I'm looking at a technical break using major moving averages, one of the things that Brian said, which is actually pretty smart, is if you're using that time frame and it's a downward sloping 200, then you want to take profit, or at least have a more aggressive take profit, because the overall trend is not broken on the 200. And that says 40s to 50s, the 250s. But either way, it's already in the midst of the breakout. I'm not like, that doesn't look like a buy here to 245. It's more of a continuation. Those are the longs you want. Not trying to figure out where it's going to bottom out. Ooh, is it going to bottom? Like, where's it going to bottom? I can't show you guys the chart because it's being blocked here. Let me get rid of that. Because I wanted to make sure you guys, just realized you guys couldn't even see that, and I'm trying to clear that out of the way. Here, I'll do it this way. Can I just pull it up? There, I'm just gonna literally do it and lift it there for you guys. Like, you wanna be making higher lows already, rounded bottom. You wanna be getting in there, not guessing at the bottom. Participate in something that's actually breaking. Good look there, Nick. We gotta talk about options because it's Friday. You know that means expirations. You know that means Joe's got a lot to talk about.
Yes, sir, we do, Neil. And we're going to kick things off with a couple of names that reported yesterday after the bell. Apple, we're going to be looking at this $300 marker, guys. Now, there's open interest. We want some of these levels to continue to hold and see how we look in regards to a supply zone. Open interest sitting around 10,000 contracts. A lot of volume stepping in at this $300 marker. 23,000 contracts. Now, our delta exposure is going to be relatively cool, and you can see the spread. So these contracts at the close yesterday, not worth very much, but considering the slide, you may see a substantial increase in the premium on both sides of things. Obviously, with that being said, we will keep an eye on that leading into the open. Now, our gamma exposure relatively light, but you're going to see an increase in that as well too, guys. So our Greeks are going to definitely start to accelerate to the top side, or I guess I should say to the negative side here for our delta here in AAPL. Now, as for the at-the-money IV, 90%, okay? So if the slide continues, we can see an uptick in some implied volatility. Moving forward, I want us to focus on the contract itself, all right, guys? So this is further dated. This goes back a little bit more than a month, June 26, guys. This contract was worth $2,700, okay? This is on the put side. Now, it went to a low of around 27 cents, but we are going to see an increase, right? So our ask is sitting around that zone, and after the open, we will see a dramatic move. To what percentage is what I'm going to be curious about. I wouldn't be surprised if we see close to a double in these further out, those out of the money contracts. Moving forward, let's take a look at some more positive side of things, all right? I know a lot of analysts downgrading, lowering their price target, supply constraints in regards to Apple, but let's focus on something I like in the positivity, all right? Something is a little bit more positive. Wells Fargo increasing its price target with an overweight rating here, guys. We're going to get a price target increase to $350. That is actually up from $310. The firm actually states weaker Q4 guidance component and component constraints, but 19% outperformance versus the Nasdaq in the past month. So, and really strong iPhone sales. I like what we got going on here with Apple. I think this is a good opportunity to start getting involved, even though we are down almost 8%. Moving forward, let's take a look at Amazon. Strike price, $260, okay? So we're going to be looking at the north side of things. These contracts are going to be expiring this Friday. Open interest sitting around 12,700 contract with volume at 4,800, open and closed on yesterday's session. Once again, Ozan, congratulations. He grabbed some of these calls here, Sharif, so he's going to see some dramatic increase. I believe it was the 300 calls he told me that he was looking at, so congratulations to you. You'll see a nice return on those ones. Moving forward, guys, you can see the liquidity is obviously displayed within the underlying. Why? Because we have a tight spread, only $7 here, and it was in the top volume names as well, too. Now, sitting on our delta, that's going to increase after the open. Our gamma exposure will increase as we get closer to at the money, and then our at the money IV sitting at 194%. That's really high for Amazon, guys. So watch out for these Greeks to change as soon as that bell rings. Moving forward, let's take a look at some more positivity within Amazon. Absolute giant overweight rating here, guys, by Piper Sandler. A $320 price target. That is up from $315. We're up more than 11% here today with that overweight rating. The firm stating Q2 results were as clean as the firm can remember. AWS was the standout, accelerating at 37% growth year over year. Some fantastic numbers within Amazon. Let's send it back to Neil.
Good look, Joe. And look, Apple, obviously, no one's going to be happy that it's down 8%. But what more are we going to be asking for? It basically, you can look at this and say it bounced from the 200 period to all-time highs. You could look at this and say it went from 4 trillion to 5 trillion in market cap. And this is not the first time. We've mentioned this before. Apple, when it gets to that fresh, round, even trillion number, it tends to pull back. You know, if it pulls back to the 200 again, then you probably want to buy the 200 period again. It's just, this is the wave that it's going to be on. It's the ebbs and flows that we're getting, not just for Apple itself, but it's the ebbs and flows that we're getting with it relative to the hyperscalers, which means hyperscalers in favor, Apple sells off, and vice versa. It's probably more starting the other direction. Like Apple's strong when the others are weak because money wants to go into there because they're not spending like drunken sailors. But the converse is also going to be true there. Ooh, it is sandwiches. Mm-hmm. Man, see, if you watch the show enough, you will know that when we say, oh, I hope we get this for the breakfast, or I hope we get this for the lunch, how often does that magically line up and we actually get what we ask for? Almost never. Like if I say, oh, I'd like it to be tacos for lunch, it's just not going to be tacos. But it is the breakfast sandwich, which I will try not to eat in front of you on camera and make everybody hungry. I mean, trust me, this will be done in like the next 10 minutes or so, but I'll try to make sure that it doesn't make everybody jealous of the delicious sandwich that I'm
How was it, Randy?
Randy's already finished.
I find those.
Oh, Randy just did this when we asked how it is, and he said no bacon. So there's only, I'm gonna guess it's just egg and cheese.
Yeah, it's just egg and cheese. No bringing home the bacon.
Oh no, we've got no bacon. I mean, we gotta have bacon. That would be much better for sure. But yeah, but for Apple today, I think the place to look, and this is low-hanging fruit. I can't help that the stock closed at $333.43.
Yeah.
And so anybody that can do, like, it's the easiest math ever, like 333.43. So what's 10% down from there? Literally $300.
Yeah.
Like, this stock will be SSR if it breaks $300, which sets up sort of the obvious if it gets short sell restricted, which is the uptick rule in effect. The same way I would look for something at Reddit if it kind of failed an even dollar level because it'll be down over 10%. I'd be thinking the same thing on Apple, but it's a lot of sideways action. It's not really selling off any further yet.
Yeah.
Just wait for that level to come in. There's actually a buyer right now on the level 2.
What do you think?
Hey, someone's frisky right now on Apple.
On Apple?
Here.
About
45,000 shares
What
on
are you
Nasdaq.
thinking this morning? Because we have Amazon went on a run last night, maybe some continuation there. But we have 2 big names that are to the downside, Meta and Apple. If they find any form of support, and Microsoft going on a big-time rally. So if you have this kind of conjunction of these names that want to continue or find a rebound, I think that can add some fuel into the Nasdaq fire here today, and we get rocking and rolling.
If Apple catches a bid, that would be huge.
Absolutely.
But I think the problem with that, why it could be a little bit choppy today, is I think it would be hard pressed to believe that Apple catches a big bid without profit taking in the others. Like, I think what'll end up happening is when if Apple's catching a bid, we're going to see like DRAM will be profit taking, and there'll be some profit takers on Amazon, and maybe that'll be the case, and that'll sort of offset, and then we'll get this choppy. And it's a Friday too, so I think at the open you're usually expecting a little bit of chop. But we give a lesson talking about that first 5 minutes, read the market. I think that's also going to be true at the first 30 minutes. Maybe reassess everything after the opening range gets set in the first 30 minutes. So a little more flexibility today, especially in the names that are, like directly in play. I'm not going to apply that to say like iBid or SpaceX, which are already doing their own thing. But I think for these names, now he's coming with cookies too.
Man, come on, Randy, man.
Oh, now this is the problem. All right. I mean,
my issue with
all the promises that I just made about trying not to eat on camera, out the window with a cookie.
You know the old saying is like, what you don't know can't hurt you, or something, however it goes. I'm just praying, and no one tell me this. I hope that the cheese on the egg sandwich is not Kraft Singles.
I'm with you.
I just don't want to know.
It will be.
You like Kraft Singles, Sharif? I said I just hope that the cheese on the egg sandwich isn't a Kraft Single. Because, bro, guaranteed Kraft Single is crazy. I mean.
A word?
All right. Oh, my God. Yes, sir. Let's rock it. It's Friday. I'm with you.
Wow,
Yo, Texas
spoiled
boy, what's
brother.
Up?
The Bald Brotherhood.
Yeah,
we
exactly. This is what we do. Come join the club. This is how we rock and roll around here. But no, in all seriousness, guys, Juan Padilla was asking me about what am I looking at here today. A lot of it's got going on with the Nasdaq, right? And I said first thing to Neil this morning, together ape strong, right? And what I'm getting at is these memory names and the storage names, right? They're really, really strong once again today after everyone's been liquidated in South Korea. I know, sorry, I won't stop talking about it. But again, respectively, in the mid single digits, you're seeing the Western Digital, SanDisk, STX, Seagate, and DRAM continuing to move a little bit higher, so that's positive. If that ball gets rolling, and we're trading slightly south of the volume-weighted average price, in which I like even more. So yeah, if that continues and we have a bounce in some of the names, then I think we can get a nice, solid green Friday leading into the weekend.
I like a green Friday. I mean, any day that starts with a warm cup of Joe, the letter Y, a delicious cookie, I'm always happy to see. But I'm looking in the chat, I see that super chat in there, but we see a lot of other things too. You got the right read, you got the right setup, you got the wrong size. The thing about the markets is you probably got the skills a lot of times or the opportunities, but your account might be too small. And Trade Funder is changing that. 100K for stocks, 25K for options today. You keep 80% of the profits paid every Friday, so don't risk your own money. $9.99 to start and refunded on your first qualifying payout. You can start within 1 hour, no evaluation, no background checks, just you and the size to trade that you have been missing. So scan the QR code you see on screen. That's tradefunder.com. You can choose stocks or options. I want to thank them for sponsoring this portion of the show. I want to thank, I just saw the super chat. Now I don't see it anymore. There it is. We just hit the button at the same time. It's lagging a little bit. It's waking up eventually. Yes, maybe, no. It doesn't want. There it is. Film World. Thank you for the super chat, Film World. It's Friday. Even like the system's a little bit slow. I showed it at Apple before earnings with 2x. Should I get out or try to get 290? It's never somebody else's job to tell you what to do in your trade. I'm not short Apple. I don't swing short anything overnight.
Oh.
That being said, we can always just look at the fundamentals together. Now, when I look at the daily chart, do I see? Of course, I see room to go. Like the 200 period was the last big bounce zone when you think about trend, and that's all the way at 280. But remember, we were just talking about that 300. Yeah, on a Friday here, the 300 level. Like to me, that's the first place. I'm not saying I will automatically go long. I need a technical setup on the 3 minute that's actually going to show me an entry, but that's the first place I'll be looking. And Apple is the kind of stock that after earnings, people will try to come into the buy. So you have to ask yourself in your own circumstances, okay, well, if I don't take some profit, then what am I risking and what does that mean to me? And we have guests come on all the time that do more swing trading, like Steve Talman or Brian Shannon, Michael Noss.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure every single one of them, when they get initial fantastic pop, which is like this was double the expected earnings move, right? So in any frame of mind, you already got more than you expected.
Yeah.
And they would always say they're taking some profit out. I can't tell you what to do. I can tell you what people who have years of experience with swing trading typically do, and then let the rest ride for their target. So, that's up to you. And I want to thank you for the super chat. Obviously, congratulations.
Congratulations!
Still think we got to do that and have something that is not Bitcoins.
Yeah.
Because, I don't like the fact that when we hit a congratulations button, we're flashing a bunch of, we're flashing Bitcoins. I don't know, man. It's just, it doesn't feel right. We should have something else to confetti.
What do you want? Oh, okay. I was going to say.
Something more positive. It was all well and good when Bitcoin was on a bull. When we made it, Bitcoin was on the way up, right? And now we just kind of have the same graphic there. Congratulations.
Maybe we'll get it to flash some Vera Rubin chips or something like that. Spit those out.
I mean, it could do that. Yeah, or just, that works.
Some cyber cabs or something.
That could work.
A couple rocket chips.
Like I said, it could just be fireworks or something.
Something along those lines.
Apparently, there's another super chat too.
I've seen it. Yeah. You do your thing. I'll ramble on for a couple minutes. Of course, brother. I'll let you do your thing. Bite into your sandwich if you want to as well. FCE CUV levels to watch here: 1094 and 1443, says Tisha Perkins. Well, guess what? Nothing really matters because KC 526 is already done for the day. She's up multiple R. So congratulations to you on that one. Bovin and everyone else, and you get it, Bovin and Tisha and everyone in KC and everyone in the small cap landia. Neil and I were just watching here, $3.95. It was consolidating. I'm like, Sharif, this is honestly a textbook ABCD pattern right here, a 3-bar play. You continue in the momentum, and then you take that breath. And on this candle right here, I'm like, uh-oh, Neil, it's going to break $5. Cracks, just absolutely destroyed. As Sharif would say, they're dead. They're dead. It was gone. Whoever was there is no longer existent. And then now, sure enough, climbs up to $8 and then continues its momentum all the way to $10.22. So I wouldn't be surprised if this does continue on this path. And Tisha stating, hey, we're going to head over to $14. Man, congratulations if that is the case, and if you have been holding some. Where's Adam James? I haven't seen Adam in the chat hitting the booms or anything along those lines, so it was only a matter of time, but it does seem that there are some small cap names that are really starting to gain some momentum, and I like that. Before we send it back over to the desk, I don't have that. Got 310 Apple puts for 50 cents yesterday printing, says Dead and 4. Yeah, those are going to be looking really good. Congratulations to you for those 310s. You have that 125, or sorry, 11,000, is that correct? Or 1,125, 200 NVIDIA calls expiring Monday. Wish me luck. Okay.
Let's pull that one up.
Yeah, we can throw that one up. I mean, that's quite a bit. And we'll figure out how much those are worth right now because you have a substantial amount of size on you, and I honestly just don't know how that's going to perform. I mean, $200 isn't it's like $3 away at this point. They're $42 at what I'm looking at. I have no idea what you paid for them. I'm most definitely wishing you luck. So once again, hey man, good luck. What's wrong with Joe's screen? Someone's saying Joe's screen? Oh, anyways, aside from that, yeah, I mean, hey, $42 for those specifically. I was looking at the Apple contracts not too long ago, the 300 ones that we were just going over on the option segment. They're still valued there, so I want to see what those will look like after the open, because I wouldn't be surprised, Neil, if they're worth almost $1 at this point. A substantial drop outside of the expected move. You'll see some major increases within those underlying contracts. So, yeah.
Someone said they can't read your screens. What's wrong with this screen?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Can't read Joe's screen? Oh, okay. Oh, you're not really supposed to read what's over here. That's for me, and you guys know what you're saying. You can read the chat anyways. But yeah, this is a chart. And sorry, I was just showing up here. I didn't have it pulled up, right? So $42. Sorry, I do that sometimes. $42 for those NVDA calls, and then here's the Apple calls that we want to keep an eye out on right here. All right. So these 300 expiring today, $23. All right, guys. We'll send it back to the desk, see what they got going on.
Time to talk oil here. USO actually continuing to push higher. I mean, there's a lot of different ways you could take oil. You've got earnings from the likes of Chevron and Exxon. You've got this Board of Peace update. Apparently, this Board of Peace reaching a deal with other groups in Gaza to potentially disarm, though that's being rebuked by certain groups. Either way, though, no matter what angle you take, Sharif, USO initially looked like it was gapping down, now poised to open higher.
We're going to look at the map. So let's go to the map if we can, please. So this is Damietta. This is a port in Egypt. It's in the Nile Delta. And there was an LNG tanker parked there, flagged with the Marshall Islands, of course, United States territory, and it was hit by a drone. So this is yet another area where the war is expanding. But let's do a little bit of an analysis here, which is why I have the map up. So the Houthis are down here. This is Bab el-Mandab. This is Yemen. So they control this area here in the south, Gulf of Aden and the Red Sea. Up here, we have Damietta. Who does Iran have as a proxy in this area? I can ask and answer. It's Hezbollah, okay? They're the ones with the most proximate area directly to the Delta. So what we're seeing here is Iran basically relying on unconventional warfare tactics. You're seeing that in the Caspian Sea, where they're attacking, or they were trying to attack Ukrainian ships. You're seeing it Bab el-Mandab, where any oil coming south from the Saudi east to west pipeline possibly could be met with attacks there. And now you're seeing the ships to the north going through the Suez Canal also get exposed. So now you have a conflict on 1, 2, 3, and now possibly 4 fronts. My suspicion here, and it's entirely a suspicion, is that you're going to see an expansion of the war onto soft targets. You're going to see possibly these drones type attacks where ships are parked, vulnerable, don't really have, a lot of security, and it's going to be American assets. Now, there's never really been a conflict between Iran and Egypt, but they view Egypt as an American ally in the same way that they view Kuwait, Oman, Saudi Arabia, the Emirates, Qatar, all as sort of American allies and proxies. So this is escalating little by little, and it's expanding geographically. How this ends up going, your guess is as good as mine, but I see more upside.
Yeah, and I actually also see some upside here in USO. I'm looking for the catalyst. There was a bit of a spike here. It's not a true social post, that I can tell you confidently. If and when I see anything, I'll keep you guys posted. In the meantime, USO, guys.
Yeah, it just looks like we might get one of those like grinding higher days on USO. Going into the weekend, potential, obviously, of escalation. Seems like that's always the case. And then technically, it's just, you have a gap to be filled from 130 to about 134 here, and it's already on its way. So if it wasn't on your, watch list before, we've seen this type of day where it just slowly grinds higher in a channel, and it's like buy the dip and go, buy the dip and go. Unfortunately, for some of those small cap runners that have been really good, I feel like that's gone to the wayside, like SkyQ, kind of didn't really do anything the last couple times. Battle, of course, trades on Blue Ocean.
Oh.
Nobody cares about Blue Ocean for Battle. Well, maybe you do. I don't know. It does very low volume Blue Ocean. You want to look at big cap names in the overnight market. But look at Battle. Barcode, not moving, not going. SkyQ. And the last time we were seeing that uptrend, we were looking for one of these to start going, and these guys, none of them really did. Vivek, it was Vivek, right? VIVK, Vivacor was another small capper. No volume on any of them. So just going to point that out, that today, I think if you're going to play in energy, unless something comes out of the woodworks, maybe there will be another name out there. I think just looking at the channel hold, right? Like as long as it holds that channel, buy dips into VWAP, and then play a little bit of continuation. But I'll always keep the scanners open, because if we keep going and then I see a volume spike and an opportunity to get into one of those small cappers where, quite frankly, when they do go, they're going to move more than USO. Right? Like if USO goes from 2.5% to 5%, and one of these, you just need one of those small cappers to go, and you can see 20, 30% moves. That's why people gravitate towards them on days like this. But it didn't work last time. At best, you were scalping for really, really small amounts. But I'll just keep them on the back burner. Not going to be top of the list, because the last time it just occupied a level 2 that ended up being a waste for me.
Yeah, I mean, here's USO, guys. At one point, we were down 30% off of those highs, a little bit more, 33 to, we'll call it 34 flat. Now you've gained more than half of that back, and you were only a couple of percentage points off of that high. Now, what am I getting at here? Let's correlate what we have with the overall market and the VIX. So the VIX index, I mean, a couple of weak sessions in the overall market, hence why we've seen that 20% pop in the VIX, in the fear index. But then yesterday, as things got a little exciting and you've seen some of the names find some form of recovery, gives back the majority of that move. Now we're on the slight rise again here. Oh, I wonder who's going to be the reason for that. I think a lot of it has to do with that Apple slide here being pretty hefty, guys. You can see that we're down 7.6%, but then you have a bunch of other names like Amazon up almost 11% at this point. So I think the VIX is going to be a massive teller in which direction. VIX goes down, might find a market rally. VIX goes up, oil might go up as well too, and the market heading to the south side. But this is also what I was getting at not too long ago. SanDisk 4%, Western Digital, Seagate, DRAM, SK Hynix, I mean 5%, 4%, 3% respectively. Texas Instruments and AMAT as well too. Yeah, so I mean, by all means, listen, anything can happen on today's session. I believe we all know that. And we have a lot of options contracts expiring today as well, too, guys. So just keep that in mind. MSTR, here's the crypto space right here, not performing too bad. Listen, so that, like this, yeah, Sharif, you know when I'm about to get into something here, man. I'm obsessed about what we have going on with some of these leverage products. Why? Because we know that we're going to get single stock futures as well, too. Well, congratulations. Here's more leverage for the overall market. But here it is, 92% to the downside. This is going to have to reverse split. It will, as Joe Exotic once said, it will never financially recover from this. It's just like, it's not good, man. You have to be prepared to only use these vehicles from an intraday standpoint, all right? It's 9 o'clock sharp. It's 9:02. There's plenty of names that we're going to get to run through here. Let's send it back over to the desk and start our morning rundown.
All right, guys, 741 3/4 is where we closed out on the SPY yesterday. We're about 743 right now. So just like that, we're back into that 740 range we've been speaking about, it feels like, for a couple of weeks. Funny enough, though, we did dip down quite aggressively yesterday, but I do want to point your attention to the fact that we bounced off that very key area of wider technical resistance. We are talking about 730. We got into there yesterday. There were no closing prints on the 4-hour below 730, in the same way that there were no closing prints below 730 back on June 26th when we hit that same area there. So that's a key technical area of resistance. But I also want to point your attention to these lower highs that we are consistently putting in on the 4-hour. We're a little bit above it right now. So let's see if we can break trend. We're looking at 745 initially, Adair. If we can't get above there, we're looking back to 740 as support.
And right now we're looking at some of the potentially the most in-play names of the day. Here's our Trader TV Live watch list to help you follow around with our rundown, which is going to kick off right now at 9 a.m. Eastern. This watch list, which you can get for free using that URL or the link in the description, will give you some of the biggest names that are moving this morning, names that are expected to move, events in focus, earnings in play, everything you need and more. Check out that watch list. And we're going to start here by talking about AAPL. Apple, decent earnings report for this quarter, that they did miss on certain aspects of revenue for certain categories. But the Q4 guidance, I think, pretty concerning here for Apple.
Yeah, it's the September quarter outlook that is not good. You also had a miss on services, not by much. You also had a miss on iPad, but you had a decided beat on iPhone and a decided beat on MacBooks, hence the MacBook Neo that we've been talking about. Look out for pressure there as component costs will be an issue. Look, it was a record Q3 for Apple here, a little bit less than $110 billion in revenue, $2.02 earnings per share. That was buffered artificially, though, by tariff refunds, I should say. So they had record over 50% gross margins for the first time in the company's history, but that was materially aided by the reciprocal tariff refunds, which added, give or take, about 200 basis points here, or about, if you want to quantify an earnings per share, about 11 pennies per share of that 202. Europe, believe it or not, was the primary growth engine. We've been pounding the table this quarter and last about China's recovery. Well, Europe brought in the most money here. $5.4 billion, that's a 35% increase year over year for that continent. Not something that you would have seen on my bingo card. Up from $15.4 billion year over year revenue increase. And then on their 10Q, they officially released that risk factors here are being really kind of boosted by the escalating costs of both memory components as well as third-party AI computing infrastructure. So it's going to intensify the expected pressure of these future products' gross margins. So we'll have to see how that looks. And then this was the last earnings call for Timmy C before John Ternus takes over on the 1st of September.
Lots to digest. What's the look for you guys for AAPL?
Yeah, so for myself, I'll probably just look for that 300 level to get tested. Because I think there's a decent chance that we can see that. Whether you go out to, like I said, whether you go out to the daily chart and just look at the recent resistance there, I don't even care about that. It's literally exactly 10% down, almost to the penny. It'll be 10% down when it gets to 300. Throwing that at the Friday, it'll be a huge strike. So I think there would be some gravity to get it there, and I'm just going to look for a bottom tail, false break, and a reversion play on Apple. Just going from the higher time frame look, I think this is one where you want to give it. It's not just a 3-day rule. I think it'll be more appealing for an actual dip buy, obviously at the 200 period moving average, if it even gets there. And remember, they came into this hitting the 5 trillion mark, near 40, or actually might have been at a 40p, which is very expensive relative to the market. And then a lot of the rally had to do with its strength relative to everyone selling off memory and the hyperscalers. So until those abate, it'll be challenging for Apple to catch a bit of a bid. It was impressive that they had strong margins still. Right? You know they're going to have to continue to increase prices because that's not going anywhere either. So there's a few things that are giving it some gravity to fall a little bit further, and I won't be buying it. I won't be trying to go long unless it's some kind of a reversal trend on a dip further. Like, I'm not trying to buy higher here.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's a pretty aggressive gap down. There's two scenarios, and you can say, hey, thanks, Captain Obvious, but it's either a gap and go scenario, or and go, I mean, heading to the downside, or you start to recover, because this is recover a little bit here, because this is a pretty hefty move to the south, right? I mean, from where we closed at yesterday, 333 down to 307, I'm in Neil's camp. If we do continue this slide, then you want to look for 300 to hold, and maybe you can find a bounce from that. But it's a little bit of a mixed bag, right, within Apple. Something that I find interesting here is the firm states wafer supply constraints and cost inflation ex memory are near-term headwinds, which I do agree with, but produce price increases between the Mac and the future iPhones and the iPads, and the 2-nanometer chip can partially mitigate that in the coming quarters. So regardless of what's going on, I think it's a temporary bottleneck when it comes to the supply chain and the cost of memory. Once supply does meet up with demand, then I do believe that this name, considering what we have on the street, is everyone going after free cash flow. If you're blowing up your free cash flow, the chances are, if you're not having cloud compute grow at an insane rate, the street's going to make you pay the price for that. We've seen that through multiple names as these big boys continue to deplete the free cash flow. These guys fantastic numbers when it comes to FCF, guys. Let's send it back, talk some Amazon.
Yeah, I was gonna say, guys, looks like President Trump is speaking to Fox. Just be aware, he says the Iran war is, quote, going well. So keep an eye on more comments from him. Now you can see that headline on the screen. Let's talk, though, about AMZN, because interestingly enough, international segment revenue and AWS revenue, the exact same amount this quarter, which I thought was pretty interesting. You had stronger year-over-year growth for AWS. Revenue guidance, much like Apple, a bit of an issue going forward. But overall, not a bad report for AMZN and the market reacting in kind.
Yeah, Q2 revenue here, record. $200.6 billion versus the $196 expected, and an eye-watering $5.75 earnings per share. That was buffered though, so we'll get to that in a second. And how about AWS? Revenue accelerating 37% year over year on the quarter. Very aggressive numbers. But let's talk about that Anthropic tie-up, because they printed quite nicely here. So the headline net income of $62.6 billion, or about $5.75 a share. Well, that was heavily distorted by a $53.4 billion pre-tax non-operating gain. That's a mark to market, of course. It's based on the current valuation. It could be different tomorrow or the day after. But free cash flow, Joey highlighted this with Apple. It's a pressing issue for all the Mag 7. Despite the record quarterly operating income of $27.5 billion, the trailing 12-month free cash flow is negative for the first time in like almost 20 years. $18.2 billion was what they had last year. Now they're negative $7.6 billion. Management had to raise their full-year CapEx for 26. They're looking at $220 billion now in full-year CapEx. It's entirely AI data center driven. AWS as well has an eye-watering RPO or backlog, whatever you want to call it. It jumped by $130 billion, now up to almost $500 billion in unmet demand because they don't have enough supply. And even the supply that's coming in 27 and the supply in 28, it's already accounted for. They've already booked it out to other people, so they don't even have anything for the next 2.5 years. And then we talked a lot about their custom chips as well as Gen AI. Inferentia, Trainium 2 now. They're both running independently, bringing in about $25 billion a pop each. So that's a very good look there. Very diversified there.
Yeah, really good look there for AMZN, the stock and the company. I also want to mention more comments from President Trump. Nothing new here during this Fox interview. Quote, the U.S. is hitting Iran hard. We just keep winning. At 11 a.m., President Trump will be holding his cabinet meeting. Stay tuned. We'll cover that for you guys.
The Alphabet, the Microsoft, and the Amazon quarters are exactly why Mark Zuckerberg is like that dude walking across the street with his lady in hand, and he does one of these.
Yeah.
A word? Oh, it could be like that. Oh, I got to get on this data center game train.
Yeah.
I got to get that too. So it's a little bit jealousy.
Shout out Lauren Sanchez. You seen that? Have you seen that that meme where he actually does that? That's crazy. Yeah.
No, so Meta, they have excess capacity. They want to get a data center too, so they can see these types of returns. Because there's obviously a lot of money to be made, and this is not about Meta, but yeah, look at the chart. There is about Meta too. So for Amazon, look, I understand like negative cash flow, not a good thing, but the market's going to say if you've got the growth and it's continuing to expand, then that's the way that you're going to be able to justify it, right? So as long as that is going to continue to be there, then you're going to continue to see the bounces. They also, of course, Amazon has a moat as well. They are along the lines of Alphabet, right? There's a lot of other levers they can pull, but this 11% isn't about retail. It ain't about Amazon. It's about AWS, and it's like literally nothing else. Crazy. Amazon. What's crazy about this company is really if you were to simply compare their valuation to the other cloud companies, it's almost like you get the retail business for free with Amazon. Now the thing that's a bit frustrating, see when you sit down, look what it was doing. This was setting up almost perfectly for that thing that I was looking for in Microsoft yesterday, which obviously Microsoft didn't do because it just blew out the top, which was trend down, fill in the gap, and then go. Obviously, if we go back to Microsoft yesterday, that spectacularly didn't happen, right? Like Microsoft was more trending up, and then when it looked like it was going to break lower and fill in the gap, I like the halfway at 415. I wasn't thinking it would fill the entirety of the gap, and it just was a complete rocket rocket ship, breakout. It was ridiculous. Amazon, I think being at a Friday, better chance to try to fill in this gap to the overnight highs. Like the initial bounce and the aftermarket was the 256 half, and then there was a rejection of the 257 level. I think that's the spot to look at for myself there in Amazon. And on the daily, it's sort of broken out. Whoops, that's an old trend line. Just get rid of that because I don't need that. You've broken out this little head and shoulders pattern, which also lines up with that 257. So it's also like a prior high here on the daily to give some confluence to that dip.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's funny. I like that you brought that up, Neil, because we have to take into consideration this is an e-commerce giant. This is an e-commerce giant. But it's like, okay, let's kick that to the curb, even though it's driving revenue, even though we know within the growth, I'm not going to discredit that whatsoever, 37% within AWS cloud growth year over year, insane stuff. But it's just like, all right, what are we focusing on? And Sharif made a fantastic point. Their custom chips are already starting to turn, to bring in revenue to the tune of $23 billion. It's insane. We talk about Google being that tech ETF. Well, Amazon, quarter after quarter, is doing exactly that. Don't forget, we have Zooks in Austin and in Miami coming up as well, right? So you have hey, Sharif, man, the AV game. Then you have the e-commerce side of things. You have the digital ad revenue within Amazon Prime and other features as well too. And then you get into the cloud and all these custom chips, and it's like, holy cow! Like this is something. I think this name has really big potential to start to climb the ranks when it comes to market capitalization, especially at these clip rates. And the CEO stating that he wants to start his own AI tools as well too. Never mind the investment in Anthropic. We're going to start our own, and next thing you know, this company is going to be valued at $3-4 trillion probably in the next coming years. I wouldn't be surprised by that whatsoever.
I'd be surprised if Roblox had that kind of evaluation though.
Yeah.
I'm not going on a limb. That's an easy
To
one.
steal a pun from Sean yesterday, it is decidedly game over for Roblox. Looks like it might be trying to base out here, but you know, the company, we had a little bit of a decline here when it came to gross bookings growth. You had revenue that did grow, but the guidance a little bit tepid here going forward for Q3, Sharif.
Yeah, you know what? It's a mixed bag here, Dara. It feels like it could be a short-term headwind, but maybe there's more to it. So they missed key operating estimates. Bookings only grew by 8%. That missed, of course, and their daily active users, their DAU, actually dropped from late 25. The company has an explanation for that. They're saying, look, the shortfall here is a structural engagement shift away from the higher monetizing games that peaked in 2025. They're saying now their users are playing more of these evergreen games. We'll see if that continues into 27, but that could be a bit of a pause, because if they get new games on there like that, what's it called? What is that called, Neil? Brain rot. That could move the needle again. Neil knows exactly what I'm talking about with brain rot there. Core U.S. stagnation, though. This was a tale of many different stories. So the U.S. and Canada only grew up 1%, very stagnant there. But when you look over to the international users, they grew about 15% in APAC, and then the rest of the world also grew 15%. The problem is the average revenue per user for international markets decidedly lower than in North America. So it didn't balance out. That's a problem. Free cash flow surge, though. We keep making fun of all these Mag 7 companies with negative free cash flow. Well, these bad boys over here, they have about $318 million in operating cash flow, $294 in free cash flow. Obviously, these are not hyperscalers, so they're not in the billions, but they're, right now they've got money and healthy. And interesting here is the growth of the 18 to 34 demographic. That grew 42% year over year, and their daily active users in that category also increased 37%. Why does that matter? Because that category of individuals has money, whereas the younger users have to rely more on their parents. That could be a good headwind, or tailwind, pardon me.
Yeah, with Roblox too, as I mentioned, they are actually guiding a gross bookings decline. So this is their gross bookings over the last 8 quarters plus what they're expecting to do in Q3. As you guys can see, gross bookings, important metric for Roblox, has really stagnated recently, and they're expecting that stagnation to continue with, again, that year-over-year decline. Are you guys looking to play Roblox today?
No, we're not playing any games here when it comes to Roblox. But just to add to Sharif's point, The 13-year-olds don't have any money. The company reported decelerating monetization by the under 13 cohort. They're not doing anything. Like, congratulations, you can go get a paper route maybe or something, a little cash on the side. But in reality, you have no credit cards, right? And again, you have that transition of the individuals. Don't forget, you don't stay the same age forever, unfortunately, as that demographic that was playing the game initially gets older and they sway away to something that they find is more or less going to fit their needs when it comes to GTA or Call of Duty. It's like Roblox is fun, and I understand it. It's infrastructure, but people grow out of things, and that's exactly what this company is seeing. Did we pull up my chart here, Assassino? Down substantially. Outperform rating, $40 price target. That's down from $65. Wedbush really not liking what's going on, and then the fact that they're lowering Q3 guidance, disappointing, and leaving very, very low visibility in where this company is actually, the trajectory of this company in the future and of this game. It's unfortunate because when we're talking about this space specifically, I remember in my earlier 20s, it was Fortnite, and it's funny, my friends and I were reminiscing about it. It was Fortnite. We would play that thing until 3 or 4 in the morning until one day you're not, and that's unfortunately the case here, I believe, that we have going on with Roblox. That new shiny toy, Neil, and all the kids that are getting older are going to flock to that, and it's what I was saying about earlier. It's going to be Grand Theft Auto 6.
Yeah, well, I know you said, everyone's always getting older. No one stays the same age. Speak for yourself.
Speak for yourself. Yeah.
I've been 25.
What is where's the Tinkerbell from? What's that? Neverland. Neverland.
Yeah.
There you go. You don't grow in Neverland.
I'm still a kid, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, same, man.
I wish that was true. It's not true. But we're going to get a little bit older before we like Roblox again. And I'm just going to throw up the weekly chart. At this point, wait for like 25, at least underneath the $30 level. So there's 30 on the weekly. And a triple bottom going back to like 2022 to 2024 at $25. It's not quite close. It's one day of the flat bottom break. It's down 22%. Those ones are tricky for continuation. Because if it wasn't for the fact Apple could be an SSR play today, and Reddit, which I guess we're talking Reddit next, so you'll see that one double digits to the downside. It's always tricky looking for a continuation short anywhere than on trend at VWAP. But when it's at $30, that's a spicy level. 25 is a bigger one. Don't try to catch it. It's a falling knife at this point with Roblox. And I can say all I want, which is true, that my 9-year-old and her friends still love Roblox, but that doesn't matter. It's great. Like, they do spend parents' money, but unfortunately, they're just
Robux.
Yeah, they're just not getting over the hump. And go ahead.
If we can do this, Assassino, if you have. Yeah, Neil. So do you allot them like a certain amount of money to use per month, per week? Like, how do you parent this into, like, what's the structure here?
Yeah, no, I don't know what anyone else does, but yes, it'll be like, this is the amount that you have. And if you want, like, she's allowed to use her own money if she wants. And then I'll be like, look, if you want more, then you can use your own money. She gets money on birthdays and whatever, all that kind of stuff. And I have like, my godmother's like, is always sending her money. Like, a card will come. It's like, it's not her birthday because it's my godmother. And we'll send errands and stuff all the time. But if she wants to use her own money, it's fine. Give it to me, and then you can have some more Robux. But I don't know I really don't know what other parents do.
Is that where the majority of her funds are going? Is to Robux?
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
Cool, yeah.
No. She actually, my daughter saves almost everything that she gets.
Okay, yeah, that's good.
She very rarely spends it. And when most of the time when she's like, we'll go when we're in Europe, when we're in London, like, we'll go into a store and she'll actually ask first, can I buy this with my money?
Oh, really?
Yeah. And it's not that, like, and we've told her, it's like, look, you get to make your own decisions, and then we'll say, hey, well, you know what, this thing that you're buying, we could buy basically the same thing back home and like for a fraction of the price. But like, that's not a good purchase. But there's other times where it's like, hey, this is a chocolate that you're not getting here, so we'll go ahead. It makes sense. But yeah, I think it makes sense.
You can get it cheaper at Dollarama.
Exactly, like that kind of thing. But she does ask for the advice, but her money's her money. She's 9 years old. She can learn to make her own decisions. I think that's important. The other thing that I think is important is to figure out what did Reddit do wrong.
Oh.
Sharif, Adara,
Talk to us.
what did they do wrong here? It's getting smoked.
I actually do have a theory, Neil, and it's pretty mild. I only realized it while I was updating my infographics, guys. Exit TTV research, there are way too many infographics coming on earnings. But I bring this up because Reddit actually did post a slight slowdown in ad revenue growth. It's still up significantly, but growing by about 64% versus more than 70% over the last couple quarters. Regardless, though, as Neil implied, top and bottom line beat. Q3 sales guidance strong. They do have some concerns, though, still, Sharif, as we've been discussing with this Google search engine.
It's Google related, Adara. This is the problem, right? It's the AI overviews that are really hurting the organic results that Reddit populates in the Google search results. And that's the problem. So if you are getting the answer in the AI overviews, which are very effective, I've been finding myself using them a lot more, to be quite honest with you, you're unlikely to click on the link itself. And if you don't click that link, they don't get paid vis-a-vis advertisers. It's really that simple. So, they've threatened possibly removing themselves from AI overviews. The problem with Google is they don't allow you to remove yourself just exclusively from AI overviews. You have to remove it from the entire index, and then that hurts them, both ways. So this is a problem I don't really see them navigating unless they get a receptive audience with Google management. Let's see how they manage this, Adara.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see how they manage it. I was going to try to pull up the yen here, but just keep an eye on the USD JPY relationship. Reuters reporting that the U.S. Treasury has informed select banks that it may intervene in the yen market on Friday. So keep an eye. We know yesterday there were some reports of suspected yen intervention that could still be in play, but definitely in play potentially is RDDT. How are you guys looking at this stock?
Yeah, so this one down 15 points. And kind of tongue-in-cheek, we did know that this is about them and Google and the breakup and the problems that's going to be causing, because everything else looked pretty good. Now, unlike Roblox, I think there's a better case for the long and the relief rally. It was at least upward trending going into this, although losing some major moving averages. A 150 is a support area. More appealing would be the 140 on Reddit, but as an SSR play, I was showing Joe, like the clean trend line down absolutely sets this up for a reversal play here off of the open. If it doesn't break the low, so right now with only 3 minutes to go, this looks like it's going to be the low here of 148.75. So if it cannot close underneath that low bar, I want to look trend reversion to VWAP and pre-market highs for Reddit here. So that's going to be relatively simple. Just before we go back over to Joe, it is 9:25, so we're just going to throw the imbalances up there so you guys can see it live. Nothing crazy. Amazon sells 600,000. We've got iBit, 400,000 sell. I like that for a short. That's relatively weak. BE, 275,000 to the buy side. So those are the ones that stand out. Ooh, CYCU, that small capper, very small buy and balance. I mean, $200,000 for that small capper.
Go here, man. That's nice, wherever this is.
That's some cool stuff.
Yeah, there's some real cool stuff there. Looking at our screensaver, because you know how it changes all the time. But anyways, in all seriousness, guys, hey, let's give credit where credit is due. We've seen the majority of the IPOs over the past couple of years tank. Well, look where we're sitting here within Reddit. I understand it's not looking too pretty in a potential head and shoulder pattern because we're sitting around 206. But if we go across the board and look at the numbers, they're actually pretty good. All right. So, I mean, posted earnings of $1.25 a share. I know we've gone all over this already. That's up from 45%. Revenue surged 61% to $805 million, surpassing the estimates. But we also have the revenue per user up 36% from the previous year as well. So I think those are some pretty good things. But if you really disengage from the Google ecosystem, you're going to put yourself in a little bit of trouble. And I think that's the issue that Reddit's got going on right now. Other than that, what we see, digital ad revenue on the climb as well within this name. So hey, as long as they remain on the path that they're on, and you diverge from Google, then I don't know, there might be some more downside in this name.
One more to go. We got 2 minutes to the open. It's the last one. Of course, it's Friday, options expiration. Coinbase and MicroStrategy. MicroStrategy never moves much on earnings.
Yeah, Coinbase certainly did, though, here, and they also unfortunately reported a lot of losses across their revenue segments. Only a couple year-over-year gains here. Rough look for COIN.
Yeah, 2026 earnings miss 1.2 billion, 1.35 billion expected. That's a big miss there. Net loss almost $360 million. Let's talk about this. Bitcoin spot trading. Can you believe this? It used to account for 50% of the revenue. It collapsed to 12%. We know why. Bitcoin's not going up. People aren't trading. It's really that simple. USDC, though, reached 30%. Listen to this. Subscription and services revenue, almost $560 million. That now accounts for about 48% of net revenue, heavily bolstered by an all-time high $20 billion in average USDC held in Coinbase products. That represents about 30% of all the USDC in circulation held on Coinbase's platform. I wonder if they leverage that. May layoffs saved about $600 million for the company. Sadly, we would never want to champion this. Over 4,300 people lost their jobs. In May, that was a 14% workforce reduction, and that helped them lower their CapEx spending to about 4.2 to 4.45 billion for full year 26. It's about $600 million less than they were looking to spend. Last but not least, today are prediction markets. We've been talking a lot about this. It's really moving the needle for a lot of these companies. Over $100 million in annualized revenue, 106% surge year over year on that record.
Good luck at the bell, everybody. We'll send you back to the guys.
Very much the opening bell for the last time this week. It's Friday. I actually think IBIT and Bitcoin are going to be weak today. They're already down 1.6%. I know it's a 24-hour market, but IBIT gapping down. I want to be looking initial fade there. Shreve goes down.
It's like, okay, so with Coinbase, I believe it's 50% of its revenue coming from Bitcoin trading. Oh, yeah, well, guess what? Yeah, let's liquidate everyone. So here we go. You have a mass liquidation event in early October. It happens again in January. Next thing you know, you don't have any participants to actually trade the underlying because no one has no money because it was taken, because you're trading these crazy and insane leverage products. It's going to be an ongoing problem here, guys, and I think that's going to be the narrative for quite some time. Enough about this Bitcoin talk. It's time for us to look at the overall market. There goes the Nasdaq once again, guys. Hey, I mentioned this. I did believe that we were going to continue to move a little bit higher. Can we get much higher? I don't know. So there we go. Exactly. $550 on Meta. We're starting to see that recovery. I have METU up on my side chart. Apple to the downside, Neil. So far, it seems like it's going to be a gap and go scenario, with us looking for that $300 marker to find some form of a base for this underlying asset. Let's see if this name can find a recovery. But so far, not too bad. A mixed bag when it comes to NVDA. We popped up to almost $199. Things aren't looking too bad here, but that 300 marker incoming on AAPL.
Yeah, well, 300 incoming on AAPL as the market goes higher, but the market continues to go up. And we said Bitcoin was already going down. It just tagged pre-market. The first thing it did was almost like immediately failed the volume-weighted average price, so jumped into the short. It was like the first thing that we liked to the south side. Gonna look for it to close a bit of the gap. Just want to show some targets in here. Go 2 days ago, 35.85. We're at 63.5, so it'll be about 63 and a quarter or so on IBIT. So the first trade is to the south side. Oh, Amazon just dipped, but not to where you thought. Well, maybe you did think it.
Maybe.
But it dipped into VWAP and now challenging the highs. I just said that fill in the gap kind of dip idea, maybe not going to be there again, just like Microsoft. But it hasn't broken out yet. Hasn't broken the highs. There's still the chance that it can give you a dip a little bit deeper. Amazon, 13% to the upside. Monster day for them. And any guesses what Roblox did at the open?
Tank.
Bounce.
Oh.
Roblox actually breaking out, believe it or not.
Holy
so
cow.
What is dead may not die. We should have, just a note, DRAM still going. I know in my note I said I was looking for a dip into prior high and go.
Yeah.
If we're going to have another one of these days, read that opening 5 minutes and then try to judge from there if I can get myself an entry off VWAP. But I want to see it at least show me the opening range to get an entry on that buy. So for now, it's really just IBIT. Market's at the highs. Go figure, it's at the lows. Bitcoin stinks.
Dude, Neil, we were talking about this morning. Let's keep an eye on. Here's this specific Apple July expiring today put contract. Okay, well, guess what? If you happen to be a buyer of this put contract, congratulations, 759% right out of the open. So if you're getting involved with this name, You can see the volume and the liquidity. So a substantial return there when it comes to AAPL. Excuse me, guys, a big time move and continuing to slide. $300 incoming, Neil. It's only a matter of time, I believe. We're $1.27 away from that marker. And this put contract is continuing to climb higher and higher. This is real time, ladies and gentlemen. This specific move is absolutely insane within this. And I mean, it's the beauty of options. Things are a lot more difficult and easier said than done. But I was mentioning from the fact of this morning, watch out for this level. And it did give you a time frame to get involved. Neil, if you were to happen to do a marketable limit, so get involved on that put contract right out of the open, well, you're at 110% already. So it's climbing 237. Continuing its bleed, listen.
But it's at the 300 mark.
It's at the $300 mark, yeah, and we're going to see this move. The Nasdaq is actually at the high of the day, most likely being led by NVDA and the meta recovery we got as well, too.
Yeah, it fits the theme, right? Like when you have chips going higher, when you've got hyperscalers going higher, it's all about the fact that they're the AI play, and Apple's sort of the antithesis of that. And Apple trying to bounce right off that just
Holy cow.
over 300, it looks like. Got to 55 before getting a little bit of a bounce here on Apple. I'm just looking up to make sure we're keeping an eye on Amazon and DRAM, which is still flying, although trying to do a bit of a pullback. Amazon's still looking pretty strong. So here's 300. Show me that bottom tail candle. Come on, hold over 3. It's holding 302 right now, so looking pretty good. I will take a reload on iBit, but right now I want to see I want to be focused on Apple here at that $300 level.
Yeah.
Might have missed the chance to just sit in front of 300 because I'm not going to chase it all the way to 02. So all right, I'm going to have to let that one calm down a little bit here. The aforementioned Amazon bursting through the highs as we speak. I'm gonna look at DRAM for you guys. I know you could be showing SK Hynix or Micron or SanDisk, but for myself, I just like trading this in particular, and instead of trying to go with the individual name. Obviously, Samsung as well, but we can't trade Samsung, so you get all in one here with DRAM. It broke the high. Now it's just a matter of closing this candle, showing me that you can hold the opening range. I don't want to be in the rejection candle if it gets back under this 54.8. I feel like that's a little bit of a trap. What else is right? I'm seeing a lot of Oracle in the chart here. Oh, position board's not working.
I'm not in anything. Are you in anything?
Yes, I am. I just looked over now. The position board is incorrect. I am still in iBit. So maybe we'll get that restarted, Andre, if we could. Because, that's going to be Blue Ocean. I'm still in the short, actually trying to reload iBit here. So short under VWAP on iBit. It's the only position I have on, but we'll get that restarted so it's working.
Yeah. Again, here, holy smokes. When you beat your expected move, we were looking at this contract once again this morning, guys. This is real life options contracting right here. So keep your eyes on it. This is real time, real data. Now, $2.28. You climb all the way to 922. So Ozan, 300%. He told we have to refer to Ozan from now on. He told me this morning as Mr. Rich. So I know, Adara. So we can't listen. Ozan, we have to ask his permission to speak to him. So Mr. Rich himself, congratulations, and I'm happy for you. All right, we got a couple super chats here, Neil. I'm still waiting for this pullback. We're experiencing one right now in Meta, ladies and gentlemen. We have the options data up here as well too, so we can take a look at any live contracts if you want to. I'm waiting for this, but a couple of super chats. Sold my 1,125 NVDA $200 calls, massive 100K in profit in 1 day, says Jacka.
Damn.
Man, I wish I had my my stream deck here. Otherwise, I'd hit a couple bangs or something along those lines for you. So congratulations to you. And you know what I say, don't spend it all in one place, all right?
Or do.
Oh.
What's wrong with that?
Okay.
Maybe you like
what spot you gonna? If one place, where you going to spend your 100K?
Your savings account or your?
But that's not spending. That doesn't count, man. That's saving it. That's crazy. You walk up into a car dealership, that'll go pretty quick. So
I'll tell you how you want to spend that all in one place.
How? Eating. Oh, you just go and but where are you gonna go have a $100,000 dinner? I'm sure you can find that. Maybe Salt Bay or something can find that. We got another $2 super chat. Please take a look at Stack. Is this one of these small cap gappers moving again today. So Stack, I mean, from a volume standpoint, guys, not looking too good, right?
Flying.
Is Alphabet flying? The Nasdaq's actually pulling back as we head a little bit lower here on AAPL. And same thing, we're pulling off of that $200 marker in NVDA. I have to focus on this meta trade just in case we get any form of continuation to the northeast, and that's exactly what I'm looking for. But before we do, Stack, sorry for jumping on. Stack, for me personally, look at this volatility. You have to be prepared to sit in this.
That's not even right.
Yeah, so I mean, be cautious. Very liquid this morning, okay? Now I got to get to a lower time frame. One thing that I do want to keep an eye out on here, ladies and gentlemen, is the options chain via NVDA to see what we have from a concentration standpoint at that $200 marker, okay? So let's pull that up right now and see what we got. 65,000 contracts. There's clearly a supply zone right here, and we ran into a level of approximately $200.09. So keep an eye out on that.
Just an update. The position board, it's back up and running, but it is incorrect. It's now showing like the last fills. So because the last thing I did was cover a short with a buy, it's indicating that I am long. I am not. I am actually short in IBIT, but my last cover is indicating the long. So we'll probably have to restart it again. I don't know if they're listening. We'll get that one figured out for you. Big reversals happening all across the board here. Tesla back into the downside here. Amazon's still looking pretty good, and so is Google, but I just went over. Remember, we were waiting for an actual confirmation candle that could hold in DRAM? It did not. Instead, you get a hefty reversal candle there. This is why I did not want to just immediately jump in and chase the long, because if there's room for the gap fill, now it just set up a VWAP short. So I'm not looking in the other direction. Read that first couple of minutes in there and be able to take action. The other place on proxy, if I can get it, here is going to be SMCI. Just came through VWAP and just did a false break of the high, of the pre-market highs in there, and now underneath the volume-weighted average price as well. So which one of these two am I going to be able to get in first to add to IBIT, which I am not long, I am short. Is the market coming right back in here? And Apple, by the way, just before we throw back, Apple has retested the $300 level, still hasn't broken 300 here on Apple. So it looks like it has a better chance of testing the even dollar here. With the market pulling back in, it wouldn't surprise me if it did a false break first, like not bounce off it like it did the first time. Like maybe a false break of 300 and then it contributes.
All right, yeah.
How's it working? Well, that's at least right.
Well, your short DRAM there.
Yeah, it's just the
SMCI.
It's just the IBIT that's wrong.
Yeah, I guess it was your last transaction they probably hit you with,
that's
right? So yeah, so you taking a little bit of profit off the table there. We like this on this Friday morning, guys. I mean, what are we at? 9:41, so we're 11 minutes after the open. No positions for myself just yet. Again, we're going to be patient and wait for that high quality opportunity in that setup. Now, we bounced off the 200 NVDA. We talked about that. We are now south of the volume-weighted average price here on Meta and the Nasdaq itself. So let's keep an eye out on that. But we have Amazon hovering above VWAP now. I was saying to Neil, apes strong together, right? So let's take a look at how some of these memory names are doing, Neil, on the day, sliding. See, as these guys move in tandem, you can see that the market, they're just so heavily weighted together that they do have the ability to drag the market down with it. So Micron selling, Dell. I mean, how is SK Hynix? What an absolute disaster from this ADR release. That thing was cut in 35%. And man, I just don't like seeing that type of stuff, to be honest with you.
SK Hynix is bleeding right now.
Yeah.
But it's almost filled in. It's almost filled in this gap here. If we can come to my charts for a second. See that gap here on SK Hynix? 152 was the prior high.
Oh,
look at that trend reversal. It's absolutely nasty, and now the market's starting to tank.
Yeah, look at SK
not
Go.
Filled on the bid.
Look at SK Go.
Just a quick update. I want the gap fill on almost all of these. So I want the gap fill into here on SMCI, on DRAM. I was trying to add to it and wasn't able to here, just under that 54. So we didn't get all in. But the gap fills to 52.5 on that bad boy. And then IBIT, I am short IBIT, not long IBIT. And that one, I mean, obviously IBIT doesn't have the same kind of volatility or the same kind of levels, but I am looking for the gap fill on the two chip-related names. Also, just for everyone watching right now, as the market is coming back in, only now are you getting in and pulling back to VWAP on Amazon. I think the concern would be Amazon breaking this upward trend from about 830. These guys led the way on earnings. Like, they're supposed to be this is the savior. This is the Dundada today. So if this loses VWAP, it's a little bit more oomph. So as I said, DRAM, gap fill, it's there now. Stick to rules. Gonna get out of this. I'm gonna hold. IBIT to me is an all-day short. DRAM is play to the low, look for a bounce. Next available bounce into VWAP, we're gonna short that as well. So same thing with SMCI. The short's coming in, but, and I'm gonna give you a big but, the NQ has not broken support. So yes, initial shorts have worked. It's only 945. You see me, I'm always like take a profit and look for the next trade kind of person. But if we're not breaking through these lows on the NQ, I'll zoom in so you can see better. There's still a chance that we could bounce, either grab more shorts or wait for us to break down and then add even lower. So there's lots of ways to be able to play this for continuation. I got to respect the fact that while DRAM fell all over itself, SMCI doesn't seem to want to fill in this gap all the way to the bottom. Just going to leave the bid, see if we get a fill, throw it up to Adair.
We do have Chicago PMI, guys, coming through at 9:45 a.m. One of the more closely watched prints we're going to get today in just 8 seconds. Forecast for Chicago PMI, 56. Prior, 56.7. So expecting a slight decline for the month of July. We're going to get that at any moment now. That Chicago PMI print, just waiting for this to populate at 10 a.m. Of course, you also get the University of Michigan consumer sentiment, 57.6. For Chicago PMI, above estimates of 56, above the prior print of 56.7. Market not really pausing its descent that we've had over this last 10 minutes or so. If I get any more details, I'll keep you posted. But it is also worth noting, apparently the 30-year and 10-year yields are at highs right now for the U.S. Back to you.
Good for the market either, Derek. Yields up, market down. So listen, this is where I was thinking about going on a long with the Nasdaq. We took an attempt on it, and it was just really quick, right? We used the lows as our base to get out, and once it cracked, we just got absolutely out of dodge here and headed over to somewhere else. Now, I got my eyes on Meta for a recovery, but with the path that we're on in some of these memory names, it's not looking pretty for the overall market at this given second, ladies and gentlemen. So, yeah, let's be patient and wait for some more opportunity. I mean, we were up mid-single digits, and a lot of these moves have been erased. Here's SanDisk, Neo.
That's not even right.
Oh, yeah, the position?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's actually worse now.
46% to the downside off of those highs. Just be cautious of all of this stuff here as the market just put in a new low. We're still hovering around some of the, we're just hovering below the volume weighted average price in Meta. So I don't know if this is any form of, or sign of strength. But again, once you have these memory and these storage names moving in tandem to the south side, it's going to make it a lot more difficult for this market to find any form of a recovery.
No, it's looking pretty nasty. So position board, we'll try to get it updated. But like I actually just got out of the IBIT short, so it just pulled into this gap. So Wednesday's lows just got tagged, so we're out of that one. SMCI, that's correct. I'm still in SMCI because got that top. You know what? No, I want to hold this one and look for a place to add because I feel like what am I looking at there? No. 27.65 is the ultimate bottom, so I should be looking to add in this candle if I can. So if I can get something in the 50s, like 45 to 50s, I want to add to SMCI because that's a big topping tail. I think we should be heading down into $27.50. Now the Nasdaq's underneath that support line. That makes all the sense in the world to me. Chain reaction, I see your super chat, but I think things have been like a little bit delayed, so I'm just going to drop it up here instead of trying to put it on the screen. Yeah. Just letting you know, RKLB is... Okay, it's still a POS stock.
It's fair.
That's fair enough. Thanks for letting us know. I suppose it saves me from having to call it up. I'm guessing it's going down right now. Let's go to Adair.
Keep an eye on Figma here, guys. No news on this, but I'm nothing if not sentimental, so I want to wish Figma a happy birthday. It went public this day last year, Thursday, July 31st, 2025, and as of right now, actually green today, though, of course, well below both its IPO price of $33, its opening price of $85, and its high of the day on its birthday just below 125. So FIG and Focus, this is not a move that a lot of the market is doing, and I looked at other software names like Adobe. They're not doing this either, so interesting look for Figma. Back to you.
Speaking of IPOs, Jersey Mike's is going higher even with the market going lower. So if you're looking for some relative strength, in Jersey Mike's, you shall find it here. Up 3.5%. Successful-ish IPO if you took the opening trade, but it ended up, the issue price was 23 and it ended up opening at 21. So it actually ended up down. That 23 will be a big level if you happen to be watching it. But there's a serious bleed continuing here. Maybe not that, like the Nasdaq still 0.3 to the upside. Look at Micron. So much for this, so much for them actually holding some of this gap in the prior bars. They're doing none of that whatsoever. So Micron's dumping. Now, we didn't really spend too much time on NVIDIA with memory and Apple and Amazon being in focus, but that tagged 200 on a dime. 09 is the literal high, and now coming back in pretty heavily. I feel like I should have.
Oh, Sandisk went negative.
Why did I cover IBIT?
Wow.
Covered IBIT to hold on to SMCI and add there, and I didn't get the add on SMCI as that one continues to fall even further. So, yeah, the shorts are in, man.
Wow.
It's one of those. The market might not be red yet, but at this rate, it's just a matter of time. The ES just got to flat. Market is falling.
All right, yo, we got a massive super chat here. This is insane. I don't know.
Pug Life, get it.
I know, Pug Life. What's going on? Made 8. No. Never mind the luck, right? This is when preparation meets opportunity. So you were prepared. Made a lucky Apple ER play. 315 puts up. 315 puts up 1,500% this morning at $100, sold at $1,500 or $15 there, and 332 put bought at $630 and sold at $32.50 for just over 500% wins. I take these as blessing as these plays don't come too often. Spreading the karma. Yeah, much appreciated, brother. I mean, you're an absolute beauty, and congratulations to you, truly, for putting up those types of numbers, man. You and I both know it is not easy doing that. We're going to take one more attempt here on the Nasdaq, a little bit more size than the first one. I like the buying pressure that we've seen. We have to be prepared to get out early, but Pug Life, we're not going to allow this to go unrecognized, all right? $100, thank you very much. Neil, do I have to say it again? Don't spend it all in one place, guys. Make sure you put a little bit away for the rainy day. Obviously,
I was joking when I said
yeah. Obviously, we know that you're joking. Don't go to the car dealership or spend it on junk food or anything along those lines. Just be smart, just so you can back and return us with another day. As he's eating a cookie, you sly dog, you. All right, guys. Dead 4N. Absolutely printed on my Apple 310, put 1,600% gain. This is what we were talking about this morning, ladies and gentlemen. The returns on the moves outside of the implied move are absolutely crazy and phenomenal. That's when you hit those 4-digit, 3-digit returns. Congratulations to everyone here in the chat. Adam James abroad. Listen, brother, I don't want to hear the boom. It's already 9:51. Casey, Bovin, and everyone else in the Tisha Perkins have been here since 8 a.m. sharp hitting the boom. You're late to the dance. No, I'm obviously being sarcastic, but thank you once again, brother. Boom, FCUV. You want the tap? You shall receive the tap, as this trade here in the TQs is really starting to work out for us here, Neil. FCUV, let's pull that bad boy up. We're going to look to take a little bit profit here momentarily. I was talking about we had more size than the initial one. We have to be cautious just in case this is a temporary bounce and we curl back over.
Well, I think you got the long at the exact right spot. I'm out. We took out the last of the shorts was SMCI. That just closed the gap. Going to hunt for the next trade. I still feel like we're looking at an overall false break here, lower highs. Can I pull this over? See, I want to center that. No, it's not letting me. So pull back. Going to look for maybe something into the volume weighted average price to continue that trade. IBIT, this was the one that I'm not happy with because I kind of looked at this area from Wednesday and said, okay, if it bounces there, we'll get out and then just jump back on the offer. And now you're continuing to go down. So as one bounces, probably the right call to get out. The other one, absolutely not. Amazon, sorry, everybody. If you were thinking that you can keep these guys down, apparently not. Amazon's still going in through the highs. So I thought this capitulating would take us lower. Everything went lower. Amazon didn't capitulate. Amazon bounced, maybe tricking me by using it as some kind of a weird indicator for the sentiment this morning, and then got me out of the shorts there, which I think might have been a bit of a mistake. So Amazon's still looking relatively strong. Apple, because I was engaged elsewhere, I'll just slap the fail on this one. Because Apple did bounce off the 300. But you're looking at multiple things at the open. You're usually going to do one or two at a time. Can't really take that Apple off 300 if you're shorting those other names. So if anyone got the Apple 300, it did bounce through VWAP and is rejecting the pre-market low, and here and now resuming potentially the downtrend. Let's see if it can hold. If it holds VWAP, there can be continuation. But that 300 level, that's exactly where it's meeting that 10% down marker. Plus, it's Friday, big psychological level, obviously big strike price as well for AAPL. The last one that is on the radar, have not made a trade on. Of course, Reddit did the bottoming tail candle right away. Was already in position again, but it's given you the VWAP retracement and stalled at 150. Now this almost turns into a short form.
Yeah, we can't.
On
I
Reddit
can't do
VWAP.
anything. I gotta hop out of this here as we crack through the low of the day. We won't be able. Yeah, it's really weak, man. I think it's really revolving around the storage names. I mean, I don't want to continuously try to lead horse to water, or however the saying, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. But that's the narrative of what we got going on with the market heading lower. It's really difficult to find a sustained long, especially when these guys are bleeding so rapidly.
I say my thoughts on when the market decides it wants to be like a heavy sell day.
Yeah.
It's if you're looking for longs, if you're not looking at reverse ETFs, go find a small capper.
No, it's true.
I think that's
man.
a lot of times you're able to find counter trend a lot easier in stocks that do not care what the broad market is doing.
Yeah.
And on that note, FCUV is up 723%, and now it's $16.
17.
And I raised my voice a little bit because you guys don't know this, but I know this. I wasn't aware of this story, and it was picking up volume. I didn't even have it up, and then I hear in my left ear, it's a long through $5. By the time I even called the name up, it was already at 7. And if you know who's in my left ear, it was Joe.
Man, that's
Punch
crazy.
that longness. Because I don't really look at these small pre-market, but it's at $17 right now.
I know, man. That's crazy. I was like, oh, the $5 break is incoming, and then now we're talking $10 later.
FOMO, anybody?
Yeah, I know, man. That's it. Well, I mean, at least Casey and some of the people in the chat got to take advantage of that, man. If not us, then them. And I think we're both happy about that. But yeah, it would have been a really, really good opportunity for us this morning. I mean, 1644. Adam James is involved with this.
Tisha,
Casey,
you better be at the beach.
Tisha, yeah. Well, they're gone.
Casey, they're all gone.
I haven't seen Casey in the chat.
Yeah, but it's at 17. You're probably still in this thing.
Yeah. I mean, how could you not? You trail it, man. You leave that runner and just you do. It's risky, right? Because you're subjected to the halt. So, but by all means, congratulations to everyone who's been riding this FCUV wave. It's absolutely monstrous, and I'm looking to get involved with it. We're running right back, guys. So again, if we run into the supply zone, if I'm fortunate enough to get this at 64.60, considering we have about 50% more size than we had on this initial position, then we're going to look to take a little bit off here. So there it goes, bang. We're running right into our level that we were looking at here. I'm going to post up just so we get exactly what we want, 64.60. And then sure enough, let's pray to the trading gods themselves that they'll run into this order here.
Ooh, the trading gods.
Yeah.
And we have a headline from the Exxon CEO. Remember, we got reports out of ExxonMobil and Chevron this morning. They don't move that much. Expect Hormuz to reopen, but timing is unclear. Ooh, oil's probably heading to the downside there. Ooh.
Yeah.
Not much.
Let's go.
Here, I'm on
60s.
DRAM.
Yes.
All right, I got to forget about this for a second. Let me just worry about executing first. Get me into DRAM off that double bottom. If you're watching yesterday, you know I have a line on my chart there, but there's USO only very slightly moving down. There is USO. It's not doing anything on that headline, so thank you very much for the Exxon CEO telling us nothing. So 5150 on this name is just an overall support level that was resistance a few days ago. So it bounced cleanly here, back through 52. I want to play this, give it to the low, but again, initially, the idea was to be short on that false break. If we end up breaking this low, then I got to be out of Dodge and not fighting it. SMCI did not pop to give me some kind of an entry at all. We have a super chat from AdCentric.
Oh, no.
Looking at IESC for long term. What levels are reasonable for entry? Also, thoughts, please. So anytime we are talking about a name like IES Holding, I don't own it. I'm not really looking at it. I'm not going to give you a fundamental story or look at it, but we can always look at the levels. I don't like chasing a breakout personally. That's just not my cup of tea. Up 24%, I think, is a bit of a chase. Sometimes you want it to settle down. I do generally like the 50-period moving average, 200-period more, but you at least have this prior resistance at 675, which allows you to say, well, if it holds that for a couple of days on a pullback, well, then you've got some technical support here. What you don't want to happen is you chase a move and then it just fills in the gap down here somewhere, and it's the 200-period that matters more. So I think that's generally my thoughts, but I would say the same thing. I'm never chasing a move like this. I believe I heard that we're going to Adair. Hey, it's almost 10 o'clock.
Wow.
Yeah, I guess I can just stick here till happening now in numbers. That's fine. Sorry about the timing there, guys. A little bit off. But keep an eye here on USO. USO in focus, an Israeli official saying that Israel's not going to be withdrawing from the yellow line in Gaza unless Hamas undergoes, quote, genuine disarmament. A little bit of an uptick here in USO, so just be aware these comments are coming through. But let's prepare here for, and I'll just switch this chart to the Nasdaq so we can see the reaction immediately afterwards. We've got at this point less than 60 seconds until we get the University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment print. So we are expecting 54 here as the forecast. Prior print is 54.4. This is the final U.Mich Consumer Sentiment print for July here. And then you got the 1-year and 5-year inflation prints. 1-year inflation expectation, forecast 4.3%, prior 4.2%. 5-year inflation expectation, forecast 3.3%, prior 3.3%. So again, what we're expecting here is maybe a little bit lower than previous for that University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment print, inflation more or less in line. So we get 4.2% here for the 1-year inflation forecast. That's going to be a little bit below what we were expecting, 3.3% for the 5-year. That's in line with estimates. And consumer sentiment, 55.2. That is above the forecast of 54. So generally, pretty good look, I would say, here for University of Michigan. This print is telling us that consumers are a little bit more optimistic, and inflation concerns are more or less where they were last month. Nasdaq not reacting too much here. Again, USO is going to be on watch here all day. But the reason for this Nasdaq drop is we did have a drop in the biggest name in the market, or at least it was prior to this report. That's Apple. AAPL going all the way from 336 yesterday, touching 340 after the bell on or before the earnings call, and then dropping all the way to nearly $300. Sales guidance was weak. They also had other issues, including missing on services, missing on Greater China revenue, despite posting year-over-year growth for both, and maybe some concerns here as well. This is Tim Cook's last quarter. So we have John Turnus, who we haven't seen too much of. He'll be coming to join Apple September 1st, and of course for that next quarterly report. Amazon also reported, as did Roblox, Reddit, Rivian, First Solar, Moderna, CVX, ExxonMobil, and some crypto names like MSTR and Coinbase. Coinbase missing on EPS estimates. They missed on sales. They missed on revenue for both of their main business categories. Dropped year over year for sales and all of their revenue categories. It's hard to find any bright spots with COIN, and the chart really reflects that weakness. Make sure to like, make sure to subscribe. Back over to Joe and Neil.
Yeah, I mean, listen, guys, Neil was like, man, look at Google Go, look at Amazon Go. Amazon, Google, both respectively at the high of the day. I post up at 64.20s near the lower end of the range, and I'm like, what's going on here? Well, what we have is pretty much sideways price action going on in AAPL, NVDA heading towards the low of the day. Meta can't seem to find its footing. So when you have this push and pull, you have this insane movement within the Nasdaq to the downside, it seems. And I know I've been talking about it throughout the whole intraday session, but you go from being positive 5%, now you're negative 3.5%. Western Digital, same thing, 5%. Now you're negative there. I think we're going to have to abandon this thesis here on the longs with the TQs, guys. This is our third attempt. We had one of them work. Now this is not working for us.
Absolutely, and I'm going to get out. Should have returned into the short here just very quickly. We bought the dip on DRAM. I was just getting filled, and I didn't want to interrupt or anything, but was just getting filled at 1-to-1 when we broke into the low. So obviously we're still headed to the downside here. Fed's Logan, who voted for the 25 basis point hike on Wednesday, modest Fed action in the near term would reduce the likelihood of needing sharper action later. One of the reasons that is important is because there are a couple of hikes potentially in the next meeting if you go out and look at what the money markets are saying to you. But you know what? It's a lot of action in the I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but there's a lot of action, a lot of volatility in these markets, and everyone's trying to take advantage of it. So there's some offers out there, but you're not getting this one from your broker. And that's going to be trade the pool. giving you things beyond just discipline, giving you access to capital so you can take advantage of the bigger opportunities that are out there. So instead of having the limitations of your personal account size, you can access the firm's capital, trade on that, and focusing on executing your strategy and managing your risk. You're not going to be afraid of blowing up your personal account. You're not going to move your stop loss because you're risking your own savings. This is called limited risk trading. So if you want to take advantage of the volatility in today's markets without risking your own capital, visit tradethepool.com. You can scan the QR code in front of you and take advantage of these market moves. Take advantage of the cookies that are delicious, as Randy is reminding us here. I still have one, because Joe doesn't eat cookies, Randy, so I eat all of them.
Nice.
Joe literally, for the viewers that if you have not seen this program before, Joe doesn't eat apple pie, doesn't eat cookies. Probably
that's
down.
a good question.
I don't know. Randy just asked if Rivian was going down. Is Rivian going down? So this is how Rivian's doing, Randy. I don't know if you can see that. It was up 2 points. Now it is down 5.
Oh.
The good news, look at the support down here.
Thanks, electrical trade.
Well, I don't know about buying the, look, as a trade goes, now you're forcing me to look at this, because I even said down here, if we get down there at the support level, show me a bottom tail candle and give an entry back through 16. VWAP is 2 points away. That actually makes a little bit of sense. Oh, thank you for tricking me out of IBIT, overthinking things. Trailing stop, huh?
Randy, did you
cancel
tamper
that
with the
VWAP
thermostat? Did you tamper with the thermostat this? Oh my God! I knew it was this guy, man. Yeah, we're freezing, dude. Come on, we're
Thanks, Randy.
We're Ramin's
Thanks,
cold,
Randy.
man. As long as
Yes, it is cold in here.
It's chilly, dude.
The market's
It's
not going to
the
be heating us
summer.
up.
Yeah,
all the red tape
the
that you
market
see
is-
doesn't exactly heat up the room, Randy.
Yeah, Randy. It's just all the red across the board. This is why we get out. Ramin, it's perfect. Okay, all right, that's fair. Let's see if we can get a little bit warmer in here. I'd rather be a little bit warm than just, you know what I mean? We got a show to do over here, Ram. But anyways, aside from that, guys, really, really tough look in the broader market. I mean, this one, we had more size than we had on that one. This was our second largest position. And I had a hunch that we were going to run into a little bit of trouble with this long. So 3 attempts, 3 at-bats, 3 attempts at the plate here, Neil. Even though it looks like it might want to bounce here, we're going to avoid this one. I do like what I'm starting to see in META for a little bit of a recovery. So maybe we'll stick to an actual individual stock instead of the overall market itself. Again, it is one of the weaker names, so it's a struggle, and we're not necessarily making things overly easy on ourselves this morning, even though that's what we would prefer to do, Neil. But there it is, right back towards the lower day, about to blow through this signal. So yeah, the selling continues, and I'll say it again, in the memory names and the stars.
Yeah, they're absolutely flushing. I mean, everything
5%
is flushing.
on SanDisk. Holy cow.
Look, you have to put things into some perspective. Again, I don't know. You can get FOMO because I got out of 3 shorts and then tried 1 long there. And I probably will take a shot at that Rivian, but I'm going to be pretty patient about it. We're getting back to 10 o'clock yesterday. So if we go 24 hours ago, Micron was 820. So this is basically giving up a lot of the move, but not necessarily all the moves. So I'm going to go into the mode of what is not breaking down all the way and giving you an opportunity. One of those things, Apple is still double tapping the 300. That's still going to be in play. I already mentioned Rivian has made a low and is at a support level after their earnings. Haven't traded in Reddit today because that's absolutely bleeding. The only SSR bounce was right away on Reddit. So there's no entry now. I think that's like a falling rock at this point. Roblox was the other earnings name this morning. And this is even worse. Roblox is now 30% down. I thought there was a 0% chance that $30 level on the daily could get hit, but if we see 30, too big a level. I like mean reversion. If I see $30 on Roblox today, you zoom out on the daily, that's way too big of a gap. Here, I can just show it to you. Oh, no, I can't. I have to use a weekly chart. Roblox is so bad that I got to pull out a weekly chart to show you $30 right here, going back into, I guess that would be like, what, May? Yeah, May of 2024. So if we get, it's crazy to say another 10% down, but we're down 30, so there's always a chance we could see lower. It is flush city.
It
flush,
is.
Flush.
Look at
city.
my. Someone in the chat.
Goodness.
Yeah, it's so ugly.
I'm not gonna lie to you. There's this. I did not see like this happening. Like I'm thinking, okay, we'll play an opening trade, and if let it bounce because there's so many dip buyers in these markets that we'll get in again, and instead look at this flush. Like it's just way further than I would have anticipated. Friday. I even said I think we have a bit of an inside day. We'll go for some scalp trades. They all set up, and they turned into these ridiculous holes. So just have to be patient because I'm not stepping in and catching this falling knife at this point to give back what the shorts made would just be ridiculous because that would be FOMO. FOMO would be saying I got out too early and then immediately forcing some trade that just doesn't make sense. Right? Like that'd be silly. Yes, could have had 3 times as much on the shorts, but you can't go back in time.
No, I mean, it's really, really, I mean, it's not getting any prettier. Someone in the chat said, they're like, memory buyers step in. And I'm like, they're all liquidated. There's no one to step in and buy this stuff back up, man. I mean, the majority of them lost their money. It's sad. It's not funny. Like it's a laughing pain, like and not a happy giggle. I wanted to take a long here. I didn't pull the trigger. What's that? That it's me? I was laughing. Laughing.
No, I'm in my ear. With
okay. So this is what I was looking at here, guys. Listen. Gore, this was the play right here. I think it's best we avoid the Nasdaq on some of these bounces. With that being said, this might be the one. But this print right here is on METU I was looking at, and I just never pulled the trigger because we were messing around with the Nasdaq here this morning. So if you like your meta long idea, brother, I mean, there it is now. We can head over to a higher time frame and see what we have going on. You can see that we're still struggling to break and hold the volume weighted average price. Clear support system at 542. So we'll keep an eye out on that one. But yeah, another low, Neil. In this, I mean, in the Kospi, I don't think last night was that weak, but it doesn't even matter at this point. It's just getting really, really ugly. And this massive 20% gap up, or that 20% move or 15% move that we seen yesterday is almost evaporated at this point.
It's amazing what Amazon's doing right now.
Amazon is.
It's amazing.
It's still holding, right? Like, and same thing with Google, up 3 and like Google, it's around the highs on almost 4%, and Amazon up 14%. Crazy stuff.
Yeah, look, the fact that Amazon's holding the line here is at least a good sign. That's the thing that I think I let trip me out a little bit. Was the fact that this didn't want to break down. Felt like if they were going to hold the gains here, then you would get some bounces elsewhere. But we're starting to see a few more capitulatory candles. I just saw IBIT made a bottoming tail. So here, before I got to execute first, and then I'll flip the chart there to you guys. So IBIT just did that 3-minute candle, more volume than the open, followed by green. So again, obviously, it would have been nice to have held the short. You're also pulling right back effectively into Tuesday's bottom here and then catching a bit of a bid. We've already broken 63,000. So yeah, just a little bit of it's like a mean reversion type of trade because, as I said, you can't really, well, I mean, look, if you have a DeLorean and you can go back in time, more power to you. But you can't be sitting there, sort of crying over spilt milk. You just got to work to whatever the next available opportunity is. And when you hammer down like that, it's always, for myself, it's always going to be a mean reversion trade. So I'm like, you heard me say, I'm looking for the next crazy bottoming tail candle, and then that's going to be the entry, whatever does it first. SMCI did not. SMCI, you stink when you slow down and there's still no buyers. Like, look at this candle. Like, look at that rejection. Nobody's buying that candle on SMCI? Nobody? Really? That's how you know it's a weak stock. But I bet at least they're trying.
AXTI?
They're trying on this. Let me actually pop into the mid-50s here because you're running into resistance trying to close this gap. It's basically trying to close the gap on this 3-minute candle up to 58, and it's not even doing it. And now I'm chasing it even further down. That's how weak this market is.
What are you in at, brother?
Uh-oh. Randy's got another name that he's trying to give to us over there. Oh, by the way, remember when I joked around about saying, you don't get what you wish for with the lunches.
Oh.
And I was like, yeah, when I wish for tacos, we don't get tacos.
And you wish for burgers.
It's tacos today.
Oh, it's Taco Friday. It's funny, both the days that you were, you took off the Fridays that you had, it was burgers on each one. Those are the only 2 times.
Whenever I take off a day,
those are the only 2 ones that we got. Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
You guys enjoy the burgers?
The first round were pretty good. I didn't mind them.
What's wrong?
Yeah, I'm just not a burger person. Maybe that's what it is.
I don't
ever want to diss on the catering.
I'm a big burger connoisseur. I love.
I'm not really a burger.
Yeah,
really?
I always find them kind of.
How about like chicken sandwiches? Not your thing.
Chicken sandwiches are slightly better, but for me, sometimes if I'm not in the right mood, it's just not good.
It's not your thing. Yeah, I'm a big burger guy.
I pretty much always go for a burger.
Yeah, man. Yeah, same at any given moment.
The reason I like the burgers here is like it's you can't really mess up.
I love a good
It's hard to mess up a burger. So whatever.
Yeah.
Friday tacos, I get it. It's supposed to be Taco Tuesdays, but I'll take the tacos whenever we're able to get them, if we're being real about it.
For sure.
Just want to peruse over to one other earnings name we have not been covering, but look at Apple hold the line as well. The market's still falling. ES at lows, making fresh. Oh, again? Thought I turned that off. For anyone that doesn't know what just happened, it's that thing where I go to drag a chart over and ended up shaking it, and then Windows. I'd swear I turned that off yesterday, but it might be back on. The ES is still making fresh lows. Just wanted to show you guys. We're still dropping here. No signs of relief on the 15-minute, but Apple's holding a higher low. So in addition to this IBIT, which is challenging right back at entry, like it's still valid. Like, see that bottom tail? Like it's holding on, but just barely. Like, if you lose that wick, I need to be out of this. If we lose this wick here, I'll just jump out because you got a little bit of a reprieve, and now it just wants to head lower. I don't even know if this is going to be the one. I think it's the right place to have tried it, but it doesn't look like it's going to be the right idea if we lose that wick. I'm just going to leave my stop. It's a couple cents underneath and go back to the Apple story, because if the market's going to bounce here, I got to remind myself that Bitcoin was relatively weak, and the market can bounce easily without Bitcoin going. But I like what Apple is trying to do with this higher low. It's not 300, it's actually 301 and change that it's hanging on to. But notice, it's not making fresh lows with the market. It's making a higher low when the market's pressing current lows. So that works.
Yeah, for sure. Gorb, I see exactly what you're looking at here, brother. I got my eyes on it as well, too. No, I think like the question for me now is just being, I don't know why that's up there, but anyways, aside from that is, are we going to be able to hold this level? There, okay, there we are, right? So we're getting close to some consolidation, some consolidative bases here. I like this. Some other levels here, some poor levels as we go back throughout the week here on NVDA, but look at it, it's just right back towards the lower end of this wick. And once the majority of the wick is filled, I think that at some point you're going to see a new low of the day. I removed the TQs off of my chart just because we took our swings at the plate. We had our at bat, and we were fortunate enough to make some contact on one of the trades there, but it just didn't pan out after that. Meta is actually holding up relatively well. I could have posted up at 1820s again via METU, and then maybe we could have got that bounce. So a nice recovery in this name, at least. We'll take it. Some buying pressure is starting to uptick, Gorev. So maybe we start relatively small here on NVDA for any form of a bounce. So what I'm going to do is post up at 80s and see if we can catch a fill. 27.80. Oh, okay, no, that's a little bit too far away. 27.85 we're going to go at here to see if we're going to get that bounce. I don't want to pay anything more than that. The volatility should allow us to get that fill, but if not, then so be it. I'm okay with that. We're going to remove that. I told you guys we made some contact with the ball earlier in the day, earlier stop out, but then when we add more size, we just get out when we were supposed to on that bad boy. But there goes NVDL. Great call out at that level, Gaurav, man. That's really starting to get that bounce. So you can hit the boom on that one, my brother. Really great call out on NVDA for a potential bounce here.
There you go. So I did get into that Apple here. I was going to hit, I don't have a boom button. I was going to hit the bang for you.
We need a boom or something.
We don't need.
We got the bang?
A bang, boom. What difference does it make?
It's a big difference, man. Which one's louder?
Huh?
Which one with a bang or a boom? Which one do you think is louder?
Is that a trick question?
No, it's not really quick. There's no real answer to the question.
No, there isn't an answer. Yeah, whichever one you play louder. I don't know. It's a word.
Some people are saying boom is louder.
You're just straight up confusing.
All right.
What if the Law and Order
That is very confusing.
We got the Law and Order sound as well too.
How did we get there?
See, Ticked understands what I'm getting at. Makes a major difference.
What makes
right?
a major difference?
Someone like what?
No, that's the. Nah, man, it's the
Bang
same
is like
thing.
Small. Yeah, why are we down?
That's the
See,
same
joke,
thing.
Boom. You know.
It's the same. No, I'm gonna stick with that as the same thing.
I have to listen to the chat.
And you're not convincing me otherwise.
Oh, that's mad.
Make a difference.
That's mad disrespect.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't say. It's the same thing. Boom.
You
bang.
see what CK Ripley
Here
said?
comes the boom. What?
I'll let you read it, but he said boom
Oh, yeah.
You get it? It's
Look, I get it.
Bomb is
I get it.
Right.
I'm older than some people around here, so maybe some things go over the old head.
We don't need to go down
noggin.
that road now.
Looks like that DFNS stock is T3 defense. Oh, so Apple, want to look for VWAP in here. I was looking to reload and kind of missed the mark here at 31.5. We'll try to get it a second time if it goes. DFNS has halted to the upside this time. So down, this is not a typo, it's down 58% because the last few days have been obviously absurd. If you've been watching DFNS, so it had a consolidated day yesterday and then tanked overnight and then followed through. 36.75. Check that, $37 now the current theoretical auction price. So it's halted up and indicating an up open for anyone that happens to be looking at T3 defense. I have the volume weighted average price. You can tell how much Apple's down. Like, look at the scaling. I have to zoom so far in. So I'm looking at VWAP for the next potential exit on Apple. And then also just jumping back over to the strength that's going on with Amazon, man. Like, look at Amazon just hold the line.
I know.
There's something special about the buyers on Amazon right now. The market continues to look weak, and Amazon just continues to hold. Like, the profit taker is seemingly non-existent here in Amazon. They dripped hard when it came to obviously the memory chip names. And then if you extend that over to some of the bigger runners like Bloom yesterday, that dipped pretty hard, but now that's on the comeback trail as well. So the market's catching a little bit of a bid here. So hopefully that can energize Apple up to the volume weighted average price. It looks like it did, at least a little bit. And it's gonna move the offer because I don't think I didn't see you at the even, just above the even dollar,
wow,
that big offer there. So we're getting a little bit of a bounce here in the market. Still gonna be red. The ES is still gonna be red. Apple needs to prove it can get through that volume weighted average price. You were saying NVIDIA?
Yeah, well, I posted up, like I kept lifting up my offer there, Neil, but it's just gone now at this point. It's unfortunate. I mean, it is what it is. We're not going to complain about it or anything, but that was the move that we were looking for here. I was posted it. We could have punched, but I was being stingy on the price on that one. So yeah, a really nice move back in towards the volume weighted average price. And it's funny, as the market finds a little bit of a recovery, what we're starting to see here is a pullback in Amazon, Neil, but still holding the line very well is AMZN just above the volume weighted average price. Apple is doing nothing here. So it's definitely just one of those sessions where it's extremely cool, and we'll keep an eye out on that. I'm off back to my platform. All right, Andrew, have a good one, man. Nice call there, Gaurav. I don't matter though if you're, I don't know, Joe, don't matter though if you're scalping. I don't really know what you're saying there, brother. Nimit, what's up, brother? How you been doing? I haven't seen you in the past couple of days, even though Sharif might have gave you a shout out yesterday. I hope all is well, but man, don't worry about what Joey O is doing, all right? We're gonna wait for our opportunities and we're gonna get involved in some trades throughout the day. There's plenty of time left. I mean, we're not even an hour into the session. We've already taken 3 stabs on the Nasdaq. Market finally starting to find some form of a recovery.
I have to give a shout out.
Give a shout out.
Only because of the recent conversation that was going on. I want to give a big shout out on TikTok to Bitcoin Trader TV.
What's he saying?
Not because of the name, but because you said no hair looks great, Baldy.
Oh.
I'll take it because I don't care how it was meant. But we're gonna go with it's the Ball Brotherhood today. I actually, when Joe said he was covering for Sean today, I turned to Joe. I said, "Should I shave it?"
Yeah, absolutely.
We go.
Never
the
mind.
Ball Brotherhood is
someone
alive.
blocked this guy.
Randy up in here as well. That's what he's doing. And
guy.
yes, it does. I think it makes it look a little bit
Who welcomed him?
younger.
To
Although it's a lot of shine going on.
It is very shiny. A lot of people
Lights.
saying that. Who invited this guy here? Who said welcome to Trader TV Live?
What up?
Big smile verified.
Also, welcome to
this guy.
the Small Cap Recap, everybody.
Yeah.
There.
Oh.
They're small in market cap, but big in movement. Here are the small caps for the day. VCUV in focus. This accidental pun, because this company is literally called Focus Universal. They launched apparently deterministic AI forms, which for auto-populate engine for autonomous business document processing. So AI-related announcement for FCUV. They've got a $7.6 million market cap. They've got a 600,000 share float, and they have a short float of about 4.5%. WETO in focus as well. We2 Robotics. So this is actually an interesting day two play. I guess yesterday before the bell, they announced a 1-for-100 reverse split, or as they called it, a share consolidation. This is, again, the day after this now. This is currently trading around 12 cents per share. They've got a market cap of 10.63 million, a float of 65 million shares. Last but not least, Replimune. This name obviously giving back a lot of the move, but I want to talk about this gap up because it's interesting. Basically, there was a positive FDA panel vote. This company has struggled with positive votes from this FDA panel, so that was a good look for AAPL with an $813 million market cap, 77.53 million share float, and 30.5% short float.
Why?
Sorry.
It's all right, man.
I don't have a crazy metabolism.
No, you do, man. I already know. I know your shape and your build and everything. Your metabolism is immaculate.
If you saw the rest of my, okay. First of all, it's a delicious cookie.
Yeah, no, the rest of your. I'm not saying that you don't have a good all-around diet, but let's see. You know that you have a pretty good metabolism because I remember you stating when you were a younger kid, really tough for you to gain weight.
Impossible.
Yeah, exactly. Impossible. So there it is. You're just firing on all cylinders.
Dude, like my track coach in university was like,
yeah.
He was straight up was like, you need to take some stuff.
That's funny too.
I don't know. I'm being dead. I was like 152 pounds in track season.
Yeah,
and
you know what I mean?
I couldn't put weight on.
So everybody. So big.
By the way,
welcome back.
We're fading VWAP on Apple.
Ooh.
Yeah, like so. No. It's fading VWAP, not I'm fading VWAP. I don't want to get that twisted. But here's what I'm seeing on Apple. That downtrend from the open, lower high, coincides with the volume weighted average price. So I'm trying to slip out of this and then look for the next opportunity in there. So we didn't get the absolute. 300 would have been the absolute bottom. Do I need to just move it by like 5 cents to get filled? Apparently true. So I wanted to get a dip buy in here and wasn't able to at 301, like 50 to 60. It just didn't really give you 301 half. I only ended up with 02s. So again, take the move that you can get, but it looks like to me that it wants to head right back in to the downside. I got a new trade because of what's going on in Bitcoin. I'm gonna be looking at BM&R now. I got to go pay for some locates on BM&R, but given that this was like the strongest thing in the crypto space yesterday was BM&R, I kind of want to look for the short if I can underneath 1687. Just look for like a tight stop short to sort of play the range back into the low. But I have to go pay for locates first.
Okay. Yeah. So here it is, guys. Yeah, here it is. It was only a matter of time. Everybody in the chat was getting prepared. Let me read this first before I read it out loud. It's not like you guys can't.
You know who it is.
All right. All right. Hold on. Give me a second.
Big smile. The thing about some of your messages and super chats is we want to always be able to. Okay, fine.
Yeah. Here it is. It's up there. It's not too bad, man. Welcome back, Spile. I don't know who let you in, but you are here now. Nice to see the real deal, Neil and Powder hosting the show. LJS, it has been at least 3 days since I heard you talk about knocking that guy out with one lucky punch. No luck around here. Ram, cue the video. Tesla. What's going on with Tesla? Have you been short that name? Welcome back, brother, and thank you very much for that. Everyone was happy to see you back in the chat, including myself. I'll say it. I'm glad that you're doing well. And yeah, we could cue the video maybe during the midday or something along those lines. But yeah, Tesla, man, just getting absolutely destroyed. You're down another 1.6%, brother.
He's wrong.
What's that? He's just dead wrong, man. He's dead wrong, man. He's crazy.
Come on,
he's
bro.
crazy. Zero respect for his boy whatsoever, man.
I know it's all in good fun.
It's all fun and games.
But that's the thing,
I call him One Piece.
No, like Big Smile's a liability.
He is a major
because
liability.
we appreciate all the super chats, but like you have to, you always have to read them first.
Yeah.
Just to be sure, because there's like a 99.9 repeating chance that it's going to be a little bit.
I mean, one day I wouldn't mind if you send something like, "Hey Joe, man, nice to see you, miss you, you're doing well." and all of that stuff. But again, yeah, if you expect things from other people, you're going to put yourself in
that's
a world
you know
of
he's
pain.
abducted by aliens.
Yeah, he's going to probably super chat with something else. But yeah, brother, Tesla has been getting absolutely destroyed. You've probably been buying some put contracts on this, so congratulations to you. And the way that it's looking right now, brother, we're going to crack and hold south of $300 on TSLA. Now, there goes another move in the in NVDL, guys, back towards the top side. Let's see if this is going to be the move where we break and hold the volume-weighted average price. I guess I have to lift another bid over here to 2810. So let's get involved here. 2810 is what we want on NVDA. Let's see if we're fortunate enough to get that one.
Yeah, sorry. Still chuckling a little bit here. So I'm looking for the things that have not bounced yet. Reddit has held the same bid for about 15 minutes or so with a one bottoming tail. So that's actually looking pretty appealing. And then Roblox, which also got absolutely, you go one too far in the drop down there. Sometimes that feature gets the best of me. Roblox, a bit of a different story. It's gently gliding higher, so I don't know about those two. I'm also considering going back over to DRAM, but I'm respecting the fact that I liked 51.50 for initial bounce after being short, and it's at the underside of that level.
You want a coffee?
So I want it breaking hard. If you're going to grab one, Charles.
Yeah, I'm going to grab one, brother.
Actually, espresso maybe.
Whoa,
Yeah, thanks,
okay, all right.
So I'm thinking if we get over 51.5, maybe take something breaking out this level and then play it into the volume weighted average price instead. So that's what I'm going to be watching for. I do see there's a couple of small cappers that are moving while we wait. I know there's that Sigil. I don't even know if I'm saying that right. It's Concord International Group, CIGL. So I guess it's not really Sigil. So if I say Sigil, I mean this stock. The problem with this, volume good. It's 28 million shares, which is good, not over the top great for a stock that's only $1. But look at all of the halts. It has yet to show you that it can stay open and consolidate anywhere. It's basically going from halt to halt. So I'd look for a consolidation over $1 that gives you a little bit more cleanly action that you can play into. Because that one's just looking a little bit dangerous. Amazon is an absolute monster. This is the thing that psyched us out. Was the fact that Amazon, when it looked like Amazon was losing the bid, it just bounced and thought maybe the market could have bounced with it. It absolutely did not, but now Amazon's breaking the highs of the day. So as I said, DRAM is going to be the play. The only place I'm looking short is if I can finally get into Lucid or potentially that BMNR. But now you're starting to see a bit of a peak over this 51.5 on DRAM, but it needs to hold above that price for me. We have a super chat from Alan. Baba time to pivot to China. Ooh.
China.
Thanks, Andre. I don't even have that button, so I know you must have hit it. When it comes to Alibaba, I like Alibaba regardless. I just think they're the big winner. You get them at such a discount. They're basically it's like the Amazon in China, and you're getting them at a gigantic discount. So this is the one that I own, and this is the one that I like, so I'm kind of talking up my own book. But it's also, unlike the K-Web, it's just already putting in a reverse head and shoulders with a potential breakout play. What you do have to be concerned about is, it's hard to move on to China relations without first ending what's going on in Iran. It seems like the focus might not be there yet. We have a good chance. It's supposed to be a meeting soon. And I think that can be the next wave, but you're already still getting tit for tat back and forth. China can pull two levers, and they keep pulling those, which is limit rare earths and limit access to NVIDIA and those chips. So that's what they're doing. So you just keep getting this back and forth between two that hasn't really ended yet. So that's the concern. Everything else I like about Bob. I like the chart. I like the company. You just want to see the focus get back to better relations there. Cheese in the chair says Google's flaunting that trench coat again today. Google has not somehow been enough attention here today. It's a weird one. It's not that weird because it's Amazon that reported earnings, but Alphabet just as good. And anything that you say positively about Microsoft or Amazon kind of applied to Google's quarter two, yet Alphabet didn't get the same rally, at least initially, on their earnings, but look at it ever since. It's every day long. Now, so they're catching a bid as well. And the memory names just don't want to go. See, now look at that candle. Oh, thanks, Joe. So look at that candle. Like this is telling me I should still be short this, not trying the long. Instead of holding above what I have for support, it's holding underneath. So I'll listen to the chart. It was the same thing when we're at VWAP up top here. I was looking for a long entry that turned into a trend break. And then once it did that, there's a fail at VWAP, there's it breaking the prior bar, it ended up being a short. So there's the fail at my support and resistance level, breaking the bar, and then it's going to end up being a short again. That's the thing, at a key price level, sometimes you're just willing to go in either direction and let the market tell you.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look at Amazon Go again, 271,
and Google.
87. Yeah, Google, exact same thing, brother. 4%, 15%. Holy schmoly, yeah, that's crazy. And I mean, there goes another move here on NVDL. I mean, what am I even doing looking at some of these names when all you had to do is what Neil was pounding the table about? And for some reason, I didn't register for myself. I guess that makes sense. 267, holding this VWAP line really well, and then just puts in a new high of the day. Some beautiful price action across the board here in Amazon and Google. So things are looking really good there. Let's see how the banks are performing today, Neil. I don't think we talked too much about the banks today. We did have Robinhood doing pretty good not too long ago, but I want to see what the larger part. Ooh, Robinhood down 2% again. Oh, I'm so glad. We sold a couple of days ago in the mid-90s or something along those lines. So we're fortunate for that. Completely emptied out the whole position. And we're sitting on some more cash. Caterpillar, slightly positive this morning. Here's Starbucks. I'm pretty sure I had a strong session yesterday. No, Starbucks not looking too good either. Chipotle Mexican Grill. We got Jersey Mike's Chipotle putting in a strong session. TKO Holdings. We're all out of that name too, guys. Full disclosure. But what I was getting at here is the bigger banks. How are we performing? How is the financial sector performing? And sure enough, I can't find a ticker to save my life, so we'll just type them in over here, Neil, and see what we got going on in JPM. Not too far off of the all-time highs. If we want to take a look at the broader picture and just head over to the XLF, nothing crazy. Slight gap up this morning, giving back the majority of that move, but the XLF not too far off of the all-time highs.
Just very quickly, Apple's breaking back in low. So remember it got to that volume-weighted average price and pulling back. That was the last long I liked. It was a higher low into VWAP, but I don't think this is a place to fight it. Not there. With the market bouncing and the chips trying to go, I think it kind of sets up that reality where if we're buying chips and Apple's going lower. So we'll wait for 300 on that bad boy. And again, it could be the next trade, but DRAM has now set up a decent reversal up here. So I like that candle. You kind of made a double bottom, and you're just getting a little bit of a trend here. This gives me an entry with a really tight stop. Right? Like I can stop it right under this prior bar, which for DRAM is pretty solid risk to reward. I did say I was looking for a short in Lucid. Nothing has really happened in it yet, but I was hoping it would break this up and then give me a short at 78, but somebody's selling. A refresher is selling at $7.70, so haven't been able to catch any fills. So I'm not just going to sit in front of it. I know with the refresher because there's no size on the offer. So it's just like somebody sitting there with like a couple hundred shares and they won't let it break whatsoever. SMCI, I'm still thinking short though.
All right, so
that's another one. Like I feel like SMCI, I don't want to be long that stock. I want to be jumping back into the short if I can. It's just not really close enough to 28 yet. I stress the yet part.
Man, oh man, what a missed opportunity. Almost a big, man, that's a crazy. Posted up and we didn't time the pullbacks correctly. And there goes Amazon Gorb. At least you got it, brother. That's one thing that can count. I want to actually bring this super chat back up because it's still up there, the $100 super chat. I think all of them deserve to have obviously attention paid to them. But there it is. Once again, Pug Life enjoying his day with some big time moves, respectively in the names that he had. JAKA, $5 super chat. Reloaded the 200 NVDA calls and just sold for another 25K profit. Absolute massive day. Hey man, I send you my email, and if you have any spare change, I'm obviously joking. No, congratulations. Yeah, loose change or anything. No, but in all seriousness, congratulations to you. It sounds like you made 1 1/4 over the span of a couple of sessions. But yeah, Big time stuff, man. I'm happy to hear that stuff. Hopefully,
for sure,
and that does you very, very well. I mean, that's
that NVIDIA top was
not a small amount of change.
That NVIDIA top was absolutely insane.
At
like
200?
If you're staring down just one stock for whatever reason, say NVIDIA was your one today. I'm not saying it was directly in play. Most people probably would have thought memory would move a little bit more. The fact that it broke by like 10 cents, 9 cents, and then immediately right back down. That's that allow the opening range to tell you. Like it tried to go, but then once it sets here, that lower high, just boom.
Look at this,
into the short.
Like $200.
We'll pull that down and actually.
This is what I was talking about. Like this is when this stuff really comes into play. And then we were talking about this $200 marker having a supply zone with 65,000 contracts currently open at that. And then it also has the most amount of volume on the session. Look at that, 251,000 contracts open and closed on the session with at NVDA on that $200 marker. So yeah, great call out.
Yeah, and that's why we bring it up. And thank you guys all for all of the super chats. This will be an interesting one. Well, I said I would listen to what stock was telling me, and I still wanted to be short in SMCI. It just tried to break away from this resistance spot. So we just jumped in. And again, at this time of day, pretty tight stops is just the way I'm going to go. So when I see that topping tail, not really going to give it too much above. This is attempting to scalp the bottom end of the range and see if we can hold it just into this low. Right, like it's double bottom this low. You look at where all the chop was yesterday. So I feel like we're in a range where if we go chopping around, there's a couple of points to the downside that we have here in SMCI. And then where with DRAM? We opened up, obviously the short was good in DRAM. And then we flipped it into the long, obviously the long, okay, and then out. This long, again, we're gonna have a tight stop. I should be maybe still shorting this one. Let's be honest. Like the real best trade was just taking it. It was so clean, just instantly dropping $1, right? So I don't want to sit here just continuously losing like 20, 30 cents on a stop when the big moves have been to the south side. But I feel like if this goes, then SMCI is probably going to go as well. We're going to Adara. It's already 10:40.
Wow, is it actually?
It is 10:40. Time for 10:40 is Sector Watch.
Okay.
Saying the performance on the sector board is mixed might actually be an understatement. You've got weakness in finance, consumer non-durables, transportation, consumer durables, process industries, and health technology. But then if you look at a lot of these bigger sectors like electronic technology and tech services, you start to see that divergence that I was talking about. So you've got Apple down 9% on earnings, MU down 3%, SanDisk down 4%, Boeing down 4%. And then in tech services, you've got weakness in Netflix, AppLovin, Palantir. But then you've also got lots of strength in both sectors too. With tech services, all three of the Meg 7s in this sector are green, including Google, up 4.5%. Meanwhile, in electronic tech, you've got KLAC. They reported earlier this week, up 4%. Arista Networks up 4%. Marvell up 6%. NVIDIA up 1%. And back to being the #1 market cap name in the world. So these tech sectors, there's a lot of divergence internally. Keep an eye on that. Producer manufacturing, I will give a little bit of a spotlight to as well. These names are all really strong today on LRCX earnings day too. Back to you.
Yeah, I know.
Thank you very much, Joe. I was just saying to Joe, like what'll happen is you get the new earnings name and you'll forget the continuation, which has just been Google's been long every single day. David Yang, NVIDIA below 200 is a bargain for the long term. Well, NVIDIA's been good value for a while. It doesn't necessarily mean it has to go up. That's the thing. Value doesn't have to be necessarily bought by the market. So, I mean, this was always going to be true that one of these, and I do sometimes favor having a tight stop on a long, but then having a stock that I'll prefer to the south side, and then be like, okay, well, I'll jump in with the same setup on both, but then just try to hold the one that's going to work. And if you've been watching the show, I'm probably more bearish than most on SMCI. So instead, we'll hold on to this one. Just going to get some bids out to make sure that we can take some profit on it. But what I was getting at with the whole getting distracted by Amazon is look at Alphabet. Like Alphabet, in a lot of ways, Alphabet is, I know it's not up the same percentage that Amazon is, but this is ridiculous. It's been all systems go, even when the market was bleeding, the market bounces, it's bouncing with it. So it's really dragging the market back up. It's easy to forget because of the reaction that we saw in Microsoft's earnings and the reaction that we've seen today with Amazon's earnings, that they sold off Alphabet in their strong quarter. and the reaction has been buy, 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 buy.
Yeah.
So once again, oh, now Adair is going to sing bye, bye, bye.
Bye, bye, bye.
No, it's always give stocks that reaction, calm down or cooling off period after earnings sometimes. And then let it set a bit of a trend. Like, don't overreact to what happens on the first day. Although I say this with all due respect, sometimes maybe the actual reaction is worthwhile. I'll use Roblox as an example. Like, I would forgiven if you would overreact to this one. 29% is a different story. But in the general sense, more like the big cap tech names, you don't want to overreact to what happens on the first day. In this particular case, maybe you are panicking if you own Roblox. I suppose I would be if I had this stock too. Thank goodness I did.
We're gonna try the short here at VWAP. I just don't know how much. I don't know if it's gonna work out. The reason why I took the short here is that as soon as it cracks this resistance zone, then we're out of dodge. Yeah, I mean, there it is. We missed the opportunity to the long side. Tried to see if we're gonna get anything to the opposite side, to the back down, right? But it looks like we want to break through VWAP. So yeah, a little bit of no question, without a doubt, a frustrating start, especially missing these bottoms. And that's really what I master in. So as soon as we hold above this zone here and we don't have that breakdown, then we're definitely going to have to hop out of dodge there, give it about 15 cents worth of risk. And if the market wants to recover, then fantastic. We just have to find a good opportunity. I don't have the bank draft, man, unfortunately. I don't have my stream deck with me, but the Nasdaq finally find it on its road to recovery as we're right back at VWAP and 20 straight minutes.
You have Sean's up.
It does, yeah, but it doesn't work. See?
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. So yeah,
I think I know why.
Adara hit the done for us.
But I have all of them. I have like.
Yeah, you got them all.
What are you trading? NVDL? I can go.
Yeah.
Can the market?
Oh, yeah, but I'm short and it's
green?
moving higher. So.
Well, I know. Well, the thing I think I always want to find is, okay, well, what's not going in the bounce?
Yeah.
The only reason I hit the market green is the Nasdaq went green. I understand a lot of times what'll happen is you'll hear us say the market. I understand. Obviously, that should mean the S&P 500, but oftentimes I'm talking about the Nasdaq. So
yeah.
I just said the market got green. The Nasdaq got green. The S&P 500 is still into the red. But sometimes you want to look at what is not going. So hopefully we get this like scalp inside of the range on SMCI.
Yeah.
I don't need that bid in there. Two bids at the same price. Yeah, unnecessary. So we're going to scalp into this range, take out 80%, and then try to hold the last for this gap fill there. The other thing, it's going absolutely crazy all over the place. That FCUV. You cannot stop this thing. Just when you thought it was over, halts down at $12, bounces clean off the volume weighted average price, and is now halted back up at $16.15.
No way.
The only thing I'll hold against it is right now the tap, the theoretical auction price is lower at about $15.6. So it's indicating a lower open despite the fact that it is halted up. So anyone that's in this, obviously, if you've been long, you probably made money unless you bought this top. But man, if this breaks out the high. It's a habitual line stepper. Every time we show these, try to also show you guys the daily chart, which indicates the usual history of people that try to hold on to this too long. But for day one, fantastic.
Yeah. I mean, we're going to get out of this one here, right? I just don't think that Bowman looked good out there. I seen the Nasdaq rip, and this was lagging a little bit. So I'm like, let's just get it before we get our top ripped off here. Let's just get out of NVDL. So without any question, tougher start to today. Yesterday was pretty good. We were trading NVDL. Wanted it off the lows. Didn't get that opportunity. With that being said, I think it's time for us to head over to small cap land. And we'll just keep the Nasdaq and the SPY in the corner of our eye, and we'll allow these big cap names to do what they're going to do on today's session. The Apple looking really good for a breakdown here, Travman. So hopefully you get that, but let's head over to our scanner and see if there's anything really intriguing when it comes to these small cap trades. A high of the day potential break here in FCUV. We're heading right back up in towards that neck of the woods, so watch out. This could be one of those names that go on absolutely insane runners, so let's keep an eye out on this one. Should have been trading it right from the get-go this morning. I was like, Neil, watch out for this $5 break on this bad boy. And after that, oh no, this is disastrous, Neil.
That's actually not. Direct quote was, it's going to break $5.
Yeah, it was.
It wasn't the watch out for the 5. It's going to break $5.
It's going
and
to.
then I called it up, and it was at $6.83.
Yeah, moved $3.
I can actually picture
really
the level
quick.
too. I looked at it, I'm like, what do you mean? I was like, what do you mean? It's at 683. He's like, when he said it, it was at probably 450.
Yeah, well,
the pre-market's just a different beast when it comes to those,
man.
though. And when those things initially get the news and they're running in the pre-market, you have to understand what's going on with Tesla. You have to understand that because there's so liquidity and you can't halt, then it's just a completely different beast. And as quickly as it goes up $2, like that could have been in the other direction on that news. You do have to be careful trading those in the pre. Yeah, Tesla is catching a huge bid here. We're going to go up to Adara in a quick little second. Maybe it's technical, but Tesla through VWAP just bounced $3. Looks like it's even accelerating a little bit here.
Oh, really?
I'm not really seeing. We're going to go up to Adara for money talks, but I'm pulling up the cues just so you can see not much to the upside, but something clearly going on with Tesla. Adara?
Yeah. I was going to say, Neil, it's not just Tesla. IBM's doing something pretty similar from what I saw. I just happened to have them up because they had a pretty minor story with Accenture and banking. So yeah, it is non-Tesla stocks as well. I'm not seeing any news yet. If that changes, I'll keep you guys posted. Let's keep an eye here on the US dollar, trying to break its 3-day losing streak, trying to find some support around yesterday's low, around that 99.8 level. We were briefly, as of yesterday and a little bit earlier this morning, back below 100. Right now we're back above 100, trading around 100.18. Let's take a look at the University of Michigan consumer sentiment prints. We had better than expected University of Michigan consumer sentiment for that final print for July, 55.2 versus the estimate of 54. And 5-year inflation and 1-year inflation in line with estimates, so 3.3% for 5-year, 4.2% for the 1 year. Now, speaking of inflation, we had these prepared statements released by all 3 of the dissenting Fed members. Hammock, Logan, Kashkari, all 3 of these individuals, they were the 3 in the 9-3 vote to hold rates. All 3 of them voted to raise rates by 25 basis points. That vote didn't go through. But basically, the commonality, the thread that I found through all their statements, and I read all 3, this is especially true of Hammock's and Logan's statements, is that they're concerned if they don't raise rates now, as you start to see signs of inflation creep, then they're going to have to take much more drastic actions and impact the economy to a greater degree when rates inevitably have to be raised farther down the line. So I thought that was an interesting argument. And even if you want to think of the inverse of this, think about that surprise rate cut that we got September 18th, 2024 of 50 basis points. That was a bit of a shock. I think they're trying to avoid that on the rate hike side by voting for that hike now. So I thought that was an interesting look. Either way, we are still expecting that 25 basis point hike to come at that September meeting. Right now, you've got a 65% chance of that. If you look forward at the probabilities, you are seeing we're going to get a hike in September and then also in December as well. That's just according to the CME FedWatch tool. That's what people are pricing in. We'll have to wait and see if that actually happens. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara. And Shreve just came back, and the first thing he says, we're not getting a hike. Look, man, Adara's just saying what the market is pricing in. That's absolutely true. But I'm kind of with. I think there's other tools. I've said it before. I actually think it's. I think the balance sheet, aggressive action with the balance sheet, and letting it run off is probably the first step. And until that happens, I don't know about hikes. But just very quickly, when I looked over and saw that move up in Tesla, and then started seeing like volume pick up elsewhere, wasn't sure what was going on. But if I can just get out break even, I don't want to be sitting here. Look, I thought SPCE was a short today, so I wanted to stick with it. But I'll just get out, let it get into VWAP. It's worked pretty cleanly so far in here today. But what's interesting is what is not going in the move. All of a sudden, Apple, it was one little bounce into VWAP. Apple's still down 9%. It's just not catching any more of a bid. This is looking pretty weak. If 300 breaks, I think you've got some serious trouble here for Apple. So it held to 300, then it held to 301, and it's continuing to go. You've already seen Google. You've already seen Amazon. We already know those are going higher. NVIDIA 200, that's got to be something for potential breakout later here today. We'll see.
You think
kind of running out of steam before it's getting there, but it's a double top at the 200,
yeah,
which makes a little bit of sense for a bit of a press through. So that'll be one place I'm watching.
I have my eyes on FCUV. Never mind what price action's doing.
Almost halted.
Like, yeah, I know. It almost halted to the downside. I have my eyes on the tape, and what I'm looking for is that wave of participants to step in order for me to punch and hopefully get that move in towards the high of the day. So that's what I'm looking for right now within FCUV. We're not getting that turnaround that I'm looking for, all right? So you can see the waves, hit the bid. There we go. We take an additional flush. But there, oh, wow, that was hectic. Tape 101 straight to the downside right there. Bang, flush. Oh, they're gone, Sharif. It's over for them. They're non-existent anymore. The longs, that is this time, brother. Yeah, down to 1153. Hitting the halt band. Hits the halt band. Let's see. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and we're not halted just yet, but that's all right. We're gonna halt. There it is, bang, halted to the downside. 1153 on FCUV. Keep an eye out on this one. Looks like at this pace, Neil, you're right. You hit that one bang on, brother. That we're heading towards that high of the day in that $200 supply zone on NVDA. So let's see if that can happen here on today's intraday session. Well, I shouldn't say forever, but for the foreseeable future and then some. I like NVDA, especially around these lower prices.
Well, I think it's the value proposition that NVIDIA is giving you. Like you make a direct comparison to them and Intel, and it's hard from any kind of fundamental aspect to say that NVIDIA is not way better value. Like you look at Intel's fastest growing sector, and NVIDIA was 30% better in the same vein, and you're getting them cheaper. And plus you're also getting NVIDIA just having the entire stack and keeping everybody on data. And then if they get China open, they have even more. But price doesn't lie. Someone just said in the chat, Neil, BM&R is at VWAP. No, it's not. But I did say I was pivoting from IBIT to BM&R short. So it got close. There's a topping tail candle. It actually broke the low. So I'm going to jump in here. And again, if I'm not shorting it VWAP, look at that level. It's yesterday's opening range low, so that's a good one to play off of. I can give it to that 90. We're going up to the desk with Adair. We got 5 more minutes. Well, I got 5 more minutes.
Yeah, you got
Joey Options filling in for Sean, but he's also going to go over there and hit the midday. Maybe trade some SCU.
Was that a shot there? Or?
No, I'm giving you credit for putting in work. You had
to emphasize I got 5 more minutes. You know what I mean?
That's just a truthful observation.
Messing around with you, man.
I gotta go digest those cookies.
Yeah, I mean, you crushed 3 of them. 4. Neil had 4. I didn't have any. Yeah.
Okay, so for those that didn't hear, Sharif was just like, "You had cookies." As if I don't always eat the oatmeal raisin cookies.
Dude, every time I'm eating, I feel so guilty when we get pizza because I feel like Sharif in the corner of his eye is just keeping it. He's like, Joe, what are you doing there? It's the carb police, man.
I ate the cookies.
It's real. You think it's a joke around here. You have to, like, I'll be sneaking going to eat a croissant or something because Sharif, no, I'm obviously joking.
If you, me straight up, we're going to go to Adair in a second.
Yeah.
The easy way to know that I've been abducted by aliens or kidnapped or something and they're forcing me to say stuff is if I turn down an apple fritter or an oatmeal raisin cookie or enjoy pineapple on pizza. then you know something has happened.
Crazy.
And that's the code, right? If you guys see that, then call somebody.
How many cookies you have today, Randy? 4. My guy Randy,
4?
Man. Yeah, this guy's up there.
No, I already had 3. I'm good. I got to eat lunch, too. Let's go to Adair before we get out of hand here.
Let's talk about the Nasdaq because we kept talking about 5 minutes, but in 4 minutes, U.S. President Trump will be taking the podium. I mean, he might be late, but lately he's been quite punctual. So expect him at 11 a.m. for a cabinet meeting held from Camp David. Now, let's talk about these cabinet meetings. These used to be 3-hour-long affairs where each cabinet member would do a little bit of talking, a little bit of Q&A with the president, and then everybody would have a larger Q&A with the press. He has tried to make these a lot shorter, given how long these earlier meetings were. So the last couple of meetings, they've been market moving some of them, especially if there's going to be any comments on oil. There was an attempt to move the Sharpie maker stock at one of the recent cabinet meetings as well, with a lot of talk about Sharpies and pens. So really anything can happen at a Trump cabinet meeting, but a lot of them do end up being market moving in one way or another. Again, very likely if you mention something about oil and Iran, so just be aware. We'll be here to cover that for you guys, Sia and myself. That'll be starting, again, potentially as early as 3 minutes from now.
Yeah.
Thank you, as always.
There was an aggressive pullback, Neil, there on NVDA, but then look at the volume step right back in and push price back up.
Good call. Thank you, X2C, for the super chat. Hey, Burry's made a lot of calls that have worked out. Short Palantir. I think the NVIDIA probably worked out for him as well. But is he right about Flutter? I don't know. I'm not long Flutter, and I'm not Michael Burry. What I can tell you, his Substack is making boats. He's making a ton on that.
Yeah, he's using all that money to short.
I mean, Flutter. The good news for any stock that's downward trending is at least it's made a bottom. So I guess he finds that appealing. He likes the space because he likes DraftKings as well, but it hasn't done anything off of these lows. When you're looking at a trade from a trader's perspective, like I'm not thinking fundamentals. I'm thinking about show me the higher low. Accumulation is there. Like when Intel was accumulating at $19, I was willing to buy that because like twofold. The US government was buying it and I already liked Intel's story. So then I see accumulation on the bottom and I'm a buyer. But if I don't like it fundamentally, then I want to see it break out. I want to see it make the low. I want to see it break out, hold major moving averages. It's still downward sloping and all that good stuff. So yeah, obviously Flutter has been nasty, but good look. Hopefully, I don't wish ill will to anybody. I want everybody to succeed. I will always default to that's a long position, so I always want stuff to go up. If you're gonna sit there and you're short something that I'm in, I'll be like, I'm gonna go boo when you short Caterpillar, but it's not because I want some other dude to lose money or I want to hate on them. I don't play those games. Alphabet continues to be an absolute monster. It's now 5.5%. I feel like what happened here is everyone overreacted on day one to Alphabet. And then as we got Microsoft and as we've now got Amazon, we're like, hey, this space is all running and the cloud is absolutely fine. They're all generating enough revenue.
Sorry, bro.
And it's a bit of a sea change for them. All of that being said, Google still hasn't broken the downtrend. That's the amazing thing. You got 6 days in a row to the upside, and we haven't even broken the downtrend. I will do this, but it's a bit of a spoiler because we already said this. I know. Well, we already know, and we already said what it is for lunch. So we're gonna fire over to the midday in a quick little second here. We're all gonna get tacos. I'm gonna get up and go get my tacos, which should be delicious. We'll enjoy those. I'll probably have a salad on the side. I didn't actually see what the rest of it is. Hopefully everyone enjoys the middle of their day. The president's gonna be speaking, so do be aware. You never really know. Watch out for oil futures. Maybe he says something about clarity. I have no idea. Maybe he says something about China. You just have to be prepared for all contingencies. Adara's going to make sure you get pressed of the news, as will the midday boys, and I believe if C is here as well. So we'll see you back at 2 o'clock. For now, it's Joey Options putting in the work all day. It is Sharif the Professor. It's the midday madness, and good luck on FCUV.
I like that.
My shoulder's feeling better today, Sharif. I could do the Jude.
Boom. Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That's your boy, Joey Ops. I'm Sharif. And we got a little bit of a light bunch today, but we're going to we'll find some nice names here to trade on the midday. Let's say hello to everybody. Shout out to Brian. Shout out to Mike, Homeless God, Bovin, The Profit Taker, Anurag, Juan Padilla, Dom, Benton, what is happening, man? Apparently this Vinicius thing is really... Juan, have you been following this? Get on Instagram, my man, because apparently it's almost done. Apparently, Madrid can't top the offer, so it looks like he's going to leave. Daryl Finch, Jay Bronson, I Be Surfing USA. Shout out to my man Candle, Stocks, and Jaguar Nub, Big Sky 69. We got Shang Official and Moon Dancer, AJ Easy joining us as well as Joey. Midwest Rub. I was going to say Rob. Shout out to Dino, Vincenre, Ticker Tantrum, Headbangers. Shout out to Scott Zoo and Kirk D. Jody's used item.
What's up, Jody?
What's up, Jody? Snowman, Durant Gordon, XC, X2CYEE. Joe Lopez. We got, Benton, I don't know, man. It's something my spidey sense says at least we're in the hunt here. Shout out to Snowmeister. What's going on, brother? Wyatt, Brooke Trades, No Way G2H. We got Crypto, Q5X, and Danny Day Trizzy. Shout out to the SQ Endless and Buzz Daz, ABC Premium joining us as well. Joey G. Thomas, The Long Man, 001. I'm going to say hello to one more.
Okay.
I'm going to have to do more, Joey.
Okay.
Big Wick Energy. I am big deal. Big scalp.
What's
a
up,
lot
Bigs?
of bigs.
Bro, speaking of bigs, you know who showed up this morning?
Who showed up?
Big Smile himself with a dropping a nuke in the chat.
Did he come at you
Of
immediately?
course, Brett was like, listen, everybody knew it was coming. Notorious Dingleberg's like, do it. Listen, we're not going to neglect our good friends over there on TikTok, so we'll give a couple of friends here, of our friends here, a shout out over there. We got Bravely, we got Private User Houston Shreve. You might be able to read that one. I can't read that there. ARNO. You can
I
read
can't read it.
You can't read it.
I'm illiterate.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry.
Well, so am I, anyways, in English too. So Frog, Anna, Miss Gotham, Sam, IKA. Well, who do we got in the chat, man? Argman, Dan, chat. What's up, brother? Blessed, and you are too. Oh, that's very kind of you. I like that stuff, man. You're gonna get a remembrance from me, Amir. East meets West bestie, always giving us super chats in there during the other stream as well too. So thank you very much, Jason, Shadow Drip, Maverick Life, T Money, Frizz, Sia's in the building, Big Dolph. You know Young Dolph, right, Shreve?
Yeah, of course.
Rest in peace. It's K,
rest in peace.
not Katie. Okay, cool. Two Saint, a couple of more. Ronnie, it's Eli, Prem, Rise and Shine, and one more. Joshua Wright, thank you all for joining us via TikTok, guys. It's been a little bit of a choppy one here today. Someone in the chat, I've taken 4 trades, Sharif. We're 1 for 4, slightly negative here on the day. Right, but yeah, I mean, hey, man, it's how it goes. Listen, we missed our primetime opportunities. We were going over what we had. So right out of the gate, we get out exactly when we were supposed to, and we talk about the at-bats. So here it goes. I'm looking at my second swing here. We make a little bit of contact, but no follow through on that one there, Sharif. So we get out, we try it one more time, and then it was Tank City to the southeast there within the Nasdaq. The memory names obviously helping the market move a little bit lower. And then we took another attempt, NVDL. We were looking to the short side, and then I'm like, what are we thinking here? Yeah, probably not the best idea. Allow the momentum to cool off. VWAP was that target. Just in case the seller stepped in, we would have got to move back into 2830s. I would have liked that a lot, but it continued to break through that resistance zone, push a little bit higher to 2890, and then all the way back down to where we are from an entry standpoint. But it's a little bit more difficult to navigate. I'm personally going to avoid the short side. Now, moving forward, we talked about Google all day. Man, oh man, this was a prime time dip buy. Now, this is going to be a massive teller and a focal point here for the name. If you sit on top of this 353 level and continue to the northeast, by all means, you can see a big-time move in Google in some form of continuation. But Sharif, I know you got something.
Yeah, just give me 1 sec, just setting up my stops here. We're in FCUV. I'm just looking for prior bar low to hold. If it doesn't hold, I'm out. So we're going to have to give this kind of a tight range here because it is awfully volatile. I'll have to keep my eye on it as well, lest it halt down and blow through my stop, which is always a risk with these multiple halters. It's up a substantial amount. 587% is nothing to sneeze at. It's currently below prior bar high. Prior bar high. Oh God, this thing again. It doesn't, the hover is not working, so I have to look at it on the multi-time frame. So prior bar high takes us to 1370, prior bar low is 1220. That's where I stop out. We're going to give this one the old community college try. It is having trouble, even holding above 13 at the moment. But I've got more on here. The side chart, let's bring it in. Sorry, guys, I see all the tags, but I just have to go through all these first before we start chatting in the chat. CIGL, it's been all over the map here, and the volume weighted average price, which is the white line, kind of looks like the line of best fit, to be quite honest with you here. So I don't want to base anything up on VWAP. We're going to look at price levels, 70 pennies support here, and then you can see a lot of resistance in and around 110. It looks to be 112 where the players aren't dwelling at this particular area, but I'm going to say 110 to 70, so about a 40 penny range there on a 95 penny name currently. Let's see how this cookie crumbles. Nothing to do quite yet on this one. Then I've got MGRX. MGRX is also up substantially, about 180%. It's well off the high though of $1.25. It's trading at 82 pennies. So it's, it's got a bit of a downtrend. The good news is I'd say this 80 penny area has been, an interesting area of support, both of support and resistance. Initially as resistance at 8 a.m. and now, it's looking like the 10 EMA and VWAP are both overlapping there. So I could definitely be interested in a possible hold on that. I haven't done anything quite yet on it, so we'll see how this cookie crumbles. We've got another one here. Thank you for everybody coming in with the super chats there. Amari, what's up? Thank you very much, brother. On TikTok, we're looking at BHC as well. 659 high, and this one has been quite respectful of trend. Look how well this one has been holding up at the 10 EMA. So we're going to keep an eye on BHC. This is a second day play. It's not up big, as I mentioned, 8 and change. Nothing really to write home about. GSUN also in focus. I like this one as well. It's a multi-day runner. We saw GSUN really have a day on the 29th. More consolidative yesterday. In fact, it had a bit of a downtrend in the later part of the day, say from 12 o'clock onward. 42 penny high today, which breaches yesterday's high. So the trend continued, the multi-day trend, I should say, continuing to be intact. We have higher lows. We have higher highs on GSUN. Less volume today, though. I'm also looking at TGHL. This one is also a little bit of a low volume mover. It's barely above the dollar, if that. It's at 103. The volume profile is declining down and to the right. So I have to be careful with this one. And then SkyQ. SkyQ could lose its spot on the side chart any moment now because it's just lost VWAP. It had a nice breakout right at 930. I don't want to say a Christmas tree retracement. It looks more like it's stair-stepping down. So got into 5 1/3. It got back into VWAP here, and then it loses 5. So it's putting in lower lows, lower highs. We'll see how that ends up doing. And then, I have BHC on 2 charts here. That's no good. I was supposed to have SOC up. Yes, sorry. Let me just put SOC over here. Yes, SOC looks really good. Okay, so I didn't see anybody call this one out quite yet in the chat, but SOC is a bit of a sneaky one here. Light volume, but it just keeps ripping up, and it's a lot closer to 5 than it is a VWAP, which is at about 4 2/3. So I don't know what to do with this one. Do we put in a dip trade at $0.75, or do we wait for a bigger retracement? Hard to tell what the plan should be here on SOC, but we're going to keep an eye on all 8 of these bad boys. Let's see how the trade, though, Joey, on FCUV ends up doing. We're printless still, but it hasn't failed yet either. Let me just go through some of this stuff over here. Pathic, what's up, my guy? IX at 60, ZBAO. Let's look at, first of all, IX. No, that one is not for me, brother. Super light vol. Let's look at ZBAO. There goes FCUV, Bovin. Above, I always elicit Bovin. Bovin's like probably, yo, stop saying my name, man. Nah, I'm pretty sure he's good with it. We're looking for more here, Bovin. It did breach prior bar high. I don't know. There seems to be a seller at 13.5. 13.75 options, man. There's somebody selling up a storm at 70 pennies. Let's see if we can send 85 now options, man. This one is really Rip City. Rip City. Here comes into 90 we go. Here comes 14. Don't turn on me, FCUV. Lest, you make me look bad over here. I'm dancing and then it probably turns on me. So next profit taker, we're looking for 14.25. It just breached through 14, but no continuation. Down goes Fraser, right back into 13.5. So zagging. This one's got all the juice, both sides. TLYPO, you guys ever food fast on your workout routine cycle? Food fast, what does that mean? Like not eat? No, I don't do that kind of stuff, brother. I just keep it kosher. We got Brian, keep an eye on FFAI. Sure, absolutely. Faraday Futures, put it on the watch list. Ozan, FCUV now does not look good. Now, if you ask me, I am always wrong. I don't know about that, Ozan, but I don't know if small caps are your specialty, brother. But let me know what you think. Bovin's already celebrating about FCUV and Lele. Get it, Lele. Thank you for the $11 super chat. I have designed a combo strat, small cap runners, and obvious options up $2,500 in 2 days. Not bad. Thank you for teaching. Each one teach one. Each one teach one. I like that.
We like that one. All right, Shreve, we got something. VinFast continues to expand beyond vehicle sales. This week, VinFast India partnered with Shriram Finance to support EV. That's how you say it. Financing access with Green SM launched all-electric ride-hailing in Kazakhstan with VinFast BF6 vehicles. Together, these moves highlight VinFast's broader mobility ecosystem strategy. You can find them on the Nasdaq under ticker VFS. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. You're only about 2% off of the 3% off of the all-time highs in Amazon. So yeah, never mind this. That pullback that you were down about 25% or so, 18, sorry to be exact, and then off to the races it goes. So Amazon doing absolute wonderful things for the overall market, but the memory name's not necessarily doing so. We're only up about 0.1%, and the SPY is actually flat. It's flat, Sharif, if you didn't know that.
Yeah.
Literally. So but a lot of blessies going on. 2.6% here to the top side for USO. And then the VIX is also up 2% as well, too, ladies and gentlemen. So other than that, man, we had our attempts this morning. We only got one rocking and rolling. And with that being said, we're going to be patient and wait for some high-quality opportunities. I did believe that there was going to be one for some form of continuation here on NVDA. We'll go to the long side and get some numbers that we find attractive and see if we can get a form of any continuation. We're pulling back on Google off of that $354 high. There's a key pivot there, guys, right into the backside of this trend line. If it breaks and holds on the daily, I'm going to suspect we're going to see a lot more topside in this name. If Amazon's going to hit the all-time highs off a lot of that cloud, then I wouldn't be surprised if Google does so momentarily. With that being said, let's get our order placed out there, Sharif, just in case it does come back into the level that we want. We're going to pace that 28.30. We don't want anything more. I guess I would take a little bit less, but that means my trade would be under the water. But nothing more than 28.30 here on NVDL. You're still up 1%. Now, if we talk about SanDisk, which we have been all day, it was up 5% at one point, now negative 3.8%. Now, as for a Micron, down 4% here, Sharif, so not too good of a look whatsoever. Coinbase getting absolutely destroyed, down another 14.25%, man. That's insane.
Ew.
Yeah, it's over.
14?
It's over.
It's just shut it down now.
It's over. Yeah, it's over.
Just
it's
go
over,
home, bro.
man.
It's over for the
base.
shiny one.
The
there.
based
Yeah,
one.
yeah. The based one. Okay. I was
Coinbase.
gonna call Brian Armstrong the shiny one because he shines that bad boy in the morning. I'm pretty sure he has a boatload of wax and stuff like that he probably dips into. Sorry, bro. Hey, look, man, I started that joke before you shaved your head, so I can't back it down.
You can back it down. I mean, you can totally back it down.
It's your choice.
Yeah.
All right, here we go, guys. We're still watching FCUV. I don't like the way this looks, Bovin. Topping hill in the 14. It still hasn't breached prior bar low, but the 5-minute candle that just closed at 11:10 is a doji candle, which closed marginally red. Now, the good news is it has higher lows and higher highs. I don't know how this cookie crumbles. Bovin thinks the 5-minute candle needs to close above 1350. I think the 5-minute candle needs to close above 14. That's just kind of the way I see it. But maybe we're looking at the same thing, just looking maybe at just slightly different levels. So I don't know what I'm going to do about this one.
Oh, no.
FFAI,
Dude,
Faraday Futures is ripping, Joseph. So I don't know if you want to trade these small cappers today, but this one is really going. It is halted now to the upside. Randy, where is he? Faraday Futures is halted to the upside, my guy. It's $8.26. And you know what, Randy? It halted at 8.26, and the tap is showing 9. So here we go again. Oh, I love small caps. Let's go, baby. All right, guys, we're going to have to keep a close eye here on Faraday. There is my man. Get it, Randy. We have the mic ready for you and everything.
We got it ready.
So here's Faraday. Look how beautiful that uptrend is, huh? You know what, Randy? We're in for a good time, not a long time. All right. So Faraday Futures, guys, FCUV. I did see it, Nick. We haven't printed anything next. We're waiting for a move above 14. I just won't take out any more here. I'm going to have to pack the patience, see if we can get above 14 options, man. But for now, we're going to have to.
Yeah, we're going to send it over there, but there was definitely something that just stepped into the market via volume-wise. We're going to send it
there goes FCUV.
There it goes.
We get the print above 14.
And there we go to the desk.
Get it, Bovin.
Definitely something did step in volume-wise, so USO did drop a little bit here. So the total U.S. products supplied of crude oil and petroleum has fallen in May due to the lowest since March 2025. So U.S. products supplied of distillate fuel oil has fallen to the lowest since June 2020. So that's what I am seeing over here. If there's any more comments, I will be sure to let you know. We also do have U.S. President Donald Trump, who will be speaking in a couple of minutes, just waiting, not prompts today.
What did
I
he
love
say?
it,
What did
bro.
he say there?
I don't know. I think it was like Drake's song there. Remember that? Call me on whatever.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Okay, guys. Current bar high on FCUV. Oh goodness gracious. Good God. FCUV. Come on, not ZBAO. We want FCUV. Hey, good job, computer. You're so good. 1467 current bar high on FCUV. I'm waiting at 88s, 1488s that is, and then I'm waiting at 1525. We're looking for more here, Bovin, and I know full well that we're still in a downtrend, even though we got a big move up. And this is what I mean by the downtrend. Area high, that's the high of the day, 1759. And then we have another area high, the 1040 bar, the high of which is 1616. And then we have this area high, the high of which is 1436. So it's still a bit of a lower high, but by the same token, we have higher lows. So we're in a bit of a compression pattern, which is typically bullish, right? You look for the compression pattern to resolve in the direction of the trend. And when you're up 560 some thought percent, we needn't argue about what the trend is here. The point is, though, this one will come with bamboozlement, meaning that it may resolve higher, may resolve above 16, 17, but it may wick you out on the way there. So that is the problem. So that's what I'm trying to keep my eye on so that I'm not subject to these kind of bamboozling prints, Joey. Continuing to watch us trade above 14.
All right, yeah, so we're in this trade here, guys. I'm not in love with it, to be honest with you, even though it's slightly ITM. I mean, if this support level breaks, that momentum to the downside was not favoring us. What I was looking for is this pullback to really get us engaged. But if we can continue to move higher, I'll take it for what it is. But I think what I'm going to do is really focus on some of these small caps. I know I was saying that earlier here today, but yeah, I think it's one of those days. Yesterday, we were fortunate enough to finish on the positive side of things, but I just get the, that gut feeling where it's like, all right, we may not be in sync with what's going on here, and that's totally fine. That's why we have more tools in our bag, is that we just head over to what the small cap world is. And it's very specific PA, right? Like, we're keeping our eyes on the momentum in the high of the day break. So that's what I'm going to do. If we get this move back to VWAP, fantastic. But if not, then that's it. We took our attempts, didn't work on the short side, and you can see liquidity grabs everyone up here, even though I might have just been too early on the thesis. And then sure enough, now moving to the downside, giving back the majority of its move from not too long ago. Short Google. I did want to short Google from the highs, but again, I missed my entry on that one. Meta's heading lower, so it did momentarily break through VWAP, now heading to the south side. We'll give this to 20s, and then we're at a dodge on this one, and probably going to be the last attempt via large cap here for me on the day, and just look for some of these other opportunities here. So we'll keep our eyes just in case that bid hits 20, Sharif. We're AC Slater to that one, and it looks like we're going to momentarily. Half of our risk already moved to the SPCE. This is SpaceX ETF here, maybe. Sachs what's up with this one? No volume. Oh, we got to fix this one. David Sachs? Oh, okay. This one has a crazy amount of volume. Okay, there it goes. We're out. We're out of, well, no, I mean, we're moving to the downside. So, yeah. MGRX, Amazon. This is a small cap. Why is Amazon F here? FCOV. This thing's not doing too much after that initial selling. But yeah, that's it, man. We're going to sit on our hands for a little bit. Faraday, as Sharif is mentioning, is halted. No more large cap trades for me.
I think
Sorry about that. Thank you so much. We just have a little bit of a correction that was posted. The U.S. crude oil exports have hit a record high in May. So it has hit a record high. It's not at its lowest since June 2020. So just clarified that with a couple of sources here. There's corrections coming in from multiple news agencies as well. So just reporting that the EIA has said that the U.S. crude oil exports have hit a record high as of May. And yes, keep an eye out. Couple of minutes, still waiting. U.S. President Donald Trump will be speaking, so we'll keep an eye out if the markets follow, rise on that.
Thank you very much for that, Sia. Thank you for the clarification on that. FCUV, look, guys, it's in the 13s, it's in the high 13s, it's in the 14s. I'm not liking it, and there it's failing. We're out. There it goes, FCUV for the last remaining amount. We'll give a little bit back there because we were still holding about, I think, 33% of the position there. So we did lose a little bit on that move down, but still positive on it. FCUV all over the map. I had a feeling that this was going to make a bit of a lower high, but now this helps me focus on Faraday. So 11:15:35 is the halt time. The halt price was 8.26. So the earliest open now that we've passed 11:20:35 is going to be 11:25:35. So we'll see what the move is there. The top guys, 851 right now on Faraday futures. So interested in this, up 54%. Let me just take a quick look, see what the hell Faraday is moving up for here, man. Volatility halt. No, there is no catalyst here on Faraday. So, yeah, we may have to be careful with this one. Monks says Faraday will chop you. Look, brother, you know, like if I shied away from these small caps, right, then, you know, we wouldn't be trading them. But, yeah, I can handle it. We'll see, man. Maybe I shouldn't say that. But we'll keep an eye here on Faraday. Now, I'm a little disappointed with this out, but on FCUV, because it bounced right back up. Now, I had my out at a strategic area. Look at this thing, right back up here into 13. So maybe I didn't give it all the way down here. I have to give it to 11 1/3. Right, it's not losing trend at the moment. This is where it would lose trend, like at that 1135, 1140 area. But that is like $3 away from where we are right now. So right back up goes FCUV. Well, we'll have to keep an eye on this one. Tam Panda, $5 super chat. Thank you very much, brother. Sharif, I heard that companies were sending complaints to you guys for calling small cap cappers small cap crappers. XD, is that the lore? Look, brother, I came up with it as like a few years ago, and people got offended at the time. They're like, I trade small caps, don't call them crappers. What the hell do you think I'm doing over here, man, every freaking day for the last 2.5 years? Of course I don't think they're crap, otherwise I wouldn't be trading them. But the point remains the same, is that they're around for a good time, not a long time. So, you're not going to see me holding these overnight, despite the fact that I know a lot of you guys are and doing it quite successfully. I just don't have that kind of risk appetite. But I love calling them small cap crappers, man. Don't take yourself too seriously, guys. So I'm doing it live. There we go. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Chris, that's a good one, bro. Huh? Yes, Chris. I haven't heard that one before. Thank you for that, brother. All right, so we're having a good time. We're having a good time over here. We're still waiting for Faraday to open up. What time is it, Joey? It's 12:44, 46. So we have about another 50 seconds or so to a possible open here on FFAI. We're going to keep an eye on that. Keep an eye on that. You can keep an eye on this. SOC continues to look pretty freaking good. New York stock, not up big at all. In fact, it's only up 9 1/3 from what I see over here, but there's the freaking day high, and it just took it out. 491. This one's on its horse and could see $5 sooner rather than later. I'd rather wait for a little bit of a pullback here on SOC, but we're definitely keeping it on watch. So let's keep here an eye on FFAI, which is now about 10 seconds from possible resumption. 872 top, moving up. 875 top, 876, 882, 881 open. Look for the move down. Look for the move down through 8.5. I stop out. Let's see what this one has to offer. Does it have the juice to take out some levels? What do we get? We got 889. So let's put some there. Oh, there it goes. We're going to have to end that as it loses the $0.5. 793 limit down. Keeping an eye here on $0.5 defend. So right now you're seeing the $0.5 get defended. Nice. Let's see if we can kind of get back into this one and work our way back in. What do you got, Joey? Because I'm going to have to concentrate.
Yeah, I'm looking at the exact same thing here to see if we're going to get any momentum shift back towards the top side. So with that being said, when we're trading these, man, it's really important to focus, for my style anyways, on the tape. So right now it looks a little weak, filling this gap from that previous halt band there. You open up a little bit higher, and then now 854. You're holding that $0.5, as Shreve was mentioning. But guess what, ladies and gentlemen? Unfortunately, unfortunately, the market is heading back towards the low of the day. SPY a little bit stronger than the Nasdaq, but Meta at a key support system right here, ladies and gentlemen. Keep your eyes out on this one, right? $543. If this snaps, there might be some more downside. 25 minutes of consecutive selling. You have Amazon coming off of the highs. You have Google coming off of the highs. And then there is the market looking to attempt. Apple still hovering around, not doing too much. You did have a little bit of a volume spike there, but nothing crazy. And I mean, what the heck happened there? Oh, okay, that's why. And then NVIDIA, I took my eyes off of it. I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to allow it to do it. I got to follow what Jimmy Chill has to say today. Right. Oh, my God. We had the short idea. Should have gave it a couple more attempts, but shoulda, coulda, woulda. Wish in one hand, do something in the other. And then you know what happens after that. You end up at the lower end of the range here within this name specifically. Looking for Faraday to turn things around. I want to head over to the scanner as the mega cap tech names are dragging the overall market down with it. So not too good of a look here, ladies and gentlemen. Have we increased our percentage to the downside in Micron and SanDisk? Yes, we have. 7. Oh, that's BM&R. DRAM down 4%. SK Hynix down 2%. Seagate down about a 10th of a percent. SanDisk 6% almost, and Micron 6%. So extremely tough look. With that being said, we're going to pull up the cost speed one more time, and it's just like, where are the buyers? Where are the buyers? Is it going now? Yeah. Okay, I got to focus on this.
We're in pretty aggressively here.
You're in aggressively there. I like the look of this, Jib, for a break of this level, Sharif, a clean flush of the tape. Let's see if we get buyers to step right back in on this bad boy, and then we're going to be rocking and rolling. I don't know if I should reduce my size than what I have on my initial. Yeah, I'm going to, just because. Let's see if this gets a break, but we want to see more momentum and more volume. But here's the tape. Let's see. A lot can tell us here. As soon as we see that clean flush, you're going to see your boy involved with this potential trade, Sharif.
All right, man. I'm just involved
here.
Brother,
okay, so I can keep going on. Yeah, I mean, I can keep going on. There's no worries about that. Anyways, aside from that, you know what we have our eye on?
What you got?
My eye on? Faraday. I have my eye on Faraday as well, too. But Amazon pulling back pretty aggressively here, my brother. Also, indecision print. Gaurav, great call out here earlier in the day on this one. This was fantastic. There it is.
560.
There it is. Let's see if we can get
70.
any form of. There it
80.
is. That's what I'm talking about.
Look for 9.
You know who it is.
Look for 9, baby. Let's
That's
go.
That's what we're talking about. That's
fur,
what I was waiting
baby,
for.
fur. There goes 9
yes,
options,
sir.
man, into the high. 939 limit up.
That's what
Here
I'm
we
talking
go.
about,
We
man.
got 840. Watch for the drop.
Whoa. We're out.
Shut it, mom. Open up shop.
All right, we take that, man.
Whoa.
That was a big time move.
That's a Rough Riders roll. Let's go, baby. We're still holding, man. There's going to be volatility here, right? Anything through 8, I end it, right? I have to risk 40 pennies. Here comes 8. We took a good amount at the top. If it loses 8, I'm out, right? It's just really that simple. You have to give it room because the bottoming tail candle, the inverse hammer candle, found support at 8. So if you're not going to give it to 8, you're doing yourself a disservice. You're not allowing the trade to develop enough by just being a little bit too cautious. Taking out a little bit more here. $half seller. Big $half seller. Back into the 60s we go. It's a 930 high. Oh, my Lanta. Right back up options, man. Looking for 9 and change here. Looking for 9 1/3 buyer, 930 buyer. Into the third of $1, $0.25. Watch out for the loss of 8, guys. There was an 808 buyer last time we were down here. So be on the lookout for that 808 buyer to step back in. If he doesn't step back in, mamma mia. This one could be very bad and can find a limit down. So we're going to keep a close eye here on this one. Down goes 820. There's an 820, 8 1/4 buyer. The volatility is just ripping here, Joey. And the funny thing is, with all this volume, we've only done 4 million shares, right? So it's kind of a little ironic at this point. 808, there it is.
Yeah,
out.
Yeah.
Okay, so failed a little bit. 768 limit down. It's going to halt down. 768 limit freaking down. Oh, my Lanta. This one is all over the map, but we did well on this trade here. Gave back a little bit there, but I got the majority up at the top, so I was happy about that.
We waited for that volume in the tape to display itself as we were talking about. It's displayed a little bit better on this chart, but anyways, you see, this is where we took half off at 915s, and then as soon as it came back, I got out, and then, yeah, the tape just completely flipped, and you've seen the aggressiveness start to step right back in. So boom, we take half off at the highest point, and then sure enough, we just take that break even as price action slightly turned around on us over there. So yeah, I mean, can we bounce once again? Gaurav, where are you at, brother? I want to know if you're going to be looking to get involved with NVIDIA one more time. I said I'm not going to be trading these small caps, so I'm curious if you are. Amazon looking pretty good south of the volume weighted average price, but without any form of questioning, the momentum is most definitely to the downside if you ask me. Look at the strength within this candle, but if we want to remain optimistic, which I believe we will, is the volume isn't supporting this move, right? We often talk about effort and result. there's not very much sell pressure and a massive result in regards to this sell engulfing this whole range in 5 minutes here from 269 all the way to a low of 267, just absolutely gone. So if the market's going to continue to move higher, maybe this indecision print right here at Amazon. I can't hear you guys either, and I'm logged in. I don't know if you said anything to me. Okay, there we go. Okay, now I can hear you. Let's go. Let's send it over to the desk. The hottest segment of the day.
As you guys can see in the screen, President Trump just began speaking here at this cabinet meeting, but another thing that just happened was the European market closed a matter of minutes ago. So let's get into the close of the final Euro sessions of the week with one.
Thank you, Adara. Final Euro session for the week, and European markets closing on a high, mostly in the green, as big corporate movers as well as positive economic growth data. Despite some energy price worries, that's definitely leading the market. So we take a look at the stocks 600, up by about 0.12%, hitting a fresh session high. Regional chip equipments on the rise, carrying that aggregate tape on up. In Germany, we got a huge strong tech rebound, especially with upbeat corporate earnings as well as falling oil prices. Despite ongoing Middle East geopolitical tensions, we saw chipmaker Infineon up by about 4.5%, led the benchmark, followed by Siemens Energy as well as Hochtief, both of which advanced by around 1.5%. So we see a huge rebound in tech sector in Germany. Over in France, the same. ST Microelectronics rose by about 2% today, following global tech stock gains driven by optimism over AI spending overnight. And of course, France annual inflation, here's some economic data, that rose to about 2.1% in July from 1.8% in June. Their producer prices also fell by 0.6% month on month after a revised 0.2% drop in May. So that data definitely more cautious ECB approach to monetary easing in the future. But I've also got some updates on the UK, continuing to monitor some weaker oil prices. They were the only ones in the red today. I mean, apart from NatWest, which was one of the biggest gainers today, they gained about 4.5%, following higher full-year guidance as well as a share buyback program with their recent 2026 results. But IAG, International Airlines Group, they fell by nearly 2% after missing their revenue targets. They're citing that higher fuel costs, especially from the ongoing Middle East geopolitical war, that's also affecting that of their Middle East routes being suspended. But main story in Europe is the Apex capital. Right now, we see a lot of spending, money being injected, fresh capital being injected back into all the chip manufacturers as well as European hardwares. They started the week off pretty badly, but ending the week off strong. And I've got some data here from the Eurozone annual inflation. That rose by about 2.9% compared to that of 2.8% in June. It's meeting expectations, but it's well under the ECB's 2% target. Some key numbers here: energy inflation up to 10% from 8.5%. Due to the US-Iran hostilities, core inflation edged up by about 2.5% from 2.4% last month. Services rose to 3.3% from 3.2%, as well as industrial goods reaching 0.9% from 0.7%. Inflation accelerating in Germany, France, Spain, and Netherlands. Only country that was easing was in Italy. So a lot to think about, especially with the European Central Bank coming into the next month. We never know, we might get another hike from them.
Yeah, a lot to consider here. Let's get ready for the Asian market segment with one at this desk at 3:30 p.m. as we send you back to the midday.
Thank you for that, Juan. Thank you for that, Adara. You're continuing to watch FCUV. I did have a nice little trade on it there during the break. A little premature, the exit, as we move back up. The compression pattern is in full effect here on FCUV. It is holding prior area lows, but it is dropping, right? At times, especially when we get into that upper area of the resistance band, it is really following trend. And by following trend, I mean kind of maintaining its pattern here within the compression pattern. Let's just zoom out so I can kind of make my point. Like, look how well this is holding up, both as resistance and support. I think FCUV, if it can break above prior area high, like a defined prior area high, this could be a quadruple digit winner just based on how it's trading. Okay, that's my spidey sense. Prior area high to me is going to be right now 1467. I think if we can get above 15, but we're also, let's not get too excited just because we get above 15. 14 again showing up. 1650, I would say, is the real test here. There goes 14. Not at the local area high as we mentioned. 1467 is what I perceive to be local area high into 14 and a quarter here. So good look. But Nick, I want to get to Nick's super chat because we have a lot of super chats we didn't get to. Sharif, speaking of swing, if you had $1,000 to swing a small cap this weekend, which do you think sets up well for a long best of luck today? Thank you, Nick. All class as always, and thank you very much for the $5 super chat. Just have to focus here on, give me a sec, Nick, because FCUV is really going. It's maintaining itself above 14 here, so I'd like to see what this one possibly has to offer. If it can get above 1467, this one could be really gangbusters. 1450 now, aggressive move. Let's see if we can get above 67. I'm going to put some orders here. Let's throw these out, see if we can get any of them. 1467, whoa. There it goes, options, man. 15 incoming, I'm waiting at 88, it's just crossed, bro. Unbelievable, there it goes, Joey, options into 15. Watch out for a flush here. Sorry, Nick, I just had to do this, brother, because, we're doing it live. So holding here, FCUV, it's against me now, but I've gotten a lot out, so I'm going to put something above 15. Let's see if we can get a print above 15. We're going to wait there as well. So there we go, 1555. We're going to post that. 1 second, SSE. I just have to let this resolve. 1525, 1470. Looking for the move above 15. There's 80. There's 15. 1537 limit up. Let's freaking go. Let's see if we can get caught in a halt here, okay? Sorry, just have to do that. Let me just see exactly what we got. Boom. We're going to now let this one go. Let's see if we can get caught up in a halt. 1676 limit up. So this one could have a lot of juice here. 1676 limit up. Can we get above 1550? Right now, the local area high options, man, is 1560. What a move up by FCUV. Rip City. Rip City. All right, we're going to send it to Sia.
Keep an eye out on SPY, the market climbing right now. U.S. President Donald Trump has started his remarks, and he has also touted the stock market, also said that I do not blame the cyber attack in Minnesota on Iran. Comments are still coming in, and as they flow in, I will be sure to update you. Stay tuned.
Yeah, well, this is why I'm so quick with the keys, guys, because of this exact reason. Limit down 1136. We literally just got to 16. And this one bleeds its own blood. Down goes Frazier. Oh, my days. 1120 limit down, showing 1176 now, back above 12. Okay. Now that we did pretty good on that, man. I'm not going to lie. Let's look at some multiple day runners here for the OG, Nick. So which one was I seeing? BHC. Look, I don't think this is a small cap gapper, Nick. I was seeing a multi-billion-dollar market cap. But look at the daily on BHC. Above the 200, multiple green days in a row. So basically, since the 23rd of July, Nick, and today's the last day of July, so, over a week, there's one red candle. So 23rd green, 24th, inside day, higher low, but lower high. That changes on the 27th, higher low, higher high. A green day, but an inside day on the 28th, and then it rips on the 29th, above 490, then it rips again on the 30th into that 607, and today it's at 661. So BHC, I don't know how you feel about this one, Nick Dub, but BHC looks good to me, multiple day runner. I just have to tell you, though, that I've never personally swung a small cap gapper overnight. So I may not be the person to ask here, but it's a multi-day runner, and it looks good to me. The long man, 001, sorry to keep you waiting, brother. $10 super chat, small caps. Around for a good time, not a long time. I can't read that last part, but thank you very much for the super chat. ZBAO says Moisey Garcia. Thank you very much, brother, for a $2 super chat. We're going to send you to Sia, and when we get back, I'm going to look at ZBAO for you.
Not a crazy Here, but keep an eye out on CVX as well. Chevron's CEO has announced talks with multiple parties for potential pipelines from Iraq. Just repeating, Chevron's CEO has announced talks, multiple parties for potential pipelines from Iraq. Keep an eye out. Nothing major of a move, but just something to note.
Thank you very much, Sia, for that. Let's look at ZBAO or ZB, however your English persuasion maybe, right? They're both right. Which one do you say, Joey?
Z.
Z or Z? You say Z, huh? Okay. So ZBAO displeases me at the moment because it's below VWAP. Okay, so let me take that back. VWAP hasn't acted as support and resistance on the day, at least not that I see. It's cutting through the middle of the price action. So whether or not this is above VWAP or not, I don't think should feature too greatly in my analysis here. Let's see, for the exception of this huge move at 9 a.m., this feels like a bit of an upward channel. Hey, Randy, what's going on, brother? Taco Friday. Feels like a bit of an upward channel. Again, save and except for this one move over here. I got to tell you, brother, this isn't my cup of tea. Like, this is not what I'd be looking to trade. It's a range. It may or may not be a range. I would look for something a little bit better. I see Faraday finding a little bit of support here, so I'd probably be looking at Faraday for some volatility. So let's look over here. $7 support. You're getting two candles now that have defended $7. The 1135 candle has a 693 low, but it closed well above 7. And then the current 1140 candle has a 717 low. So prior bar high, which is important, as well as an 830 high. Here comes, it's 819 limit up on Faraday. I could give this the current bar low. That takes me to 717, right? For a possible move right back above. Or I could wait for a breakout trade. The breakout trade here would be the break of prior bar high, which I mentioned is 830. So you could say, you know, put a breakout trade at 833, or you could be a little bit more conservative. Put your dip trade near the 7s, right? Because we've been talking about this one defending 7 at least for the last 10 minutes. Fail 7, you have something maybe in the 680s, 6 low 90s, so you end up, you know, losing 20 pennies rather than maybe punching in at 830 and then dropping all the way to 7, then losing $1.30 per share, right? Because you would have to literally give it to 7 because that's where the support is. So keep your eye on this one. I could be persuaded both ways, whether you want to take a breakout trade or you want to take a dip trade. The dip trade, of course, may or may not come in, right? So you could do both as well. Here comes $8, 808, 806. So this one could be taking out prior bar high sooner rather than later. Look for that 830 break, and while we look out for that, C is going to tell you about this.
Lockheed Martin a little bit to the upside. LMT, U.S. President Donald Trump has just mentioned talking about how America's great military, and the stock has reacted a little bit of an uptick for LMT.
Yeah, it is. This
is ripping.
Yeah, thanks for pointing that one out there.
Well.
Yeah, Ryan O'Day, our boy over there, pointing that one out. Yeah, I mean, let's see what Faraday's up to. This was crazy. Boom. How are you in this already, Buffett? Like,
what he does, bro.
Yeah, he's just boom. He's in it. He's in it already. I've seen Adam James write in the chat. He's like, "Oh man, you just got rinsed." What I seen on this down candle on who me?
Oh, Adam.
Oh yeah. No, he was saying he got rinsed.
Oh,
yeah. On this.
Okay.
And so in half of the chat, I was looking at this and I'm like, yeah, okay. Anyways, I thought we were gonna head forward this high of the day break, and then in a split second, it dropped from $15 all the way to $12.40.
Oh.
I'm like, what the heck is going on here? And I said it in the chat, I'm like, man, that should be illegal. Yeah, exactly. And we need that. I need that key, because when things like that happen, that is the least we can say. So that's unfortunate on what happened, but Faraday, Sharif, might give us another opportunity for a high of the day break. LFS starting to come back in here. I don't know if you like this, but a high of the day break, that's my style of trade, and that's what I'm going to be looking for. More data to be displayed here, but we had a nice little move on FFAI, eliminating a lot of the losses just like that. Boom, the momentum to the top side is exactly what we're looking for as we broke through the HOD, held those levels, and then went on a nice little move to the top side. Now, as for some of the larger names, no idea what they're up to at this point, and that's okay, because Google's still at 349. Maybe I got to buy a little bit more of that here, as that name went right back. Google?
This LFS is ripping.
Is it going?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I want to focus on this here. Oh, yeah, broke through the high of the day. There it is, Sharif.
Third of the dollar seller.
We got to see what's going on. LFS. We'll see. We'll wait for that pullback, read the tape, and see if this gives us a primetime entry.
Boom. Get it, Joey.
All right, yeah.
So following a little bit here, U.S. President Donald Trump saying that he wants defense firms to move fast. LMT again had a little bit of an uptick over there. So he is also saying that Iran has been dishonest to deal with, and Iran is having a hard time. Also, that Iran is doing poorly. USO is still continuing to slide towards the downside.
Earlier this morning, he said the talks were going great.
They're doing very good.
Yeah,
45 seller, big 45 seller here, Bovin. They're moving down 44s. Watch out for the flush here. There it goes. Options, man. Through 350. Big 350 seller. They killed him, Joey. He's decimated. Into 360 we go. We got 320s on this. You know what? There is a 70 seller. Now we're looking for 88s option, man. All right, here we go. And boom. There we go. Limit up. No, not quite yet. Okay, so this is the one that doesn't show me the limit up, limit down. So I'm going to have to take LFS off this screen. I'm going to have to put it on a different screen here. So excuse me, guys, while I do that. LFS on the New York. No, on the Nasdaq. Hey, there we go. Okay, so now we can see limit up, limit down. Right now it's not showing. We're kind of ensconced in between the price action over here. 3.5 buyer. 3.5 buyer here, guys. They're defending the $0.50. And they're incrementally moving up the bid a little bit. Watch for a flash move below the $0.50 and then a move right back up. If it does that, that would be your entry. And possibly a rejection of 4. So let me put in LFS on the side because right now it's not updating. There we go. Good. So the high of the day is 387. So the move above 4 could come in fast and it could come in furious. Up 63%. Watch out for the flush below the $0.50. That's what I would say here. But the algorithm is incrementally moving up the bid. They were buying at 54s, and they started buying. And down goes Fraser. Is this a move? This is the flash move below the $0.50 that I was talking about. I might take a chance here if it moves right back above, and then I'd give it to 40. Let's give it to 339, and then 330. What do I got? I got 56s. Good, into 69 it goes. 70. We're looking for a little bit more here, Bovin. 70 seller. Looking for 377 on this one. There it goes, right back up into 380. Yes, looking for a little bit more options, man. Let's see if we can touch near that 4, near that 4 area, okay? 383 seller. They're moving down here. We need a bid. Nope, out. Taking it out here.
Yeah, that's a good call.
Yeah, there it goes. Down goes Fraser, 362. You need that big move up, right? Especially with these multiple halt. Well, this one hasn't halted yet, right? Did this one halt yet? No, I don't think so.
No, I don't think so.
Get it, Bovin. Bovin's yelling boom. His booms get shorter, though. You notice this? Because he's in the position. So he's got to fumble the keys over here, over there. Very pleased with the trading today, guys. We're catching scalps on these bad boys. We're looking for a little bit more here. 391 high on LFS. I'm looking for a 4 breach, Joey.
Yeah, all right, we tried the momentum style play on that one. Same thesis, really, looking for that break. You get that punch through, right? So we got 73, we get that punch through to 390, and then no continuation, so we just get out immediately on this one. So unfortunate. We'll keep our eyes on it, though. I do like the look of its jib. Maybe we do have an additional turnaround. I'll give it one more attempt because we did have an earlier move bright and early this morning. All right, is this just a fake out? Where's that wave? There's that wave. All right, continue. If it fails again, that's it. We're not going to be trying LFS because there's clearly a seller breaching and holding that 386 marker, which seems to be the narrative so far. And we ain't getting rug pulled like what happened in FCUV. That is not happening here today. Tape extremely weak here, ladies and gentlemen, so it doesn't look like this trade's going to be working in our favor. And if that's the case, unfortunately, we will be giving back everything that we made on this name here. Yeah, that's it. Boom. So, yeah, I mean, it didn't work. It went for that high of the day break. 2 quick moves on LFS. That's a no-go. Not a good session for the kid here. I believe it's the second red day of the week, but that's all right, man. It is what it is. Man, oh, man, we could have a little bit better of price action. And if it goes now, then there's nothing I can really do. Just the spread is too wide. Maybe lighten up the share size. But, yeah, that's it. LFS. Oh, there it goes. It's going to go now. Let's see how we react around this level. It could just absolutely eliminate this individual right here and then maybe break through that $4 marker. But yeah, a tough look. After that 3-bar play, we should have got the momentum. I was reading the tape correctly. There was no continuation, and you can see it just continuously press lower and lower and lower. Oh, there it goes. Now it's gone, of course. All right, just a little bit too early.
Couple comments more coming in that I'm just going to talk about. Trump saying that Iran will soon lack military capacity, and also saying that soon Iran, just the same thing, repeating it again and again, that soon Iran will not have military capacity left. Also, just another thing that I do want to note is that the USO is falling. I'm just going to check the levels of the SPY right now. Up a little bit, continuing to pull down. Just reaction to the U.S. president speaking at the moment. He's taking questions right now and talking to the panel.
What? Yeah, go ahead, Joey.
Yeah, we got a $5 super chat, then you can get right back into LFS. That is my last name. Can you please remove the "down goes Frazier" from your quote?
Why?
But it's a boxing quote.
Why would we do that? And why would you tell us what to say?
It's
Who are you?
He is Rayleigh.
Okay.
$5 super chat. But yeah, I mean, it's a boxing quote. So down, which Sharif says no.
Rub me the wrong way when you do that.
When you say stuff like that?
No, when you tell me not to do something. Who are you to tell me what to do? Joker. All right, here we go, baby.
There you go.
395 area high. We're looking for a move above 4. Let's keep an eye here. Current bar low is 341. I'm looking at the 5-second chart, and it's putting in higher lows and higher highs on the 5, but I'm not liking the fact that it keeps rejecting at lower levels. It's a 395 high, and now we've rejected 395 a couple of times. So continuing to watch. If it loses 350, I think we have a bigger correction going on here. And the area low actually, quite to be honest, is 345 rather than 350. So we're still holding trend. That's the news. We're still holding trend here, and a move above 395 or 4 really helps this one open up towards 5. I just don't like the look of it right now, Joey, so I'm going to hang.
All right, man. Yeah, same. I'm trying to hang on here. In regards to warmth, I just can feel it exiting my body as the time goes on. But LFS, a little bit tougher of a look here. $3.60 is holding on, though. Maybe we find something else. I don't want to be jumping around too much, but we can look at it like this, which I think is reasonable, and I do believe is reasonable. Look at this bull flag that's starting to form. We could be in the early days of this move higher, right? Like the volume only really started to kick in around 11:43. $3.46. There it is. Bull flag really forming and a crack through this. Maybe we take one more, right? We got our swings at the plate. We're 0 for 2. We strike out on multiple occasions, but that one move is all we need, and then everything is eliminated, and we're on the back to the positive side of things. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take my 3 strikes. We don't want to abandon it too much, just considering from what we're seeing from a price action standpoint. I don't mind it whatsoever. We want to see that other wave of volume start to kick in, obviously, to the top side in order for us to breach through some of those zones, all right? So $3.70. Currently, we'll head back over. I know we haven't looked at some of the large caps in the past couple of minutes. Coinbase, oh yeah, we already went over that, down 13%. Man, that sucks a whole heap. NVDA holding on to positivity. Google 5%, Apple down 10% here on the day. I mean, it is what it is. I think it's a good buying opportunity. 12% off the highs. There it goes, Sharif. It's getting ready to go.
I'm in.
It's getting ready to go. You're in it. Oh, yeah. This is my last attempt. If they reject this level one more time, then I'm like, oh my God, our reads are completely off. We're in LFS one more time looking for this high of the day break, guys. It kind of rejected it. We have the bull flag. Now we want that volume to uptick for us here. And there we go. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. $4. We should post.
Selling here.
We should. Yeah, I know there is, and it's been going on for the past 10 minutes or so. If they break, I think we can head into $4 relatively quick. But they might have the ability to push price right past this lower end of the range. I am buying the top end. Tape not displaying what we want here, Sharif. So definitely a tougher look.
Oh, yes, you're right. Let's go to Sia.
On CEO, a couple comments also coming in. Mike Wirth saying that diesel demand in Europe is expected to increase, and also stating that there is no sign of long-term demand decline. Just repeating that CVX CEO Mike Wirth stating that diesel demand in Europe is expected to grow and to increase, and that there is no sign of long-term demand decline. If there are any more comments coming in from President Trump, I will be sure to let you know.
What a move. Up 97 buy, 90 buyer here, Joe.
I know. It ran right into 4, man.
Yep, 4 is the high of the day. This feels like it's going to break 4. There it goes through 4.
That's what
watch for a dip and then a move back above 4. Yeah, continuing to watch here. Let's see if we can get something on this bad boy.
There we go.
What do we got? We got a 406 buyer. I'm looking for dips above. Let's see if we can get something 4 1/4. Let's put it in and around there. 388 ends the trade for me. It has to maintain itself above 4. There it goes back into 7s.
Yes, sir.
High of days 09. There's no continuation above 4, Joe.
Yeah, absolutely none, man. I'm in the exact same boat as you. We got 385. You're in at 406. There it goes. Bang. Not too bad of a look whatsoever, guys. Oh, 415. Yes, sir. I mean, hey, man, we would obviously like some more shares on this one. I'm glad that we took our at-bats, right? We were 0 for 2. Now we finally hit base with this bad boy. I wonder, Sharif has the halt bands on this one there. So, anyways, aside from that, $4.
Yet, Joe.
The halt bands, you can't see them? Yeah, that's good. There it goes. It's coming back in aggressively as Sharif and I are both in LFS, 84% to the top side. Keep our eyes on the tape. If the defense gets too hefty, we both have to get prepared to exit this position. But not so far, so good. 404. Wow. You got something there?
If 410 seller,
okay.
It's
yeah,
not
I've seen that.
Making a bigger move up.
No,
right?
It's not.
418 high. I'm not going to stop out until the 80s, right? I'd like to see the 7. There's a single-digit seller, 4 single-digit seller. We've been up in the teens just a couple of times, but there's no continuation quite yet. So not sure how this cookie crumbles, but we keep getting bought up below 4. This is what I was kind of looking at, right? The 3 mid-90s buyer. That's why I said 80s, because this is not going to hold 4 strictly. It's just too volatile. If it loses that,
there it goes.
There
yeah,
we go.
there
So
you
we took out some nice
out.
at the top, though, into the $0.25, but this one has to set up again. It's putting in a topping tail candle right now. Ironically enough, though, it still hasn't lost trend. It has a higher low and a higher high, even though this is the ugliest topping tail candle right now that I've seen. Oh, my Lanta. Neil, are you dancing over there? What's going on over there, bro? My man was doing the dance right there. Get it, Neil? So this is what I'm talking about, SSE. This is, not the prettiest candle right there. So let's throw in the ticker. And I do apologize for not having the ticker there. But LFS, oh, my Lanta. It giveth and it taketh away. But, it didn't take away too much there, Joey, because we were able to get some in at the top. Riley, $5 super chat. Been a paid member for 3 years. Sharif, you didn't even read my generous joke and chose to get angry. Priceless. Oh, thanks, brother. I appreciate that. I like getting angry. It's kind of what I do pretty well. What are you looking at, Joey?
Same thing here, man. The market a little bit, it's pretty choppy after we had that initial selling here on the Nasdaq, guys, right to the downside. And then now we've just been moving eastward from that point. The SPY a little bit stronger than what we've seen compared to the Nasdaq. With that being said, I believe XLV is probably going to be another strong sector here today. And there it is. Right, you have an initial gap down, but finding it's on its road to recovery, and that's pretty good. I mean, if you're in a lot of these healthcare names, not too bad of a look there whatsoever. And XLF, man, I would expecting this to be performing a little bit better, but we aren't too far off of the all-time highs. Okay, now XLP also another name that can help drive the overall market. XLP, not too horrible. Things aren't too bad there, guys. But there goes LFS, absolutely breaking down. So a tougher look on that front. Let's send it over to the desk.
That's not for you.
Let's take a look at what the markets are doing. The 3 major averages we do have. U.S. President Donald Trump still continuing talking. SPY currently up 0.20% at the moment. The triple Qs are up over 0.20%. The Dow is up 0.34%, and the IWM sliding a bit towards the downside, closing to 1%. 2 tickers right now. REPL, Replimune Group, that's up over 95% on the day after a Food and Drug Administration Advisory Committee, that's the FDA committee, has backed the results of a clinical stage biotechnology company skincare trial. So the panel had voted 10-3 as of yesterday in favor of Replimune's drug, which is RP1, that the FDA has already declined to approve twice. And the company is trying to get an accelerated approval with RP1 to use the Bristol Myers Squibb's Opdivo for patients with advanced melanoma. So REPL is currently up 95% on the day. Also, CVX is something that I know I have been updating you on. Just another comment that has come in, just saying that Chevron is expecting to recover its Venezuela debt by early 2027, climbing just a little bit here. But before we go back, let's pause and go to Neil for his lesson of the day.
Thank you there, Sia. And for the lesson of the day, it's about continuation, or sometimes when there's a lack of continuation, what you can do, which is look for the next opportunity, which I always say. So let's start it off by one of my favorite setups is exactly what happened in the market today, the Qs, and most everything else right away at the open. The first thing we tried to do was break out the top, right? And a lot of times we were talking about this, allowing setups to happen. If you chased the early long, you got absolutely smoked. If you look at what's going on with the Qs here, if you chase that early long, you were smoked. But once it turned into the false breakout, okay, it was short time. I was shorting SPCE, I was shorting IBIT, and all those, pretty much everything. That being said, if I go back and put it side by side, look at what happens once you make that initial flush down and we try to bounce at the lows. It's like chop sideways action in front of VWAP. And then it's almost like everywhere that I went and looked over, whether it was IBIT or SMCI here, everything just turned into a bit of a sideways chop where maybe you could scalp a little bit. If you were trying the short again, you got small wins. If you're trying the long again, you were just getting a little stop outs here and there. And so it comes down to trying to identify, if you like the short and you still think it's a short, where you might find the most relative weakness. And I'm going to we'll zoom out so you can see here with SMCI. Like in this particular case, okay, great. That looks like a very good rejection level, but it can't get past like the first sort of support area. You know, it's doing a bit of an inside move. It's not a very clean downward trend for continuation. Now, obviously, if it breaks that low and continues lower, then you got another gap. But it's finding support in an area where you had some buyers before. So that can't be where we want to be going over to. And then I go over to, like, say, DRAM, which we're also short. And this one, you go right into where the chop zone was previously here, and that's where it's bouncing. So where there was support before and it's a choppy range, it's getting chopped up again. So you've got to be able to respect that. But there's always something else. So if I'm going to look for continuation, I went over and said, oh, what's the other thing that we like short? And for anyone that was here in the morning, in the chat, obvious miss at clean resistance on Lucid, but you couldn't short everything at the open. But the difference here with Lucid, it had room to go to continue to fall. It's got, obviously the one time it popped, found continuation where it had clear room. There's the first bounce. It wasn't showing you all sideways. And now all of a sudden we got a flat bottom break, which could go for some continuation. And that's happening as the market's going higher, right? So a lot of times you really just have to just go down the line. It's like find, if you're committed to a certain direction, oftentimes there's always something bearish if you're looking short, especially with the market starting out weak. But I can flip that on its head. I know I'm using examples of short because I happen to short, but that's not even necessarily what it's about, because you could flip it on its head as well and simply look at an Alphabet, which was continuing strength, and gone the other direction. Or an Amazon, which was continuing strength, pulling back into prior highs. If you were looking in the other direction, there were plenty of other places where you could move on to the next opportunity where it was still trending up and not get caught in all of that chop. So kind of a simple lesson here today. I know some people saw me talking about Lucid here and there, but it's just about finding that next opportunity or setup that is still fitting your pattern of, hey, I'm looking for something that's popping to go short, lower highs, and continue the trend. If it's going sideways, maybe I get away from it. You don't have to sit there fighting, getting chopped up if the stock doesn't make sense. Either stop trading or go to something that does make sense and is continuing your pattern and is still relatively weak or relatively strong. The other thing you got to be able to do is get hyped up, because I think that INDH, who won the bet? INDH finally opened up. INHD, there was a bet around here. I wasn't in it because I don't think I was there when it halted, but INHD has been halted forever, effectively. It's been halted since, what is that, June 8th? It finally opens back up, down 13%. So I'm not sure what you guys had as bets for when it would open it up, but we're going to throw it back to the midday. Probably not something that anyone's going to trade, but I didn't think it was ever going to open again, to be honest with you. So we'll find out what happened here.
Hold on. Where is it? Come on. Show me where you're at. I don't even know where it is anymore.
It's pretty. It's so pretty.
Went long, Neil.
Yeah, I know. The candle's showing something different.
Here it is,
doesn't make
man.
sense.
We got long 34.47 out 38.50 bottom to top. Boom on INHD, man. Saw this one open. I was actually texting Case in the chat. I was telling her the tap. And then I saw it open because I went to the screen. And so it was just super lucky. But I had noticed the tap was moving up before that. So very happy with this trade. We caught it right at the bottom, got out right at the top. And the funny thing is, I was trying to use my flatten key here, and it wasn't letting me use my flatten key. So I fumbled with the keys, and it still didn't give me enough time to get it there. Boom, into INHD, top to bottom. Very happy with this trade. Tap showing $31. Halt price, $34.47 halt time. 12:05.43. Watch out for this one. We're going to keep an eye on the tap here, Joseph Options, because it's dropping more. 30, now it's back to 31. Guys, the tap is moving $1 at a time here. So volatility is going to be this one's middle name. Keep your eye out of your Case. I like how you're taking credit for my trade, eh, Case? That's how it's going to work? Okay. I'm going to take credit for your trades from now on, girl. No, I appreciate you, Case. Thank you. For getting my attention, obviously, on it, because I went to the screen to tell you what the tap was. So thanks. What are you looking at, Bubin? I mean,
well, Bubin, apparently.
What are you looking at, Joseph?
Yeah, I still have my eyes on LFS. It just doesn't make sense what's going on. I look at this thing, so good grab on that. Boom. It's like, if you go from how the candle actually works, this is the open and the move to the downside. So, I mean, yeah, man, nice move there. He somehow got the bottom and sold it at the top. That's a really, really, really nice move here. Now, as for everything else, like mags, guys, we went over this from before. The majority of this is bonds. It's not too far off of the highs, so I don't have anything really going on right now. You have USO up 1% to the top side. And then AMD, Meta is actually still holding on to positivity. Can't break and hold the volume weighted average price here. So we have to keep an eye out on this one. Western Digital also, wow, okay, this is a lot stronger than some of its peers at this point. SanDisk finding some form of a recovery, but at this pace, it just looks like we're going to consolidate before we take an additional leg lower. We'll keep an eye on it. Quantum's not even existent anymore, so we don't talk about that, obviously being sarcastic, but it's just a sector and a space that's not doing anything really. So yeah, not too much fun there. And CRM has been on a little bit of a run here, ladies and gentlemen, especially off of those lows. Oh. Another positive session, and in the past 6, 5 of them have been green, so not too bad of a look for Benioff and company, but Ethereum to the downside to the 3%, even though we were up. MSTR down 5% here today. I don't know. We can go over whatever their earnings report may consist of. All you have to do is look at the price of Bitcoin, and they're not going to be performing very well. So yeah, MSTR actually breaking through VWAP right now. So not horrible, but not great either. Still down 3%. Coinbase down 13%, putting CoinL down another staggering 25%.
VinFast continues to expand just beyond vehicle sales. This week, VinFast India partnered with Shriram Finance to support EV financing access, while Green SM, for their part, they launched an all-electric ride-hailing service in Kazakhstan. And guess what? They're using VinFast VF6 vehicles together. These moves can highlight how VinFast's broader mobility strategy is actually coming to fruition. You can find them trading on the Nasdaq under the ticker VFS. Shout out to the great folks there at VinFast. All right, we're still halted down here on INHD, so we're going to continue to pack the patience there. I think we may have resumption in about now, 10 seconds. Okay, so it's going to be, it looks like it's going to be a 10-minute halt, guys. Not surprised, of course, given how long this one was halted. And I want to shout out Luis Barbado. Without him, I would not have known that INHD was going to start trading today, and I would not have put it on my IPO screen, which is always the last screen on the right. So thank you again to Luis Barbado of A Day Trading. You guys know who he is. He's in the chat most of the time, and he's on every single Wednesday with both Adara and I in the morning, and with Joseph and I, of course, as well. SHPH. Casey, 5 26. She's dropping 10 beauties in the chat. Best month of the year. Thanks, y'all. Y'all, I'm assuming. Love ya. We love you right back, Case, man. You are one of the family now. You know that, of course. And we would love to see you in Toronto, Case, should you ever weasel up here. You're not a weasel, but you know what I mean by that. Shout out to Case. Roland, FMFC, up 150% in about 5 minutes. Say less, my friend. There it is, Assassino. Top right of your screen. Let's show them FMFC. Oh, there we go. I don't know why I couldn't see it. 56.01. It's a penny stock, guys. This one only broke out at 11:45, so it's almost half an hour deep, I guess you could say. So let's load it up on a trading screen and get a gander of what is good. Just allow me a second here, guys. FMFC on the NQ, is it? Yes, it is. Okay, so we are seeing a tap of 59.92. The halt price is 56.01. The halt time is 12:07:40. So the earliest open is going to be 12:13:40. That's about a minute and 10 seconds away right now. So no, it's going to be now. It's going to be in about 5 seconds. Let's see if it opens up. There it is. It's open. All right, looking for a move. Let's see if it comes down into 50. It's bleeding. Does it clear 60? Options, man. 59 seller, 59.90. 60 on the books here. Let's see. There's a big seller at 50 coming. At 60. It's bleeding its own blood. It's going to hold down. 44.86. This is limit down here. 44.90. Sorry, 44.90. Same thing. 86.90. We're talking about tenths of a penny here. So looks like it's going to limit down. But funny thing is, even though this is limit down, it's still above prior bar high. It has a higher high and a higher low relative to prior bar. And guess what? It's still above VWAP. So I'm going to continue to watch this, right? SHPH, let's look at this one while we wait for FMFC to open up. We're going to take off LFS. Bovin pointed out SHPH to me, as well as to others in the chat. So if you're into the small cap game, you need to be looking at Bovin's levels. 375 high, showing 374 now. The volume is really light though, Bovin. We're still south of 500,000 shares. We got 342 million shares. We're at the day high. Let's see if this one can kind of tighten up the spread a little bit. It's a 9 penny spread, 8 penny spread at the moment. That's a little too rich for my blood. So I'm going to continue to watch this, see what this one has to offer. 0331 Mike, Sharif, what is the true purpose of a halt? What is the reason given for the halt? So most of these, Mike, are volatility halts. That's when a stock moves plus or minus 10% within a 5-minute window. And then we can kind of see what the halt bands are. So Assassino, can I just show my screen for a sec? So on this side, Mike, sometimes you'll see red rectangles, both on the right side and the left side. Those are the halt bands. That means if it comes down to that price, stays at that price for 10 seconds, will halt. The exchange does these volatility halts so that they can kind of rein in the aggressive moves both way, up and down. They want everything to kind of be orderly, right? And so they are of the opinion that if things are not kind of restrained into moving up 10% plus or minus within 5-minute window, then things will get chaotic. I've never seen it any other way. Like, my exposure to the market has always included volatility halts, so I don't know a market without it. So I can't opine myself about the veracity of that assertion, but it is what it is, and we just work around it.
All right, yeah, super chat, $5. Sharif and Luis, you guys lost the bet that it will open at $7. Sharif actually won. INHD opened above $30. I'm out with a small loss, but it took 3 weeks for it to open. Sharif actually won that bet because you had the highest
What
open.
do I get?
Yeah,
do you remember what?
Yeah, you got a plane. Yeah, so Luis has to buy your plane ticket. Yeah.
Oh, that's
Obviously not. He doesn't have to do anything, but you won that, Sharif, because you had 750. I actually have the sticky note right here. I don't know if you guys can see it. Sharif had 750.
I had $3.
Yeah, I wrote it down. Sharif had $3.50. Luis went 650, and Katina Man said $0.
Zero. Yeah.
Zeros.
Hold on. You did that to spite me because you were doing what's it called? That game show that everybody always underbets.
But the Price is Right. Yeah.
Hold on. What did you put?
I put 350.
Oh no, that's
yeah.
not
But
it.
Luis was doing the exact same. No, I did initially.
You did,
and then we
right?
changed it all up, and then I'm like, all right, I'll go 350. But Luis did the exact same thing too. Smart individual. But Sharif actually came out on top of that one. So free ticket to Barcelona for maybe Sean. Last place has to pay for it. So Sean looking like he has a little bit of debt to pay up there to my boy to the right of me. All right, guys. There goes. What a recovery here, man. A couple of liquidity grabs on META. I mean, I don't see anything. Listen. This thing opens up. Here's INHD. It opens up and then halts again. It was halted for over a month, and then it was open for 30 seconds before it halted again. Did the exact same thing. Halts right back down to $27, and the top is now $25. This thing might be headed to zero, to be honest with you, at this point, man. Not too good of a look. We could probably look up the catalyst here if there is anything in specific on what we got going on with INHD that'll give us a little bit more detail on what's going on behind the screens. Another volatility fight resumed. So, I mean, I don't have anything really. Files AK. Oh, regulation. Some issues going on. Texas Holdings Company, the company issued a press release, announced that trading halt on common stock has been lifted. As a result, its common stock will resume trading on the Nasdaq capital markets on July 31st. Okay. On the same day, company issued another press release to update the time of the resumption. So it was released when it was going to open back up, but nothing in regards to what can potentially happen with the company here in the future. I need one of these sweaters here. Can we still get them? I don't even know.
Brendo said we don't have any more.
We don't have any more. So
we can custom make some.
There's actually a store on the other side of Wellesley here that you can actually, just on Young Street.
Yeah. I made a T-shirt there.
Yeah, I told you about that.
Sick,
but yeah.
It's like
did they do it quick?
They
press it?
Right?
Yeah. They compress it. Did they press it right in front of you? All right, so it's pressed on.
Go on the computer. You create the design.
Design.
They have some proprietary program there, and then it just prints it.
And then
I made a hat there. I made I was gonna say beater, but I'm not gonna say that.
Oh yeah, you're not allowed to say that.
But maybe white tank top.
We definitely have to watch our words around there. Sharif made the tank top over there at the store. Other than that, guys, listen, it's pretty quiet for me right now. Nasdaq not doing too much. USO is still up, and we know that Applied Materials finally green here. We'll take that for what it is. And yeah, memory and storage still weak here. Let's send it over to the desk.
Are we going to the desk? No.
Okay. I thought would you say in my ear there, SSC? Oh, if it's good quality, Sharif would know.
Oh, the store down there, Assassino, yeah, it was 100% cotton. It was pretty good. I still have that shirt from almost 10 years ago, so not like I wore it all that often, but it was pretty good quality. Case, we'll go to Adara 1 second. Here's what we're looking at, Case. Choose one of these. Let me know which one you want, and we'll get you that, Case. So shout out, even though we don't have any, we'll take care of you because you've been taking care of us for a long time.
Yeah, we got to get Casey something.
100%.
I get it. I'll help you with that.
Let's go to Adara.
Keep an eye on AMD, guys. Advanced Micro Devices in focus. There's this report from IGN, which is a media and tech focused news site. This came out about 4 minutes ago. It looks like they're reporting that AMD is planning to raise its GPU prices by 10% starting next month, citing, you guessed it, the memory crisis. So either way here, guys, AMD in focus, reportedly planning to raise its GPU prices by 10% starting in the month of August. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. And there's a lot moving right now, so let's get right down to work, guys. SHPH, end of the day high, 399. Bovin just yelled out about FMFC. This one was all over the map. It still is, and there it goes. Joseph options through the high of the day into 61 pennies. What a move up here for FMFC. It's a good look, but it was, God, jeez Louise, bro. It went from 60 pennies to 35. Now it's at 61. So that's just a 50%, 100% move up, 50% move down, just like that. So I don't know if I'm going to trade this. It's awfully volatile. So is SHPH, though. They're both spready and volatile. So I'm going to have to keep a close eye on these and try to pick my spots. I could manage risk a little bit better, I think, on FMFC. Let's pull this up on a trading screen over here. What do we got? Where do we put FMFC? There it is. Okay. So right back into about 54, 53. There's a lot of resistance, Bovin, man, at 60 pennies. Look at this, lose the bid. 24.5 million shares, unbelievable here so far, as it's only been trading for about half an hour. I'm going to steer clear of this at the moment until I see a little bit more and I get a bit of a better feel for FMFC. Fluffy, love to hear it, Fluffy.
Yeah.
Great day. Thanks, y'all. Don't want to lose profit. She's out.
She's out.
Love it, Fluffy.
I would like hearing
get
that.
it. We appreciate you, Fluffsters. Thank you for the $5 super chat. She's been really, really raking in the money lately. Her, Lele, Fluffy, Casey, and I'm just mentioning all the women here. They're absolutely killing it.
Yeah, man.
Lately,
wow.
Man. They've been killing it.
What an
Limit
absolute
up.
force. What a force to be reckoned with. You guys seem to be at this point. Congratulations.
Jody. Sorry, Tisha.
Where's Jody?
Sorry. Yeah, Jody. Jody and Tisha. Man, the women are killing it.
I know.
Small
And
cap
Brooke,
traders,
Brooke
bro.
trades in there as well too. I don't know if she's trading. Period. Says Ramin. How can you forget Jody? I know, that's crazy. I didn't forget. Trust
Does
me.
Jody trade small caps? I didn't know.
No, I think I think Jody trades like cryptocurrency. Oh,
Cool.
see, there it is, Jody.
Hey.
Yeah. No, but in all seriousness, man, nice work, everyone. Casey
And Nicole.
And Nicole.
How could I forget about
Look at
Nicole?
Bottom.
There is
Wow.
hot
Dude,
Lena.
how disrespectful. No,
Very.
but in all seriousness, Casey, it was like 8:30 in the morning. Casey's like, all right, I'm done. See you later. All right, well, okay, have a good one. She did then return. But hey, nonetheless, congratulations and nice work, all of you. Girl powers.
Yeah,
Hey,
man,
Fluffy Hippo.
Nothing
Yeah.
to say other than respect. Yeah, they're killing it.
Yeah,
Like, it's a
exactly,
fact.
man. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't matter what it is, where it's coming from, man. Is if you're winning, you're winning, right?
Exactly,
So congratulations to you guys. And Anna actually starting to improve as well too, doing some
Anna.
good things. Yeah, so it's great seeing all of you guys in the chat once again. And yeah, Casey, we're gonna hook you up. And maybe I got a little surprise for you guys in the future. We'll see. It depends how I'm
surprises,
feeling.
bro.
Yeah, exactly. We'll see how we're feeling. I didn't even mean to pull that up there, Shreve. I meant to pull up our good old charting system here and see what we got going on. From a scanner standpoint, guys, so stay tuned. Maybe I'll release it not this week, but the following week, and I'm sure you guys are going to be happy. Because I was actually thinking about it the other day. Give me a second here, Assassino. I want to focus on this name because I believe at the pace that we were moving on earlier in the morning, we were going to hit all-time highs in Amazon, $270. Just like that, Sharif. Picture that. There you go. You got another thing going on. 18% to the downside. Never mind all of that.
Get it, Joey.
It was evaporated in the span of one earnings report and continuing to move higher here on the day. Watch out for a new all-time high at some point next week on Amazon. Before we send it over to the desk, I think Sharif has something for us.
Limit up. FMFC, 222%, 70 pennies. We're limit up. We're going to keep an eye on this one. 1223, 44. Earliest open, 1228, 44 Adara.
NVIDIA popping higher here, guys. So President Trump made these comments a couple minutes ago, but they're just circulating in social media now. There wasn't any movement when they were initially made. But for what it's worth here, President Trump praising NVIDIA, saying that their chips are so complex that China can't copy them. He didn't specify which clips, but he said they have chips that are so advanced that China can't copy them. So nice look here for NVIDIA. Also, guys, keep an eye here on USO and on the market. President Trump now talking about Iran as well, saying that, quote, I am losing faith in Iran because they lie. So, again, deal chances here with Iran and the U.S. continue to dwindle as we send you back over to Joe.
Adair, didn't he truth out or say something this morning that the talks were going great? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, he said something about the talks here. They were happening.
They're really...
I think the more constant thing is we'll be hitting them very hard. It's been the more constant commentary.
So you go from, okay, you're going to get destroyed. Oh, yeah, talks are going great. Oh, no, you're going to get hit even harder now.
You know that one couple in high school where it's like they're like breaking up and making up and breaking up and making up? That's Trump.
It's like in between class, they break up, and then the following class, they're back together.
See, I went to a girls' school, but I imagine that's how it
Yeah, that's how things went, one day. But yeah, anyways, it's the continuous back and forth. As soon as I seen the talks were going great, I'm like, oh, it's only a matter of time until they're not going so good. So he may hear something that he wants, and then as soon as something that he doesn't want to hear comes up, then it's like, all right, let's flip the script on these guys. But yeah, anyways, aside from that, man, it's definitely a little bit cooler. FCUV, I still have some faith in this one, guys. Why? Because we're starting to form a wedge here. all right? So it was like what we've seen from the previous compression pattern on FFAI when it did break, and then on that other name as well too. So what we can actually do here at this point is just draw out our wedge, and then we'll be able to identify when buyers and the volume starts to uptick again. What we will take from a positive standpoint on this is that we haven't broken down. And I think that's a massive indicator that, hey, there might be an additional move left in this one. I know it's 12:30. Wall Street is already in the Hamptons and now out to lunch, whoever's left, Sharif. Only a couple more weeks. Oh, American school starts relatively soon, I believe.
Yeah, it's usually like the second or third week of August.
Yeah, so that's starting to fire up. So everybody has to, it's not like, I think here in Canada, it's like everyone starts right after Labor Day or whatever it may be.
It's the same day.
Yeah, it may not be the case in the States, but again, going back to my previous point of we haven't completely broken down, so maybe that can be an indicator of where we might head in the future, and that could be an additional leg higher in FCUV, and that's exactly why I'm keeping my eyes on it at this point. So not too bad of a look. Let's see what everyone else in the chat. Hey, listen, excuse me, it's Friday, and then it's Saturday, Sunday, but it's Friday right now. We don't want to get too ahead of ourselves, but I want to see how everyone's doing in the chat. Let's get everyone involved here. Is your day red or green leading into the beautiful weekend, even though it is supposed to rain here in Southern Ontario? That's okay. It may not be raining where you are, but I want to know how everybody's performing. Put it in the chat, red or green. I'll put mine in again. We got green from Bobbin, red from LK, green, Kathleen, Sunny, everybody in the chat. Fantastic stuff. Listen, I was going to tease you guys even more. Maybe we'll do it a little bit later just before the news and get everybody going. How's that sound?
All right, man. I'm just throwing in, I want to put, so this is, give me a sec here. Can you take over? Because I just have to set up a limit on open. For some reason, I only have a market on open sell. Let me just double check.
Yeah, do your thing whenever you're.
I can just change it to a Lou, right? Yeah, I can just go ahead and go.
Should be good.
LOO, limit on open, sell. Okay, so we're going to go apply, save. There we go. So then we'll just go. No, Assassino, not the screen at the moment. Thank you, brother. So we'll go like that. We're looking for limit on open. We're going to go like that for this many shares. So let's see what we get on FMFC. We have about 20 seconds before the possible open. It's dropped now. The tap has dropped from 90 to 79, 78. It's dropping, guys. Here we go. Let's see what we get on this one. Let's see if it opens up on time or what the situation is going to be. It's continuing to drop. 76, 77. Looking for more. Boom. All right. Oh, my Lanta. Oh, my Lanta.
Oh, nice.
Oh, my Lanta. We have a lot of shares here, guys. Boom. False halt options, man. Now 92 penny halt. I'm going to go ahead and wait north of that. Let's see. I got 66s on, right? So that gives me a little bit of room here, Joseph options. Let's see what we can get a little bit more. Boom. We're still holding. 92 limit up. There's the limit up again. I'm holding into the halt. We got 66s. Would have been nicer if we had 67s, Joe. But that's all good there. Looking for the limit up here, guys. 3, 2, 1. Boom. Okay, that one actually worked. Very happy with this trade. Very, very happy with this trade. All right, good. Appreciate you, B-Towns. Yeah, we took way more share size than we typically take here. So it's just that kind of day. You can just smell when these ones are moving. You're seeing it a lot. You're seeing it in FFAI, which ends up giving it up. MGRX was breaking out. FCUV. Which other one? SHPH. Oh, my Atlanta. Get it, Case with 5 Trader TV Live premium memberships. We appreciate you as always, Casey. 526. She put her profile picture back up, Joey.
I know.
Yeah, it doesn't say Casey anymore.
No, it doesn't say. It doesn't say. Yeah, she had the Casey 526. Yeah, no need to hide that smile.
Straight up.
Yeah.
David Goddard, you got one. Rich beat You got one through my eyes.
Oh,
47.34. You
laugh,
got one.
and
Live,
love.
laugh, and love.
I like that one, man.
So do I, brother.
You know what's
And one more, Joey.
Okay.
Bushmaster. He got a free membership.
You know what a Bushmaster is?
I have no idea. Bush, hold on. Isn't that some sort of, is it a 4x4? Like a dune buggy? Is it? Hey, I was pretty close. Okay. All right, man. You thought I was going to be completely wrong on that one. That's it. He was smiling ear to ear. He's like, I got this guy. Nah, Joey.
Nah, man, it's not. It's not what you said. That's crazy.
What is the Bushmaster?
Yeah, man, that's crazy.
What is it?
You sly dog. Anyways, yeah. Anyways, guys, yeah, it's a 5. That's why I was smiling. Yeah, ear to ear, man. That's why I was laughing.
This guy, bro,
everybody's saying it's a 4x4 for sure.
Yeah.
But anyways, aside from that, man, some good stuff and a great, fantastic Friday. No longer Joey Options. Joey Bushmaster says, slow motion Joe. Get him. Wow, Ramin, why would we do the show? Why would we do that?
I don't know, because
she's
in charge, apparently.
Yeah, I'm freezing. She's like, take the sweater off. I'm like, I can't take the sweater off. I already am struggling over here.
Boy. I forgot to get my food, man.
You know what I have to get?
Halftime.
You know what you never got your halftime food. You know what I have to get though is a couple more of those polos where the collar can pop out. I gotta take this sweater home, man. We want to look a little bit more.
What does that mean? The collar can pop out.
You know the sweater, but you have the dress shirt under it.
Oh yeah.
So we're gonna set up some of those there. Because we don't want to be wearing them. We still want to look proper as we continue to do our thing. Look, Sharif,
yes, sir.
Palantir, positive or negative here on the day? You looked. I
saw the chart. I couldn't see what it was, though, brother. I'm going to say positive.
Yeah, okay, about a 1/5%. So,
okay,
yeah.
Cool. Hey, awesome.
Yeah, no, it's nothing crazy. But Marvell finding some form of a rebound here, guys. I don't have anything like INHG. I don't even really know what to say about this name. The top continuing to drop. We're halted once again at $22.50, but now we're down to $21 on the top itself, the theoretical auction price. So keep an eye out on that, man. This thing was halted for over a month, and then now it hasn't traded for over 3 minutes, and we opened up at noon. Okay, so it's really difficult to trade, especially when those names that open up and then continuously sell. But hey, I wonder, is Luis in the chat or Siesta over there maybe? But
in the summer, bro.
Yeah,
we're lucky to even have him in the summer, man, because historically he doesn't show up until September.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
From before?
He'll go MIA completely for the entire summer, and then all of a sudden he'll be back.
Nice,
right?
man. But yeah, no, in all seriousness, I wonder what he's got going on and how much these shorts are looking like, because INHD might head back to where it had originally halted at. All right, so get back into trade. The segment is my
top is 89.25, guys, on FMFC.
Okay, I love these things, aka SHPTL. What's up, brother? Back into trading this past month. This segment is my absolute favorite, Sharif and Joe. All right, man, appreciate it. Those kind of words go a long way. Yeah. Listen, I didn't have my stream deck over there. Now I have it over here. So we will hit
it.
We'll hit that without any form of question, man. It's some good time stuff. So I'm still waiting on some of those things. Look, Gorab, this was a good dip buy, brother, on NVDA, right around that $195 marker. Held that base. You called this level out to a T. It may have took some time for you to get that second entry, but you hit that, and it honestly took a while for it to get going after a while. I mean, a half an hour or so, and then sure enough, bang, off to the races, now north of VWAP. So really great call-outs on that bad boy here today. A pretty good look, brother. Sharif, what do you have? You're out. Let's head over to the desk.
Keep an eye here on NXPI, NXP Semiconductor. This stock is dropping here, NXPI, as we get Financial Times reporting that the company is in talks to buy $3.3 billion worth of designer camera chips for self-driving cars. So they're actually going to be buying the designer. So again, NXPI looks like they're going to be buying, acquisition here, $3.3 billion company that designs camera chips for self-driving cars. If I get any more context on this, I'll let you know. This is from Financial Times once again here. And this stock is down roughly $6 here from that level. Back to you.
Medical meatball, brother, that you can't. We can't. You go back. Dude must be. Scott, I must be, to be honest with you, because I am legitimately always cold. So maybe I have to go and get that checked out, man. The iron may be low. So, all right, let's send it over to the desk one more time and see what else we got.
For context here in this NXPI story, so as we know, Financial Times just reported NXP in talks to buy a company for $3.3 billion that designs camera chips for self-driving cars. It's actually sending Ambarella to the upside. Unclear if they were specifically the company that they're considering buying out, because I believe their market cap's a little bit more than this. But either way here, AMBA moving higher on this report. Again, NXPI in talks to buy that camera chip designer for $3.3 billion. Back to you.
Thank you. Why am I being summoned? Asked Ramin. That's a great question. Reynolds makes you feel cold too. Oh, okay. All right. Good to know. Thanks for that shrimp and pat. Much appreciated. Hey guys, yeah, thanks for participating. Not too long ago, a lot of green across the board, and that's what we want to see. So congratulations to you. And I'm going to probably say it for the fourth time here today. Don't spend it all in one place. It's Friday. Make sure you go enjoy your weekend. Guess what? The market's going to be here bright and early, 8 o'clock one more time. Assassino, I know you're ready for the weekend, my brother. As always, any big plans, or you got anything going on, or what? He's just resting. Assassino. Tiffany, how about yourself? I know you got anything going on this weekend? Anything special? Oh, all right, send me the address. I will be there. I know, obviously. Tiffany has some big plans as well, too. Adara, I'm not sure if Adara has any plans. I know she was away last weekend, so I wouldn't be surprised if she's just relaxing. But again, you never know. It's Toronto, and it's the summertime. People are always up to something, and that's the beauty about this city. So, yeah, fantastic. I hope everyone has a good one. Never mind all of that, what we got going on the weekend. Let's get right back into the markets, ladies and gentlemen. And FCUV. The small cap name. This is what we were talking about. Oops. FCUV. This is what I'm talking about from a bull flag standpoint. We have a little bit of an engagement here, all right, at this $12. And what we do have is consistent higher lows. So if this holds up, especially at that $12 marker, we can most definitely get some movement. Yeah, Dara, I figured that was going to be what you had going on, considering you were away last weekend, and I heard you had a couple of late nights as well too. So, Russ, I'm all about that. Catch a couple A24 movies, and then that's it. Haven't seen. Okay, hold on. Big Wick Energy, $5 super chat. Uh-oh. Don't tempt the boys with a good time here. Haven't seen enough booms here in the chat, so here you go. Boom. There goes FCUV, Sharif, as you had mentioned. This is the wedge play that I was talking about not too long ago. So let's not panic and try to take deep breaths, because this might be a nice little move for us to get rocking and rolling in FCUV. All right, let's get our order set out. I want $13, nothing more, nothing less. And we'll be patient for that level to come back in. As you can see, we are retesting that zone. And the spread, be careful for this with this one, guys. Sitting around 20 cents or so at some times at the widest point. So Bovin's in the chat. You get a boom. KC's about to hit you guys with the boom. Here comes the boom. Remember that song? Yeah, man. Who sings that?
We talked about this, man. I said House of Pain, and then you had a different one, but they were both right.
Oh.
Here comes the boom.
Was that the one? Is that the one that I was just referring to? Here comes the boom.
I don't think so. I think you had a different one last time. We looked
but you had the here comes the boom.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, man. DMX? Is it DMX?
No, that's definitely not. I don't think that's DMX. Oh, there comes the boom right there, Sharif. Yeah, a nice little move right there to the top side.
Yeah,
yes,
bro,
sir.
it is.
This
man.
is what I'm talking
DMX,
about.
man. Here comes the boom right there, brother. And Shine.
Oh, no.
Remember when he did an album from jail?
I don't even know who Shine is, man.
SHYNE. He was part of P. Diddy and the Family.
Oh, no. He was? Yeah, what's that movie called again, Fabian, where that sound bite's from? Oh, weird movie, man.
What a weird movie, huh? Guys, there's a lot going on right now.
There is I told you, the wedge pattern on FCUV, brother. That's what we were looking at. It was breaking out bang.
FCUV.
Yeah. This is what we were trading all day.
Beautiful.
We were waiting. We were waiting for that. I took half off up there on a 50-cent move. So let's see if we run into 14 schmackers on this bad boy. 13 flat is where we're in at. We posted. I told you, we wanted nothing more, nothing less. We got 13, and then sure enough, it went. So we have to be cautious of a deep pullback. Apple really wants to, hangry wife. Listen, hangry wife. I know what type of individual. I see what you write in the chat. Okay, we're out of FCUV. Maybe it's just my mind, maybe it's not. But Hangry Wife, I know you. Don't think I don't. But Pug Life, what?
No, I'm just lying.
I know what type of individual Hangry Wife would be. Anyways, behind the screen, continuing to play downside on Apple, still valid play before 700. Yeah, let's take a look at AAPL and see if we're finally going to break that $300.
It's SSR.
Yeah.
Meta is SSR for some reason, and so is Apple.
Apple? What do you mean? Meta's up 2.25.
I got SSR on it right there, man. That's an SSR indicator.
Yeah, but it's up to.
I understand. I just don't know why.
Because of the gap down 2 days ago? I don't know.
I got no clue, brother. Possibly.
Yeah. It's not. You're right. You're right. But when. No. Yeah. I'm talking to someone in the chat. But I know you. Don't try to convince me otherwise. Trapman, options look at the 4 hour on NVDA. Yeah, what do you want to, Trapman, my name in the chat isn't Joey Options. It's Joe at Trader TV Live. So if you say that, I can't see you.
Yeah, you got to tag him, brother.
Well, I know he does. Trapman for real, he's my guy. He knows. But if you at Joey Options, it's not going to highlight it. Yeah, NVDA is an ugly, ugly mess right now, guys. If you want to try to play the ebb and flow of it, then Goravaz, then congratulations. But yeah, a little bit trickier of a trade for me.
All right, man. INHD's halted down again. It hasn't even done another, barely 500,000 shares. Thank you very much to Mimi Palma for pointing that out. There's a lot failing right now. SHPH had a monster topping tail candle on the 5 into 440, and now it's into 383 here.
Shriek, there it goes.
Go ahead, Joey.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't want to interrupt you, but here it goes.
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
I tried it.
Just, Joey, I want to tell you something. If it fails 15, that could be trouble. If it clears the 1135 bar, 1557, if it can get above the prior area high, 1557, this is going to go.
Yeah, I didn't give it enough time or room, but that's all right.
Okay. Should I point some other stuff out?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
All right. SOC is going, guys. If you guys are looking for something a little bit more calm, shout out to Brian for reminding me about this one because I did have it on the side chart and said very little about it. Look, it just got into $5, so the good times could be over as $5 is often a key area of psychological resistance. 501 high showing 5 right now. Let's see what SOC has to offer, but it looks pretty good. I'm still going to keep FCUV here on the side chart, and I really like this above key area highs. If we can get above, as I was just telling Joey, that 1135 bar, the high of which is 1557, I think we may have something here, and I think $20 wouldn't be too unreasonable of a level to think about seeing, as the day high is 1759. Look at this. I bet you anything. Luis is not in the chat because he's short. CIGL right now. Look at the blood in the street now on CIGL. This thing was up bigly, as President Trump would say. This thing was up 166% at the high. It's now negative. CIGL, excuse me. I said CGIL. CIGL. So that one's bleeding its own blood. MGRX, I saw you guys, MSGY. That's what you guys are saying, MSGY. Let's have a look at that. Because Bovin and Casey were oh my Lanta. Here we go again. MSGY ramping up from that closing print at 32.5 pennies into 52. It's up 20 pennies in the span of 10 minutes. MSGY, something tells me this could be a Christmas tree retracement as we're seeing it drop down into the 46s. Let's keep an eye out here on MSGY. Let's flip to the 5 on that monster. Where'd it go? There we go.
Where did it go?
Okay, so MSGY there. FMFC still in play. I think it's halted up again, is it? Yes, it is. FMFC's halted up at 96 pennies, but this is the second lower high. It's a 105 area high, and then it's a 102 area high, and then currently we're halted at 96, so watch out for the flat bottom break because it keeps defending that 80 penny area. And then BHC, looking pretty good here. This 660 area could be a good area of technical support on BHC, as that was a flat top that ended up breaking into 675. So look at that bottoming tail candle in the 660, bouncing off that. There goes FCUV.
Yeah, man, wow.
Here comes 15. Yeah, this one could be, look, man, 15 to 15 and a half. If it fails that, watch out now. A lot of resistance. 15 a quarter. 15 and a third, dropping back down into 14 and change, 14 and 3/4, 14 and 2/3. Not touching this until it clears the levels, man. Yeah, well, it's a good breakout, right? I mean, if you had the compunction to take this at 12, 13, 14, you print it, right? But for me, I need it above prior area high to feel comfortable in the trade, as comfortable as you can be in something like FCUV up 671%. We'll see where this one goes, Joe, but right now I don't touch it.
Yeah, that was really nice, man. It would have been.
I told you, bro.
Oh my God! Oh my
that's the thing.
God!
That's the thing.
No.
If it doesn't take out prior area high, you're subject to this kind of crap, right? Look at that. It just went to 15. I got to tell you the range on this. 1534 candle high, 1137 candle low.
Holy cow, man! Oh my.
So I didn't touch it, bro. You don't touch these ones until they clear area highs, man, because it's the bull trap of the century, and we have been talking a lot about this, especially this specific pattern. Prolonged downtrends with a flat bottom that lure you in on the breakout. Now, look, lure you in, I mean, I don't mean to say it like that, because a lot of people could have made money on this trade. A lot of people, but you had to be quick with it. The problem is, though, it doesn't have continuation. And that is the problem. So people who get in late end up getting rinsed.
Yeah, a lot of people definitely make some good money, but man, flushes like that are disastrous, bro. Absolutely disastrous.
That's the way it is, Joey.
Yeah, exactly. That is, man, I don't like seeing that stuff.
Good call, Amir.
But yeah, that's a really, really tough look. Think about it, 1250 all the way up to 1450. Man, excuse me, that is crazy. Excuse me, yeah, I know, yeah. Is that from, I mean, that soundbite's from a lot, but I feel like it's an Austin Powers one. You remember when the guy, it's Will Ferrell. He's that one guy, and he like falls over the side, and he like breaks his legs, and then he's like, I forget which one it might be The Spy.
Okay, I don't think I saw that one, but
you
I've
haven't
seen a
seen
lot
that
of
one?
Will Ferrell movies, but
no. It's Austin Powers, but when Will Ferrell plays like that Persian guy.
Yeah.
And he like falls over.
He's
like,
that's
that's
the Spy Who Shagged Me.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The spy who shagged me.
That's the best one, brother.
Yeah. And
That's the best one.
He's like, just don't ask me anything 3 times, otherwise I have to
take it. Yeah. Where did you
Yeah,
He's like,
exactly.
you really have to make me ask you 2 more times, right?
Yeah. And then he does it.
Yeah.
Anyways, so that might be from there, but it's probably not. Anyways, aside from that, guys, let's head over to our sector. I don't know if you've
Heather
done.
Graham? That's her, right?
SPY. We went over the SPY, but let's go over the XLP and some of the ETFs. XLP, guys, we'll kick it off with this one. A nice little move here today. So a nice bounce. You open up lower, but then a full-on recovery. And then we talked about the healthcare sector performing pretty well. Breaking through that pre-market high and off to the races, filling up the majority of this gap. Now, XLK, where's, I know Mike Peter Ryder. He said he was going to have an early one. The waves are looking pretty good over there.
FMHC.
And XLF is what we really wanted to pay attention to, as the SPY is slightly stronger than the NASI here today, Sharif. Qs are stronger now today, up 0.4%. And the SPY, just a little bit under 0.4, 0.37%, okay? But what is just, I mean, a complete mixed bag, right? It's not all bad. So some sunshine and ice cream. I'm not going to say rainbows anymore, ice cream, because I think ice cream is a good thing. But anyways, aside from that, what was I going to do? Oh, yeah, that's right. Pull up the Kospi and see how we've been performing on this bad boy, Sharif. How far off of the all-time highs do you think we are on the Kospi?
The Kospi?
Yeah.
Like 40%, 30%?
Oh, wow.
What are we? Am I wrong on that?
No, it's been a pretty strong recovery here today. We're now down 30%.
From the area to low?
30%.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, from to the local low, it's 44%. So as I was going on my little spiel, Scott's like, Joe, you think people getting liquidated is funny? I don't at all. It's painful laugh. Like
Joe was not laughing.
And no, exactly. To me, it's just frustrating because this is where everyone's getting liquidated, Sharif. Oh, and then the following day you climb 25%, which just completely sucks. But it's the cover rally. Look at this to a T. Straight downtrend, and that channel to the downside is fully intact. But the market recovers after a large amount of its participants were just over leveraged. Think about where this was. So you go on this overextension and you crack a level to where you are from at the start of the year, February 2026, in a fraction of the amount of time. Strong rebound, but everyone's like, where's the memory names? Where's the SK Hynix? Where's the Samsung buyers? They have no money left, man.
Oh, yeah. I'm in FMFC. There's a seller here in the single digits, one single digits. He was selling at 8. Now they're selling at 7, and now it looks like they're selling at 6. I've got 6s on right now, so we're a penny out of the money. Looking for a move above, but limit down is not far away, okay? Watching, it goes above and below the dollar. 92 limit down, big buyer here at the dollar, up into 7, 8. Look, this is the 8 seller again. Look how it rejects 8. So looking for continuation here. I want to see if this one's got the juice to stay above the dollar, but the short sellers are targeting this. You can see it, right? It just really depends. 9, look at that. It went to 9 and then just dropped right back down. So short sellers very much targeting FMFC at the moment. It's up 387%, but I don't think this is resolved one way or another. Let's see how this does. For the moment, we're going to send you up to Adara.
Fed Talk in focus here. We're getting comments from Fed's Barkin, not a voting member, but he is opining on what that vote was earlier this week. Now, again, if you guys missed it, 9-3. They decided to hold rates, but 3 Fed members voted to hike. So Barkin's saying in this Wall Street Journal interview that, quote, it's a close call whether rates are high enough to bring inflation down. He said that he personally doesn't know if he would have voted for higher rates this week, but he said the question whether right now for the Fed is whether or not they should be adding, quote, some restraint. Keep an eye as well here on TMUS. Just got this headline from Semaphore suggesting that T-Mobile's merger with Deutsche Telekom has stalled. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that. All right, continuing to watch here. I've put in my stop. I've put in some profit takers. I'm watching the 5-second chart, and it's going to fail. There it is. I'm out. No, I didn't stop out because it didn't hit my trigger. Okay, continuing to watch. Back into 103 it goes. This is a bamboozler in chief. Limit down is 91, but they keep buying in and around that one area. But the 5-second trend is not looking good. Full disclosure. Look at how tight it is now. One buyer, 101 seller. There's an absolute equilibrium. It feels like between buyers and sellers. Down it goes into 99s again and right back above 1s. But the spread now really kind of tightening up here. 60 million shares or thereabouts. We've traded. The trend is bad. The trend is not good. It's a lot of lower highs with a flat bottom. Unless we get a big buyer here, this is going to fail. So I got 106s, showed me 102s. Let's see how this does. Let's just see if we can kind of move some of these sellers out of the way. I don't have too many shares here because it's risky getting in right at that dollar. Into 97 again. Limit down is 91. 95s. Do we pop up? Continuing to watch here. 98, 97s. Nope. This one feels like it's going to fail. So let's just watch for a second. I don't need to do anything at the moment. I haven't been stopped out. I do have a stop in. I've got my finger on the flatten out key. So right into 1 again, but this one's just, yeah, there's aggressive selling into this one now. Now it's not even making it back to 1. Oh, I don't need that. Let's let that one go if it wants to set up a little bit better. And this is what I'm looking at, guys. And this is why I felt the need to get out of the trade. It's an unbroken downtrend. When you're looking at the 5-second chart, you're trying to spot local areas of support and resistance. And I'll submit to you, this is pretty clear resistance. So this is yelling at me, flat bottom break. And there it goes, right through the flat bottom. Man, read that like a book. Jeez Louise. Lower high, lower high, lower high, flat bottom, descending wedge pattern, down goes Fraser into FMFC. Limit down now into 90. Happy with that stop out. Not happy that we gave back a little bit, which was just very little based upon the trade that I had before. But yeah, wow. You can kind of see that brewing there, man. I wonder if I can train an algo to see it the way that I see it. You know what I mean? Like get these algos to trade in the sim while I'm on the show, while I'm out, doing something else. Come back at the end of the month, look at the P&L, right? See exactly what we got, and then run it in different markets too, right? Like hot markets, like days like this, the small caps are all biting, right? But like days like Monday and Tuesday, and then a couple of days last week too, when the pickings were slim, I kept saying that.
Yeah.
Running it in that environment and seeing how it trades, right?
That's fair,
We're definitely going to do that. Good trade, Bovin. TGHL, is this limit up? No, it's not limit up. I didn't even put on the ticker. Great trade, Bovin. TGHL into the day high, 135, showing 133s now. Great flat top break. You want to say through like a $1.15, $1.12. Good on you, Bovin, for having the compunction to take that out. I hope you print up multiple storms on that, my man. Keep me updated as to your view on TGHL. Joey.
All right, man. Good stuff. Yeah. Here it goes again one more time. So maybe this was enough liquidity to be absorbed, but you can see the difference within the price action, I should say. So you're on a nice move up here and some strong volume, but then you have this disastrous flush, but we're struggling, and I don't love the strength within this price action specifically. So yeah, and Scott Tomlinson, I agree. I like the individual that you were talking about here not too long ago. I can't remember. Yeah, Dan Niles. I like Dan Niles. But yeah, I do believe that's probably going to be the case considering you did go through a 45% pullback. All right. We can head over to those names once again. I know I've been talking about them a lot, but I think it's just so interesting to me. And when you go on these insane runs and then what happens. SK Hynix, I mean, we can't really, but DRAM. Right, so you're still DRAM putting in a red session with the gap up. I think there's a good opportunity. Still down 37%, but you always obviously want to keep an eye on what is under the hood, right? So overview, you head over to DRAM. There's some bonds involved, which most of them typically do have, and it's about 57% equity right here. Top holdings going to be SK Hynix from an equity standpoint, and Samsung, First America, SanDisk on there. Other assets and liabilities. Kioxa here holdings, and then Western Digital, Seagate, and a couple other names there, guys, in the smaller percentage of things, but the largest being SK Hynix and Samsung. The other day, I'm talking to my friend in our group chat, and he's like, yeah, he works for Azure, one of my best friends growing up. Anyways, he's like, yeah, just buy, in the chat, he said, just buy DRAM. And I go, Liban, you watch the Kospi? And he goes, no, man, I don't watch the Kospi. And I'm like, dude, how do you not watch the Kospi when the two largest holdings are? Anyways, we're a little back and forth, good chats and stuff with that.
Brother.
Yeah, man, we like having those conversations without any question. True. But anyways, we'll head back. Qualcomm, how's Netflix doing? Nothing crazy, man. Yeah,
down another 2.5.
Yeah,
right?
It's down here today. Applied Materials.
What would you say it's down year to date?
Year to date?
Yeah.
Oh, probably close to, I would say around 35%.
A little bit less, 24.
24,
yeah.
okay, 10%, yeah, so that's pretty, yeah, I think that's a good opportunity, Ben Rays.
You know who the leading Mag 7 is year to date now?
Year to date?
It used to be Apple, it's not anymore, but
someone,
I bet you're not going to guess this.
It's a Mag 7?
Yeah, the leading Mag 7 on the year is what I mean.
Amazon.
Wrong.
Microsoft.
Wrong.
Okay, well, if I keep going, man.
Yeah, you're not going to.
Yeah, so who did I Google?
Tesla.
Tesla?
Tesla's up 17.5%
on year to date?
Yeah. Look where January 1st was.
How was Google not up there?
Google is 12.9. 12.9
How was
exactly.
Tesla?
Look, year to date, right?
Yeah, I'm not saying I'm not.
It used to be Apple, was 20 something, it was like 22.
Was that even?
Gave up everything, obviously. Nvidia 6 1/3. I know SpaceX is not a Mag 7, but I'm just gonna.
You can go up there in the.
Sorry, I was looking at the wrong one. It's Amazon, brother. Sorry. I was like, Tesla's down 31% year to date.
Yeah, bro. What is going on here? I'm like, there's no way. Yeah. All right. Well, what do I? What do I get now?
I was looking at it because they're both right beside each other, so I was like,
oh my god.
My mistake.
And then Google has to be in second place.
Google's in second at 12.9.
Yeah, man. Come on, man. I was like, uh-oh.
I was like, how is that possible? I'm pretty sure Tesla wasn't.
Watch the Cosby.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's all good. We forget.
FMFC's
people
open.
Don't forget those.
Yeah, I know. I'm
one.
Sorry.
Flush City on Apple on that 300. Ryan. Oh, Yannick. What's up, brother? Yeah.
Yannick.
Our boy Trapman in that as well too. Zoom out and look at FCUV on the 30-minute with the EMA cross. Wicks are brutal though. Yeah, man. I have my eyes on this one with the higher time frame. If you want to eliminate some of the noise, absolutely. We had that trend line break here, Adam, but no continuation, man. This is where that absolute disastrous candle stepped in. And we are on the backside of the trend, so we still have this wedge that's been forming and holding up. I don't know if I'm going to take any more attempts on this one. We still have some time left in the day, so let's be a little bit more patient. It's been a rinse city for me today. So, all right, let's send it over to the desk.
PSKY and WBD to the upside. When you hear these two names together, you usually assume it has to do with this merger, and in fact it does. Wall Street Journal reporting that Gavin Newsom, governor of California, is expressing concerns about the state's antitrust lawsuit against Paramount. Now, we know that there was going to be that pause here for the merger for WBD and PSKY as they waited to evaluate the state of some of these suits. But if the governor of California is concerned about the suit, this could end up being a good look here for WBD and PSKY. Back to you.
Thank you very much. All right, yeah.
Have you seen this? Because just jogged my memory when Adair brought up Gavin Newsom.
Yeah.
So this is, have you seen this?
No, I haven't seen this.
Okay,
no.
so this is Newsom right here.
Yep.
This is the 2028 Democratic presidential nominee odds on call sheet, right? So your boy Newsy over here, he had a 36% chance just in the fall to be the nominee. Now it's a dead heat, brother, between John Ossoff, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and Gavin Newsom, all in kind of like within earshot of one another. I think that's probably within the margin of error, right? Like of that. So it's become like a very, very.
What did Gavin do in order to just fall out from the top of the?
There's a lot of stuff, you know, Joey. I mean, it could be him. It could be the ascension of the others. So it should be interesting to watch.
Yeah, none of
freaking close. Right?
None of that matters because Donald Trump going to change regulations.
Bro, President Trump's been putting like Trump 2028 stuff on his Truth Social again. He was putting it last weekend. Stop, President Trump.
This guy,
Stop.
It's happening, bro.
Yeah, he just like antagonizes everybody, bro.
Don't be rude.
Man.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, play. Yeah.
Tell me how you really feel, Natalie.
Yeah, Crip.
I love it. Get it.
What is that? How does the corruption thing go again? Corruption is not bad. If I am not involved, I will fight it. I will fight it.
Yeah, this is interesting here, man. This is the presidential, the Democratic presidential nominee for 28, man. You have the ascension of Ocasio-Cortez. I mean, she was polling at 6% around the time President Trump got polled, and then she popped up to her all-time highs at almost 21%. That was, I think, just a few days ago, right? That was July 29th that she popped up. Now she's dropped a little bit here, Ocasio-Cortez, to about 14.8. But man, this is interesting. See New York file a lawsuit against Kalshi?
Yeah.
They want him out, right? So they're basically saying that they're breaching the state's gambling laws. That should be interesting. You know, CNBC has a minority investment stake as well as a partnership in Kalshi.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, well, there you go. All right.
Yeah. Okay. Hypercube, I get it, but that's it's interesting. FCHL TAP 151. Let's see what KC 526 is talking.
I'm not worried about any of those things, brother. Trust me.
Sorry, Joey.
Go ahead, man.
Here, brother. I just screwed up the charts over there. My mistake. I know. It's Windows SSE.
Oh.
We're gonna blame Windows, right? All right. Let's see what Case talk about FCHL. FCHL on the NQ. Halted to the upside. Upside? There we go. $1.40. Love it. Good call out, Case. Let's keep an eye out on this one. Top showing 166 halt price. 140 halt time. 101.05 current time. 101 it looks like. 103, sorry. 103. We need something updating a little bit quicker. 103.44. 103.48. So we still have some time here. We'll see this one open up 106.05 at the earliest, so we'll keep tabs on that. That's it. We'll keep tabs on FCHL, and we'll update you guys. Talk politics there, bro. In the chat, just they're rubbing.
Yeah, I love Scotty T, man. Trust me, that stuff.
Comments there, I love it.
I stopped watching a lot of news because
of that
realization.
Yeah,
that I can't do anything, and I get I get irked very easily.
I hear you.
Yeah, I get agitated very easily and annoyed very easily.
You get from the politics?
Everything, really.
Really, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
But that obviously doesn't help. Anyways.
I mean, I hear what you're saying, right? But it's like you don't even know these people, though.
I don't know, but it's just the policy, right? So that's why. Well, that's exactly why, because I have no control over it. I just continue.
That's a good point.
I don't have. I just continuously do what I do. Do you guys trust the uptrend in RCAT? It's a great question. Haven't heard about this name in quite some time. Yeah, I got you, glass half full.
The comments.
What happened? Tell them how you feel. Yeah, I just did, man. Mood.
Looking above it. I'm looking at it right now. Let's try to
RCAT.
talk about the trade.
Well, let me pull up
Go ahead,
RCAT
Joe.
here and see what we got for our good friend here. Is the what uptrend? Look at the daily. No, I would say if there's anything, this was a gap up scenario, right? So, yeah, that's not looking too good there. What was the another one that? Do you guys trust the uptrend in RCAT? We went over that. No, I do not. Joe, tell us. I can tell Joe is not part. Yeah, I'm not part of any of that stuff, man. I live under a rock, and I'm happily where I stay. But yeah, all right. Let's figure out. There's a couple most likely team have monitoring anger management class. Okay.
You follow politics pretty closely, though, bro. Like, you know what's going on all the time. Like,
what's that? I'm aware of it, but I just try not to. Well, I'm not aware of everything, but I see some things, and yeah, I just move on.
and I always tell you about stuff anyway. The next day, I'm always like bringing it up.
Yeah, like going on yeah, exactly, man. Let's go hit the gym, do something. Other than that,
How's the shoulder?
it's getting better. Yeah, better,
Yeah,
man.
good,
Yeah,
bro.
we did a little ice here.
Little
Vanilla ice there, and but no, there's a couple other names. I think it was
INHD halted
SKHY.
up. Anybody who cares?
It halted up now.
Yeah, man. It's at like
Okay.
21 and change, Joe. 21.
Oh, all right. I think that thing is destined for
The
absolute
pinks?
disaster. Yeah,
pinks.
something along those lines. I wonder what the market cap is on that bad boy.
I showed Luis my trade long on INHD. He's like calling me crazy, and then he did the beautiful thing that I love for
Yeah.
any Spanish-speaking people. That ja.
You did the ja.
I love that, man.
That's good.
Get it, my man, Luis. Luis says today,
Where's he at,
guys,
man?
I'm not trading now, but who won the bet? He says.
Oh, tell him not. Yeah,
won.
tell him not him.
Cause I had, what did he have, Joey? I had 750.
50. He had 650.
You had 650.
Oh, there goes FCUV once again, ladies and gentlemen. This name looking like it wants to pick up a little bit of momentum. See, the thing is, it's just continuously not breaking down, right? And then, sure enough, if you're patient enough, you have these waves. If only the woodpecker cried here, and we held on this all the way up to $14. No one will get that reference. If someone does, then I will give you actually something special. So you go back and hear exactly what I'm saying, and you tell me exactly where it's from, and then congratulations, you won something. But here it is. 1428 was that prior rejection. I think we are, you guys got it. Yay. All right, the first one in the chat. I'll do this. I'm very kind, right?
Okay.
So do you have, Sharif, have you been stealing all my
ahead.
pens, bro?
I don't even take any pens. I don't know when the last
Someone-
time I wrote anything down on this desk was, brother.
Do you have one over there?
don't. Do you want me to
I got to
name
remember the
Venus?
first individual. Yeah, I'm going to remember
Take a
Basu
picture of
games.
it, brother.
Pardon?
Take a picture on the old
No. That's storage, my boy. That's not cheap these days.
What's happening?
Yeah.
I love
I'm
it. Get
obviously
it, Joey.
joking. But
Limit down, FMFC
I'll take a
73.
picture. I will take a picture of it because I don't have anything to write it down right now. But congratulations, Basu Games. I will tag you in the chat eventually, and I'll tell you actually what you have become the victor of. All right? Cool. There we go. Thank you.
Can I?
Yeah, good indeed. Yeah.
All right. Invested. Joe, Sharif, you guys like how the longs are shaping up for Oracle, Tesla, and Meta. Might have got some good discounts yesterday. Let's have a look at all three. I'll do a couple of those, and then your boy Joey Opsh could look at the other. Let's start with ORCL. See what that bad boy is up to on the day and week. Just going to throw Oracle up there. Let's start with the weekly, as we try to always do. Sorry, guys, the charts are a little finicky. Oh, no, we're right at that key area of technical resistance or support, pardon me, that 120-ish area. That's where we are. That's where we found support back in April of 25. I'll submit to you that was tariff tantrum time. But look, it's looking like a flat bottom break here. Could even be a head and shoulders pattern. Left shoulder, head, right shoulder, same area neckline, Randy, at in and around 120. Oracle looks like it might be destined here for $80, maybe even more, maybe $60. That's the area low from October of 22. You remember when your friend Biden was in power and the market sold off for all of 2022? Those were good times. But they actually were good times because if you bottom picked from there, how much are you in the money right now? Right? Randy's behind the screen here if anybody's wondering why I'm talking to myself. There's my man. Get it, Randy. So Oracle doesn't look good here. Just my opinion. It still doesn't have an uptrend. It's, in fact, a decided downtrend. So let's flip to the daily on ORCL because I don't like it. The daily doesn't look much better at all, quite frankly, and I would not be using these moving averages at all because they seem to cross over one another and nothing really is doing there. Tesla, I would just say, look, Tesla to me is more of a fundamental trade than a technical trade because Tesla just has so much potential to the upside if they can get it right, right? Tesla looks a lot better than Oracle. There's just no question about that. You have higher lows still intact ever since the January 2023 low when this thing hit $100. Who remembers that? I do. I remember that very, very vividly. So the higher lows are still intact on the weekly. You know, that 450 to 500, I would submit to you more about 450 because it spends very little time above 450 on the weekly. You can see that. It waked up to 500 and never could do any better. I like Tesla over Oracle any day. You want to have a look at Meta for the OG there, Invested. I like that name.
All right, man.
How's Zuck and Company look over on your side of the screen there?
Trading at a discount right now. That's what we're looking at right now. When you're trading at a discount, right away, if you're at a discount, most likely the price action isn't going to be in your favor. Here it is, down 32% off the highs. Listen, man, there's a major structure right here. If this breaks, let's actually zoom out and head to a higher time frame and see what we got going on. I mean, this is, you're right back at levels of 2024, September of 2024. So, Sharif, in the span of a little bit more than 30 days, you back where you started 2 years ago. Let's see if this can hold up. Yeah, it can get disastrous. I don't think it's going to head down to 386. That's not going to be the nature of the beast. Maybe this is the opportunity in which it bounces. Listen, I'm a shareholder of this. I might dabble in a little bit more. I'll tell you my buys right now because full disclosure, that's what we got going on. 353. I like the look of Alphabet's chip. We're going to add a little bit more into this position. We're going to add a little bit more into SpaceX down here at $100. I believe that's going to be incoming. Next week, next Tuesday is going to be the earnings report, guys. Don't forget about that.
People don't forget.
Some people forget, Sharif. That's why we're reminding them. And NVDA as well, too, some of the names that I'm going to be picking up here off of the lows. And I mean, at this point, I may as well add into my JPM trade because this has been an absolute monster of a performer for us, up about 0.75% on the intraday session. We were grabbing this at the lows. Listen, the banks are always going to win at the end of the day, so a good dip buying opportunity. I think so. Listen, if anybody is winning, Sharif, we talk about Google being the tech ETF. What about Amazon? I think Amazon should be in that conversation as well, too. Only 2%
it's
off.
The number one Mag 7 on the year.
Put
some respect on
but from
that.
you know how we like joke about saying there's just so many components of Alphabet.
Zon too.
Zon too. So yeah, absolutely.
They've never shied away from diversifying. Never, and neither has.
Dude, they got into the pharmaceutical business.
Yeah, they'll hurt anybody they can get their hands on. Right? They'll disrupt anybody.
So shout out to Zooks, man. Those are going to be the big three. You thought Drake, Kendrick, and J. Cole were the big three?
Don't even.
Huh?
I don't even want to go there mentally. Don't go there. We all know there's only one me. That's the correct answer as Kendrick gave us, and that's all I'm going to say. It's just like that for those who know what I'm talking about.
Well, what I was getting at the big three AV players. We got Google, right? We got Waymo, Zooks, and then I got it. No, but in all seriousness, name those are the three that have the most. Listen, we know what Waymo and Tesla is, but Zooks, I think, deserves to be that runner-up as well,
and
too.
the fact that they've kind of hitched their wagon to Amazon, in and of itself, gives them credibility because it gives them money. It gives them, access to chips. It gives them access to data. So I'm not hating on that part.
And it's my listen. I know you guys despise it. Even Randy. What's Randy? He's busy. It's my favorite looking AV because it's different than everything else.
You don't like the robo-taxi, the golden
I do like that. Where is that?
Cybercab.
Where's the Cybercab? Where is it?
It's all over Austin, brother. It's all over Austin. Sorry, not the TikTok. The X videos that I'm seeing right now.
Okay, I like this.
But okay, hold on.
Yeah.
There's not too many though without steering wheels, just because I think they're testing out the platform first and foremost. So you got to have the steering wheel, and I don't think they have the authorization to do it like Zooks does. Zooks got that yesterday, that they can actually operate legally without steering wheel and pedals and all that good stuff there, though. But Joey, I got to tell you, I think Tesla, probably because of the vertical integration, they have the most data. They have the gigafactories to produce these en masse. I think they produce them cheaper than everybody else because they have experience producing cheaper
It's not even a question.
I would throw my hat in the Tesla ring if I was to choose the autonomy. But I want to follow up here.
Dude, you know
with
where
the individual who asked me.
Tesla.
Pardon me?
You know where I stand with Tesla. I think it's going to dominate everything.
See.
That's my opinion. I could be completely wrong, but I just believe that in the near future, no one's going to actually want to drive. Just hit the.
Well, yeah.
It's few and far between, man. We should do a poll. We have the power to do that. I know you got something up, so why don't we set a poll up, Sharif? I know you want to go over something. Actually, let me answer this.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'll type it in the chat.
Somebody was asking about IBM. Look, IBM is in a bit of established range. It was on an uptrend, but then it broke, right? When they gave us that whole news that, things were not going to be as hunky-dory, especially with software. And then they had a massive correction, one of the biggest losses per day. So it's broken that trend. But the $200 support level is what it is. And it's not up a lot above that. It's $220. I like it at 200 and above 200. If it fails 200, I no longer like it, okay? That's kind of this is the weekly, by the way, for IBM. So that is the 200 exponential moving average on the weekly, not the daily. If you're looking at the daily, we're below the daily right now. So this is kind of what I want to show you there. And I wouldn't be trading off the daily on IBM or investing, off the daily. I'd certainly be looking at the weekly. I'd be picking it up at 200, maybe giving it to 190. So I'd risk $10 for a possible move back up into 300. But I think it's going to be a little bit of time here before some of the damage that was done to IBM can be recovered. We'll see. But it does have a bit of a downtrend. You can connect these area lows. All these area lows are lower than their predecessors. So that is a downtrend, whether we like it or not, even though it just made all-time highs back in November. I mean, it got into that 341 area, and now we're about $200 lower than that. So it is $100 lower than that. So it is a tough one there. But I still think that they really do have a good lead in quantum. FCHL is open case, and it might be looking to halt up at 155, showing 149 now. Limit up is 155, 154, excuse me. There's 155, but no halt parameter initiating there. So let's keep an eye here on FCHL. And as we do that, we are a quarter after 1.
Hold on, let's do this first. All right. So here it is, guys. Full AV available. Are you driving? Yes or no? Okay. So are you going to be driving if you have the ability to hop in an autonomous vehicle? Yes, if you want to continue to drive. No, if you're going to hop in the autonomous vehicle.
Got it, Joey.
All right, let's see what we got. We got 1 vote here so far. 2. We got people hopping in the AVs so far, Sharif. We'll keep this up for a couple of minutes. It's tied, a neck-and-neck race. Ooh. Okay, drivers starting to pick up space. No means you're going into the AV, ladies and gentlemen. No means I don't want to drive. I'm going to allow the robot to do it for me. Wow, okay. Really, really tight. Really neck-and-neck race. This is a cool poll, man.
Again?
31%, and I didn't even vote yet, too.
Neither did I. So what am I voting?
Okay, yes, are you driving? Yes.
Oh,
if you're driving, no. If you're
I want to have the option.
You want to have the option.
Yeah, but to be honest with you,
if
I had FSD, and I lived where I may move, right?
Boom.
Every day. Without even question, I'd be putting on FSD every day.
Okay.
But at the same time, if I want to, operate the car or non-FSD, I'd like.
You want to have the option, right? Okay. So the option. So you're going the hybrid option, I think, which is a pretty good one. 55 say they're going to continue to drive. 45 of us saying no. I'm actually everyone who has FSD says it's amazing.
And the people that hate on it have never used it.
Yeah, exactly. So
they're just lying.
I just think it's a big thing for commuters. All right. Anyways, we want to get into the news here. Let's fire things up there. Let's send it over to Sia.
Okay.
Oh, okay. All right.
I want to mention the FCUV as well. It's starting to curl back up. This is the bamboozler in chief that kind of lured everybody in through that break of 15 and a third, and it dropped all the way down to 11.5. But funny enough, look at the trend resume yet again on FCUV. But be careful with this one because we've seen what it can do before. So let me know when we're ready, Assassino. All right, let's send it over to Sia.
Apple is what we're starting the news segment with. Apple did report stronger than expected earnings, yes, and revenue for fiscal third quarter, which has been driven by a 22% increase in iPhone sales. But what we're looking at is that the company has issued weak guidance for the current period, also missed on iPad sales, citing quote-unquote supply constraints. The ticker is down 9.5% today. EPS at $1.91 adjusted versus $1.89 estimated. Revenue at $109.42 billion versus $108.65 billion estimated. iPhone revenue at $54.25 billion versus $53.86 billion estimated. Mac revenue $10.35 billion versus $8.74 billion estimated. iPad at $6.19 billion versus $6.92 billion estimated. Wearables revenue at $7.88 billion versus $7.82 billion estimated. Services revenue at $30.74 billion versus $31.22 billion estimated, and gross margin of 50.1%, but that's not comparable to analyst estimates of 47.9% due to the tariff rebates. That's what you need to be looking at. And Apple has said that the earnings included 11 cents per share from tariff rebates. So net income has climbed to $29.79 billion or $2.02 per share from $23.43 billion or $1.57 per share from a year ago. So cash currently stands at $146.52 billion. Also, another thing that we were discussing yesterday during the earnings was the China angle here. So yes, Apple did not do the worst in the China market, but also something to note for is that it has not also hiked China phone sales or prices either, whereas its competitors like Xiaomi, Vivo have hiked phone prices there as well. So that was a cool angle to look at as well. But yeah, Apple is down 9.5% here. And Adara, what do you think?
Yeah, I think it's always a bit of a rough look when the highlights of this report have to do with those tariff-related benefits, right? Like we got that boost to gross margins because of tariffs. And I want to talk about the DPS beat because, as you mentioned, there was that 11 cent or so benefit that had to do with tariff rebates. So they came in at 202. We were expecting here 188 to 189 per share. So if you get rid of that tariff benefit, they barely beat EPS estimates. They're really basically in line. So yeah, I think that the more you dive into this report, and I think that's the case, honestly, with a lot of Apple reports, it seems really good on its face, and then you dive in and there's a little bit of, rust and dirt, or maybe even, Snow White and the poison apple situation here with this AAPL situation. But yeah, it's a little unfortunate for Tim Cook. This is his final report as CEO. I don't think it's necessarily a great note for him to end on, but this is the one thing I do like. It gives John Turnus a lot to hopefully work with, and maybe he can pull out a great first quarter under his leadership. That'll be Q4 2026. He'll be reporting that. Usually it's around Halloween, the very end of October for AAPL. So I'd like to see what Turnus does because I think Tim Cook generally did a great job as CEO. I'm not trying to talk about his overall legacy, but I'm saying it's kind of a rough note to end on when you've had such a strong legacy, when you've been there for so long, and your last earnings report is kind of meh. So I really want to see what Turnus and Co can do, and I'm sure it'll be something pretty cool.
Absolutely.
All right, let's get right down to this. So Europe is the primary growth driver here. China did well, and we've been talking a lot about how Apple rebounded very well for the iPhone 17 in China, but that's not where the majority of the money came from. $5.4 billion increase and a 35% bump on the European continent. That brought in about $15.4 billion year over year. As well as the rise. So that's the good news, right? We're recovering a little bit in Europe there. I think that probably says more about the European economic climate than maybe than Apple. But there is the one thing that really stands out to me is the rise of component costs, right? And that was actually mentioned for the first time on their 10Q when they had to disclose the actual risk factors. And this is the problem because this is not getting better. Every time we look at what component costs are going to be, we see LTAs, long-term agreements, with higher and higher and higher strike prices. That creates trouble, right? So then you think, all right, well then how is Apple going to navigate the component problem? Well, I submit to you a lot of ways. One, they could possibly try to move into the Chinese market and get Chinese chips. I know the Democrats all up in arms, but the Democrats don't control anything in the government, nor do they control Apple, even if they were in the government. So that's one. Two, I think this Apple financing program could actually be a little bit more than meets the eye. Everybody's like, oh, you already do it through Affirm. Oh, you already do it through Klarna and PayBright and everything else. Sure, you do that. But for everything other than the iPhone, you are paying a high rate of interest. I've seen up to 23% for certain MacBooks. That's not going to be the case if you finance it through Apple Upgrade, right? They have $150 billion in cash, and they're going to use some of that, obviously, to be able to kind of pad the financing. So you're going to probably be able to get it interest-free. That makes it more of attractive and an option than going through the interest route through your firms, your Klarnas, or your PayBrights. So I do like Apple taking that approach, trying to kind of, brunt the blow a little bit in terms of the cost, because they have no choice. They have to increase component costs. Otherwise, it eats into margins. So that's what I like. I like iPhone sales were up. I like the fact that MacBook sales were up. I wasn't a big fan of the iPad sales missing because they have a lot of new iPads. I thought that would move the needle a little bit. Obviously, I'm not very happy with the services segment missing by about $1 billion, but that has missed before and it has recovered. So I think maybe there were some elevated expectations with respect to services, but I also want to mention one thing. Apple Storage, which you can call it Apple Cloud, whatever, right? So there used to be a $4.99 plan.
Ooh, how much?
You know that's gone now.
How much is it now?
Minimum is $15. Have a look at this. So look at this. So,
dude,
you have to look at the phone.
I'm looking. Yeah, but bro, did I not mention the cloud with Apple
Check this
Cloud
out.
not too long ago?
Check this out, Joey.
Yeah.
So if I want to
storage is full, by the way.
I know that's exactly why, right? So I just wanted to show you this.
All right.
So say I want to upgrade my storage. Upgrade for how much? Look at that.
$12.99 now, my boy. 2
Only
terabytes.
$12.99. There used to be a $4.99.
That's criminal activity, but
So
yeah.
they're kind of increasing it little by little, right?
Yeah, dude, listen, watch out for that, right? I've been mentioning, I've been pounding the table. These guys are going to be upping the price of cloud storage, in my opinion.
They already did, brother.
Yeah, but they're going to continue to do so.
Yeah.
I mean, that's almost threefold right there from $4.99.
It is threefold. Well said.
Yeah. Anyways, listen, Tim Cook out September 1st. Adair, I know you're saying it's not the best looking, but it's not horrible, right? We have to take into consideration that this guy took this company sitting at a $350 billion valuation up to $5 trillion. And just before the report, we were hovering around all-time highs. It sucks that it dropped pretty quick, but I think he's leaving on a pretty high note. It would have been nice for it to continue to climb and make new all-time highs.
He's still going to have a lot of hand in the company, man.
Yeah, exactly. But he's just stepping down, right?
Chair,
Come September 1st. I think it's a great exit for him, regardless of what's going on. Listen, get into more details of what Sharif was mentioning not too long ago. Something that really stood out to me and what I like, and I'm going to continue to like, 22% growth in iPhone sales. That's up from 19%. Yeah, iPad sales were down 6%, as Sharif was mentioning not too long ago. But across the board, listen, it's a temporary headwind, in my opinion, when it comes to supply and with the increase in memory storage, right? It's really affecting the price of the iPhones to the point where they have to pass that on to the consumer. I understand that. But
I'm surprised nobody said anything about AI.
They set the bar low. They set the bar low.
Series pretty good.
They made their mistake before, right? Oh, Tim actually did. Tim, he said they're happy about the early feedback on what they have going.
I didn't listen to your call because I was at work yesterday.
So he stated that. He's like, we're happy about the early feedback within Siri.
It's pretty good.
It's pretty good.
And I was
exactly.
going to be a big critic because this is something that's been super bad for a long time.
Yeah, so Tim did state that he's happy about that. So things are looking good. And listen, whether it takes multiple quarters in order for us, which I do believe is going to be the case, I don't think it's going to be too crazy on the iPhone. I don't know how much hype there is around the 18. They haven't been talking about it too much because that comes out in September as well too, does it not, Sharif?
Yeah, and that's what I'm waiting for, the Fold.
The Fold, right? So that can add some as well too. So that can help this super cycle that we've already experienced from before. What is a super cycle? I think it was above double-digit growth here, and that's exactly what we got. It was 19% last quarter, 22% this quarter. I like it. Temporary headwind. Eventually, whether it takes multiple quarters, Apple will be on its very merry way, considering there is billions of iPhones in the hands of people. So, yeah.
We've been to Apple TV, our video for Fun for All. Sorry, brother. I mean, we have a couple of opinions. I mean, what do you want us to say?
What about what?
He's like, the name of this channel should be changed to something about Apple TV Live rolls eyes. All right, brother. Okay, take it easy there. Let's. I guess we're not sending it back, so someone is going there. All right. What are you looking at, Joseph? Options?
The same thing, man. I got the same nerve and the same thing cooking up here. Seriously, NVDA. Okay, that's good. Nice, Gaurav. You trimmed some out at 99s. I like that a lot, right? So 199.25. Boom. I think at this pace, we might have the ability to breach that 200. We were talking about the open interest sitting at this level. NVDA, 200 bucks. Bang, $65,000 contracts at that level, all right? So
are you seeing what's happening in Spain right now?
Yeah, we talked about it this morning,
So Italy just suspended that agreement of this area that they have with Italy. Italy suspended the agreement with Spain. It's called the Schengen Agreement or something like that.
So what are they saying? What are they saying? They're not allowing that anymore?
I think that they may send people to the border there to kind of patrol it so that...
okay, Italy sending people to the border, the coastline?
Not Shenzhen, Bigwig Energy. You were talking about the other side of the world.
Yeah, man.
Schengen Agreement, man. Schengen, yeah. I don't know if you saw some of the videos.
Yeah, I saw them, man. You know what? Yeah. It's funny. I was watching it in the corner of my eye. I was just hopping on the computer at nighttime. Just double stimulation, right? You get the cell phone going and the computer going. In
the videos were ridiculous.
Dude, I thought it was trees. I thought it was trees. I thought they were showing me a coastline with trees.
It was just like you can't see the end of the line.
Yeah, and then I looked,
flooding in,
and I'm like, holy cow! My question is like, where do they go? Like, where do these
send all these people?
The majority of them probably gonna get caught. Right, like if you're just hovering around there, a lot of you they're gonna round them up,
crazy,
and then who knows what that point. But it's gonna fall upon the taxpayers' dime to ship them out of there. But the ones who do get free, where are they going? Like, what is the game plan here? What do you do?
Is there gonna be like ICE-style massive roundups? Like, what are we talking about here? This is like what the videos were ridiculous.
Yeah, crazy.
Ridiculous.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe what I was seeing. But anyway, I can continue on with the news. Sia's not here, so we'll go ahead. We'll talk a little Amazon.
Yeah.
So let me pull up my Amazon notes here. So right away, they beat on Q2 revenue, $200.6 billion in revenue. That's ahead of the 196.2 expected. An eye-watering and not so big a deal, $5.75 EPS. You're not going to believe this, but the market was looking for $1.81. They printed $5.75. And you also have AWS growing at 37%. Beautiful look there. But let's not get too carried away here on EPS. There's a reason why it beat so big. And that's because of Anthropic. Shout out to Claude, man. $53.4 billion Anthropic gain heavily distorted the GAAP EPS. Without that, there would have been, they had a net income. I'll just give you the numbers in this way. Net income of $62.6 billion. Of that 62.6, 53.4 was related to Anthropic. Do the math there and figure it out on an earnings per share by dividing by the float. Super simple. I don't have the numbers there, but anybody can do that. Now, let's talk about their free cash flow. Most of these hyperscalers, it has either flattened out or swung negative. We talked about Google when they had it. We talked about, of course, Meta and their free cash flow. It is now negative $7.6 billion free cash flow. That is after having a record operating income of $27.5 billion, and they've increased their CapEx guidance now to the higher end of the range of $220 billion. There is a ridiculous amount of contract backlog, though, for AWS, RPOs, backlog, whatever terminology you want to use. But they have $496 billion of demand, Randy, that they don't have the data centers to meet. So insatiable is the demand for AI. And that's kind of what they're looking at there. It's a good problem to have, though, right? Randy, I love when he just gives me like the face signals because he's off camera. All right, so management disclosed that most of AWS's planned compute capacity for 2027 and almost all of 2028, believe it or not, is booked. So all of 27, almost all of 28, they can't offer you anything now unless they install something new, which is unbelievable. It, again, and a good problem to have, but maybe indications of some froth. Custom chips and Gen AI, Joey, I know you highlighted that in the morning. Who could hate the fact that Inferentia and Trainium are bringing $25 billion a pop? How about their Gen AI services now that they're hosting on AWS? also bringing in $25 billion a pop.
Yes,
so
sir.
this is a good report, man. I think they deserve to be up big like they are, 15.16%.
It's a wonderful report. What else are we looking for when it comes to earnings growth? It's across the board. I mean, it's fantastic. Everything. Let's see what North Club said. You got a day from Neil, man. That's crazy.
Oh, let's just get him out, man. End it. Just he's gone. He done?
Yeah, he gone. That's crazy. Yeah,
See,
that's
brother,
crazy.
It's a lot faster. We can block you a lot faster than you can make a new Gmail account. Just think about that. Okay? It takes me one click. It's going to take you multiple steps. Even if you have a couple of burners, you go through those and they all get blocked. Then you're shit out of luck.
It's funny. He's watching our stream though. So I don't know. That's a crazy take.
Get it.
Oh yeah, thanks for the light bulb on that one. Shreve, I don't know. Where do you want me to start when it comes to this report?
Wherever you want,
It's across the board, just absolutely fantastic. You talk about the profit turning within the AI trading and stuff. You're starting to see an ROI within Amazon. Cloud growth, 36%, 35% year over year. Fantastic numbers. Zooks, in Austin, in Miami. So they're starting to expand over there. Oh, and did we forget that the e-commerce side of things is absolutely ripping it once again, and the things that we had issues with when it regards to the tariffs in China, when there's a lot of uncertainty looming around that neck of the woods, right? Because of the increase in costs, hurting margins on a lot of the lower margin products. But yeah, throw that all aside. Across the board, it's absolutely fantastic. Shreve, RPO, what did you say in RPO? 400 and something billion?
$496 billion.
Oh, 90. I was going to say that's cute.
It jumped by $130 billion in a single quarter, not year over year.
A single quarter.
Sequentially.
Yeah, that's crazy. I was going to say that's cute, but it's a lot closer than what I was going to say because you know why? Google.
He wants $1 trillion.
514 to $18 billion in backlog. So for me, the following quarters, you're going to see some pretty solid growth within some of these cloud numbers because they can't meet the obligation, right? So at some point, things are just going to go through the roof.
Did you see who came in?
Yeah, he's the second time coming in, man. When is this guy ever going to say something nice? Hold on. Let me finish this. Let me finish what I'm about to say.
All right.
What kind of aroused do you get from this, my boy? Don't you feel better if you say something nice instead of
I don't
just
think he does.
just the consistent degrading is insane.
Should I read it or no?
Yeah, if you want to.
We're gonna have to read it, Joey.
All right.
10 in the chat for your boy, Big Smile Dot Verified. He verified himself, Joey. I love it. I got a poll for you. Does LJS?
Yeah.
If you don't know what that means, well, you'll have to hang around. Look more like the Temu Pitbull, Powder, or that kid on the playground always talking about space cars. Come on,
I don't know
bro.
what that means, man.
What do you mean, Big Spile? They're coming fast and furious, Big Spile. What is that?
What was that?
Fabian, I couldn't even hear that, brother. I love it. Thank you, Big Spile, as always. And thanks for sticking with us, man. I know you're always chirping, Joey, but we love you, Big Spile. Jacka, $22.96, $5. Round 3 today. NVIDIA, this is for you, Joey.
Yeah.
NVIDIA, $200, August 30 calls. Another.
Attaboy.
$38,000 in profit.
Bro, this guy's made $200K today.
That's crazy, bro.
Yeah.
I like that, Fabian. That was great.
Wow, NVIDIA is going off.
Verified.
$200.
NVIDIA is ripping right now. It's up 2.5 almost.
Yeah,
right?
it is.
Good
And
look there.
FCUV is starting to pick up momentum once again.
It is, man. Watch out for that. Guys, the candle at 11:35, the high of which is 15.57, showing 15.33 now. Look for a 16 break and a hold, okay? This squeezes, it can go to 20, but you need to have the right setup. Otherwise, you'll suffer what those people on the 12:45 candle suffered from, which is a 15.34 high and an 11.37 low. There goes 16 options, man.
Yeah,
let's go to
crazy.
FCUV over here, see what this one is up to. $16. What do we got? 16.15. 16.15, 5-minute bar high. 77 and a third. Oh my
Holy cow.
1786 limit up.
Wow.
1786 limit up. Here comes 1733 options, man.
That is
Does this
crazy.
limit up? Oh my God, 1740
Thanks,
now.
Miss Funyun.
Unbelievable price action here, man. It's up 818%. This one could be a quadruple digit winner.
Wow.
Down goes Fraser into about 16.5. Let's look for a 15 hold here, guys. Right? 15 could be a good level here. We're going to continue to watch. I'm not jumping in quite yet. How are you seeing this, brother? What are you looking at there? On the
I'm looking at the thing. I appreciate you, Candle Stacks, man. I appreciate that. Yeah. Big love, Zion Lala saying boom. Shout out to Houston as well, too. You met Zion in Houston, right?
I didn't, man. We were supposed to hook up, him and I in Lovin. I ended up meeting with Texas Jet Fan because it was before the game. Those guys wanted to hang out after the game, but I had to make my way all the way back because I was flying out the next day.
As you would say, you had to schlep all the way.
I had to schlep, yeah. I like a little Yiddish here and there, you know. I don't even know. I have nobody Jewish in my family, but I've got a lot of Yiddish words that I like to employ from time to time.
Okay. Doing a bunch of covered calls on Amazon. I've done 1/3. We shall see if they get called away. Strike price expiration 828. Listen, man, you're going against a freight train right now. I just think it's only. I think it's only at some point that this thing by next week. Oh wow, this is an insane short. This is an insane short signal on NVDA all the way up here at $200. We were talking about that supply zone at that level once again. What's going on there?
Get it, Neil.
Neil. Hitting that one. So let's pull up NVDL for one more time. Yeah, for sure. But anyways, big time signal, inverted hammer. Angry Wife, you were asking about topping tails. Well, I think this is a good one right here on NVDA, right at the high of the day. Let's see if we get a pullback and hold that level one more time. We might get a good opportunity to short. And the volume is supporting it as well, too, guys. So stars are slowly starting to align from a potential move back in here on NVDA.
God, there goes FCUV. We're taking prints here, guys. We're in at 59, showing 17 and change. It's taking out all my orders, looking for a hold of 16. It loses 16, I'm out. There's a bigger move into 17 and a quarter. Give me my money, man. Let's go, baby. We're holding here, 17.30, looking for a little bit more. Out the majority of the position, gonna set up now, 17.88. 1 second, 17.88. It loses $0.50. I'm out now. Let's continue to watch. 17.55 is the 17.59, excuse me, is the high of the day. Let's see if this one is able to hold up, move back into 17s. Not quite able to yet, Joey. There's a seller here generally at 17. I think this one makes it up probably into 20, whether it does in a straight line or it likely looks like we're going to have to deal with some resistance here. So what I'm going to do is just take out some here, given that we are getting a lot closer to my entry. So let's move up the stop now. I'm going to go 16, 24, 6, and 16 all the way down for the last remaining amount. So we'll lose a little bit there if it does fail, but I do want to give it a little bit of room, and that's why I've kind of done that. So FCUV has been a beauty on the day. My second biggest winner after FMFC, that's the biggest winner there. Oh yeah, just continuing to watch here. So nothing for me to do at the moment really other than to wait to either get printed at around 18 or to get stopped out through the break of 16 and a quarter. I'll have to keep my finger, of course, on the flatten key, lest this one turn around like it did earlier on. So it looks like the selling is coming in a little bit lower, Joey. I haven't seen 17s populate here on the ask in some time. So it looks like they're selling at lower and lower levels. We just popped up into the 90s and we didn't get a follow through. So I feel like this one is getting a lot of resistance at 17. I don't think it probably makes it through on the first account. And down goes Fraser into 1650. Does it bounce though? So continuing to watch that. Are you looking at this one or what?
No.
What do you think? No, you're not.
I'm in my own. I'm in La La Land right now.
All right, brother.
I was drinking some water. Just play out scenarios in your head.
Sometimes.
I do. It's just consistent of what I got going on here. So the current scenario was me, exactly what I was going to do. It's a beautiful day outside. Was thinking about taking a little Heel-Toe Express over to Ossington.
Excellent.
Did you go to Ozfest last weekend?
I didn't,
already know
man.
the answer.
No, but
it was packed.
It was
dude.
really good. Yeah,
Friday,
you gotta tell me about that kind of stuff, man, because sometimes like I don't even follow.
You don't?
No, I
don't. Yeah, well, neither do I. I just get told these things and then I just show up. You know what I mean?
Like I just show up.
Yeah, man. I don't. Very minimal.
Man, CanFit. You know about the CanFit Pro conference? You know what CanFit is?
No.
Okay, it's like it's a fitness conference.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, on the 14th and 15th, man. Dude, it's at Metro Toronto Convention Center.
At some point, I don't know if it was over the weekend or during the week, but there's this. I know you don't like that stuff, but there's a big Hyrox event going on at the exhibition. I know you don't love that stuff, but still, it's good exercise. Listen, I don't care what it is. Like if it physically tests you, then if it physically tests you, even mentally as well too. But there's a lot of people participating in this event over the weekend.
Bro, there's going to be like almost 10,000 people at the CanFit conference, man. You get like a ton of free stuff. It's going to run probably a few $100 in free samples. So it's a $300 ticket, but it's sick. I'm definitely going to go. I haven't been in years, man. What's that? Sia's back. Okay, perfect. Should we send it back to Sia? Continue the news.
We did Amazon.
Amazon. Yeah. So if you want to go to the next one, that'd be fantastic. Yeah, we did it already. Yeah. No, we didn't do Reddit. So I thought you meant Reddit, like read the Amazon thing.
No. Oh, you read it. You get it? Did you read it?
I read Reddit.
Or have you read it?
Yeah. Let's send it up.
She has no idea what's going on.
I don't think.
Of course I do. That was such a bad joke. So Reddit has reported its second quarter earnings as of yesterday. We did cover it in the late show. So now earnings that have beat on top and bottom lines here. Yes, the company has issued guidance that has sales past expectations. So let's take a look at what's going on here. EPS at $1.25 versus versus 95 cents that was expected. So there is an EPS beat here. Revenue, $805 million versus $730 million expected. Again, revenue beat as well. Sales for the second quarter have climbed 61% year over year from $500 million a year earlier. Net income has climbed to $253 million or $1.25 a share from $89 million or 45 cents a share in the previous year. Third quarter revenue now, projections are standing at $860 million to $870 million. Analysts had been expecting $828 million. Reddit has also said that the adjusted earnings this quarter will be between $385 million and $395 million. That is topping the Wall Street projections of $368 million. And Reddit's revenue has increased more than 60% for an 8th straight quarter as the company's ad business is continuing to benefit from overseas expansion, also a rush of new users and continued improvements to online and ad engines. So not a bad look here for Reddit RDDT, but stock is down over 21.5% today.
Yeah, that's the look, Sia. That's the problem there. I'm not going to get into the report. I think Sia was quite succinct with how she did. But Assassino, this is what I want to show. This is AI overviews. And this, if you believe the CEO, is the reason their ad business is getting cannibalized, right? Because what it's doing is it's giving you what's being said in the subreddits, or I was going to call them Reddit forums, and it gives you the answer in AI overviews. So you need it go to the actual site, and that's the way they make money. That's the way they populate ads when you go on their platform. So Google is hurting them, right? Vis-a-vis these AI overviews. And let's just show this, Assassino. It's actually pretty good. What I asked it was, what is Trader TV? So it just gives you an entire thing right there, right? It hooks you to the video. It's a multimodal. There's text, there's video, sometimes there's even pictures, right? And so if you're thinking, well, Sharif, why don't they just tell Google to shut off AI overviews? Well, the only way so far to actually shut off AI overviews with Google is to de-index yourself, is to remove yourself from the entire Google index. How could that possibly help them, right? They want people to go to Google and then to click the link on their site so that they can generate ad revenues. If they're not on the Google index, then nobody's going to click the link. Nobody's going to even know that they exist. So this is the problem. Google seems to be kind of simultaneously helping them because they're paying them for the licensing of their information, yet simultaneously hurting them at the same time by cannibalizing their ad sales. This is a big, big problem. It's a dichotomy I don't think they can solve quite easily.
No, I don't think so either. Hangry Wolf, I was telling you about that one. That's what I was talking about. Yeah, Sia went over some of the good things. I'll touch on a couple more metrics here. Global revenue per user surged up 36% year over year. That's really good. And then we also have your daily active users up as well. Reddit reported 130 million daily active users in second quarter. That's up 18% from the year before. All right. So, I mean, the company's numbers are pretty good. Sharif, and I brought this up this morning. If you go through some of these tech IPOs, very few of them held up. And a matter of fact, one of them is really only above the issuing price, and that's going to be CoreWeave. if you go back to when Reddit IPO'd, it's still relatively well. It's still above that opening price. Took a hit here today, but it's been one of the better performing. I know I'm comparing apples to oranges at this point, but it hasn't been absolutely treacherous like some of these other tech plays like SpaceX and stuff like that. But they're still growing, double digits, 28% MAU. That's pretty good. And then also the revenue per individual on the website is up 36% as well too. So they're bringing a little bit of cash.
Should we just go through some of these supers there? I did think
we got a lot of supers
there. Jacka, $5, round 3. Okay, you already read that one. Okay, so got to that. Thank you very much. Then we got the one Uber Micro, $2 super chat. The Verge has been talking Google Zero for years.
I don't even know what that means.
Sorry, you don't have to super again. Have they been saying Google's going to zero for years, or Google's going to cause others to go to zero?
I think that's what they mean. Verge might be something.
We can't think Google's actually going to go to zero, right? So.
If the Google goes to zero, there's probably much bigger issues on the planet. By that time, you wouldn't even know what.
So tag us again, brother. You don't have to super chat again, but I do like The Verge, man. They have good tech stories. I love reading about tech, obviously. So. Industry shorthand for a world where Google keeps users inside its own walls. The latter. Other platforms who use Google for traffic are going to zero. Very interesting. And you know what? Look, this is a bit different than what you're saying. I see what you're saying here. But there is this growing consensus amongst business leaders that you don't want to put your bread and butter, your kind of IP, your business processes on a closed model, because the Anthropics, the OpenAI, the Geminis, they'll just take your business and then they'll compete with you and they'll run you out of town. So what a lot of people are doing now, believe it or not, they're going to the open weight model. Open weight model means that you can take the model and run it locally on your computer, and then you build an application layer on top of it, right? The open weight model, even though it may not be frontier, it does protect your intellectual property and your business know-how. So you're seeing a huge shift right now to open weight. The problem is the Chinese are the ones who are leading in open weight. We saw that with Kimi. Now, the good news is that NVIDIA is wise to this whole thing, and they've thrown their hat into the open source / open weight ring. I know they're not the same thing. I get that. But it's important that we have a competitor and response to the open source and open weight models that the Chinese have, because a lot of business leaders don't want to put their bread and butter on these closed source models. So that's my little spiel there. Anything you want to add before we send it back?
No.
Okay.
In regards to Google and ads, honestly, brother, I'm not worried at all.
Me?
XOM, CVX is what we're discussing now. So CVX, I'm just going to pull up the chart over here. So Chevron's net income has soared $12 billion, which is nearly a 400% increase when you compare it to its $2.5 billion in the same period last year. Adjusted EPS at $6.06 per share, which has come 50 cents above Wall Street's expectations. CEO of the company, Mike Wirth, has also said that they're firing on all cylinders, which is good because the world needs it. He also said that the threat to oil supplies in the Middle East has expanded beyond the Strait of Hormuz at a time when global inventories are falling. Now let's take a look at XOM. So XOM is down close to 2% on the day. Posted its earnings with profits in the quarter at $14.5 billion, which is an increase from $7.1 billion a year ago. Adjusted EPS at $3.52, which has missed analyst expectations by 8 cents. CEO of the company, Darren Woods, has said that the miss was due to difficulties in the company's refining business, and it was challenging to forecast prices due to the disruption in global crude as well as production markets. So let's do a quick comparison here, shall we? Exxon earnings per share, $3.52 adjusted versus $3.60 expected. Exxon revenue at $116 billion versus $97.8 billion expected. Chevron earnings per share, $6.06 adjusted versus $5.56 expected. And Chevron revenue at $70 billion versus $62 billion that was expected. XOM, that's down close to 2% on the day, and CVX, that is up close to 2% on the day.
Yeah, I'm going to cover the $XOM part. So they really got hit hard there with their upstream production, erased 10% of this. So the geopolitics obviously have a lot to do with that. It looks like they had a temporary loss of, as I said, 10%. Their integrated refiner model kind of cushioned the blow, but there was a record refining margins for them, but they couldn't really take advantage of that. Also, you got to look at the refining maintenance outages. So even though their energy production division earned about $5.5 billion, it did fall short a little bit of the 5.73 that was expected. Scheduled and unscheduled maintenance prevented them from fully capturing peak diesel. And then Permian Basin, as well as their Guyana production, those both hit record highs. They're getting about 1.8 million barrels of oil equivalent per day out of the Permian Basin. Concurrently, it looks like they're also they're about to restart. Their Guyana FPSO site. So that's kind of all I have on that. Not much that I really cover on the oil game, brother.
Yeah, I mean, I would think we would be performing a little bit better considering, acceleration, top line, 2% top line growth in Q1. EPS was up 242%, which is good. But as for the performance of the stock, it's still down about 10% off the highs. Issues a $1.78 dividend as well. There's not much more I can really say about it. Is that I know Randy likes these plays. He likes XOM and CVX. For me, I like what he said this morning as well too. They're just a little bit too volatile with no steady appreciation, just lengthy consolidations. But one thing I will note, it's not horrible in regards to collecting a dividend because you have a $200 name and $1.78 divvy.
That's
not
too
bad at all. So yeah, that's all I have to say about CVX.
Send it back.
Oh, let's take a look at GM. General Motors planning to launch its own in-vehicle artificial intelligence system that is better tailored for its customers this year. You have Anna Santos, who is the Director of Product Management of Voice as well as AI/machine learning at GM, has said that the new GM AI assistant is expected to be more integrated with the vehicle as well as its capabilities and telematics information than the company's recently launched Gemini AI assistant from Google. She has also said that, quote unquote, later this year, we will be launching a more deeply integrated native AI assistant that combines conversational AI with GM vehicle knowledge and OnStar intelligence to create those capabilities that go beyond what a general purpose assistant can do. As of last year, General Motors had announced the Gemini AI bot that would be launched this year in millions of 2022 model year vehicles and newer, followed by GM AI Assist. But here, there are no more additional details on the technology. Santos has also said that the new GM Assistant, which she declined to disclose a name for, will be able to better, quote unquote, understand the vehicle, the drive, and our customer needs, and make everyday ownership simpler. So now with Gemini, customers can speak naturally without memorizing any kind of commands, just like you're speaking to your friend or a human on the street or repeating context. It will also be the beginning to offer live sessions in which the bot will speak like I said, normal conversation or play games or trivia or 20 questions. It will also be able to control the same aspects of these GM vehicles, such as temperature and radio controls, but in general, operate like it would operate through a phone. So with that, you've GM levels currently flat on the day.
See, I just don't understand why anyone would want to use this when you could use, Android Auto or Apple CarPlay and use the AI that comes on that. You have a ChatGPT app, you have a Gemini app, you have a Grok app. It's already built in, I guess, into the Teslas. But to me, it's just so you can take any car with Android Auto or Apple. I said Apple Apple CarPlay, and just use the AI functions that come on top of it. To me, I guess it's cool for them that they have a native one, and that's made within the company, but it just doesn't move the needle for me. So I think we're good on that because Joey's heading over to the other side. So we'll let him set up, guys. Guys, it has been a day today in the market. My goodness. There was a lot moving. A lot of it gave it back up. There was a lot of volatility both ways. We finally had INHD unhalt from, I think, when was the last trading day on this? June 8th, guys, June 8th. It only took like almost 2 months. Today's the last day of July. So INHD, it didn't quite make it up to that $40 mark, but it did have a couple of great trades on that. We took about $4 to the long side like a psycho. FCUV has been fantastic as well. TGHL was, and then it wasn't. There was a lot going on today, but this is the one that ended up being calm the entire day, never bamboozled you. So I wanted to leave you guys with this one going into the close. SOC continues to put higher highs and higher lows. It just had an initial area of resistance at 5, but once it cleared it, it never looked back with a 519 high. So SOC, the calm one in a day where there were a lot of storms. So I hope everybody has a fantastic weekend. We'll see everybody bright and early back on Monday. We'll be back, same bat time, same bat channel. I'm going to send you over to Neil, send you over to Joey. They're going to take you into the close. See you later, everybody.
Thank you, Sharif. Make sure the mic is on. There.
Oh, your mic wasn't on?
Time flies. When you're having fun. The countdown take you into the bridge or the close. We have some. Obviously, it's not a ridiculous amount of volume, and the market's kind of tying up a little bit. We'll get this one out of the way because INHD is halted to the downside. So halted down 25.37. Tap is 24.99, so indicating effectively flat. A bit crazy. I was just telling Joe, like, there was a story yesterday that you could have found out that this was going to open up. And I'm kind of mad at myself for not being ready for it. Because I think if you could have grabbed that halt down, I think it would have been absolutely epic for sure. We already have a super chat. That was fast. Oh, there we go. Reds over there in TikTok. Thank you very much. Appreciate the gift. Thank you for all of our viewers, wherever you might be. But shout out to the viewers over there on TikTok. Got my chat open up. You got the emoji going on.
Yeah.
I see Mercy Trades in the chat. Reds has sent a couple of gifts apparently, so thank you for those gifts. We appreciate it.
Man, it's been a disastrous day for me on these large cap names. Can't get anything rolling, man. Small cap, we had some more success, but yeah, not a good one here. Full disclosure, guys, as we try one more time. And I think at this pace, Neil, NVDA going to crack this $200 marker. There is a massive supply zone there, but it doesn't even matter because Google's up 6.25, Amazon's still holding on to 15%. So a lot of big things going on there for sure.
Well, I'm in at the half.
You're in. What are you in on?
I'm in at the half.
In on what though?
On Nvidia.
Oh, you're in at half?
Yeah, I'm in at the half dollar.
Okay, so
it double tapped.
Well, that's what I'm thinking, but there was also some other good signals as well too that I thought would help us out with this short, but it just gets bought right back up. So let's see if this works out here.
Look, my logic is it's Friday, it's $200.
Friday then.
And like that kind of a level is a bit of a wall. So I saw it double tap it and was like, oh, I completely. By the time I looked at it, it was already down here. And when it came back up, like the first place it stops, I'm going to try to grab it if it's within the 50 cents, and then you give it to that high, and then scalp what we can, try to hold till VWAP and reload, and if 200 breaks, then you're done with it, because a level like that's going to have some size on it too. You know what we're seeing as well, outside of a big level at 200?
Oh, tell me.
We're seeing some updates out of Origenics, Joe. That's ticker OGEN on the NYSE American. The company has activated its phase 2A clinical trial, everybody, in Australia, with its first site fully operational, and patient dosing is expected next. They're developing ONP-002. That's an intranasal treatment targeting concussion and mild traumatic brain injury. That's an area where there are currently no FDA-approved therapies. Alongside that, Origenics has spent the past year strengthening its balance sheet, raising capital, resolving liabilities, and restoring exchange compliance. The focus is now shifting to execution, with clinical progress underway and additional CNS assets under evaluation. Shout out to Origenics, OGN on the NYSE American. Thank you for sponsoring this next portion of the show.
Sean is on there, not
Still got
the boy
Shakady
Joe.
up in there.
Yeah, Shakady.
Because the Brotherhood is on the show, right?
Trying to get Sean. Sean
should blind everybody.
I don't know if he's just listening right now, but brother,
Joe,
it's time.
you got the sweater on, which I feel like I should be wearing too.
Bro,
the good news is I no longer have goosebumps.
I can't, if I'm shivering, I can't think straight or operate, and I just get
I'm with you, man. I feel that too. A couple of other things, man. I left you with that I was like, that Lucid stinks and we're shorting it. So Lucid stinks and we're still shorting it into the low of the day. And I'm in an SMCI, which is effectively, that's one from the morning, but it just basically came right back into where we were getting out in the first place. Did a bit of a turn. So this topping tail, we're looking for the fade. Like everything just seems like we're stalling out a little bit. Oh, Brit saying AMC's going. Yeah, you know what? Throw some names in the chat. I feel like this is the kind of, it's a Friday afternoon. Like, it wouldn't surprise me if it's mostly scalp trading and then looking at what's actually moving. AMC's not doing that much. Put the visualizer back up. AMC's not doing anything. FCUV, we know that small capper is a big one. Obviously, Apple gets spanked on their earnings today. We got NVIDIA. We're already in that. SPY, Tesla. INHD, that's the one that halted. MGRX, I'm not familiar with. And CYCU, we know. That was that small capper that ran yesterday. Man, Micron. Micron. Wherefore art thou, Micron?
Bruh.
This is about, see, for 3% down, this is the nastiest 3% down you're ever going to see. All right? Like, that's, like, that just, it feels much worse than 3%. Like, if you're a Micron shareholder, you're like, oh, goodness, what is happening? Mostly because there was so much buying yesterday, and then the sells have just taken charge. It's absolutely crazy there. Salvador, that's right. You like the Bald Brotherhood team up. Let's look at the smooth side of joining Bald Brotherhood. 0 overhead, max reflectiveness, and 0 friction amongst participants. If I'm being real, it was a happy accident. COVID happened, and you're not supposed to go to your barber, although eventually I did. So I started shaving my head. I'm like, oh, I kind of like this. So why not? Plus, Mother Nature has me headed this way anyway, so that's just how we're gonna roll. And then Joe just joined the party. Randy's gone, but Randy's here with it too. So that's what we're all about. But no, obviously this is it's been a weird day for the market because as much as there's a lot of things that were so strong yesterday that I feel like everyone's like, oh, got excited, the AI trade is back, and then we get that blow up and quite frankly, all of those chip names in the morning, and it didn't really matter to Amazon. Like, Amazon said, we don't care, 15% up, great quarter, cloud growth through the roof, and they're cresting that high. And the question becomes, can they bring NVIDIA higher? So NVIDIA just keeps resisting that first bid, but that 200 level has still got to be the wall. Like, when you have a double tap like this at 200, it either breaks that or it doesn't. We said that this morning, too. Like, above this 200 level, there's a sizable gap fill. And of course, it being a big strike price, we have to respect it as a level. Like, the high is actually $200.09 on NVIDIA. So for myself, like, that's where the stop is going to be. We got another super chat in here, so I want to thank. Oh, it's NC Nikakis. NC Nikakis. Thanks for being amazing, guys. Ting and Nikos from the UK. Hey, we're in the UK. I was just in London. It's been a long time since I've been in England. I hadn't been since I was a kid, and it was fantastic. Oh, I had a great time there. But yeah, let me know where you're from. I got to meet up with Adam DeLuz, one of our viewers, which, by the way, like, the dude was super cool. We were supposed to have lunch, and he couldn't, like, traffic kind of messed him up, and by the time he got there, like, we couldn't wait. My daughter was hungry, so we were, like, wrapping up. He's like, well, what are you guys doing next? I'm like, oh, we're going to the Naval Museum.
Yeah.
And he's like, okay, let's roll.
Oh, just like that.
So he literally just came with myself, my wife, and my daughter, and he just rolled with us to the museum. Like,
okay.
Like, he's hanging out, like, he's playing with my daughter. Like, we're having so much fun there.
Yeah,
we're taking
that's cool.
It's like so chill. So
That's
chill.
all
I
right,
mean,
that's all right.
Next time he comes down, it's on us next time we come down here. But thank you for the super chat there. Oh, now you're gonna make me smell your food.
What do you mean smell my food? You've had yours already.
Oh, that smells very good.
I took Sean's plate too.
That smells absolutely. Did you take Sean's lunch?
Yeah.
So you're gonna eat 2 lunches?
But see, the thing is though, Sharif's probably gonna steal it in there. He's gonna be like, who isn't in today? And so it's probably gonna get stolen. And I was like, you know what, Sharif?
That's not letting food go to waste. That's not stealing. That's not letting it go to waste.
No, but I wasn't gonna let it go to waste either.
I'm fine.
Right? So I took his stuff. I'm like, hey, you know what, Sharif? Every day I'm generous. I'm kind. I allow you to have whoever's lunch is not in here. Today, because it was tacos, I was gonna take his. So that's fair.
We're pretty blessed around.
Yeah, we are very blessed. We are very thankful.
We're all pretty happy.
You got the corn too. A little char on the corn. Listen, Neil, we're both short. Oh, you're short NVDA 52s. I'm short 99 32s. Let's see, man. It doesn't want to break down just yet, but we are starting to form a consolidative top. I wouldn't be surprised, considering it's been prolonged, that we get a little bit of a wick high above 200 through the supply zone. Because remember, you and I were both looking at this bad boy here earlier today. Look at the volume. Almost, that's crazy. Almost like, listen, throughout the options contracting, you'll see millions of contracts traded between SPY, Nasdaq, NVDA, Tesla. Usually the top ones, respectively, have 5 million, 3 million, 2, and so on and so forth as you go down the line. But that's through all strike prices, Neil. There's almost a million, I love that I point at it. There's almost a million contracts traded at this $200 marker at this strike price alone, right? So 690,000, almost at 700,000 contracts. So there's clearly some big time activity going on at this $200 level.
The easiest way to tell that we're just like real normal dudes that are just traders and not like broadcasters is I do the same thing.
Right.
I'll be looking at my chart and I'll start pointing at, I'll start doing this. It's like, I'm like, yeah, I'm pointing at it like this, or I'm like this. And it's like, you guys doesn't even make any sense. You should just highlight it with the mouse or whatever it might be. See, we used to call this the bald can.
Yeah. When Sean's up there,
I didn't miss any spots.
I'm like, Fabian doing Sean dirty when they hit that when they hit that angle.
That's why we call it the bald. Because the first, so actually, this is a sad story, somewhat sad. So I'm not making this part up. This is actually true. I found out that I had a bald spot because of the show.
Oh,
we were just doing the show. Yeah, seriously, Adara. We were doing the show one day, and then I think they just flashed that overhead camera, and I looked at my program monitor, and I was like, oh snap, that's happening to me. And I remember going home, and I said to my wife, I'm like, why didn't somebody tell me that I didn't know I had this bald spot.
They were hiding it from you, man.
It was good information. See, the show gives us back, gives back in so many ways, for sure.
Yeah, that's one way. That's crazy. Yeah, very, very.
You have to look at the positive side of it.
Yeah.
What's gonna happen is gonna happen.
Oh, the chat let me know for sure. They're like, yeah, man, it's gotta go, man. You have to shave it.
You just gotta be proud. Just be proud.
Hey, man, I told you, it's the start of a new chapter. It's a new me. It was a new me. The minute I shaved it, I was like, all right. Took a couple of days, but then I'm like, all right. Just like this, the trade here that we got finally slowly starting to work. Yeah, get down. You have a much better price than I do, Neil. But if it breaks 99, I think we can most definitely get some new momentum. New me, same profile pic. Yeah, I know. I need to change that one up. I wear a hat. And Selena's friends were actually making fun of me. They're like, Joe, you hat fishing us? You hat fishing? So that's a new thing now. I don't know if you were aware of that, but
I think, well, I'm pretty sure we are getting new profile pics.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, we are. Yeah.
There's some talk about taking
keep it. But I'm like, I'm wearing a sweater, so Ramin has to do mine. Because he's like, take it off. I'm like, no, I'm too cold right now. So we got to do ours on Monday.
You have the option to like and subscribe. This trade has unlimited upside.
Dang. That's what I'm talking about, man. Yeah, good stuff. What happened?
Wow. Andre.
Why?
So Joe, you don't have your earpiece in?
Yeah.
Andre just said in our ear, yeah, you had hair there, Joe.
Oh,
Thank you for that
man,
observation.
That's
just
crazy.
Before we go back to talking about hair, NVIDIA, it just bounced off 99. So for myself, like every 50 pennies or so, I want to see if we can get some out. So we got some at 99. Ultimately, VWAP would be the plan of action, but then 98.5 or you know what, the more I look at this, if it bounces at 70s, that could be a bit of a spot as well. While that's going on, I am also in this SMCI where I'm trying to play this into VWAP. So I got the bids out on VWAP as I don't know if the market's going to fall like an absolute rock.
Fake news.
Oh. What's I just said? Wait a minute. That's not the button Hold on a second.
Fake news.
I hit the market red button and that just happened. So apparently my Stream Deck, what if I hit this button?
So I guess if the market's red,
Okay, that
then
worked.
fake news.
Oh.
I guess that's what's happening there.
No, but I literally used that button like earlier this week and it was the right thing. Okay, so now I have to relabel
You are
that.
fake news.
Are you messing with me, Andre?
Yeah, I think
Hold on
he
a second.
is.
Let me try this one more time. What if I hit the market green? See, now that works.
Hey, relax, guys.
You guys you're playing with me.
Yeah,
you guys
it's Fabian.
We're being trolled right
Eating
now.
The cats. They're eating the pets.
Okay. I'm not even sure what to say to that. Joe's eating
Don't be
tacos right
rude.
now. No one's doing any of this stuff. All right? I'm not touching any of these buttons. All of it is just happening, apparently, right now. Okay, it is
You
what it
are
is.
fake news.
But the market is going to the downside as we keep hitting more Trumpisms. Sorry, can't do anything about it. The market's headed lower. Again, I want VWAP here. Pretty much every short is starting to go to the downside. One that has been weak all day long. Go figure. The second we get a turn in NVIDIA and some of the other chips, Apple, let me just zoom in so you get a better look at Apple. Apple catches a bid. So the same is true. Market starts, chips start going down. Apple finally catches a bid and starts to recover. Okay, there's a 99 break on NVIDIA. It's about time. I'm looking 98.5 next, and then we'll see what happens at that volume weighted average price. We're really starting to accelerate.
Yeah,
Did I get my bid?
Listen, I need that one. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Play it again, please. I need that one.
How about this one?
And what's the code?
Emotional damage.
No, we need the one? Play. No, we play that. Play it again, Assassino. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Fabian.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets.
They're eating the pets. Like it happened one time, and then now
They indicted me.
now a mass group
Where
of
did
people.
we get all of these from?
Yeah,
That's what I'm
Fabian
trying to
working
figure out.
wonders over there. Fabian, send me the code for that one, please, and thank you. They're eating the dogs.
Now you're hitting the Adara thing. See, if you press that button, then I think we're going to.
Now you think you're going somewhere
Now
else.
you're just messing with me.
Oh, yeah, Neil, nice little move here to the downside. 99 flat.
Yeah.
Okay, we're at 99.32s. Let's see if we get any more of a pullback. We talked about the supply zone and the bunch of activity that was happening up in this area. Hey, let's see, man. I think it's going to be a massive question of do buyers step right back in here, or we head down to 98 bucks. That's what I'm going to try to hold mine till. One or the other, we get stopped out at the high of the day, or we hit target there. Sorry. I like these tacos. I like that the pickled onions are there.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm all about that. So 99, we're going to be buying back all of our positions.
Some people say
98.
cucumbers taste better pickled. You don't know that
Yeah,
one.
I get, but it's just a pickle, is it, or no?
It's a Dave Chappelle thing.
Oh, okay, no, I don't know that one.
I want a Chappelle, like we have all these like Trump buttons, and I can hit every button for this, and not have a He-Man button I can hit. I want
got
a
a lot,
clip for
man.
Chappelle's show. There's some things that I
There's
want
none of them. Like,
to get for myself.
it's like you sit down when you remember.
You sit down.
You sit down when you, yeah. The mad real world.
You sit down.
He's like passed out. They steal all his stuff.
I was gonna.
They take his shoes. And stuff.
I actually was gonna dress up as Leonard Washington one year for Halloween. Remember the where they do like the swap of like wives, a wife swap?
Yeah.
That one? Leonard Washington, the dude with the cigarette, and he's got the Jerry curl.
Oh, that's crazy, man.
Yo, that's one of my favorite all-time skits. All right, everybody, because obviously you can see what we're in. The market is trying to bounce. You know what? Why am I not respecting 99 more? Ooh, close above. Yeah, if I can get some 99s, I might take another leg out, get down to about half. But let us know what else you guys might be watching. I meant to do this in the morning show, and then I ended up not, which is throw up a poll. So here's what we're gonna do for this afternoon. Obviously, we've been talking about a lot about earnings names. Okay, like what's gonna happen. Who's going to do the best on earnings, pick your horse, like all this fun stuff, right? We've had just an entire week of like all earnings plays. What I want to do today is say, forget about the stuff that we like. I want to know what is a piece of junk's the wrong way to put it. What disaster do you want to buy? So we got Roblox, we got Reddit. Who else was down big today? What am I forgetting? Coinbase. I don't even know how much Coinbase. Is Coinbase still down?
Apple.
Before I do this, and
Yeah, Coinbase is getting destroyed.
okay, and then well, the problem is if I put Apple on the poll, everyone's gonna pick Apple. I'm not getting. You don't get the choice of Apple. That's not. Just remove that. Okay, so you got three choices. Everybody jump into the chat right now. If you have no idea what I'm talking about, hit the subscribe button, open the chat, and then all you have to do is type a number. So, which name are you buying right now because it's a disaster today? Roblox, which you get at the steepest discount, Reddit, which you get at a big discount, but still a discount, or Coinbase, which is probably not as sharp, but not doing well either. So which one do you like?
I was going to say none of the above should be in there.
No, no,
Okay,
you
so
don't
you
get
have
to.
to?
You have
You
the
have
whole
to?
point is that you've got to make a pick.
It's Reddit then.
I'm forcing you to make a pick. I'm all over Reddit because I think at least with Reddit, we know what they have to overcome. The quarter was good. Everyone's just really worried about the breakup with Alphabet. but everything else was pretty solid. So it's a Google thing, I should say. I shouldn't say Alphabet, I should say Google, because in this case specifically, it is an issue with Google. So get those votes in. We'll do something different at 3 o'clock. So I'll leave this one up for at least the next half an hour, because it's always like we tend to do a lot of polls that are like the Mag 7 or like who's reporting tonight. So how about today? You got to pick. Sia, we all understand that Sia must really love Coinbase. So for everyone that isn't aware, that can't see Sia spamming the chat, Sia has voted for Coinbase. Oh, wow, Coinbase is flying. Why did I put Coinbase in the poll? Look at this thing. Look at that bounce.
But Reddit's winning, though. Oh, Coinbase? But it was
the
actual stock.
The actual stock is humming.
No, I'm curious as to why Sia would pick Coinbase.
Well, I would ask Sia why she's picking Coinbase, but she's not at the desk right now.
He told me to stay curious, so I guess that's a good reason.
Oh, D-Hood's trying to come at me. Neil, you're not the boss, none of the above. You can write none of the above, but it doesn't count. I don't see, nothing moves on the poll just because you type none of the above. You type it all you want. So it's just, to me, whenever we do the polls, and if you include an option such as none of the above, like, oh, which earnings name are you going for? That's not the spirit. We're trying to gauge, like, hey, what has the strongest sentiment, what has the weakest sentiment?
Yeah.
And right now, the fact that Roblox is down and only gets 10% of the vote. Reddit gets 50% of the vote right now. I think, to me, that aligns with my logic. Maybe that can tell us something. Reddit's down 20 points right now. That said, it only recently broke the uptrend. And if I turn this into a weekly chart, it'll be pretty easy to see that it's really, if I do this, here, let's go all the way back to the bottom. Now, if I go all the way back to the low, and draw a trend line, anyone not see where Reddit bounced today? Or in front of, at least still bouncing in front? I'm throwing the trend line from the bottom of the IPO, and it hasn't broken that. So like that, I think that's a little bit of a reason why Reddit gets a little bit more, I don't know, more juice for me anyways. Sia just happens to really like Coinbase. That's an interesting one. I don't know. I didn't think Coinbase, 39% of the vote. People don't like Roblox. There's something about it. They think the business is done. I'm skewed when it comes to Roblox. Like, my problem is with Roblox is it's hard to be objective about it when think about it. Like, my daughter is on it all the time. Like, she loves Roblox. So therefore, and then every time like one of her friends comes over, like they'll come inside, and then he'll be like, yo, can I go home and get my iPad? He'll run to his house, come back, and then they're both playing Roblox. They'd be sitting on the couch. Yeah. Like, y'all were playing outside a second ago, and then now you just want to sit there
and play video games
in the same room playing Roblox, and then the other kid from next door who's a couple of years older, like he'll be like, "Hey, what are they doing?" I'm like, "Yeah, they're playing," and he'll be like, "Oh, they're playing Roblox," and then he'll come with brings his laptop over. I got 3 kids, one of which is mine, and they're all playing Roblox in the living room.
Hey man, but all with no money.
Oh, none of them have any money.
Exactly, well, that's the issue, right? But that's the issue.
9, 10, 11-year-olds.
None of them have money.
They got their parents' money.
No, I mean, if you're picking Coinbase, you're pretty much placing a bet on Bitcoin. Now, which has the most potential upside from where we are right now? Maybe Sia's onto something here with that Coinbase pick, because if Bitcoin does decide to get rolling and activity does pick up, then by all means, you're going to see appreciation within that stock. Yeah, I am, Jodo. I'm always cold, brother. That's the only reason. I think Reddit might be a little bit of a tough pick as well, too. But with firearm to the head, between Coinbase and Reddit, I would have to go with Reddit in this scenario. Because why? We do see growth within the company. They just have an ongoing conflict pretty much with Google here, which can be a massive hindrance. But if you look at Coinbase, activities are down 50%. It's that simple. If Bitcoin doesn't move higher, then there's a 0 chance in Coinbase moving higher as well too, regardless if they get into.
And plus, how are they supposed to get the Clarity Act done?
They're not.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you could, because it's not 50-50. You gotta get 60% of the vote, and then the midterms are gonna come around. Like,
it's not happening.
Yeah, there's just a lot that's standing in the way. Like, I feel like if the Clarity Act would pass, we wouldn't be having this discussion. We'd actually get the mid-cycle, like a mid-cycle bounce on Bitcoin could happen if they pass that. But the Clarity Act just simply is going nowhere right now. Everybody here is going to the wall because Adara
yes,
has
sir.
a fun graphic for us. Ooh, I see what's up there. Enjoy.
Let's talk.
If you guys want like my whole thoughts on the Clarity Act passage, I would love to give you guys that segment from the desk in a little bit because I have, as you might expect, like way too many thoughts. So I can definitely go through that in a little bit. Just let me know if that's anything anyone's interested in. But in the meantime, here's today's segment of To the Window, to the Wall, where I pull up an infographic window and we talk about it on the wall. Now, I've been teasing this for the last couple of days. As you guys can imagine, based on the faces you see up here, I had a lot of fun looking at this because I like to kind of see the different ways in which Congress and the stock market interact. And sometimes those ways are very direct. We literally have congressional members or House members or representatives trading. And whether or not you think this is a good or bad practice, I think it's worth noting we've got 6 individuals here who have taken positions in SpaceX, either them or their immediate families, since the IPO. Now, apparently there's like going to be another round of disclosure soon, so I will probably update this infographic or do a part 2 once we see the new Congress members, if we get any updates here, if anyone has added SpaceX to their portfolios. But let's get right into it. Representative William Timmons, he's the one I think he's by far the biggest position in SpaceX here. It's anywhere from 50,000 to 100,000 shares. And keep in mind, this could also be anyone in his immediate family, his spouse or dependents, because that's weirdly how these disclosures go. But yeah, guys, again, pretty big position here for this representative from South Carolina in SpaceX. Then we get to the second tier here. There's a $15,000 to $50,000. John James, representative from Michigan. If this face looks familiar to you, it might be because President Trump was actually on stage with him with that whole GM event a couple days ago and endorsed him for governor. So he is definitely a face to keep an eye on. He's got direct Trump connections. He's also in the Foreign Affairs Committee and another subcommittee on aviation, SpaceX. So then you have Dan Muser. If this face looks familiar to you, it might be because he is also in the House Financial Services Committee. So he was in my Kevin Warsh questioning infographic. Anyways, he's up here as well. Again, some committee assignments that are, I would say, slightly of interest. And final tier here, these people whose either themselves or their dependents have invested $1,000 to $15,000 in old Elon Musk's SPCX. You've got Gil Cisneros of California, John McGuire of Virginia, and Jared Moskowitz here over in Florida. So interesting look. I think for all of these, like I said, I think 3 of the 6 here were in that Foreign Affairs Committee. That would include John James and Jared Moskowitz, just off the top of my head. So that, I think, is really going to be of note. And I said with John James and the aviation connection, that's also interesting, given that SpaceX, of course, has some of those connections. So I think this is a really interesting look. I'm curious to see if we get any other disclosures here for other Congress people. But again, these congressmen could be very in or out of the money even more, depending on what SpaceX gives us Tuesday after the bell, which is when they report earnings. If you guys like the content, please check it out on X at TTV Research. This infographic isn't live yet, but it's going to go live on Sunday evening because I post even on the weekends. Also, if you do want me to give like a quick rundown of my thoughts on the whole crypto Clarity Act situation, just let me know in the chat. I would love to. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara. If Nancy's not buying...
Yeah, Nancy's not buying. Yeah, seriously.
I see six people out there that are losing money.
Nancy's gonna buy at the perfect time. So when you see when that's disclosed, that's when you start to get involved.
Of course. Well, the other thing too is I think now at the point, like the more they talk, the more the talk goes toward this potential merger and how it would play out. SpaceX buying Tesla, like with what cash? Like, how are you buying Tesla? There's 2 ways that you're buying Tesla.
You're raised, man.
You're either, straight up. You are using a combination of cash and stock that is mostly stock. And the other way is a figment of your imagination. So there's only one way it's happening.
Did you say?
Being sarcastic. It would have to be mostly stock. So obviously that's going to suck for sure. And you have 2 companies which valuations are not really, I guess,
they're pretty close, man.
Realistic.
Yeah, but if that's what you're getting at, but they're pretty close in valuation. But as from a realistic standpoint, I was gonna say, did you say half cash, half stock?
Well, no, not half. I don't know if it'd be half.
No, I'm not playing. That's Ryan Cohen, baby. Ryan.
It's on the website.
Yeah, it's on the website.
No one's talking about that
FCUV.
anymore.
I was looking at that. Yeah, no one's talking about.
GameStop and Ryan Cohen, they're not playing. Like this is Like they exercise a bunch of options. Like they hold a boat now. Like they got.
I feel like he's ready to. He's ready to pull the. Yeah, he's ready to pull the trigger, man.
He might make it. Like I was the most. I would say on the show I was probably the most skeptical of this whole eBay GameStop thing. But at least I did say I don't think it's a terrible place to be thinking about eBay. That said. What's interesting here is we're actually getting some success with like NVIDIA. Everything's pulling back, but look at the Nasdaq. The NVIDIA is pulling back decently, but you've caught a bit of a bid here in the NQs. I'm not really sure like what exactly is holding us up in the NQ, but NVIDIA, I'm looking VWAP and then I'll be all out of it. Same thing with SMCI. But what's the culprit for, stop me if you've heard this before, we got a little bit of a bounce. Amazon still at the highs. Alphabet's probably still at the highs. My goodness, Google.
Wow.
I know Google's only up 7%, but it's actually the more impressive between Alphabet and Amazon today because it's just been a stronger uptrend. There's been a lot of sideways action, which makes sense, more profit taking because Amazon just had their earnings, but it's Google that's really holding up here.
Google is the go, man.
It's the done data.
You know what's funny? When was the last time this name took the throne of largest market cap? In the world.
It had it this year at one point. I think all three have had the crown at some point this year. I'm pretty sure.
I think you're right. Yeah,
I feel Adara would know the answer.
Yeah, I feel Adara, but if that's the case, maybe. I think you might be right. But who held it the longest throughout the year? I do believe it was NVDA. But let's see. We're gonna send it over to Adara.
Not sure about Google. I would say definitely, of course, NVIDIA and Amazon. I think NVIDIA had it for quite a while as well before Amazon usurped it. So you guys are talking about the Clarity Act. Some people were asking as well, in the chat about the Clarity Act. So I want to just give a quick update in the Clarity Act. And you guys know me, I like photos. So we're going to look at photos too, because I think it's a little bit easier for me to visualize and hopefully for you all to visualize as well. So I don't know if you guys can see people's faces that well. I do apologize. But so Cynthia Loomis is really the champion of the Clarity Act. She is out of Wyoming. She's a Republican here, and so she really championed the Clarity Act. Another pro-crypto senator to keep in mind here is going to be Bill Hagerty, whose face is just above her. He's out of Tennessee, but this was really Cynthia Loomis's baby. I watched that entire markup hearing where Cynthia Loomis and Chair of the Senate Banking Committee, Tim Scott, were really pushing for the Clarity Act to get passed through, but there were some issues that were raised by some of these senators on the Democrat side of this party, including ranking member Elizabeth Warren, about aspects and about certain protections here, things that should or shouldn't be allowed in the act. Now, I remember there were most recently, I guess, some concessions that were coming here, some issues that Angela also Brooks had. I believe some Tom Tillis as well had some issues that came up that they had to address. And I guess there he is. I knew he was in this committee. Here he is. So certain senators from both parties had some issues. Those issues were addressed. Everything was put to bed. We thought we were going to get a vote on this a little bit earlier, but then I guess Democrats saw some of the backroom dealings for this bill. They didn't like it. Ruben Gallego had some profane words about it. That got scrapped. Now we're going to fast forward to a couple weeks ago. That was all in the months leading up to this. Then Bernie Moreno, he goes to Politico. He tells Politico that he and the aforementioned Cynthia Loomis are going to be going to the Trump administration. They're going to be talking. They're trying to get this bill passed. I don't really know what happened there because we haven't had much progress from that. And then we get comments from Cynthia Loomis yesterday. And again, I can't read all of these. Some of them are kind of profane. But she said that it's absurd and she's just tired of being played, quote unquote, that there's all these different versions going around, the House version, the Senate version. No one can agree. So that is the Adara's Cliffs Notes with visuals on the Clarity Act. I hope that helps. I hope that makes sense. I actually, I enjoy the Senate Banking Committee and listening to these hearings. So if anyone has any questions that I can answer, I'll try my best to do that in the chat. Back to you.
Go 2-1. Thank you there, Adara. You know what?
Yeah.
And that's sort of the thing. I would.
Thank you very much, Adara.
They're eating the dogs.
Outside of SIA, no, just the reality is it's an incredibly tough road to hoe for this bill. That's the long and short of it. But at some point, because I see Sia's miking up, so whenever we do go to the next segment, Sia, when you're done with that.
No, I got questions.
No, the question, you have plenty of time to prepare for. I'm not trying to put you on the spot. So whenever you do the next segment, just curious as to why Coinbase was your pick out of the three, which is fine because we got a chance to say why we picked credit.
When you tell
I'm just
someone,
curious why.
She's good. She's good at the mind games because she's like, if you tell someone to stay curious, I'm going to get even more curious. I'm like, why? What is it about Coinbase that you specifically would pick out of those three?
I was giving her time to answer.
Oh, you're giving her time? All right, yeah. Whenever she's ready to chime in.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
KC says Sigil is CIGL is not really Sigil, but it's Concord International Group. But what? Oh, it just came back to life. See, this is another key that I want. See, now when a stock does this, right? You're trending down all day and you creep, and then does one of those. I want to be able to hit a button, and then it's the Undertaker. You know when the Undertaker?
Yeah, when the Undertaker wakes up.
Right?
Wow.
That would be absolutely perfect.
Yeah, that would be a good one.
Comes back off the mat.
Fabian.
This thing was left for dead all the way back in. Now all of a sudden it's picking up a little bit of volume.
It's a lot.
The small capper starting to go. I guess FCUV is probably making some waves. People looking at focus still. Why can't this break out the high, everybody? Every time I pull this up, 17, 17, 17, no dice. Higher lows going into it at some point. Do it or don't do it.
Yeah.
Got places to be.
Ooh.
Arlo's got places to be.
Where you going?
No, it's a line from the line.
I know, I'm messing with you.
I covered some more SMCI. The market's kind of bouncing here. It's not giving me the complete flush feeling. So, and it's the same thing with NVIDIA. Like NVIDIA's trying to catch a bit of a bit. I'm just parked at VWAP.
Is that where your target is? I was going to ask you that here.
No, well, to me, short in front of 200 is always if I'm shorting in front of an even dollar level in the afternoon, scalp trade.
I was
heavy scalp trade, because if I'm planning, I want to have profit, because if it does this and goes back to 200, I want to have at least made something so that if I go back and short it again at 200, then I have something to play with.
What are you trailing at? So like where we're at right now, because you almost got a buck.
Now the trail's here at the quarter. If it gets back to 200, I'm putting a new trade on. I'm giving it back to the quarter.
Yeah, absolutely.
So at this point,
Zio. Okay, Zio says above
I don't think it gets back to 200, but we'll see.
Yeah, I don't know if that's going to be the case today. We talked about the open interest. That's most definitely going to come into play, which it is right now. I'm posted up for my full size at 198, so that'll be just a little bit above the volume weighted average price, pretty much right at Neil. I think there's going to be a massive inflection point with this name. If it doesn't crack this support level, then who knows? It could rebound pretty strong. We could also do this, right? So as we get into a little bit of the detail, just find some form of a lower time frame, not some form, but see the data is a little bit different. That's nothing. There it is. What grinds my gears segment here of the day is that you always have to go back in time to get the exact right amount of data, so everything is correlating. So if this trend breaks and we sit on the back side of it without snapping through the support system, I'll just trail out. Right, so I mean, it hasn't been a horrible play whatsoever. 199.32s hovering around the lows. 198.50s would be more ideal, but I'll take it for what it is just in case the Momo doesn't pick up here, Neil. But yeah, we went through the mega caps. How are the memory names been performing here today? Did we find any form of a bottom? Are we still down double digits in a lot of those names? We're going to head over to Sia in just 1 second after we look at this, and then we're going to get her take on Coinbase. Lamb Research, ASML still positive. Okay, SanDisk, not so bad, Neil. It was really bad earlier today. Filled up that gap, found its form of recovery, but still a pretty ugly session, nonetheless, considering you're up 5%. Breaking up 180, 198.50, immense now. Sia, talk to us.
I'm going to talk Nova. You want to talk? Thank you so much. Let's take a look at the markets right now. The SPY currently up 0.59%. The triple Qs are up close to 1%. You have the Dow up 0.60% and the IWM down 0.30%. Now, as to why I picked Coinbase, there literally is no reason except the fact that it is out of the three worst performings, the best worst performing, if that makes sense. Neil, does that answer your question? Out of the three that performed the worst, that is Reddit, Roblox, and Coinbase, Coinbase shares are not as bad as the other two, and that's the only reason that I picked Coinbase.
But that's actually
what perspective that because
look at the three of them. So this is for everyone that's wondering.
No, but what's the time frame?
But look at just today. Look at Coinbase's chart. Look at the chart of Reddit. Okay, so that's Coinbase. That's Reddit, and here's Roblox. So if you were looking at it just today, which one did the market say we're going to buy the dip?
Yeah, absolutely. But if you zoom out, I bet you'd be pretty close between Roblox and
that being
Coinbase.
said, if you don't have a dog in the fight, the market tends to be sometimes pretty smart. So like that's the one that the market dip bought. I can respect that. It's like, look, for me, it is what it is. Like I picked Reddit, and I think if I had to buy one of those three, I would pick Reddit. Part of that might be framed because I look at Coinbase and I say, well, why not Robinhood?
Mm-hmm.
right? Like, why not Robinhood? We talk about this with Roblox. There's other places you can go in gaming that have good charts.
Yeah.
When I look at Reddit, at least I see something that I'm like, okay, well, what's my alternative there? Like, there's still at least something somewhat unique to Reddit.
Yeah.
Discord never came to market. I don't even know what.
Zio. Everybody's yelling Zio, man. No, but listen.
What is Zio?
I'll put it. This is my opinion, anyways, right? So it's completely subjective. But what has the most potential upside? I'm going to have to go with Coinbase. Why? Because if Bitcoin decides to go on a rally, you see the coupling and the correlation between both of the names. You'll see some movement within Coinbase as well. So, I mean, if you're looking from a percentage metric, there could be, but we know how the performance of Bitcoin has been as of late. So it makes it a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, Bitcoin is currently not the best, but
no, it's not. It's not. No, it's
well, you know,
it's not good. Yeah,
Everyone saw that in real time when Sia pulled up the Bitcoin chart.
It's like it's not the best. You're right.
You can't lie when you look at a chart. You get the screw face. Like
it's just definitely not the best.
I had to react live to it.
Yeah.
Not
see,
great.
Tell them how it is. Yeah, it's not good. It's really bad, especially off the highs. Like it's been cut in half, right?
Yeah.
So.
But that's a cycle, right? You get the halving cycle. We're only
which is exactly, right? So that's where I think there could be a little bit of an argument there that Coinbase could find some form of a bottom. Now, what is Coinbase? Before we send it back over to the desk, we know that Bitcoin's cut in half. What is Coinbase cut in off of those highs?
Oh, it's got to be close.
It's going to be more, 67%.
67%, yeah.
So. Once again, I'll quote Joe Exotic for the second time today. You'll never financially recover from that, probably. But here goes Zio.
It just hit the halt band.
Zio did?
Zio just hit the halt band at 94 cents. I don't see news on this thing, so I don't really have
94 cents.
I don't have a story to tell you for this stock, but it's a penny stock that just picked up volume like 20 minutes ago. And the halt band is now moved to 97 cents. So it's making a run for the dollar. Maybe there's some kind of a sympathy play. It's an energy company, so Zio Energy. But outside of that, all I can tell you is they're called Zio Energy. It's American, because sometimes people care. 20 million float, almost nothing short. So it's not like it's a big short float. It's not a gigantic float. 20 million is pretty small, but no story. So it just broke the highs. Now the halt band is at 98 cents, so it just went to the halt band. But every time it tags the halt band, it's pulling back. So yeah, big time runner here. Scott says Zio's going to zero. Well, a lot of times penny stocks, that's where they head to. We're heading up to the desk while this thing goes for a halt.
I just have the happening now, the segment that I wanted to do. So nothing crazy here. I know this is something related to money talks, but I'm still going to dive into it because it's pretty recent right now. We'll take a look at other currencies later. But the US dollar is close to session lows against the Japanese yen right now, currently at 158.844. So Thursday's low of 157.96 had been the lowest level that it's seen since May 14th. Week to date, the dollar is currently down 3.3% versus the yen, which is on pace for its biggest slide since it's had since 2024 July. So Japanese monetary authorities have likely intervened in the currency markets this week to prop up the yen. Currently, the pair USD/JPY down 0.44%.
Did you see? Yeah.
Thank you there, Sia.
So Nia and I were just talking about like how do these things get moving, and we're like, hey,
Zio.
Dude, did you? I think Adara might have seen this. The Tim Sykes episode of Below Deck. I don't know. You probably didn't see that.
No, but I love Below Deck. Oh my goodness.
Oh, you would not like Tim. You would not like Tim Sykes.
He's like horrible to the.
You know what he did? He had this stack of cash. At the end of your trip, you tip the boat, right? He had a stack of cash, removes half of it, gives them this half and said, we would have gave you more if the Wi-Fi was a little bit better, and then gives them the half a stack of cash. Oh. Yeah. I'm like, oh, wow, that's crazy.
I'm going to try to keep my mouth shut when it comes to Timothy Sykes.
Yeah.
I'm not insane.
No, even literally though, on the tip thing, I've seen someone give someone a tip of 10 cents. Like
on Below Deck?
10. No. But I'm just saying, like, since we're on the topic.
Oh, yeah. You work in the industry.
10 cents, and the girl just gave it back to the customer, and he got so pissed because he was like, how the hell did you give me back my money?
Yeah.
But she was like, I'd rather you have your 10 cents than me have your 10 cents. And I was like, that's great.
Wow.
You could tell a lot about somebody. Actually, one of the easiest ways to quickly gauge someone's character is how do they treat people in the service industry? I'll be straight up. Like, I don't know. Like, we'll move back to this stock in a quick little second. But like my ball team, when I used to play, we'd go to the bar after the games, right? You play on Sunday, we go out to the bar, and we had a couple new guys on the team one year, and I'll never forget, like, new dudes, they played well, but we're at the bar, and this guy is so rude, like, and we're at the same place all the time too. Like, we're in the same bar, and this guy was just like so rude to our waitress, and from that point on, this guy's not playing with us next year. I don't care what he does in the field. Like, he's just a douche. Yeah. And like, it's not happening. And he was a really good ball player. And then it was like that. And so like the first time we're at the bar, and then all of a sudden throughout the year, you could just see it. It's like, oh yeah, that's right. You know, maybe he isn't that nice of a guy. And then by the end of the year, he did a bunch of other stuff that just made it obvious. But that was the easy tell. The first time we went out to the bar, it's like, wait a minute.
His true colors came out.
That dude ain't right.
Shout out to True Colors.
I'm not gonna. I would never say any names. But just that ZO stock, the tap is saying $1, so it's still halted. The theoretical auction price is indicating a $1 open, and it should open up in about a minute or so, everybody. So $1 tap, about a minute until it opens up again. I mean, other stuff is still doing all the same. Like Nvidia has now just started to go sideways. So it wasn't kind of dead right about here. This kind of pull back to that $0.50 that we wanted. But if it breaks, it's breaking trend now. I should maybe tighten this. I don't know, I'm already at the quarter. I'll give it back.
No, I'm in the same thing though. I was thinking about the exact same thing. I was thinking about just taking it off here, just in case, because it has broken trend. I like that point. We're on the backside of it without having that breakdown through 198.50. I thought that we would get VWAP at one point. But yeah, and when it comes to the tip game, man, depends on, again, I always leave it if it doesn't matter, especially with the maids when you're going.
Well, you don't have to be a big tipper. Just treat with respect.
Exactly. All right. $10 super, hit the O Canada here. Neil, I don't have that one there.
Let me, I got it.
We got 10 snow pesos here. All right. Hello,
Mr.
Trader.
Robbers.
Yeah, Mr. Robbers. What's going on? Hello, Trader TV folks. Rare day to watch you all day. I'm enjoying our holiday. Been trading IonQ since about an hour after the open. 10 good trades, scalping 12 to 15%, one bad that lost 10%. Love the show. No, we love you. And thank you very, very much. And congratulations. I'm glad that you had some good opportunities and some good trades when it comes to the quantum space, because I actually was bashing it not too long ago. I'm like, everybody's forgot about it right now. Remember when we were trading RGTI and the QUBTs, the QBTSs of the world and the IonQs?
Because they all got smoked.
They all got smoked.
Reality hit them.
Glad that you had the ability to take advantage of that.
That being said, like IBM's a tough one in the software because it got hit, and of course they had that quarter. But that's a name. The CEO even just came out and said, "Hey, look, it's going to be a material difference. Quantum's going to be a material difference to our bottom line by 2028." Like, so to me, that's the one. Candidly, I do own like home run, goes to zero or home run shares in QBTS, but IBM to me, outside of owning a boatload of like Alphabet is probably one of my top 3 holdings, like a lot of people. But I know IBM is the one I'm buying on dips for that play. Just one thing on IonQ, like look at this. You can absolutely, like the thing is, so keep this in mind. When you talk about scalping in that successful day, this bottom is 35.8. This top is about 36.5. That's 70 pennies on a $35 stock. That's 2 points. That's 2%. Right now, if you trade Nvidia as a $200 stock, 2% on that is $4. So this is giving you like a scalp trade, like there to the top. You could then reshort it. You can then scalp the long, and you're just getting back and forth, 2 points, or maybe like 1% here. See, I did that pointing thing again instead of just pointing here. And then you get the 1% there, but then you're getting 2 points there. Back and forth, back and forth. And that's one of the things we talk about. Like if you're at real trading, or if you're a trader that has the ability to make multiple trades and not just sit in one, that's how a lot of traders will make a little bit more, by taking advantage of the range and maybe executing a little more often in scalp trading, as opposed to needing to hold it. Because a lot of traders will take advantage of something like that. So shout out to you and good luck. Well, enjoy the long weekend, Mr. Robbers, because if you're in Canada, it's a holiday on Monday here.
It is?
Yeah, it's a civic holiday, man.
Wow, it's Caribana a long weekend.
We're here because the U.S. market's open. We're here.
Crazy.
We don't miss.
We don't miss
a stream. We're not going to miss a stream. But it's a little housekeeping. What?
Oh, Adara.
I'm not even sure how that tied in at that moment. It's just music. It was literally a Canadian holiday.
I can get behind that.
I don't even know what it's called. I think it's literally just called Civic Holiday.
Yeah. It's a civic holiday, man. Shout out to.
I heard it described as August long or
August long weekend.
But I don't know whose day it is or whatever.
No.
I say I got beef with it. Like, there's a hero somewhere. There's somebody that gave their life for something.
Yeah.
Somebody it could be named after.
It's
kind of like we just
hero,
made one up for
baby.
Family Day because we wanted to have a holiday the same day as the U.S. was closed in the winter.
Yeah.
So they just we'll just call it Family Day because we can't think of somebody.
But it's not family.
We've been around for
the other one. Yeah.
Country's been around long enough that we could come up with somebody to honor for.
Yeah, I'm sure we could.
Call it something.
We could just Google something and
Civic
come up with
holiday.
our own,
Anyways.
name. Yeah, I mean, Canada is owned by King Charles, says.
No.
Okay, all right.
Get out of here.
All right. Listen, Neil, this was all fun and games. Yeah, I hit the fail on the Masters, look, Neil, I mean, I think do you have some?
What? No, I was just giving the.
The Montumbo, no.
Finger wave for that.
Yeah, so this was all fun and games until it wasn't. A big recovery here, trend line break. Neil, I think that was our green light to get out of this bad boy because now we're starting to pull back here pretty aggressively.
I was just about to move my stop.
I know, it's crazy.
Right,
so let's see if we get it.
I should have already moved this.
But with this pace, man, the market's still hovering around the highs. Like the SPY's at the high of the day. Yeah, I mean, it's nothing now. We'll just take it all.
Come to my chart for a second. Well, you have it up as well.
I got it all out. Yeah, I took it all out. Like
when it was doing this, see that action? That's where the trailing stop needs to move to here, and then you save yourself 30 pennies on the last out. Like why? You don't need to lose the extra 25, 30 cents to try to make this. Ideally, yes, you're trying to get another dollar out of the move, but let's be real for a second. You got to listen to what the market is telling you, and then I look up and remember, all right, so what's SMCI doing? Okay, that's not as bad. Like I took some out here and then I moved my trail down there to 31. So I think that one's okay. It's really looking for VWAP on that boy.
Okay.
Oh, and I do have that lucid position. Remember the lesson of the day? I kind of made the lesson of the day. Well, if you're looking for a continuation short and everything stopped and started bouncing, there's always something which is continuing to fall. The answer to that question was lucid. So I've been picking on these guys this week. But lower high break, hit the low bounce, lower high, did the topping tail, enter, short, low of the day. This one I'm not getting out of. We're going to hold this one because, and I was saying this during the lesson, like it has this false break. So this is going at least back to almost break even because I still think there's a chance that it could really lose the bid and do like a nasty, nasty drop. So I want to hold on to this for a little bit more. But yeah, that NVIDIA should have probably gotten out that last piece a little bit early, but it is what it is. ZO, sorry everybody. Sometimes when you start hyping something up, that's when the top happens. It opened when another 10 cents or so got to $1.10, now halted to the downside. Remember, this didn't even have any news on it. And there's a reason why, like I'm not getting involved. Because something just starts randomly running on no news in the afternoon, I'm not trying to get involved in that like potential pump and dump. I prefer if there's like an actual reason for it to be squeezing if you're going to try to buy
What was the reason?
Let's go back to Adair.
Keep an eye here on Redwire. This one popping to the upside. Apparently, Space Force is establishing a new $981 million contract vehicle to develop testing and trading infrastructure. Sounds like RDW could be eligible. So this one pushing to the upside. And also, on that ZO group, I checked on social media. We had a couple mentions from today, and then the last mention before that was like in July, and then it was in June. So this thing gets like once a month, a couple mentions. This is super light. This is not the type of social media attention you usually see on one of these genuine runners with news. So keep that in mind as we send you over to Sia.
Thank you. The IWM is currently down on the day, 0.30%. Let's take a look at two individual tickers here. FCUV, this shocked me too. FCUV, that's up closing to 600% on the day. Focus Universal has announced a deterministic AI farms auto-populate engine and introduced a quote-unquote new era of autonomous business document processing. So the ticker is currently up. It's over 600% now, 634% on the day. AXTI, that is AXT Incorporated, has reported second quarter 2026 non-GAAP earnings of 19 cents per share. That's beating the consensus estimate of 7 cents by 171.43%. So the company recorded a loss of 15 cents per share in the year-ago quarter, and revenues have surged 164.8% year-over-year to $47.6 million and surpassed the consensus mark of $34 million by 39.41%. So AXTI is up 31% on the day.
Yeah, winter season.
Yeah. We're almost in the power hour. No small cappers running. FCUV's run out of steam. That ZO, you just saw that ZO was halted down. NVIDIA, maybe it gets back up to 200, because at this point, after it got us out, like I'm just waiting for it to get to 200 and maybe make a test at that high again. I don't really feel like going into I don't want to buy the dip to run it into 100, 200, and I'm not really seeing a re-entry. I can just hold on to the other two shorts. So my question is, what are you guys watching? Like, what are we looking at here? Intel's done nothing today was one of the points. Kuzi says, add the oil stocks, they're just going up, and so are the oil stocks might be going up. So here's what we'll do. USO's not doing anything because it got kind of tanked at about 10:30 or 11:30, and then a bit of a bounce back. Remember that we had reports from XOM and CVX this morning. They both make a lot of money. That is true.
They're eating the dogs.
Both of them are pretty solid. They're probably not getting enough credit for Venezuela and the positive effect that'll have for both of them. More so right now for CVX because they already have a president, but XOM will be there too. That'll be a couple of years from now. But really, like they've been performing really, really well. Like look at, technically, it doesn't get any better than that off the 200-period moving average. And this chart just is screaming for, I'm just XOM here for Randy. Like that chart already did this channel break. So right, you broke this down channel, and now you're consolidating. If it holds that consolidation post earnings, now obviously this is gonna presume that USO continues, or oil continues its upward trend, or at least doesn't crater. This is a good chance for a breakout. But you do have to wonder, does that matter if this was just a double top? We get good news over the weekend. Maybe there is a real ceasefire, and all of a sudden the straits open up, and when we're crapping ourselves back down to 100 on USO, then all of a sudden none of that matters on the energy. It's not gonna matter on XOM. You'll still want to buy the dips maybe because it's a good name in the future, but the short term gets kind of muggy. It's a great looking setup, but it's not like that same technical setup happens somewhere else, and you're not worried about as much on the outside. Like you're just a headline away. Every single day, you're a headline away from blowing up a technical trade. And that's the problem with trying to swing trade those.
Yeah. All right, yeah, I was gonna ask you this, Neil. Like, what are we thinking about this potential re-entry on NVDA? So what I can use now is that we take this little bit off. If it cracks this 199.40 level, then we're just out of dodge on this bad boy, I think. So at the lows, curl over here, failed high. I like our chances of coming back and retesting this zone. Hence why I'm in this position. Now I have to do our boy Luis Valencia a favor. He's like, hey Joe, man, what do we think about Pepsi? No, he's saying, oh, who?
Oh, I see it.
No, yeah, he's asking us about Pepsi if we think it has the ability to break 140. Listen, there's clear resistance zone and you have a channel down, right? So if you just do another candle on the backside of this, you have this channel that has been formed on this name. Once you're on the backside of this channel, then you might be free roaming. But 140, you're at that level right now. So if a retest up here or it breaks down and heads back into the lower end of that range. So just keep an eye out on that one. There it goes, Neil. A nice little move here on NVDA back to the downside on that failed new high. Lewis, listen, I think you're sitting pretty in Suntan City, especially if it breaks and continues on the trajectory that we're currently on right there. And
you just made that up now, or that?
No, I've always been saying that.
I don't think I've heard you say that.
I've said it, dude, so many times.
Yeah,
man. I'm sitting pretty in Suntan City. Now, where Suntan City actually is, I truly have no idea. Maybe that's subjective.
You know what I like to see?
What?
I'm gonna throw this up here. Oh, wait a minute.
Oh.
It helps if I actually press the button.
Okay.
It's like you don't get a fill if you don't put an order out there. I literally tried to put that up without actually pressing the button that made it do it. Bizzle Rizzle. First of all, I would put this comment up just because your name is cool. Sometimes I think that's just enough. You used our video posted 10 days ago about the orb trading plan. you chat GPT'd your own indicator for alerts and stuff in TOS and in NinjaTrader. Today it worked insanely good or well. Thank you guys.
So, Biz.
First of all, thank you for viewing. One thing I will say is when it comes to trading, it's really never about this is I'm in it here and this is my out and whatever. I'm literally on a stock that I'm not even in right now. So let me just actually move to something that we're actually trading just to make the point. Like it's not about, oh, I'm in here and this is my stop and this is my take profits, because everyone is trying to develop their own thing. It's really more about like what's the reason that you liked it, the double top, Friday options expiration, zoom it out to the daily, it's a big resistance level, scalp trade because the trend is to the upside instead of trying to hold it all. Like it's the mentality behind and the reasons why you're doing what you're doing. That's where someone might say, oh, that piece of what you're doing makes sense to me for my strategy or this aspect of it, and not the whole, oh, this is everybody be short this at this price, because there's no real value in that. Because you can't really copy trade no matter what you try to do. It's not really a valuable thing anyway. So I'm glad that people learn, because I learned, like, I've been doing this for way too long, over 20 years, which just ages me. That's why I shave my head now. And one of the things I found over the years is constantly I'll have conversations with traders, or we'll have poker nights, and like something gets said, it's like, oh, yeah, that's right. Or like I'll be trading something and then I'll have a conversation with one of the algo guys, ended up trading the same thing, and then maybe I missed something and they're like, oh, did you see this? And did you look? It's like, oh yeah, that's pretty smart. I'm an idiot. Should have noticed that. Whatever it might be, you just learn from other people, and you learn from mistakes as well. And I think one of the most valuable things about the program is you can see, like when we try to go over what we could have done better, did right or wrong, that's the best place to learn. It's like, oh, why did I get out here? What could I do better next time? And maybe you learn from other people's mistakes as well. That's why you have such a fantastic community. The market is trying to make a little bit of a bounce. I can see NVIDIA is still going down, so that's probably still good for you there. But we're now in a power hour. We're going to go up to SIA and come back and see if the market has another leg up.
The SPI is currently up very close to 0.70% for the day. Let's take a look at what is moving, what is not, and what's going on. Electric technology, you have NVIDIA that's up 2%, Apple continuing to slide just like Meta did when it reported, down 9.15%, AVGO, AMD, RTX, Dell flat in the sector. MU is also joining Apple hand in hand, down 4% on the day. INTC is up 2%, Cisco's up INTC close to 2%, Cisco's up 2%, GE is up 1.6%, but KLAC, ANET, and MRVL not doing bad on the day. They're all up 5%, KLAC up 3.4% here. Let's take a look at tech services. You have Google that's up over 6%, close to 6.5%. Meta up 2.3%, Microsoft up 2.3%, close as well. Oracle up 1.3%, Netflix down on the day 2%. Palantir and IBM are a flat outlook over here, but you do have APP down 3.2%, PANW that is up 1.8%, and FTNT that's up close to 4.5% on the day. Finance here, you have a bit of flatness in Visa, MS, AXP, GS, and BRKB, but JBM, BACC, and WFC just slightly above in the green mark. MasterCard sliding a bit towards the downside, and Robinhood's up almost 2% on the day, as well as APO that's up 3.5% on the day. Retail trade, you have Amazon. Great results over there. We all saw it, up 15%. Stock is also doing pretty good today. Walmart just turned flat. Costco, Home Depot, both flat, but TJX sliding towards the downside at 0.84%. Producer manufacturing, pretty good look for AMAT and ETN here. ETN's up 7.5%, but CAT and LRCX up 1%, and GEV also up 8%. Energy minerals, you have XOM that's sliding a little bit with that miss that we saw in EPS that's down 1.5%. CVX that also reported today up 2.1%. And consumer non-durables, utilities. In consumer non-durables, you also had CL that reported pre-market today, but it's trading flat, so nothing crazy going on over here. Consumer durables, you have Tesla that's up 0.5%. Health tech, you have Lilly, J&J. Lilly's down, J&J's up almost 1% on the day. ABBV also sliding down 2%. MRK up but a bit flat, I would say, just tilting towards the upside over here. But also one name in this sector, that's a region, REGN, is up 2.3%. And Myrna also reported earlier today. Just want to check what it's doing. So they reported $1.97 net loss per share. Myrna down, sliding close to 4%. Consumer services, you have McDonald's up 0.6% here, while all the other names a little bit flat in the sector, a little bit of a mixed sentiment. WBD is up close to 3%, and CHTR up close to 3%. Other industries like process, industrial, commercial, as well as transportation and non-energy at that and distribution, bit of a mixed sentiment, nothing crazy going on here. Health services, however, UNH is down close to 1%.
Thank you very much for that, Sia. Yeah, Salvador, man, let's see if this is going to continue to work. Great question here, Medical Meatball. Neil and Joe, headed back towards both of us. What, Meatball?
Medical Meatball?
Yeah, I like that. Hey, man, stay away from some of the synthetic stuff, ladies and gentlemen. All right. With 1 billion SpaceX shares incoming next week, thereabouts, why not short now with demand being weak and the trend being down? I don't know. Did you want to start this one off? I just don't. I'm a long. I'm in
You
this
like the
long. I'm
Well-
in the long. No. From intraday is a different story. I'm an owner of this.
Yeah, well,
so
I-
that's why I wouldn't be shorting SpaceX here.
I actually don't have a particularly good reason for it. Like, I shorted a lot. Basically mostly short stuff all day today, but for whatever reason, just not SpaceX. Like at SMCI, had Nvidia, had DRAM, like iBit, like just was looking everywhere but SpaceX.
Oh my God!
Again, don't have a very good reason. It doesn't really make a lot of sense.
If anything,
I
I'll be
think it's a
buying,
short-term short. I still think the trend is obvious here, up in at least until earnings and the lockup expiration. I still think this stock is an obvious short. Now, I don't swing trade. I've never swung anything short in my life. I only swing trade to the long side to the extent that I do. So personally, for me, it's just coming in every day as a day trade and then looking for the short until it stops working. Next week, we get a flat bottom break. It's not really a flat bottom break, but whatever. It breaks this low. It's kind of. It only tagged this support once at 107, but we're going to get another close. Well, I shouldn't knock on wood because nobody wants it to close under 110 if you're long. But we're going to get another close underneath 110 bucks. The stock wants to test 100 next week, and it probably does so at or before earnings. And then after the fact, and we say earnings with a quotation, like air quotes around it, like what earnings? When they give their report. When they give their report.
Instead of earnings, we should just call the future reports instead of earnings, capital expenditures.
Yeah.
just go out with that. Yeah, that's gonna be the thing looming around.
Well, isn't it funny that like when a company loses money, they still call it an earnings call?
Yeah, that's I think. Yeah, the loss call comes.
I used to find that jokes when Intel spent like a few years losing money, and you're like, earnings call. They haven't had earnings in a while. It's been multiple quarters here. Like last time, there was one point where like Intel was like losing money for so many quarters in a row. It was like literally the last time they made money in a quarter, I didn't have a ball spot. And I remember thinking that to myself. Like, that's not a good look. They better start turning around. And thankfully they did. Proud Intel shareholder. All right, so we're heading back down here. I think we're.
Yeah, but you're in SMCI.
I held the other two and did not get back into NVIDIA. So good luck
back
into NVIDIA. Yeah. I just trailed out of this one thinking this was the strong one. Obviously that wasn't true because now it's going to get down to VWAP. Oh, that's right. My market red thing doesn't work because it does. I can't hit that because it does this. What?
I hit that one again. Someone was just knocking.
Oh, see, you know what? I have a button that now just does random stuff.
Oh man, that's crazy.
Oh, so whatever the last thing that was done on the Stream Deck, that's what that button does. That's good to know.
Oh, that's a disaster.
There's an oldie. No, I should have done. Usually, okay, that means someone's supposed to put the glasses on.
Yeah, we have them on. Hit it again, We'll do it.
I didn't hit anything. I didn't do anything.
Oh.
I'm not pressing any buttons. This is happening.
Fabian it. It's Fabian. No, it's Assassino this
time.
Okay. Yeah, when things get started.
Assassino's got it going on.
Dude.
Absolutely.
Why they call it earnings call? Oh, what? See, you trick us every time they hit that. We think someone's gonna chime in. No, I know, but that's the thing. We looked, Someone hit that, and we think that you guys are going to chime in. Listen, Jeff Jones, $2 sub, JJ. The SpaceX, do people call you JJ? I wouldn't be surprised. I used to have a friend. Anyway, SpaceX shorty guy isn't on right now. That's why. Oh, Katina, man. Yeah. I guess that's why it's not going down. But hey, I'll buy a little bit more. It's been a horrible ride, obviously, within SpaceX. I honestly, Neil, I don't know what the narrative is going to be on this thing. I don't think the street's going to like the report. With that being said, who knows? Obviously, anything can happen. But I think this stock takes a lot longer to turn around than what we are anticipating. Yeah, it could be like a Tesla 2.0 where we're just, investors are waiting and just remaining forward-looking within the name. It only has Starlink and XAI really supporting.
I think that's important to remember. Like the Tesla story, like think of how it took a while here. Let's go.
Has it fully panned out though? Is the Tesla story complete?
No, but Tesla's already out in front of itself.
And it has been, it has been.
I don't know, 3 months. Maybe just
with the projection of AV. And it's funny, I keep referring back to this one specific.
Well, go ahead.
Yeah, with this one specific clip with Dan Ives on CNBC. It's Yorkville Ives now, not the old Wedbush Ives. He's saying that stating that shareholders are getting tired waiting for Tesla. But I said, hey, you've waited. If you've been in this name for X amount of time, you may as well continue to wait because he's closer to mass production of the autonomous vehicles and robotics than he's ever been, really.
That's true. But the other thing with Tesla is, remember way back in the day when everyone said they actually couldn't even make a vehicle?
Yeah.
It's like, oh, you can't pull that off.
I wish I did.
It's going to be hard to see, but this was, there's been splits, but it was the equivalent of 25 to 12 and got cut in half. And that was nasty. It's done that, and it did that a couple of times on the way. So the story, like the SpaceX is still pretty early, and everyone's sort of betting that it can do this parabolic. The thing against it is, well, Tesla didn't come out as one of the biggest market caps in the world.
No, it didn't. That's the thing.
That's the difference. That's why SpaceX might be nasty for a minute.
Big time.
That's the problem, because this is it's completely unique to any IPO that you have ever seen. Like you don't see this. One of the largest market caps in the world, and you don't really have any earnings to justify it just yet. And now on top of this, you're talking about combining both companies together. So there it is.
Dude, Tesla came out at like a couple $2 billion, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, versus we're talking a trillion.
Yeah, exactly.
Crazy.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, I need that one. Every time Shirley says something. The animation. Anyway, is this thing like in memes these days, or like the short clips that people have on YouTube Shorts or whatever? When someone says something wild, they just have like this in the background.
Oh,
it's kind of like the bang. You know what I mean? Yeah, they do that. So that's what.
We need that one.
Yeah, we do need that one. What were we gonna look at, Monty G? SpaceX. What were you asking me again on this one here, brother? Do the options show anything long or short? Great question. Let's pull that up, man. You know what? We should have been, the whole time we were talking about it, Neil, we should have probably brought up SPCX and taken a look at what we have on the options chain. And you know what? To add to your point, Neil, you're like, hey, this is something like no other that we've seen until probably Anthropic comes to market. But it was the exact same nature and the exact same narrative, within the derivatives market. It flew to the top of the options volume just like that. That's why they released options so quick.
Right away.
Like right away, pretty much. So 115, there's a little bit of a supply zone, guys. Those will be expiring worthless at this point. As for a base, 105 maybe, but I just don't think that's going to hold this stock up, especially after the release point. Also, just because you have that float, all those locked up shares, doesn't mean everybody's going to sell, right? You might have some people who hold on to them. A lot of people probably will, but it's just that the people who are going to offload them. Yeah, exactly.
Like that's one of the things that's interesting about the lockup is we still have some time. Like, what if we were saying 80? It's now seeming a little bit less like that was probably too overly aggressive. I remember when we lost 150. At that moment, I felt that by the time we got to earnings, we might be at the 80 level, but it doesn't seem to want to break down too hard. You could be at 90, 95, whatever, just kind of looking at the chart and the speed at which it's going down. But it might have pulled back so far that a lot of people look at that opportunity to sell and say, hey, you know what, I'm not going to sell here. Now they're just going to hold. I think you might find a situation where the first hour after the lockup that morning is not what you're expecting. And I remember coming into the ARM lockup without an open mind. And the day that it was like the lockup expired on ARM, and I remember it might have been Obi on the show and not Sean, because I feel like it was a conversation with Obi, and I was like, yeah, this is gonna be the greatest sell opportunity ever. And I was just sitting there waiting for it to break the low of the day. Like once it breaks low, I'm just gonna punch short, and then it just didn't do it. And of course, you should have been willing to go long. Let's go to Adair. We have some breaking news.
Integer Holdings looks halted here. ITGR. This name went from $101 to $112 after the Wall Street Journal reported that KKR is nearing a deal to take the company private. So again, potential take private deal in focus here for ITGR. Just for the heck of it, we'll take a look at KKR, though I doubt it's moving on this. A little bit of an uptick, nothing too crazy. ITGR, though, is the ticker for that name that just halted up and could be being taken private. Back to you.
I can see that happening worldwide.
See that actually true. So possibly being taken private or a possible buyout, and after 3 o'clock, stock halting on news like that, it just triggers for me, because I remember when Southwest had news like that and I got caught going long, and then it didn't. So then they halted it for good. Like, so they did this. It was the same thing. Like it halted here, then it reopened and it kept blasting. So you're trading it to the long side in the afternoon show, and then it closed again and halted again at like 3:30 or 3:40, and didn't open up until the next day.
What was the?
And then there was no deal, so basically just gapped down, and then I got smoked because I was forced to hold it overnight. So I'm not touching these things with a 10.
What was the most recent stock that got delisted?
Delisted?
Yeah.
Like stocks get delisted all the time.
But it was just like gone. The first one that I remember seeing is like one day it was trading, the next day it wasn't. Was SVB. Remember?
SVB. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It happens.
Silicon Valley.
Who was the last company that?
Who was it? I bet you the chat knows.
There was that small capper that got randomly.
Who won under the 5? Yeah.
There was one literally like a week or two ago that everyone was all over, and then all of a sudden it went delisted like the next day.
No.
We'll see. I don't know.
Big name. Yeah. Well, it might have been Spirit. Maybe I don't know.
Maybe one day it'll be Lucid.
Yeah, exactly.
The stock just keeps on dying. All right.
Sam Bankman-Fried.
The bottom here.
Sam Bankman-Fried.
I know. It's all right. The target on Lucid is $7.25. I'm just looking at this level. Maybe it's these guys. I don't know.
Think that.
You know the interesting thing about Sam Bankman-Fried is like a lot of people almost everyone got their money back.
So far, yeah.
It's not like a Madoff. People got paid, which is weird. Still, I mean, it is what it is, but it's an interesting situation that people got paid.
No, it is. My cousin's fiance actually had a bunch of crypto in FTX, and it scared him like completely out of the market because he obviously lost all his money. And our good friend of the show, Kevin O'Leary, Sam, where did the money go?
Yeah.
Where did the money go?
Well, you know where it went.
To Bahamas. Yeah, well, I know where it went. Do you know where it went?
Well, I mean, we were trading with client funds.
Yeah, and what else were they doing with it, Neil?
Well, there were, condo here. What was a condo? It was like a house.
Like penthouses and crazy parties and all that stuff.
Living that life.
Old Wise Trader, let's see what you got going on. Yeah, much appreciated. Stating, Old Wise Trader, he thinks we see another 10% down. I wouldn't disagree. I think there's a good opportunity for that to happen. Joe, I've been trading for 38 years, made millions, lost millions. Type of guy, man. And it looks like from your profile picture, you still have a full head of hair, man. That's crazy. I don't want to know what will happen to me if that's the case. But CNBC on mute, you're my go-to to keep me in sync with markets. Yeah, much appreciated. Very kind words, most definitely. See, look, that's why we got out at the trend break. Neil, look, the momentum in the volume really starting to pick up some steam here. It does look like we're going to break this $200 marker at this point, guys. That's why we got out, right? So we had the initial short bounce back, re-engaged the short, and then sure enough, 198.50, we get out. Yeah, and then now it's just going off to the races once again here.
Okay, so was that just a trend break to get out?
This?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I got out.
Oh, that's such a great long.
It would have been a great long, but that was an out for me from the short. And look at the momentum really start to pick up on this bad boy as we steam through.
Crazy.
Let's actually do this right now, okay? This is going to be...
What is going on?
This is going to be a lot of fun. Yeah, this is going to be a lot of fun. We're going to go over to that $200 strike price on the options chain because the volume is really picking up. Look at it going nuts right now. This thing's going to hit 1 million contracts probably at some point. There might be something going on. Let's pull up the advanced chart here, ladies and gentlemen, and look at the contract itself. Dude, from 315, look at this, 315 all the way up to where we're at right now, 700%. Trav, man, for real, I hope you're cleaning that up. But this is a contract that was coming from, I mean, it was going to expire worthless from the depths of hell. And then sure enough, bang, a massive run through right there. So a lot of people might be closing those positions. And I talked about 1 million contracts here at this $200 marker. Man, that might happen, but before the end of the day, we still have an hour left.
Well, that's
45 minutes, sorry, I should say.
Yeah, it's near the end of the day.
Yeah.
Getting to 200 and holding 200 are two different things. That's an absolute crazy run. Like that exit, it's like it picked up on volume. The reason why we thought there might be news is just showing you guys the volume spike. Like it was very different from the last time that it bounced. Like this is so different. It was going to continue doing this kind of volume is the real question. I want to see if the volume's going to hold up here. I did get out of SMCI thankfully because that's probably like on sympathy that's going to start going. Once that volume picked up, it's like, let's get out of that sucker.
Update.
For sure. Nothing yet, Adara?
Nothing yet. Yeah, interesting, but definitely some volume stepping in across the board here in the overall market, helping the SPY and the Nasdaq climb to new intraday. No, only the SPY is at our intraday highs, I should say. Not so much here on the Nasdaq, but yeah, some crazy stuff going on right now. Maybe we can find it out momentarily and see what we got going on. Daryl will probably get the news before I would and before it was pulled up here, but yeah, there it is. Look at the volume step in.
Yeah, Casey, so just first thing, thank you for the super chat, asking for the tap on ZTG.
I sent it to her.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. It's $10.88. I don't think I've ever seen a situation where a stock halted down and then had a theoretical auction price
that's crazy.
That's that much higher. But it legitimately is $10.88 is what it's tapping right now.
Dude, that's a ZTG. Short. Yeah, it's $34.
Now it says 30. Now it says 34.
What the heck?
What is going on here? No,
yeah.
Just so you guys, I want you guys to actually. I'm not making it up. This is not actually fugazi.
Hit the cats and dogs.
It is $34 is the tap. I'm not making that up.
Holy.
The dogs, they're eating the cats.
That doesn't feel like it should be real. Anyways, back to NVIDIA. NVIDIA is still screaming. This is going crazy.
Yeah, it's going nuts.
Let's go back to Adair at the desk.
So I was looking at social media here. Some people think that this NVDA move is just end of the month. You know, we're heading into the close. It's the last day of trading of the month. People just buying up NVDA, trying to push it above that $200. I was seeing some descriptions of it as window dressing. So, you know, trying to look a little bit better before the month ends. But I still don't have any news on this. And believe me, I have been checking. The social media attention, though, is rampant. We're going to send it over to Sia.
Let's take a look at the money markets right now, starting with, that's right, the dollar that's trading around 99.925 to be very precise. It's down, well, technically flat levels, but still failing, but potentially because of the potential intervention in the Japanese yen here. Let's also take a look at GBP, that is the pound, and what's happening with this right now. It's trading around the 1.3481 to be very precise region, set for its best monthly performance that it's had since the month of April against the dollar as well as the euro as of today, showing little immediate reaction to news that the UK budget will be brought forward. And we also have the USD INR, the Indian rupee. Let's take a look. Oh my God, it is settled at 95.3 at the moment. So the Reserve Bank of India's net foreign exchange forward book market shrank slightly to $103.3 billion as of June, which is a reduction of near tenor dollar liabilities that had outweighed a rise in longer tenor ones, likely reflecting certain absorption of dollar inflows. So you have the USD INR pair that's also down 0.3% on the day.
Thank you, Sia. Whoa. Shout out to Pete Weber, for anyone that doesn't know who that famous bowler was. One of the most epic celebrations to win a tournament ever. We got the Z's. Dara, get the news before it happens. Well, Adaira's pretty amazing, but if she could get the news before it happens, that would just take it to another level, to a whole another.
Whether the markets are moving to the upside or the downside, TraderTV.live is always on trend. Make sure to hit the like and subscribe to join us every single day the markets are open.
You know, I just noticed something. Everybody shot those like probably like the like and subscribe. Everyone's is very nice and cheerful and they're smiling and Joe's like, this trade has lots of upside, and then I hit him with,
I pity the fool that doesn't hit the like and subscribe button.
maybe I'm just not a nice person. I should shoot a new one. I should have one that's a little bit like rosy where I'm saying something really friendly. But anyways, that's really old. Fabian, we should do another one. I've said this a million times. That's at least 3 years old now. And I can tell because you notice these things about yourself. But this NVIDIA move, just to keep in mind, if you're thinking about this as window dressing, and by the way, I just punched out of Lucid. I should at least let you guys know. Volume, bottoming tail candle, I'm like, let's get out because we're getting into the close. This move here on NVIDIA, if it's window dressing end of the month, it's a Nasdaq stock. We're not going to know what's up with the imbalance until 350. Unlike these names you'll see on the New York, SMR is an 8 million buy already. It's 324. 8 million buy on SMR. And that's the one that stands out. The UiPath is pretty small, only 1 million shares. Ford's 1.3 million. But end of the month, you do tend to see bigger action on the imbalances. It is expected to be that there could be some real volatility. Obviously, NVIDIA is now on the radar. I'm going to throw a chart up. SMR is going to be on my radar for sure automatically because it's the only big imbalance that's showing. And then the other charts can be NVIDIA, and then we'll see what else does show up there. So yeah, I'm expecting, we could see some fireworks at the close. I don't know if I'm going to want to put anything on until we get at least closer to 350 or definitely after that 350 mark for sure. That's pretty insane. Oh yeah, what was that stock that was halting again? ZTG. So what actually happened here?
It's at 34.
It still has a 34.
Yeah. That's just
it's been halted for 20 minutes now. And it's still indicating an open at $34.
That would be absolutely disastrous.
That's insane.
That would be disastrous.
Because if people shorted this and were in the money shorting the down halt, and then it goes up
to the top.
No, it can't possibly do that. That would be the ultimate.
So you don't think that it could possibly do that?
It's crazy.
Yeah, of course. That's madness. I hope for people's sake that it doesn't. Gorev.
It's not opening at 8x.
No.
After a down halt.
No, it's not. Yo, it's not funny.
It's no
way. But that is crazy.
Oh, it's funny for the shorts. Well, you know what?
It's not because you're done. You're done.
There's a short right now that is.
It's over. It's officially
freaking out.
It's Vince Carter over.
Oh, that's your. That's
yeah.
If it's an individual favorite, that's
Vince Carter over.
That's crazy.
It's not funny. 10 seconds.
No, there's nobody. It's not going to open up here. It's not going. I don't think that's going to happen. That's pretty.
You think that's wrong?
What can be happening is so the stock has done 700,000 shares of total volume on the day. It's incredibly illiquid. Right, and that's with it going up on volume and then coming down with a down halt. It's still less than 1 million shares on a $4 stock. So there might just be nobody putting orders into the auction because they have no idea when it's going to open, and there's such little open interest. And there happens to be a few people who just want to get out, and they're just crazy market orders or aggressive limit orders, and that's how you get that crazy of a tap. It has nothing to do with it opening there. I guess it could open up there. I just don't think it's going to. Just market mechanics, for sure.
So is that? Oh yeah. So, but it can still remain closed because that name INHD remained closed past 4 o'clock as well.
It's very possible.
Right.
Very possible
so it may not open back up.
That's real. Yeah.
It may not open back up. All right. We got a lot of tags here in the chat, Neil. We're going to go through them. My boy Gorev, 5-minute confirmation, shooting star at the top, at the highs. Beautiful signal there, Gorev. Let's see if this is going to come into play here for NVDA. And then we have an actual comment here that's following up, and I think is really important to correlate with what we actually have going on here. And it states as followed by our fellow options friend, Ozan. Gamma is going to gamma. I missed my call selling 5 cents on NVDA. Well, you didn't want to write those because you would be destroyed too. You'd be up but I know exactly what you're getting at. If you were buying these $200 calls literally 15 minutes ago, then you're having a completely different day. Look at this, Neil. This is the contract itself. $5 all the way up to $1.38. That's 1,300%. You would write that now, if anything, Ozan. But if you were writing those $5 before that, again, just what happens with this ZTG? It's over. It's officially over for you. Like it's done. there's nothing you can do about it. So, but yeah, really big time movement. Our boy Trapman for real got those. So congratulations to you guys, and I'm glad that you guys cooked up a storm.
I have to address this.
Yeah, pull it up.
Shout out to Viral Point of View on TikTok. Why is everyone bald now? I've been gone too long. Well, I mean, the funny thing about that is you don't have to have been, if you haven't watched the show in a while, first of all, I haven't had that much hair anyways. Joe, you've been doing it for a while. I feel like it's just normal, it's part of life, but it's just a good look.
It just accelerated.
And the crazy thing that you guys don't know is we had like this meeting the other day, and it was decided that because Sean and I are starting to lose our hair, that everybody should at least go bald, which I think is going to be a problem for Fabian and One. Because One's got a great looking quad back there. I see you laughing. Adara wouldn't know I'm talking about the
Is this real? Is this meeting real?
Yeah, the meeting's real. It's
You're good,
happening.
Adara. You're fine.
It's
just the boys. It's not. You're good. You're good.
You can obviously join. You're more than welcome.
No, I don't know if it's sarcasm. That's
do you want to?
You can. Everyone's invited.
I would assume that you wouldn't want to as well.
It's funny. It's funny to know because
I don't. So you know.
I don't think Tiffany nor Sia knew when I had hair before. I don't think they were here when the kid had hair. Maybe Sia came.
It wasn't that long ago.
Were you here when I had hair?
It was not that long ago.
Yeah, you have a photo, but yeah, before that. But don't forget, we started here. We had hair before that. All right, it sounds like is our guy ready? No,
I don't know. Well, we're gonna go to One at some point, obviously, and I may or may not be joking about that. I'm probably joking about it, but. Maybe I'm not.
Yeah, we balled, Brooke. Don't worry about that.
No, I am joking. We're just having some fun. It's not. It's just a personal choice.
I kind of. It's not.
Just very quick. No, I'm making
for
it up.
you maybe.
What?
Oh, to go bald, a personal choice.
Well, I do have some hair left. Like I'm shaving it. Like I have hair. I have hair. I don't have a lot of hair.
I mean, I have hair as well too, but it's just a matter if it looks correct or not.
All right, let's change the subject back to the market. Right. You're getting that correction in NVIDIA.
I'm trying the short again.
It's going to go back through this 200. I don't want to put anything on until closer to the imbalances. But you might be right about just the 200 level. It just broke down here. Ooh, I want to look. I shouldn't have got at SMCI. I might hop back into this sucker because that didn't break the top. Here, I'm gonna weasel. Sharif always says weasel back into stuff.
Yeah, you can weasel in.
So I'm going to weasel back into SMCI because that didn't break the top, and I like this one because then if I get continuation through VWAP and it's a sell imbalance, it's relatively weak compared to the others. Don't make me chase. And then I just had to chase over to Larry Bird. 33 in case you don't know. So if I say Larry Bird, that means I got in at 33. If I say Magic Johnson, it means I got in at 32.
Okay,
you're in NVIDIA.
The top is dropping here on ZTG.
Yeah, it was never going to open at 34. It was never opening at $34.
That would have been disastrous.
Let's be real.
Yeah, all right, so there it is. My boy Gaurav in the short as well, too. I mean, this is our third attempt here on the short in regards to NVDA. We got to get prepared and just take some out here, ladies and gentlemen. So not too bad of a look whatsoever. Let's see if we get some downwards momentum. I'm going to try to hold this to 199.50, but if price action turns around and you see that through the tape, that every little sell-off gets bought right back up, we could turn this thing around and continue on within the northeast trajectory that we were on. But also, it's really important, and like we have fun in games, but there's also science behind everything. Ozan said gamma's going to gamma, right? So what does that mean? What is this guy talking about? We were having fun and making light of it. So what happens here, I'll just give you a brief explanation and in as layman's terms as I possibly can, is when you're out of the money, okay? So say we're at 185, we are trading out, or we'll do it in real time. So we're at 195 roughly around the low of the day. And you have all of these open interest contracts exposed to your gamma. That's when you have the acceleration towards the specific strike price. And once it hits at the money and in the money, everybody starts panicking. And with that acceleration, what happens is the rate of change within the contract moves faster and faster and faster, and everybody starts to panic and they look to get out. And what do you need to do if you're on the short side of things? You need to buy back shares, hence why it's squeezing through the level, because if you get caught offside and you get assigned by the end of the day, well, congratulations, you are short the underlying asset from that specific level. So when Ozan saying is gamma will gamma, is that when you have an outstanding amount of open contracts with high levels of gamma exposure, your Greeks, then you can run into a world of trouble and you see an immense amount of volume start to step into the market.
There you go. That's why we call them Joey options.
That's what it
Straight
is.
up.
Gonna
That's how we roll, Joe.
That's how we roll.
We got another super chat up here.
Yeah.
It is, of course. Now the names are going to start to roll in. First of all, thank you for the super chat. I see it's in Canadian dollars, so you'll be enjoying a day off on Monday. Well, you shouldn't be, because if you're watching the show, we'll be here. Newest Bald Gang Initiate. So welcome to the club, Joe and Neil. Thoughts on SpaceX earnings next week?
Man, these guys,
Remember,
doing
SpaceX earnings.
Man.
SpaceX discussion on how the business is going. That's what it is. So update on SpaceX and then say how it's going. I'm not expecting that there's any numbers. Like, the numbers are not going to be anything that are going to wow you given what the market cap is. It's going to be about convincing us that you have enough momentum for future growth to justify the lofty expectations. And then on top of that, because there are going to be a lot of questions about the merger, I feel like I want to hear something along the lines that if there was a merger with Tesla, that we would do it in a way to try to preserve shareholder value, or maybe some kind of a forward timeline that wouldn't be too soon. Because I feel like if they do that too soon, it would be I think it would be nasty. But again, we're gonna find out next week. I'm not overly bullish on it going into earnings, as you can obviously tell, despite the fact that I have a small position in it and intend on buying more. I just feel like I have to let it fall further before we do.
What are you trying
Let's
to
go
get
up to
at,
the
Juan?
desk. Because we have
before we do.
something else?
Juan, brother, you're accepted anyways, but I don't know. Look at the handsome fellow Juan himself.
Yes.
But bro, you're not quite there yet. You still have a solid head of hair, man. Bald, it's pretty short though.
It's good short.
It's good stuff, man. Look at the grin on this.
He's making it work.
Fella. Yeah, exactly.
Hey, that works.
You
could do it, man.
What a stud. All right, we're sending over. We'll let the man speak. Send it over to Juan.
He's going to be telling us about the Asian markets, because we were talking about this off camera one. There were some crazy moves in some of these markets, especially the Kospi. So let's get right into it.
Thank you, Adara. And just to comment on Neil there, I actually got that haircut right before I came here to Canada, so it wasn't too bad. But anyway, like Adara said, some really record historic numbers here in Asia, led by tech rally as well as AI optimism. We first take a look at South Korea. The Kospi, up nearly 18% on the day. They had the largest single day percentage gain in its history. We have memory titans like Samsung up nearly 28+%. SK Hynix was nearly up 30% on the day. A lot of frantic global buying back into those memory titans. And apart from that, the government also announcing a 20 trillion won sovereign wealth fund that will help to invest more in AI, semiconductors, as well as data centers in South Korea. So good news coming out of South Korea. Over in Taiwan, they also recorded their largest single-day point expansion ever, as their market anchor, TSMC, hit their maximum 10% daily limit up. So the main theme coming out of Asia, a lot of tech and AI spending. Now, Nikkei 225, Japan, also up by about 4%, completely shrugging off that earthquake in the middle of the week. Tech skyrocketing. We have the names such as Advantes up by 16%, Tokyo Electron up by more than 6%, Kioxia Holdings as well as SoftBank also up on the day. Bank of Japan also choosing to keep their rates at 1% with an 8-1 vote, so one dissent. So the board also noted that core inflation might exceed that of 2% in late 2026 due to, of course, higher wages and import costs. But it's also suggesting a potential rate hike depending on economic data later throughout the year. So what should we focus on the open on Monday or Sunday evening? Following these historic surges in Taiwan as well as South Korea, you got to face the fact that there's going to be some heavy profit taking happening on those bourses. So check early volumes in both regions. See if the capital keeps chasing hardware or if it goes into the defensive sector. Now, China's now facing a 2.5 trillion won liquidity test. So monitor if those tech board volumes carry into the new month, or if capital continues to enter high growth electronics. And of course, we have to talk about oil. Brent crude now at around $87 a barrel. So watch the weekend ticker. If anything drops below $85 per barrel, you could see some automated buying into, of course, regional logistics as well as transport sectors on Monday's open.
Yeah, lots to watch out for, guys. Again, that's Sunday where you'll get that Asian market open, and you can check out this desk with one and myself every weekday from 11:30 a.m. We do the Euro close, 3:30 p.m. We do the Asian markets. Lots to look out for as we send you back to Neil and Joe for the final dregs of Power Hour.
The final dregs. 10 minutes until the imbalances, everybody. It looks like, I mean, you could barely tell, but that random stock, ZTG, it doesn't make sense to me because I have prints as if it opened for a few seconds, did a couple thousand shares, and then went into a halt again. That doesn't really make a ton of sense, but apparently it still is. The tap's all over the place. It's going from 380 to 425 to 540 to 430. So I can't really tell you what is going on with this thing. It is getting pretty late in the session, so remember, if it's halted within the last 10 minutes, then it's not opening till 4 o'clock. The early look still has SMR showing an 8 million buy imbalance. Nike wasn't there before, now 1.3 million to the buy side. We won't get any Nasdaq names until 350. That's when you'll get to see what is or isn't happening with NVIDIA after it already made that, what are we calling it? It's little mini squeeze. They're above 200 and it's still trying to go. So yeah, let's go 10 minutes. 10 minutes until the imbalances. I'm probably, the closer you get to the imbalances, I don't have to tighten the stop yet, but if this bounces off view up again, I'm just going to get it all out. Quick scalp on SMCI. Really nothing too crazy happening outside of NVIDIA, and I think this ZTG going into the close. Potentially SMR. With an 8 million imbalance, the stock has only done 19 million shares on the day. So I suspect this one could be some decent fireworks on this small modular name.
Yeah, Blicky, you cold, man.
What? What's Blicky saying?
Blicky said Nike sold out of the Gary Paytons this morning. That stock isn't going anywhere.
The glove.
Yeah.
The glove getting the love. Man, the glove was
cold,
legit.
man, my boy.
The glove was legit.
Nike will be delisted. That's the big Blick energy. Okay, all right, good one. The newest bald gang. Oh, man.
It's a thing now.
Dara. Man, yeah, I don't know. It doesn't look bad, though. It kind of looks like one of the actresses. I'm trying to think of her name. Oh, who's the lady in... the person who is with the magic guy. Who's the magic guy in the Marvel universe? Why isn't it coming to me? You know who I'm talking about.
Yeah, Doctor Strange.
Doctor Strange.
Scarlet Witch.
Yeah. No, the Uma Thurman or whatever.
Huh? Uma Thurman's not in Marvel.
She's not?
Uma Thurman? She's not in Marvel.
You're
thinking of Scarlet Witch.
Am I? The one that like kind of sends what's his name out of body?
No, I know.
You know what scene I'm talking about?
It's Scarlet Witch. That's Scarlet Witch.
No, man, it's like she's like a
Wanda
monk or something
Maximoff.
like that.
I have no idea who the actress. I have no clue who
No,
plays.
man, no, I'm not talking about Elizabeth Olsen. I'm not talking
Elizabeth
about
Olsen. There you go.
No, I'm not talking about her. Trust
Well, then
me,
I don't
I'm
know
not.
what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Now I just don't know what's going on anymore. It doesn't matter.
Yo, Notorious.
Now I'm just confused here.
Notorious
You're just confusing everybody.
Yeah. Uma Thurman. Yeah, it's that one. She's in a Marvel movie. Trust me. Yeah, Notorious Stinklebird might be the funniest person in the chat. There's no question about it, man. Here's this individual.
Oh, okay. I know. Now I know.
You know who? Yeah, you know what I mean?
You're talking about the ancient one. Never
Yeah.
Okay.
Am I not right? Am I not wrong?
Tilda something.
Yeah, I'll figure it out right now. But anyways, that's for the market, guys. Always lost. Yeah.
There it is. Thank you, Mario Fario in the chat.
What
Tilda Swinton as the ancient one. That's who you're talking about.
Is that who it is?
First of all, though, I'm not blaming. I know my comic book movies.
Yeah.
I'm blaming you for being terrible at describing what you're talking about. Because I would have gotten that if you had any kind of a reasonable.
Get out of here, Amin.
Tilda Swinton says that's like she's the doctor. She's the one that guards the stone, right?
Yeah. I mean, she's a part. Who hands it over to Doctor Strange and says, "Yeah, you're now the new Guardian." Is that Hulk? Yeah, Hulk. That's it. To Bruce Banner. and knocks him out of anything. Yeah, I'm sorry.
The chat's got jokes.
Notorious Dinkelberg is probably the funniest person. Trader TV Live. I'm not even going to refer to the actual name. I'm going to just add Trader TV Live and just, there we go. Come on, you didn't know. You just said it after everybody else said it. Oh. But yeah, Notorious Dinkelberg, definitely the funniest person in the chat. All right, guys. Yeah, it looks like we're going to have to hop out of this NVDA trade because it just doesn't want to break down. We got that $200 marker, but now we're about 30 cents OTM on this bad boy. And as soon as it cracks the high of the day, which I do feel we're on the trajectory to do so, then it's just an invalid. We already had two nice little moves to the downside on this. Both trend line breaks. And I think we would have had to follow the same notion with that one to say, yeah, we got to get out of that one. All right, let's send it back over to the desk.
Let's take a look at crypto markets. So you have Circle Internet Groups, that is CRCL, the issuer of USDC, that is the world's second largest stable coin, has announced today that it has secured a limited purpose trust charter from the New York Department of Financial Services, that is the NYDFS. So the charter is an official state banking authorization that allows the holder to legally provide fiduciary custody and asset management services under the banking law in New York. That's New York banking law. So the Jeremy Eller, that's the co-founder, chairman, and CEO of Circle, has said, earning a New York trust charter has been a long-standing objective for a Circle given the regulatory clarity that comes with it. Circle down 2.2% on the day. Let's take a look at levels for BTC, Solana, and Ethereum. BTC trading around $62,900 region. It's down almost 3% on the day. You have Solana that's also down almost 2% on the day. That's trading around the $73 region to be precise. And Ethereum down 2.6% on the day, trading around $1,800 region.
Yeah, not too good for crypto, despite the fact that the market was up today.
Yeah.
But now we only have 5 minutes to go till the imbalance here. I'm just gonna go break even stop. Not even gonna give it to the highs. I just feel like I just watched Nvidia break out the top, so it's getting pretty close to those imbalances. If this comes out a sell, that will be wild. This could end up like $2 or $3 down if it comes out of sell. But we're not going to know for another 4 minutes. Someone could be fronting a big buy imbalance, but we don't really know that. We're just going to find out like everybody else at 350. But it seems like Nvidia, that's the biggest one. There's nothing really going ham. The market's not doing anything crazy. The reason why the focus on Nvidia right now is look at AMD. It's barely off the lows. It's doing absolutely nothing. Micron's literally not moving right now. The market is barely even moving. And soon, free 81. Thank you for the super chat. Microsoft, please.
Soon free.
Soon free.
Yeah.
Microsoft, like almost everything else, is not moving a heck of a lot right now. But we cannot forget how unbelievable of a quarter they had and the reaction to those earnings. It's off the schneid. Everyone's now back to focusing on the fact that they've got just oodles and oodles of growth coming out of Azure, and not so much that they got lumped into the software trade there. So giving some credit to Copilot as well. So good luck there.
Oh, Copilot,
Yeah, it is what it is. I'm the only one. Anyways.
Are you still using it?
No,
I use it.
It's not. I'm on edge every now and then.
Yeah, exactly.
Another super chat here from Jeff.
Assassino thinks it's funny. You hear that chuckle?
The Jason Statham twins giving market commentary. I look like Jason Statham.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that's crazy, man.
That's fine.
Yeah, I mean, we couldn't have thought of another dude.
You can't come up with someone
Yeah, no, out of all the people.
Give me Michael Jordan or something. I don't know.
Jordan.
Give me a brother with a bald head.
Jason Statham. Bald head, man.
He's fun to watch.
Yeah.
I like him in a bunch of things, but Jason Statham.
Jason Statham.
Take it as a compliment.
Shout out to
it's Nvidia.
Are you a big transfer? Don Cheadle is a good one as well too. Don Cheadle. We love Don Cheadle.
He's a great actor. He's a great
Terry Crews is another good one. It isn't easy.
I'll take that all day.
It's not easy.
It ain't easy being cheesy.
There you go, man. Denzel Washington has hair, Ramin.
I got the shakes that'll make you quake.
Yeah.
I got the fries that'll cross your eyes.
Yeah, man.
I got the burgers. Oh, I just got burgers.
Yeah, I just got burgers.
Cheeseburger Eddie's a great character.
2
minutes till imbalances and telling you something probably wild is going to happen on Nvidia. you can't know which direction the imbalance is going to go, but it is going to be several million. I feel like we might see a 5 to 10 million imbalance on NVIDIA the way this thing is trading, but you're just blindly guessing what it's going to be.
You guys make me laugh.
I'm gonna get out of SMCI because only 2 minutes here. I want to be just looking, staring down at NVIDIA. And then remember the other thing here. Oh, it's gone. SMCI. It's not SMCI. SMR is no longer an early look 8 million share buy. It's now out of here.
Yo, the disrespect I get around here.
I'm gonna leave
crazy.
that one alone. You definitely pull it off better than
all of them. I think listen, I might be the best looking dude. Well, I'd hope so.
There you go.
Anyways, in that grouping picture. But yeah, anyway.
First of all, including Dr. Evil that's just wrong.
That is mad wrong.
That's just you know you're wrong for it too, Fabian.
Yeah.
And I'm singling because I'm pretty sure. I'm looking at the group of the production crew, and I'm like 99% sure that Fabian is maybe Ramin did that. Andre's too nice.
Yeah.
Well, maybe
it was Ramin. It was Ramin.
Yeah, Andre just said straight up, it's not because I'm nice, it's because I don't have a computer that I could have done it.
Oh, that's what everybody was owing about. All right, there you go. All right, don't give Assassino the power. But anyways,
as long as the three of you don't corrupt Tiffany, who's perfectly nice.
I think it's too late.
And doesn't do and never has a misstep.
No, but I have
no
faith.
shenanigans.
I have
completely
faith. No,
professional.
I have the
rest of our production crew.
Listen, Tiffany.
Habitual line steppers. Although we all love Ramin.
I have the utmost confidence in Tiffany.
Ramin sometimes brings candy.
Do not sway to the dark side with them.
All right, 10 seconds to go till the imbalances come out. You're probably going to want to be. I'll have this up, but the chart's going to be on NVIDIA. My brain is telling me there's going to be a big imbalance there. We'll have it for you. We'll yell them out. There's going to be, it's the end of the month. There's going to be a lots over 1 million shares. You don't want to get too overwhelmed. And boom, there we go. I don't even see NVIDIA. That's nothing. Apple's a 2.8 million buy. NVIDIA's only 2 million. That's a nothing burger. 2 million is, it's not a bad number, but it's not as big as I would have thought. It's at 202 now.
Yeah.
So really just Apple, 2.7 million. NVIDIA, 2 million shares. Any other big cap? Microsoft, 1.2. Well, this is obviously going to be an overall buy and balance. Only 666 million? Really? When Microsoft, NVIDIA, and Apple are all in the millions to the upside, I would have expected more. CAN's a penny stock, so that's probably not doing anything. Let me just check anyways. Oh, you could. Well, that was pretty good. Yeah, remember, 19 to 21 is a 10% move, so you probably could have punched that. TWO is a buyout that's closing, so that's probably nothing burger. So Apple here, what is Apple doing? That got a bit of a bid here for Apple. But the disappointment was I was hoping, maybe morbidly, that NVIDIA, after this big run-up, would have been a sell imbalance, and then that would have been an opportunity. Because if it did that run and a sell imbalance hits, you just punch short. But it is a buy and balance, so kind of a nothing burger. And it's not big enough that I'd want to be buying tops. 1.8 million, NVIDIA's done 98 million shares today. That imbalance is nothing. So no chasing of this move whatsoever.
Nice. Yeah, beautiful stuff. I mean, Gorev, nice from being at 108 daily. Yeah, let's go. Midwest strong. Let's go, man. Congratulations to you, man. No one ever doubted you, and if they did, they placed their bets in the wrong place, that's for sure, Midwest. Let's rock and roll. 202, I said we're going to tap into that level here, guys. We almost did here on NVDA, so 202, looking pretty good, and a nice, strong recovery. Gamma squeeze right here. Hey, listen, it's such a heavily weighted name. Float is so large, so it's not crazy like we see in the lower cap, but still, that was some strong price action followed by volume, so some good stuff. Are we going back over to the desk there?
Are we?
No, okay, I just heard. So when I hear them, that's my motive for us to send it back. But look, tap on ZTG. Tap on ZTG or ZTG, whatever you guys would like to call it, tomato. $3.28. We halt at $4.45, so the short's working out there. Casey, Bovin, all the small cap traders in the chat, thank you guys all for joining us once again. And everyone else, Gorev, Los Pollos Hermanos, I haven't seen in a while. Everyone, Midwest, Trav, my boy Trav, man, for real. Blicky we have in the chat. We have Cheezers, Notorious Dinklebird, Save Man Woman in the chat. Ben Affleck was with us throughout the majority of the day. My boy Vin Vici also in the chat. Medical Meatballs. I guess I'm doing roll call right now.
It is
Don
now.
Backup, Peace, Big Wick Energy, KC526, everyone in the chat. The Elmo's love goes, oh, go Canada, and Anna we got as well too. So a bunch of love from my way, sending your way, man. I hope everyone has a fantastic week.
I'm gonna give a few more.
You're gonna give it
Scott
Scott H.
No, I'm gonna give it to Yeti 360 over there on TikTok.
Yeah.
Super Juice, Amon, Andre King, for sure. LMNO. Give a shout out to Bravely monitoring, of course, as well, because we haven't shouted them out today.
Yeah.
Obviously, this is it's a lot of fun Friday in the afternoon. You can't be guaranteed that you'll get the action that we've seen. All this craziness on NVIDIA. But some fun. Some people throwing shade, obviously.
Oh yeah, I catch
some
shade.
interesting pictures.
It's a part of my day-to-day routine. I have to wake up and prepare myself in the morning for the shade. That
makes you mentally
I don't know what Ramin's gonna get up to, so I just have to think and mentally prepare myself.
You ever notice that Ramin never anything bad happened to me? Because all you have to do is be nice to Ramin.
I'm mad nice. I get her Tim Hortons all the time.
Ramin's good peoples. Everyone's good peoples around here. We just have a lot of fun. Like, obviously, the crew is, we have a fantastic crew that makes us look and sound fantastic and makes the show what it is here. It's not just the faces that you see on in front of the camera. Like, there's a lot that goes into it. Like, you guys wouldn't even know that when we came in this morning, nothing was working on the production side.
I love you, Travis.
Like, Andre walked in, nothing was working, and Randy and Andre had to get this stuff going just so we could even put on the show. So, you know, it is what it is. Like, a lot goes into it that you guys don't know. So it's not 30 seconds till the close, but at 3:55, often what happens is large imbalances will pair off. So NVIDIA, which has grown to 3 million, Apple, which is 3 million to buy, I would suspect you might see a bit of a change in those imbalance numbers in about 20 seconds. I'm gonna make a locator that only has those two names. Not in queue, that way I can see if they pair, if they flip, I'll be able to tell rather quickly. So we're gonna see what happens here with those two names in about 7 seconds. Who's giggling back there? Someone's giggling back there.
Hey, come on, share it with the rest of us.
What, Sia?
I lost the password to X, and I texted Brendan that I need the password, and he just said, haha.
There you go.
Come on, Brendan.
You're not
getting
it, man.
So as suspected, both those imbalances paired off. But they didn't really move. NVIDIA didn't really fall off of that. It did move a little bit, but not by much. So yeah, I call that a little bit of a nothing burger. It did stop going to the upside. What is Apple doing here? It topped out at 310 and pulled back when that imbalance flipped. Taylor Ratty, haha, is the password. I don't have the button for Joe's laugh.
I don't have the haha. That's not even mine, man. That's Spice Adams. That's Spice Adams. You know Spice Adams.
Yeah, but you're the one that has the button to make it go.
My guy.
Just saying. So yeah, I think that pair of the imbalances is what just caused that little turnaround there in Apple. Little bit of a turn there in the Qs to end the day. It didn't really feel like we were going to have an update today. You know, like, take a step back. The Nasdaq's up 0.9. The ES is up 0.8. And at about 10 o'clock, I don't think anybody had that feeling. So, you know, cue it up to the dip buyers.
Dude, yeah,
the dip buyers put in work today. No questions asked. Shout out to, we got Canadian there, viewer from TikTok. Thank you for the gift. Our community just tiered up. There you go. Every day, this community here at Trader TV Live always seems to tear up. We have a lot of fun.
No, you ain't blocked.
Think of how boring trading is if you're just doing it by yourself. You're sitting in front of your computer. You know, you've got your mind and your charts. That's what it's all about here. We're just trying to see what's happening in the markets, try to make some money, and try to make some trades, and try to share some knowledge, and then enjoy ourselves while we're doing it, for sure. That's the idea around the show, and hopefully everyone has enjoyed it here today, despite all the the crazy weird ball talk and everyone throwing shade at a good guy like Joe.
It was crazy. You would think
gotta be like that.
Yeah, sometimes it.
First of all, I'm not doing this. I'm not the person putting that on
put
screen.
The poll. No, we should do the poll.
There's only like
the poll, right? Because you got 4
seconds
options.
left.
Who did it? There's only 4 seconds left.
Hold on a second.
Oh, and between the pull it back up.
I'll see how fast I can do this.
We love Joe. I know. I appreciate you guys.
Did it best.
Who did it best? 1 being Dr. Evil. 2 Joe. If you guys mad disrespectful, if you put 4 in there.
What? And then, what's his name again? Oh, now I'm already forgetting as I'm trying to type.
Crazy.
Oh, Pitbull.
Yeah, Pitbull.
And then.
Or say no. Let's make it fun, Mr. 305.
And then Mr. Clean.
Yeah.
Okay, so right now everybody
this
vote.
disrespect is crazy.
I have to start it. I just typed.
Listen,
Start voting now.
Listen, choose
now
wisely
you can vote.
now. Choose wisely now.
Who did it best?
Choose wisely now. Who's leading it? It's not even close. Man, it's
I got you, bro. I got you, bro. I got you. 2 minutes to go. Get your votes in. Be nice.
Crazy.
Joe.
Second place. We'll take it.
Mr.
Man.
Clean.
Yeah, Mr. Clean.
Not even
man.
a real.
That's crazy. You did it best.
Not
That's
even
wild.
a real as we take it into the close, everybody. So unfortunately, I think I just jinxed the market a little bit because now we're starting to drop people.
Bang. There we go. Oh,
yeah. Less than 2 minutes to go until we close. Maybe you'll make a comeback.
Yeah, let's see. I've seen a lot of 2s hit the chat.
I see a few people trying to help this out for you, Joe.
Brooke trades. I'll remember that.
Mr. Clean's getting a lot of
I'm going to
votes.
screenshot all this, and then anytime you guys ask me a question, I'm going to go back and see if you voted 2 or 4. And if it turns out to be a 4, I ain't answering your question.
That's petty. That's petty.
Is it though?
Yes, it is petty.
All right, 52 votes. I took the lead. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, baby.
So threatening the chat apparently works.
No, it's all love, man.
No, but you literally threatened the chat.
I did, didn't I?
That what you literally threatened the chat.
I did.
That was a direct threat to the
chat. Hey, listen, you know, what did they say in A Bronx Tale? Would you rather be loved or feared? Would you rather be loved? I want to be loved at the end of the day.
Yeah, you want to be loved more.
I do want to be loved. I want to be loved more than feared. Brooks, I won't forget, though.
Hey, well, you got there. We have less than 30 seconds. I'm going to end the poll at exactly 4 o'clock. And then whatever happens, happens. So everyone's putting the 2s in there for Joe. I want to thank everyone for tuning in here. It's been a wild one. The market's going to close. Nothing you can do about this drop at the end of the day, but it's still going to close green. So nice try. Nice try, Bears. Yeah, you can flush it. It's still going to be a green day for the market. So shout out to the dip buyers here with about 10 seconds to go. And a big shout out to Orogenics for sponsoring the closing bell. That's OGEN on the NYSE. Man, it's always a blast on Friday.
It is.
Fridays it's so much more fun.
Let's pull up the poll one time. Look at the absolute landslide.
A couple of seconds. There was one more too, so we'll end it right there.
There we go.
And the winner is Joe. So Joe, you did it best.
There we go.
I mean, you beat out.
The competition isn't too tough.
You Dr. Evil, a fictitious character, and Pitbull. So you take your win.
I appreciate you, man.
Of course. You gotta take that one down for sure.
Yeah, that's
Adam James Abroad, Mr.
Go back.
That was too fast. That was too fast. I couldn't even read it.
I don't know.
What was wrong with the super chat?
Yeah, let's go.
Maybe it wasn't.
Yeah.
Mr. 305 over Timu Pitbull till the cows come home.
The disrespect is crazy.
That was a good one.
Man.
All right, what's the other super chat?
The other one, man.
Overweight spider. I don't like spiders.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of spiders.
Yeah.
Low-key is what it is.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, but that being said, like you get over that fear really quickly when my daughter's afraid of spiders too, so I don't have a choice but to be brave.
Yeah.
All kidding aside, Joey, we love you, bro. And
of course.
Family. There
Big love. You know who Xander Cage is?
Yeah.
Who is Xander Cage, Sia? Okay, tell me who, please. All right, there we go. That's what
I was going to say Vin Diesel.
So give me a little bit tougher competition next time. We'll put up Xander Cage, a.k.a. Vin Diesel up there, Jason Statham, and maybe a couple other ones to see how we work out in that talent pool. But once again,
good luck beating Vin Diesel.
I have the utmost faith in the people.
Have fun.
I think they'll be real with me, Xander Cage.
Big shout out to everybody. We had an absolute blast, of course. As I said this morning, nothing was working when we came in. So first thing first, big thank you to Randy and Andre as Assassino to get us up and running so we could do the show. You guys don't even know. Everything was seamless today. Big shout out, of course, to the rest of the team, Fabian, Andre, Tiffany. Shout out to Brendo,
everyone.
Shout out to Sia, shout out to Adara, shout out to all of our viewers. One, you're not actually going to have to shave your head. I was just joking. Shout out to him, he's doing a fantastic job as well. And of course,
I know, dude.
Sharif and yourself in the midday. And you're stepping in for Sean all day long. That's
all
the thing.
Day long.
Joe was on all day today. Didn't even take a break. Eating while on the show. Sean will be back on Monday. So for Joe, for myself.
Yeah.
It's Caravana weekend around here, so it's always going to be fun.
What are you doing?
So I have like family members that always do a party. I don't really do the parade anymore.
I know Seal.
Not really. I'm sure the young people are probably have.
Me, no, brother. Maybe I'll go walk around. It's supposed to rain tomorrow.
Oh, that sucks for the parade.
Yeah, all day.
What was the question?
Caravana, you doing anything?
No, I'm not going.
No? One of the biggest festivals and parties in the city of Toronto that they do, and no one around here is doing anything for Caravana. My excuse is that I'm old and I don't do it anymore.
See, it would be a completely different story if I was Sia's age, but I'm not.
When I was young, trust me, like it's Caravana weekend.
I lived for this weekend back in the day. Yeah. Love you guys.
If you know, you know. So with that, everybody, we're Trader TV Live. Have a great weekend. We'll see you bright and early Monday morning at 8 a.m. We out.
Nice one.